Chapter 81 Ice Crystal Sword, Snow Mountain Robe. Xiaoxing noticed the altar inlaid with gemstones. At the same time, several goblins who were kneeling on the ground also discovered them. They slowly climbed up from the ground. Crack! Crack! Bands of bone dislocation sounded, giving people an itchy feeling all over their body. Roar! Roar! A beast-like low roar came, and it seemed that the group of goblins were about to launch an attack. Xiaoxing directly ordered, "Go!" Moo! Dabai rushed the fastest. With a body nearly 5 meters tall, he started to rampage in this hall. Boom! Boom! One stone pillar after another was knocked down by it. And the corrupted goblins along the way were instantly knocked away. Bang! 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 Minus 473. Minus 467. Minus 477. Dabai's attack power is very strong, invincible. And those goblins quickly climbed up from the ground, as if they had no sense of pain, with the murderous intent of beasts in their eyes. Roar! The next moment, at least 4 or 5 goblins surrounded Dabai at the same time. After they rushed over, they directly waved their frost-covered claws and attacked Dabai. Swish! The attack landed on him, and immediately a layer of frost magic shield was created, plus a layer of snake scales and ice armor. Minus 177. Minus 163. Minus 154. Minus 157. Dabai was attacked 4 times, and his health dropped by more than 600 points. But considering his health of nearly 15,000, it was not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, the elite goblin holding the hammer was about to rush over to besiege Dabai. However, the frost shield on Dabai's body suddenly emitted a burst of cold air. The goblins around him suddenly slowed down. Moo! Dabai let out a long roar. He raised his upper body, and then stepped down heavily. Boom! A terrifying vibration came. Even Xiaoxing, who was more than 10 meters away, could feel the shaking under his feet. Minus 2,264. Minus 2,473. Minus 3,413. One after another, terrifying damage numbers floated up, and several corrupted goblins around him were immediately severely injured, and stood still one by one. Several vortex symbols appeared above their heads, indicating that they had entered the dizzy state, including the elite goblin, which had fallen into a short dizziness at this time. Dabai's mammoth trampling was very effective. Xiaoxing was certain. As expected, Dabai was now terribly powerful. Its huge size was especially suitable for this kind of one-on-many battle. So he ordered, "Everyone, go!" Assam raised his sword. "Your order is the direction I will move forward." Andrew said devoutly, "Follow your instructions." As for Sarah, she had already hidden her figure and joined the battle. Then, Xiaoxing sent out 2 more robots, leaving 1 robot behind to protect himself, including 2 centaurs. They also joined the battle. Xiaoxing looked at the archer next to him. "Renis, just keep an eye on the guy with the hammer, and attack him. Blot, throw 2 totems, and pay attention to the health of other companions." Renis looked straight ahead and said firmly, "The sunken glory still shines on me, and I will follow your orders, Lord." The shaman Blot next to him also obeyed the order, and threw down the black smoke totem and resonance totem. On the spot, a cloud of black smoke erupted instantly from the spot, and all the goblins' eyes went dark, as if they were in a state of blindness. However, this cloud of black smoke did not have any effect on their own people. In the smoke, the strong men under Xiaoxing directly fought with the goblins. Renis, who was standing by, also directly entered the hunting eye state. After being made permanent by eternal power, Renis could choose to exit or enter the state at any time. Her critical hit rate was already extremely high, and with the bonus of resonance totem, it almost reached a 100% critical hit effect. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Blot Sulfur Stone, successfully cast the skill Resonance Totem, and under the influence of the talent Eternal Power, the skill has become permanent. Xiaoxing's eyes showed surprise. Unexpectedly, Resonance Totem was also enhanced by Eternal Power. In this way, everyone's critical hit rate and hit rate were permanently increased by 20%, which increased the damage in disguise. Rennie shot the arrow in her hand. Swish! This arrow accurately hit the goblin warrior on the battlefield. Minus 473. A considerable damage number appeared. Then, Rennie's hand seemed to have a layer of strange red energy. At the moment when the first arrow was shot, she immediately pulled the second arrow. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows passed by one after another. The blood volume of the goblin warrior was pouring out like water. This was the additional effect of Eilena's snakeman madness. At this moment, the benefit of attack speed was reflected. On the battlefield, with the giant beast by rampaging around, the goblins were unable to organize an effective offensive. In addition, there was a ghostly figure next to them, which could inflict heavy damage to the goblins every time it appeared. The powerful Assam and Andrew withstood the attacks of the goblins and trapped them in a fixed area. Although the goblins were powerful, it was obvious that Xiaoxing's team was stronger. Lu Muxue, who was standing by, also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she focused on the status of Assam and the others. As soon as I see someone with more than 5 layers of corruption mark, I will cast a purification spell on them. Her calves were tense, and she looked ready for battle. Anqing smiled and said, Muxue, don't be so nervous. It's okay even if you don't have time to cast the purification spell. They have a lot of health and can withstand it. It's the same if you wait until the battle is over to dispel it. Well, okay. Xing, Lu Muxue responded softly. At the same time, as the goblins fell one by one, system prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Andrew, successfully killed the corrupted goblin LV18, gained 200 experience points. Combatant gained 100 experience points. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully killed the corrupted goblin LV20, gained 240 experience points. Combatant gained 120 experience points. Xiaoxing almost watched his experience increasing. Level 8 18%. Level 8 19%. All 11 ordinary goblins on the scene were killed. Xiaoxing's experience value has reached 32% of level 8. At this time, Asamu's mounts Frost Wolf and Andrew both had a white light rising from their bodies. Frost Wolf also reached level 13. Andrew finally reached level 16. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. So far, there was only one elite goblin left on the field. Although this goblin warrior also had over 10,000 HP, but under the special care of Sarah and Rennie's, its HP had dropped below 3,000. Seeing Assam and Andrew surrounding it, the goblin warrior suddenly raised the hammer in his hand, and then smashed it to the ground. Bang! An invisible shock wave spread instantly. Andrew and Assam, including Sarah in the dark, were attacked by this shock wave. Minus 323. Minus 307. Minus 267. A damage number appeared above the heads of the 3 people at the same time, and they fell into a short state of dizziness. This skill is actually the same as Debai's War Trampling, a group attack and control skill. Xiaoxing instantly warned, Andrew, get out of the way. Then, the elite goblin rushed to Andrew, raised his sledgehammer, and was about to smash him. Andrew, who was in a dizzy state, had almost no power to resist. Lu Muxue, who was watching the battle, felt her heart tighten instantly. At this moment, Blot suddenly raised his staff and released a choking smoke. Black smoke impact. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the elite goblin's vision and caused magic damage to it. Minus 644. Dabai saw the opportunity and rushed over again. Moo! It flicked its nose and blew the goblin warrior away. Bang! Minus 673. Andrew's crisis was resolved. Lu Muxue breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the others also recovered from their dizziness. Then, a group of powerful creatures rushed forward. The next battle was no longer suspenseful. When the goblin warrior had only a few hundred points of health left, Xiaoxing was just about to ask them to stop. But at this moment, Sarah's shadow blade passed by. Minus 1,137. A 4-digit damage number floated up, and the health of the goblin warrior was directly reduced to 0, and it fell down. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the goblin warrior LV20 and gained 500 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 250. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. After all, in such a fierce battle, it is inevitable that you will not be able to stop in time. The battle in this hall has ended. Looking at the goblin corpses all over the ground, and several large treasure chests next to them, Xiaoxing's face is full of joy again. Open the treasure chest. Then, he and Lu Muxue jumped down together. Xiaoxing first came to the goblin corpses, and collected all the spoils on the ground. Accumulated gains. Large dry food * 72. Primary element crystals * 6. Corrupted scales * 63. Book of Magic medium * 3. On the elite goblin, Chaoxing also found two special things. Guardian hammer, blue * 1. Bright goblin soul * 1. A blue equipment, excellent quality. The effect of another soul, similar to that of the demon spider soul. It can make ordinary creatures have a 30% chance of advancing to elite creatures. The benefits are still good. Then, Chaoxing came to the 4 big treasure chests. This was originally a challenge area for at least 4 people. But now, there are only Chaoxing and Lu Muxue. So, all these treasure chests are his exclusive use. Found unlock silver treasure chests * 2, bronze treasure chests * 2. Do you want to open them? Yes. Open silver treasure chests * 2. Open bronze treasure chests * 2. Obtain intermediate shelter construction blueprints * 1. Obtain book of life medium * 3. Obtain ice crystal sword, blue * 1. Obtain snow mountain robe, blue * 1. Obtain pearls * 7. Obtain small resource packs * 2. Obtain medium resource packs * 2. Obtain medical packs * 13. A bunch of acquisition prompts appear. Chaoxing's eyes showed surprise. Because he saw 2 blue equipment. Chaoxing took out the 2 blue equipment. A long sword made of ice crystals, and a snow-white robe with patterns printed on it, appeared in his hands. Then, he couldn't wait to check the properties of the 2 equipment. Ice crystal sword LV10, blue. Quality, excellent. Attack power, 54 to 58. Additional effect 1. Strength plus 5, agility plus 10. Additional effect 2. Critical hit, increases critical hit rate by 20%. Additional effect 3. Frost blade, after attacking the target, the enemy will enter a deceleration state, and the movement speed will be reduced by 15%. Snow mountain robe LV10, blue. Quality, excellent. Armor, 25 to 32. Additional effect 1. Spirit plus 10, Constitution plus 10. Additional effect 2. Primary magic resistance, when attacked by magic, reduce the opponent's spiritual damage by 20 points. Additional effect 3. Snow mountain shadow, when launching ice magic, there is a 30% chance to immediately release the second magic, only effective for ordinary skills. Chapter 82 Decomposing the Magic Pattern Stone Altar. So powerful. After reading the properties of these 2 pieces of equipment, Chaoxing was excited, but also a little regretful. The properties are very powerful, which can bring a lot of improvement to himself and Lu Muxue. However, these 2 pieces of equipment have level restrictions, and they can only be equipped at level 10. Forget it, it won't take long to upgrade to level 10 anyway. At that time, Lu Muxue can also change to that golden shield, and cooperate with this ice crystal sword, and her strength will increase dramatically. Chaoxing directly put the 2 pieces of equipment into his backpack. Then, he saw the candlesticks on both sides of the hall, and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. After taking all these candlesticks and chandeliers away, the system prompt appeared. Get gilded candlestick * 1. Get glazed chandelier * 1. Get. These glazed chandeliers, like candlesticks, are all a kind of handicraft. Although there is no special effect, Chaoxing can take them back and decorate his lord's hut. Or take them to the town later and trade with merchants, which is a good choice. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Then, Chaoxing came to the place where the goblins had knelt before. There, it seemed to be a small altar. This was also the place he had set his sights on at the beginning. Chaoxing took a look. Magic pattern stone altar, special item. This seems to be some kind of evil thing, which can be decomposed into high-level materials. Magic pattern stone * 15, moonlight orb * 3. Chaoxing directly clicked on the decomposition. Decomposition success. Obtain magic pattern stone, gold, * 15. Obtain moonlight orb * 3. Huh? It's actually a gold material? This is the first gold material Chaoxing has obtained. He checked the properties of these 2 items. Magic pattern stone, gold material engraved with magic patterns, can be used to make some high-level buildings. Moonlight orb, special material, when inlaid on equipment, can increase 5 points of charm, 15 points of spirit, casting speed plus 10%. An extremely rare orb, containing strong magic fluctuations, deeply loved by those great wizards. Seeing the introduction of the moonlight orb, Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. Obviously, the value of these 3 orbs, added together, is definitely more than black diamond. That is a gem that can be exchanged for a piece of golden equipment. Moreover, even if it is not used for sale, inlaying it on his own equipment can also bring a huge improvement to Chao Xing. This time, it is really the right place to come. As for the magic pattern stone, although it is a golden material, its function is unknown. Chao Xing can only put it in his backpack first. Just as he disassembled the altar, suddenly, a thunder-like roar sounded in everyone's ears. Roar! This roar contained extremely strong penetrating power, like a ferocious beast that has been imprisoned for hundreds of years. Oh my, what is so ferocious? Chao Xing couldn't help but look at the passage behind the hall. The sound came from inside the underground palace. Everyone realized that there might be a very terrifying existence inside. But this did not stop Chao Xing from exploring. After sorting out the harvest in this hall, Lu Muxue continued to perform purification spells, and also cleared the ice corruption status of Andrew and others. Their health was restored, and everyone returned to their peak state. Chao Xing continued to lead the team forward. Following the long corridor, it twisted and turned all the way, and passed many empty halls during the period. Chao Xing collected all the goods along the way. Gilded candlestick +1. Glazed hanging lamp +1. Golden laid picture frame +1. On both sides of the passage, everything that could be taken away was taken away by Chao Xing. He nodded with satisfaction. When he used to play games, he often entered some special areas, where there were some things that looked very valuable. However, these decorations could not be taken away, which made him feel regretful. And in this world, Chao Xing finally realized this wish. After walking for about 500 meters, he just felt that he seemed to have entered the center of this snowy mountain. This group of goblins actually dug out such a magnificent underground palace in this snowy mountain, which is really amazing. Soon, they came to a wide palace. A group of corrupted goblins knelt on the ground like the goblins in front, and there were more than 20 of them. The direction where they knelt seemed to be a gate. Inside the gate, there were still fierce roars coming. Roar! Roar! Obviously, the sound they heard before came from there. Inside the gate, Chao Xing felt a dangerous breath. With a fixed gaze, he scanned the information of this group of goblins. In addition to more than 20 ordinary goblins, Chao Xing saw 4 different goblins among them. One of them held a battle axe, and one held a staff. Another one was barehanded, but its body was an astonishing 2 meters tall. This size is already a giant among goblins. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, level 20. Race, Goblin. Level, 2nd level elite creature. Health, 11020/11020. Attack power, 568 to 584. Armor, 223 to 254, extra plus 100. Skills, Heavy Axe Chop. Flying Axe. Whirlwind Chop. Primary Corrupted Shell. Corrupted Goblin Monk, level 20. Race, Goblin. Level, 2nd level elite creature. HP, 7640/7640. Attack power, 663 to 691. Armor, 204 to 221, extra plus 100. Skills, Corrupted Healing, Soul Link, Pain Transmission, Primary Corrupted Shell. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, level 20. Same attributes as above. In addition to these 3 elite goblins, there is another more terrifying existence. Corrupted Bear Goblin, level 20. Race, Goblin. Level, 2nd level boss level creature. HP, 14020/14020. Attack power, 870 to 891. Armor, 312 to 334, extra plus 200. Skills, Bear Strength, after entering combat, strength increases by 30%. Bear Fury, after receiving 10 attacks cumulatively, attack speed increases by 20%. Storm Smash, imprisons the target, then jumps high, causes 300% of attack power damage. If the target is too big, knocks it down directly, causes 150% damage. Intermediate Corrupted Shell. Armor plus 200, reduces 20% of damage received. Talent, Wild Bear Bloodline, HP increases by 20%. Ferocious Guy. Chao Xing commented. This bear goblin, in terms of strength and skills, is almost on par with the mammoth. Although the mammoth has an infinite health recovery state, the opponent's corrupted shell can increase 200 points of armor. With this calculation, if Dubai fights it alone, it is hard to say who will win. Chao Xing thought about it for a while, and then he had an idea. Dubai, you go fight the bear goblin alone. Sarah, the 2 goblin warriors are in your hands. Assam, you go kill the goblin monk. Andrew, Kanar, Cantel, the 3 of you are responsible for holding back those ordinary goblins. Others, follow me and kill these ordinary goblins as quickly as possible. Chao Xing's tactics were completed. Dubai raised his head, activated Raging Charge, and rushed forward. Roar! The bear goblin saw Dubai rushing over, stretched out its thick black bear paw, and grabbed Dubai's fangs. It wanted to interrupt Dubai's charge. However, they were both boss-level creatures. After a moment of stalemate, Dubai was still stronger. Bang! 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 The bear goblin was knocked away, and the stone pillars were directly knocked down. Dubai took the boss-level goblin away from the battlefield. Sarah was no longer invisible. She appeared in front of one of the goblin warriors and slashed 2 knives. -472. -483. The goblin warrior was about to raise his staff to fight back. Sarah disappeared like a ghost. When she reappeared, several damage numbers appeared above the goblin warrior's head. This goblin warrior was completely suppressed by Sarah. The goblin warrior next to him saw this and rushed to help. Sarah made a provocative gesture to it, and then took the 2 elite goblins and left the battlefield. At the same time, Assam also rode the frost wolf and rushed to the side of the goblin monk. The frost wolf pounced on it and began to bite it madly. Assam's long sword slashed again and again, forcing the goblin monk back. At the same time, 3 robots, 2 centaurs and Andrew, faced the remaining ordinary goblins at the same time. The whole hall fell into a state of chaos. Now on the battlefield everywhere, Chao Xing's side was better. Dubai unilaterally suppressed the bear goblin, and the 2 of them fought back and forth. Although Dubai's attack power was greatly weakened, and he had the recovery of ice healing, their health was maintained at a similar rate of decline. There was no need to worry about Sarah and Assam. They were boss-level creatures, and they were even more powerful against elite monsters. Now, as long as they killed these ordinary goblins as soon as possible, they could stabilize the victory. Chao Xing continued to condense Ice Cone and Ice Ball. -77. -71. -112. The damage was actually okay. But in order to speed up, Chao Xing directly took out Barrett. After the battle with the caveman, he still had 82 bullets left, which was enough ammunition. Bang! A gunshot. The thick ice shell of one of the goblins was pierced. -574. Haha. This is good damage. Chao Xing was very satisfied. He continued to adjust the angle and then pulled the trigger. Rennies, who was standing by, had an afterimage of her right hand as she pulled the bowstring. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows flew out one after another. They hit the corrupted shells of the goblins, making a crisp sound of ding ding ding. At the same time, Blot Sulfur Stone has also dropped 2 totems. At the same time, he continued to condense clouds of smoke and attack those ordinary goblins. Puff puff puff. Clouds of black mist hit those goblins, corroding their bodies. -314. -323. Compared to Sarah, Blot's damage is much lower, but he is 5 levels lower than Sarah. This damage is already very good. The battle gradually entered the regular stage. At the same time, there is a deep valley hundreds of kilometers away from the Borlis Mountains. At this moment, Ji Jun of the 3 Heroes Association led dozens of survivors and entered the valley in a mighty manner. Chapter 83 Horrible Valley. Ji Jun led dozens of survivors and entered the valley. At this time, one of the survivors named who he exclaimed, "This place is not bad. There is only one road into the valley. Inside is a large basin, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as this passage is guarded, the whole valley is his territory." This kid named Chao Xing is so lucky that his territory was randomly placed in such a place. Others also nodded. Yes, this location is really good. However, as long as we kill that guy, and then occupy his territory, this place will be ours in the future. Ha ha. Hearing this, the other survivors also smiled knowingly. Ji Jun said at this time, "Let's proceed according to the original plan. Shaho, you take people to explore the location of that guy's territory. If there is any situation, notify us immediately in the private chat channel." In the crowd, a tall and thin young man with a beret on his head smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ji Jun. I'll be back soon. Just wait for my good news." After speaking, the tall and thin man selected several survivors, and one of them was a recruited creature, an elite assassin of level 8. Leading the group, they headed towards the depths of the valley. Everyone waited silently. A few minutes later, one of the survivors suddenly joked, "This Chao Xing. He certainly didn't expect us to attack him so quickly. Speaking of which, Boss Fan Long is also very powerful. He can even find the coordinates of this kid. Once the little monkey finds his territory, Chao Xing will be dead." The other survivors also nodded. Ji Jun seemed to have thought of something at this time, and added, "After we find the kid's territory, before we are ready to attack, you all turn on the recording function. Don't turn on the harmony function. Just record directly. Then after we deal with Chao Xing, we will send this video to the regional channel. Let everyone know the consequences of offending our Three Heroes Association." After Ji Jun finished speaking, the other members of the Three Heroes Association all had a grim smile on their faces. However, after nearly 10 minutes, there was still no news from the monkey. Ji Jun gradually felt something was wrong. He sent a private message with some doubt, asking, "Little monkey, what's going on over there?" However, the monkey still didn't reply. This made Ji Jun feel a little bad. He was about to continue sending messages. Then, the monkey on the other side sent a voice call. "Brother Ji Jun, something is wrong. I took a few brothers and walked around the canyon. I didn't see any survivors' camps, but only a village. The villagers there are a little strange, as if they are constantly worshipping something." Ji Jun was stunned. "Village? Yes." Ji Jun thought for a moment, and he seemed to realize that something was wrong. Could it be that the coordinates obtained by Boss Fan Long were false? As soon as this thought came to mind, Ji Jun's face froze. "Bring the people back first, and I'll tell Boss Fan Long about this situation." "Okay, Brother Ji Jun." At this moment, a cry suddenly came from the other end of the voice call. "Oh my God! Something is wrong. Those villagers seem to have discovered us. They are all staring at us with a terrifying look. Oh my God! Those villagers seem to be cutting their wrists. They are also cutting their faces with knives. They are a group of lunatics. Fuck! They are rushing towards us. Brother Ji Jun, save me!" Ji Jun's face was solemn. What happened? What happened to those villagers? However, the next moment, he heard a scream in the voice call. "Ah!" Ji Jun's scalp suddenly went numb. He quickly asked, "Xiao Ho, what's going on? What happened to you?" Just then, a system prompt brought Ji Jun's heart to the bottom. "Your team member, Ho Xiang, has died." Ji Jun took a breath of cold air. He immediately realized something and quickly exclaimed, "Damn it, we may have been fooled. Let's go! This is not the camp of that kid. This is a trap." When the other survivors heard this, their hairs stood on end, because they also saw the system prompt of Xiao's death. And the key point is, they don't know how the other party died. An invisible sense of crisis enveloped everyone's heart. And just when they were about to retreat, Ji Jun suddenly saw a black shadow flash through the crowd. Instantly, blood marks appeared on the necks of several survivors. -3,317. -3,513. -3,731. One by one, terrifying damage numbers soared. These survivors were immediately deader than dead. The remaining members of the Three Heroes Society only felt a chill coming from the soles of their feet. Because so far, they haven't even seen what the enemy is. Ji Jun shouted in horror, "Go! Go!" After hearing this, the survivors of the Three Heroes Society rushed back frantically. What they didn't know was that when they entered the valley covered by ice and snow, they were already discovered by the hunters inside. And this group of hunters were planning a terrorist action. There was no way they would let them go easily. The black shadows increased from 1 to 3, and then to dozens, surrounding them. Then, these shadows jumped into the crowd and started a one-sided killing. "Ah! Help! Help! Don't kill me! Ah!" Screams came one after another. In less than 10 seconds, most of the dozens of people in the Three Heroes Society were slaughtered. At this time, Fan Long, who was waiting silently in the territory, smiled when he learned that Ji Jun had started to act. "Very good. As long as we get rid of that kid, for a long time in the future, no one should dare to go against our Three Heroes Society." He even thought about the reaction of those guys in District 174 after learning of Chao Xing's death. Next to him, A charming woman gently pressed Fan Long's legs. Her movements were very skillful, and he couldn't help but lie back comfortably. The woman looked at him seductively with seductive eyes. From Fan Long's angle, he could see the whiteness of her chest. For a moment, he felt something was stirring. Qian, give me the steering wheel. After hearing this, the woman immediately understood and turned around. Fan Long grabbed her ponytail and was about to press it down. And at this moment, he suddenly saw the names in the friend list dim one by one. The smile on Fan Long's face disappeared and turned into a very solemn one. What's going on? The woman also looked at Fan Long with a puzzled look. Fan Long tried to send a message to these survivors, but was prompted by the system. The survivor has died. At this moment, Fan Long's eyes, from the initial confusion, turned into a strong horror. He hurriedly pulled the friend list, but saw that a large row of names had all turned black. This means that all the survivors are dead. Fan Long almost held his breath when he saw that Ji Jun's profile picture was still lit. It was like he had grabbed the last straw. He quickly called. Fortunately, the voice was finally connected. However, before he could relax, he heard a series of terrified screams from Ji Jun. Ah! Ji Jun! What happened? Answer me quickly. Fan Long was completely confused. So many people died at once, and they were all the backbone of his team. And the more important thing was that he didn't know what happened. It was really a ghost. At this moment, Ji Jun was running away desperately. At the same time, a black shadow quickly caught up with him. Ji Jun seemed to know that he was dying. At the last moment of his life, he shouted, Boss! This is not the coordinate of that kid's camp. That kid cheated us. Boss, you have to help us get revenge. After a scream, Ji Jun's avatar also dimmed. Fan Long's body stiffened, and his whole body was cold. At this moment, he knew that he had been fooled. Fan Long was almost gritting his teeth, and at the same time, his brain was thinking quickly. He got the coordinates from Lu Xinjie, and Lu Xinjie got the information from Lu Muxue. Based on Fan Long's understanding of Lu Muxue, this woman didn't have such complicated thoughts. And the one who controlled all this behind the scenes must be Cao Xing. Damn it. Cao Xing. Fan Long felt that his heart was bleeding. So many people died at once, and the Three Heroes Society suffered heavy losses. He found Cao Xing's ID number and was about to send a message. But the system prompted, You have been blacklisted by the other party, cannot send. Fan Long was so angry at this moment that he almost lost his mind. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He directly opened the chat channel of Area 174. At Cao Xing, you are so good, you dare to play tricks on me, Fan Long. Well, remember this grudge. You will definitely regret what you did. The other survivors saw Fan Long's speech, and were confused. They didn't seem to know, what did Cao Xing do to make Fan Long so angry? At this time, Cao Xing, who was fighting in the Goblin Treasury, suddenly saw someone tagging him in the chat channel. After seeing Fan Long's speech, after the initial confusion, Cao Xing quickly understood what was going on. He couldn't help laughing. At this time, the battle in the hall was coming to an end. More and more ordinary goblins were killed by them. Sarah and Dubai were also dealing with it easily. Up to now, their health has not even dropped below 70%. Seeing that the battle situation had stabilized, Cao Xing directly replied in the chat channel, Fan Long, I have blocked you. Why am I playing tricks on you? Are you sick? Don't tag me if you have nothing to do. Cao Xing was not sure at the moment whether Fan Long had gone to the coordinates he gave, so he had to test it first. However, Fan Long saw that Cao Xing looked unaware, and said angrily, You kid are still playing dumb. And you actually gave us a fake coordinate, causing so many brothers in my Seinin club to die. Hearing this, Cao Xing was immediately happy, and it was exactly as he thought. However, Cao Xing still said blankly, Don't talk nonsense. Fan Long, it's obvious that you have bad intentions and want to deal with me, but you find the wrong location. Can you blame me? Through the conversation between the two, the other survivors also knew what happened. Fan Long wanted to deal with Cao Xing, but for some reason, he got a false coordinate location and suffered a great loss. For a while, the other survivors also laughed in the chat channel. Ha ha! Are the people of the Three Heroes Association a bunch of fools? Indeed, this is the first time I have seen such a naive gangster. I was almost frozen numb. But now I am warmed up again, because of your laughter. Thank you, Three Heroes Association. Listening to the sarcasm in the chat channel, Fan Long's face was as gloomy as water. But he remained silent. Contrary to his usual behavior, he knew that he could not speak anymore. If he continued to speak, it would only further reduce the deterrence of the Three Heroes Association. Just now, he was just too angry, because the loss was too heavy, and he had lost his mind. Fan Long closed the chat channel with cold eyes. Brother Long. At this moment, the charming woman next to him was about to come over to comfort him, but was pushed away by Fan Long. Get out of the way! The charming woman was half lying on the ground, with most of her long legs exposed in the air, looking a little pitiful. However, Fan Long was no longer in the mood to enjoy himself. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that I have to pay a heavy price." Fan Long looked at a blue scroll in his backpack, and a look of pain flashed in his eyes. This was the scroll he found in the wild yesterday, and he had not had time to use it. However, he quickly made up his mind. Fan Long opened the team channel of the Three Heroes Association and said in it, "In a moment, you go to the chat channel to spread a message. We are willing to use a level 10 elite creature recruitment scroll, plus a blue weapon, in exchange for the coordinates of the kids' camp. To get the real coordinates, you must provide a video as evidence." After hearing this, the other survivors of the Three Heroes Association were shocked. After all, at the current stage, the value of a level 10 elite creature recruitment scroll and a blue weapon is self-evident. And now, Fan Long even took out such things in order to find Chao Xing's location. They knew that Fan Long was serious. Fan Long continued to add, "Tell those survivors that they can chat with me secretly, and our three heroes will never leak his name. I believe that there will always be some people who are tempted." After receiving the order, the members of the Three Heroes quickly went to the chat channel to spread the news. When the survivors first heard that Fan Long was offering a reward for Chao Xing's coordinates, they were met with a round of sneers. However, when they saw that Fan Long had even taken out the elite creature recruitment scroll and the blue weapon, the sneers gradually died down. At this stage, they all knew how precious these two things were. Since ancient times, interests have moved people's hearts, especially in this world full of crisis. Being able to own a level 10 elite creature is equivalent to having the power to protect oneself. Although the crowd did not say it, it was obvious that some of the survivors had already been tempted. Chapter 84. All members' loyalty skyrocketed. Chao Xing also saw the bounty information released by the guys from the Three Heroes Society, but he didn't care too much. As mentioned before, let's not talk about whether they can find their territory. Even if they find it, Chao Xing is not afraid at all. After all, his current strength is far ahead of other survivors. Under the absolute power suppression, this cannot be solved by the number of people. As long as he stays in the territory, those survivors will die no matter how many come. Chao Xing turned his attention back to the battle in front of him. At this moment, as ordinary goblins were shot by Rennies one by one, Chao Xing and Lu Mushua's experience points were also increasing. After a while, Chao Xing's experience points had reached 63% of level 8, and Lu Mushua's had risen to 36% of level 7. She was constantly condensing purification to remove the ice corruption status for the recruited creatures on the field. They were all a little flustered. And at this moment, as the last ordinary goblin was slapped to death by Andrew in the battlefield, one area has already resolved the battle. Now, only Sarah, Dubai, and Assam are left to fight with their opponents. These goblins have too much health, and their armor is also very high. Sarah is fighting two elite monsters alone, although Sarah is suppressing them unilaterally. The cooperation of the two goblins still caused Sarah some trouble. The goblin monk, who is fighting Assam, will continue to cast healing spells to restore the health of him and the other two goblin warriors. So, Chao Xing ordered, "Go and help Sarah solve the battle first." Assam obeyed the order and rushed over immediately. Buzz buzz buzz. The drill robot also turned wildly, rushed to the side of the goblin monk, and launched a crazy attack. -173. -244. -175. -177. The dense damage numbers floated up. The two elite goblins, under the siege of the crowd, soon ran out of health. As Rennie shot an arrow, Sarah also stabbed him in the dark. System prompts appear. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, killed Goblin Warrior LV20, gained 500 experience points. Combatants gained 250 experience points. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Goblin Warrior LV20, gained 500 experience points. Combatants gained 250 experience points. Then, they rushed to Assam again, and also dealt with the elite level goblins at this time. Your territory member, Assam, killed Goblin Monk LV20, gained 500 experience points. Combatants gained 250 experience points. So far, there is only one leader level bear goblin left on the field, and it is engaging in close combat with Dubai. The bear goblin hugged Dubai's elephant leg, and then shouted, "Roar!" The next moment, Dubai's huge body was lifted up by it by dozens of centimeters. Then, it threw Dubai heavily to the ground. Boom! Minus 1,574. A huge injury appeared on Dubai's head. Dubai's health dropped below 7,000. Moo! Dubai cried out in pain, and quickly stood up again from the ground. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's eyes widened. Oh my god! Dare you bully my pet? Come on! Let this guy see what a righteous gang fight is! After hearing this, Sarah and Andrew rushed over. Assam also rode on the Frost Wolf, and joined the battle with 2 centaurs. Under the siege of the crowd, this leader-level bear goblin could no longer make any waves, as the blood volume of the bear goblin continued to decrease. This time, Chao Xing took out the barret early and was ready to make a final blow at any time. When he saw that the blood volume of the bear goblin dropped below 400, he fired decisively. Bang! Minus 494. A large damage number floated up. A system prompt also appeared in Chao Xing's ears. Successfully killed the bear goblin, level 20 leader, killed a monster above the level, gained experience points 1200 * 300%, gained 3,600 experience points. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 9. This upgrade is gained, strength +1, agility +2, spirit +4, physique +2. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again in Chao Xing's ears. Because you commanded the battle properly this time, you have demonstrated excellent leadership ability. Territory member, Andrew's loyalty to you has increased, current loyalty, 98. Territory member, Sarah Blade Dance's loyalty to you has increased, current loyalty, 95. Territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye's loyalty to you has increased, current loyalty, 81. Territory member, Blot Brimstone's loyalty to you has increased, current loyalty, 75. In addition, the loyalty of the 2 centaurs has also increased to 78 points. Now, Sarah and Andrew's loyalty is almost full. Once it reaches full, they will be like Assam, unconditionally executing any order from Chao Xing. Note: any order? Chao Xing's tactical arrangement allowed them to win the war with minimal losses. They looked at Chao Xing with respect. Blot clenched his right fist and placed it on his heart. A good general will put the safety of the soldiers first, and formulate reasonable tactics to win. It is obvious that you are a qualified general. Rennie's, who was standing aside, also put away her bow and arrow and saluted Chao Xing. I see the shadow of the former imperial commander in you. Rennie's believes that you can lead me to find new glory. She bent down slightly, highlighting her figure wrapped in leather armor. Rennie's figure is not that hot. Instead, she looks very slim. Moreover, it seems that due to long-term training, her waist is exquisitely curved, and it feels like it can be held in one hand. She exudes a light and energetic feeling. Chao Xing nodded. Blot, Rennie's, you are brave warriors. And Cantel, I have seen your heroic fighting style. With your joining, I believe our territory will be able to develop well. Chao Xing praised each other's tactics, although it was a bit awkward, but these natives like to hear these polite words. Look, after getting his approval, Rennie and Blot both showed gratitude in their eyes. The 2 centaurs on the side were even more excited. And at this moment, Sarah appeared like a ghost, and came to Chao Xing quietly. She took the initiative to hand over a few things, and before Chao Xing could speak, Sarah said, "These are the items dropped by the goblin leader." Chao Xing was stunned, and then looked at the woman with surprise. He didn't expect that Sarah would take the initiative to help him pick up things. Sarah seemed a little embarrassed to be looked at by Chao Xing, and she tilted her head slightly to the side. Chao Xing smiled and nodded, "Thank you." Sarah tried to lower her voice as much as possible, pretending to be indifferent, and said, "You're welcome." Chao Xing took a few things from her. However, when taking them, Chao Xing deliberately touched Sarah's palm. This woman, who had been dealing with shadows for a long time, suddenly felt like she was electrocuted, and subconsciously withdrew her right hand. Then she quickly entered stealth mode. Chaoxing smiled. He just teased her on purpose. Then he began to check the 4 things he had just obtained. Obtained, primary power heart *1. Obtained, dull boss level soul *1. Obtained, palace gate key *1. Obtained, hard corrupted scales *7. Chaoxing was immediately delighted. Another boss level soul? He couldn't wait to check it out. However, because this soul has a dim prefix, therefore, the success rate of allowing elites to break through to the boss is only 15% to 30%. Obviously, this thing will most likely fail. Then, he began to check the second thing. Key to the palace gate, quest item. Item effect. With this key, you can open the gate of the Goblin Palace, and you will reveal the final secret of this palace. Note, before opening, please make sure that you are strong enough. Chaoxing looked at the gate of the palace in front of him. This key should be used to open this gate. And the violent roar I heard before also came from inside. This means that opening the gate is equivalent to opening the final stage of the Goblin Treasury. I may have to face a very powerful enemy. Should I open it? Chaoxing thought for a moment, and decided to use the few souls in his hand first to see if he could improve the strength of the team before making plans. So, Chaoxing called Andrew over, and then handed him the soul. Then, Chaoxing called 2 centaurs over. He threw the 2 elite souls to them respectively. The 3 powerful warriors looked at Chaoxing gratefully at the same time. Thank you, generous lord. The next moment, they directly slapped the soul into their bodies. Everyone looked at Andrew, and the 2 centaurs. After a few seconds, Andrew's face was full of guilt. I'm sorry, respected lord, I failed. Chaoxing shook his head. It's nothing, anyway. The success rate of this thing is very low, I didn't have any expectations. After hearing this, Andrew felt better. Then, Centaur Canthel also declared defeat, looking frustrated. And at this moment, another Centaur Canar, a powerful aura burst out. Chaoxing's eyes moved, and he said excitedly, Are the 3 finally going to become one for me? After a moment, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Canar successfully advanced to an elite creature, all attributes increased by 30%, learned a new skill, Skull Crushing Throw. Skull Crushing Throw. Throw the weapon in your hand violently, causing damage equal to attack power *167% to the target enemy, and there is a 50% chance of causing it to fall into a short-term dizzy state. Chaoxing looked happy. This skill is not bad. It can be used as a long-range attack, and it can control the enemy. Of course, the flaw is that, after the weapon is thrown out, it has no combat power. Canar, you did a good job. The centaur was not proud. He said modestly, thanks to the gift from the Lord. Chaoxing nodded, and then took out a one-handed axe from his backpack. Caveman Berserker Axe, blue. This thing is a blue weapon with good damage. Chaoxing said, Canar, your new skill will throw the weapon in your hand after use. This axe will be used as a backup weapon for you. Looking at the blue weapon in Chaoxing's hand, the centaur warrior showed a touching look on his resolute face. He slightly bent his front hoof, and respectfully took the weapon in a kneeling posture. Thank you, wise and generous lord. Your territory member, Canar, is moved by your generosity. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 85. Chapter 85, Uncovering the Last Secret of the Underground Palace. Canar's loyalty has increased again. Chaoxing nodded. Now he has one more elite creature under his command. And the overall strength of the team has also been enhanced. Challenging the powerful creatures in this palace, the chances are better. At this time, Lu Mushua is still constantly performing purification, expelling the ice corruption. Stayed on everyone. It took about 10 minutes, and everything was ready. Chaoxing took out the palace key again. The system prompt appears. Do you want to use the palace key to open the door? Yes. The key in Chaoxing's hand disappears. The next moment, everyone saw that. The metal door in front of them began to shake again. Boom! The 2 doors separated from the middle, revealing a gap. Through the gap, Chaoxing saw a bright light inside. And when the door was completely opened, in front of everyone, a gorgeous palace appeared. There were all kinds of gilded decorations everywhere. Floor tiles covered with patterns. Golden pillars with carved patterns. And various extremely gorgeous decorations. Among them, Chaoxing even saw a throne. The surface of the throne was golden, and the backrest was inlaid with many gems. Under the light, it reflected the bright gem light. This throne, just looking at its appearance, must be very valuable. Chaoxing was immediately moved. However, There was a figure leaning on the throne. It was a goblin wearing azure armor and a crown, like the goblins outside. Its body was also covered with a thick layer of frost. Moreover, its symptoms were even more severe than those of the goblins outside. The frost had even spread to its face. However, this goblin seemed to still retain the last bit of sanity. It said in a hoarse voice, "You are here." Chao Xing stood behind and looked at it blankly. "What the hell are we here for? Did you know we were coming?" Chao Xing asked in confusion. "Are you waiting for us?" The goblin wearing a crown did not answer, and still sat on the throne. However, its right hand was shaking constantly, as if it was trying to suppress something. At the same time, Chao Xing looked at the attributes of the goblin. Corrupted Goblin King, Nam Earthquake LV25. Race, Goblin. Level, Tier 3 Leader Level Creature. HP, 41740/61740. Attack Power, 2738 to 2943. Armor, 415 to 432, extra plus 300. Skills, King's Sweep, swing the long sword in hand, causing 139% physical damage to all enemies in front. Thrust, instantly rush forward a certain distance, causing 177% damage to the target. And with a 2-second stun effect, Ground Spike, summon a large number of ground spikes, causing piercing damage of attack power asterisk 155% to the enemy. Earth Riot, insert the long sword in hand into the ground. Awaken, Will of the Earth, causes multiple earth element damage to enemies within 50 meters. The damage coefficient is 20% of the attack power, and makes them disabled. Summon Earth Element, summons 2 Earth Elements with 3rd level elite strength. Assist in attack, the Earth Element exists for 120 seconds. High level Corrupted Shell, armor plus 300. When attacked by physical attacks, reduces the damage received by an additional 30%. Talent, Heart of the King, makes all goblins under his command, additionally increase the attributes by 20%, and increase his own health by 50%. Status, Corrupted. Fuck. Seeing this guy's attributes, Chao Xing explained directly. A level 25. 3rd order. Leader level creature, 5 skills, and a high level corrupted shell. More than 700 armors. Even if Chao Xing stood there and attacked, he couldn't hit it at all. Obviously, this was not a monster he could handle at this stage. At this moment, Chao Xing wanted to run away with his men. However, the Goblin King spoke slowly. "I made a mistake. This mistake caused all my people to be infected with that terrible curse." Hearing this, Chao Xing keenly realized that this might be related to the current state of the Goblin King. The Goblin King slowly said, "This human warrior, can you please help me to remove this curse?" Hearing this guy's words, Chao Xing was stunned. Based on years of gaming experience, he keenly realized that he might have triggered some hidden tasks. He asked in confusion, "Help you? How?" The Goblin King slowly stood up and said, "Kill me." However, as soon as he finished saying this, his face changed immediately. The Goblin King's expression became extremely ferocious. It suddenly turned around, and its head turned 180 degrees, facing Chao Xing and the others with its back. However, on the back of its head, a distorted face appeared. That face did not look like a human at all, but rather like a beast. This strange scene made Lu Muxua subconsciously tighten her weapon. It roared threateningly at the crowd. "Roar! Get out of here!" The thunderous roar sounded again. Andrew, Sarah, and the others were ready for battle in an instant, but the next moment, the Goblin King turned his head back again and regained that painful expression. It said with difficulty, "As you can see, my consciousness has become increasingly confused, and I can no longer resist the corruption. If this continues, my body will be completely controlled by this monster. Warrior, please, help me get rid of it." At this point, Chao Xing understood. This Goblin King was also corrupted, and it was more serious than other goblins. There was even a terrible thing that parasitized its body, but it relied on its own willpower to fight for control of its body with the thing behind it. And now it seems that it can no longer hold on. Chao Xing scratched his head and said, "You can ask me to kill you, but the guy behind your head, I'm afraid he won't agree? If you go crazy at that time, I'm not your opponent." The Goblin King said slowly, "It doesn't matter. I will try my best to help you suppress the curse behind me." The next moment, before Chao Xing could react, the Goblin King suddenly drew out the long sword at his waist and pierced his chest. Poof! -21,072. A terrifying damage number floated up. The Goblin King's HP dropped to just over 20,000. However, this move of the Goblin King seemed to have stimulated the face behind it. Roar! The beast-like roar appeared again. It began to struggle madly, seemingly trying to seize control of the Goblin King's body. The Goblin King pressed the long sword on his chest tightly, not letting it pull out. Hurry! Kill me! I can't suppress this guy for too long. When Xiaoxing heard this, his expression suddenly brightened. Damn, is there such a good thing? Everyone, come on, attack the Goblin King with all your strength. Let's help this poor victim to be free. After hearing this, Assam, Andrew and others immediately rushed over to besiege the Goblin King. Renice was the fastest. She pulled the bowstring directly, and her proud chest stood up again. Swish. -67. A weak damage appeared. This was the first time that Renice had dealt double-digit damage. Xiaoxing was amazed. My goodness. This monster's defense is really strong. This is the damage caused by Lu Mushua's Aurora Blessing and Courage Blessing. Otherwise, Renice's attack would be even lower. Bang! Assam, Andrew, and Sarah's attacks also came at the same time. -74. -112. -257. The only significant damage was Sarah's attack. Under the concentrated fire of everyone, the Goblin King's health dropped by nearly 500 points. Compared to its 20,000 HP, it was really nothing. Fortunately, the Goblin King would not fight back. It still held the sword on its chest, trying its best to suppress the beast's face behind its head. Xiaoxing regained hope and said, Output! Output! Everyone accelerated their attacks. -94. -68. -77. -114. -374. After Sarah triggered Blessing of Release, the damage suddenly increased. At the same time, behind the Goblin King's head, a low roar continued to sound. Roar! Roar! The Goblin King's whole body was shaking violently. Hurry! Hurry up! The Goblin King shouted, almost gritting his teeth. Xiaoxing was also helpless. I want to be fast too. But your defense is too high. I can't do it. Swish. Everyone was attacking hard. 3 robots and 2 centaurs also joined the battle, according to the speed of everyone's attack. Now the Goblin King's HP is decreasing by about 500 to 600 per second. After more than 10 seconds, the Goblin King's HP has dropped to 11,000. And at this moment, the Goblin King suddenly pulled out the long sword from his chest. He finally said with difficulty, I can't suppress it anymore. A ferocious aura burst out from his body. Xiaoxing was stunned. Damn, didn't you say you could suppress it? This HP is not even halfway down. However, the Goblin King's pupils were white at this time, and a ferocious aura burst out from his body. Seeing that the situation was not right, Xiaoxing quickly ordered, Retreat! Everyone! Retreat! However, Xiaoxing's warning was still a step too late. The Goblin King swept across. Swish! Assam, Andrew, Sarah and Dubai were all hit by the sword. -2,543. -2,341. -2,413. -2,205. 7 terrifying damage numbers floated up. Assam and Andrew's health points dropped sharply in an instant. 3 robots and centaurs, even almost killed instantly with this sword. Seeing that, the Goblin King was about to launch a second sweep. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxing immediately exclaimed, Kanar, control it for me. Quick! At the critical moment, Kanar, who had just broken through the elite, directly threw the blunt weapon in his hand. Bang! -114. Although the damage was very weak, a vortex symbol successfully appeared above the Goblin King's head. It was dizzy. Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly ordered, Others, all retreat. Chapter 86 Fierce Battle, Kill the Goblin King. Everyone else retreat. Dubai, you go first. Sarah, you assist Dubai on the side. Xiaoxing issued orders one by one. On the field, only Sarah and Dubai could withstand the Goblin King's terrifying attack. Moo! Dubai executed Xiaoxing's order without hesitation, and rushed towards the Goblin King. At this time, the dizziness mark on the Goblin King's head gradually disappeared. A third-level leader-level creature is also highly resistant to this negative state. At this time, it had turned its head completely over, and turned into a beast. Seeing Dubai rushing over, the Goblin King thrust out a sword. Dubai also raised his front hoof, and stomped down fiercely. Puff! Boom! Minus 2014. Minus 796. A damage number appeared above the heads of the two powerful creatures. However, the most important thing was that the Goblin King entered a short dizzy state again. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was immediately delighted. Everyone, keep rushing forward and attacking. Sarah, throw a dagger of obstruction to slow down its movement. Blot, throw a totem to interfere with the vision of the Goblin King. Sarah threw a dagger instantly. Blot also threw two totems directly, and then condensed a cloud of black smoke and sprayed it at the Goblin King. At the same time, several robots, two centaurs, and Andrew and Assam all joined the battle. The Goblin King's health began to plummet again. In the blink of an eye, it dropped below 10,000. Chao Xing was delighted. It seems that there is still a fight. Seeing that the Goblin King was about to wake up, Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" These recruited creatures could not see the dizziness mark on the Goblin King's head, but Chao Xing could see that the dizziness mark began to flash, which meant that the Goblin King was about to escape. So his command seemed very timely. After the Goblin King recovered from the dizziness, he swept his sword again. Swish! However, this time, it did not cause the same terrifying effect as before, because Chao Xing's men had all pulled away. And Chao Xing also raised his staff, condensed the ice cone spell, and aimed at its twisted, horrifying face. Swish! Minus 17. Minus 16. Minus 22. The damage was not high, but Chao Xing just wanted to try, to see if it could trigger the freezing effect. However, the exclamation marks on these damage numbers made Chao Xing look surprised. Because these attacks, actually, all of them were critical hits. Chao Xing understood instantly this face might be the weakness of the Goblin King. The next moment, Chao Xing ordered, "Attack it on its face." Renus, attack with all your strength. Assam, use the Sword of Justice to reduce its defense. Follow your orders, Lord. The wind will guide me to defeat the enemy. The two recruited creatures received the order at the same time, and the other strong men were looking for opportunities to attack the Goblin King. Rennies took a deep breath and pulled the bowstring. Swish! This arrow was one of her skills. Weak point strike. Minus 377. Weak point strike. Has a 100% critical hit effect. And it hit the Goblin King's vital point. So this arrow caused a double critical hit. At the same time, Assam raised the long sword in his hand, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, he condensed a nearly 10-meter-long sword energy. In the name of justice. Cut! Swish! Minus 113. Minus 125. Minus 136. Minus 277. Due to the skill Sword of Justice, each sword can reduce the enemy's armor by 10%. Against creatures with high armor, it can be even more effective. After 4 swords, the Goblin King's armor dropped by 40%. Seeing this, Chao Xing was immediately delighted. Output! Quick! The armor reduction effect only lasts for 20 seconds. Chao Xing must cherish this time and cause more damage. Sarah's figure flashed. Arc flash. The shadow blade passed by. Minus 1132. Another horrible damage passed by. Roar! The Goblin King seemed extremely angry. Just as it was about to raise its sword to attack, the huge Dabai would block it. Moo! Dabai kept raising its front hooves, trampling wildly on the Goblin King. The Goblin King was furious and also attacked Dabai wildly. Minus 1754. Minus 1732. After a few sword strikes, Dabai's health was reduced to less than 8,000. Chao Xing immediately ordered, "Dabai, retreat. Sarah, you go first. Blot, throw out the black smoke storm." Dabai's huge figure retreated rapidly. At the same time, Blot began to chant a spell. Fon Ni grew. With the Goblin King as the center, the 15-meter radius around was suddenly covered by a thick black smoke. And this black smoke began to rotate. Whoosh whoosh. Minus 113. Minus 115. The damage numbers floated up one by one. Every second, it would cause 2 damage. And this black smoke storm can last for 10 seconds. The most important thing is that it can also reduce the enemy's movement speed by 30%. With Sarah's dagger of obstruction, the Goblin King trapped in the storm can hardly move. Chao Xing didn't need to say much. All attacking units began to launch long-range attacks towards the black smoke storm. Xiaoxing also raised his staff. A breath of icy air gathered between his staff. The next moment, the two ice elemental elves opened their mouths, and an ice cone condensed in their mouths. Then they spit it out instantly. Puff! -27. -26. The damage was lower than Xiaoxing's. But there was nothing that could be done. After all, they only inherited 80% of Xiaoxing's attributes. Then Xiaoxing did not stop at all, and continued to raise his staff. On the black smoke storm, dense ice arrows condensed. It was the skill he had just learned. Ice arrow rain. Crash! These ice arrows fell in waves, causing a large number of damage. -32. -33. -157. -334. -452. All the ranged units were seizing the opportunity to output frantically. As for the other melee units, they retreated to the side and began to recover their health. Green numbers +46. +46 kept appearing above their heads. In the black smoke storm, the angry roar of the Goblin King kept coming. The 10 seconds were over quickly. When the storm dissipated, the Goblin King's health was reduced to less than 5,000. After escaping the trap, the Goblin King was full of anger, and he raised his long sword and rushed towards Xiaoxing. At the same time, Sarah's figure flashed, and she appeared directly in front of the Goblin King. Roar! Get out of my way! Swish! Slashed with a sword, Sarah retreated a few steps. -1,799. A high damage number appeared. However, Sarah was not afraid at all. She slashed the Goblin King's face with a knife. -525. An equally impressive damage number appeared. The Goblin King seemed even more angry, and slashed with his sword again. Poof! Sarah's health was also reduced to less than 5,000. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxing's heart tightened immediately. He raised his staff again, and used the special effects above, summoning demon spiders. The next moment, 5 demon spiders about 1 meter long, with patterns on their abdomens, appeared. Under Xiaoxing's command, the 5 demon spiders lined up one after another, and rushed forward one by one. Sarah, come back! After receiving Xiaoxing's order, Sarah instantly hid in the shadows. At the same time, the first demon spider had already arrived beside the Goblin King. It raised its forelimbs directly, and bit down. -21. -4. A weak damage number floated up, but fortunately, it added a layer of poisoning status to the Goblin King. The Goblin King, who was about to come over to kill Xiaoxing, swung his sword casually. Puff! -2,763. A large damage number floated up. The demon spider was directly blown up, and red and green liquid scattered all over the ground. At the same time, the second demon spider came up again. It bit the Goblin King again, and then was stabbed to death by a sword. This was exactly what Xiaoxing wanted. The 2 demon spiders blocked the Goblin King for about a second. In this second, everyone once again knocked down about 700 HP of the Goblin King. Moreover, because they were summoned creatures, even if they were killed, Xiaoxing didn't feel bad at all. Xiaoxing controlled the magic spiders to die, while giving full output, reducing the health of the Goblin King. When all 5 magic spiders died, Xiaoxing glanced at the health of the Goblin King. Health, 3214/61740. The last 3,000 health points. To be on the safe side, Xiaoxing also sent 2 frost elves to die. This delayed the Goblin King for 2 seconds again. Its HP has also dropped to 1,700. Xiaoxing had hope of victory in his eyes. At this moment, the Goblin King was less than 50 meters away from him. Lu Muxua took a deep breath and directly raised her shield to block Xiaoxing. She seemed to know that the Goblin King was targeting Xiaoxing. Lu Muxua wanted to block the Goblin King for Xiaoxing, but with her current attributes, she would probably be stabbed by a sword. Xiaoxing was moved and shouted, "Muxua, come back. The Goblin King is no longer able to do it. He can't catch me. Assam, hold the Goblin King for me. Don't let him come over." Hearing this, Lu Muxua turned around without hesitation and ran to the back. At this time, Assam had already controlled the Frost Wolf and rushed towards the Goblin King. Bang! The Frost Wolf rushed directly to the Goblin King, blocking his way with its huge body. Ant! Get out of my way! The Goblin King swept his sword. The huge body of the Frost Wolf was swept away. minus 2,136. A large damage number floated up, and the Frost Wolf was almost killed on the spot. At this time, Chao Xing had already controlled the tracked robot to run wildly with him. He knew that the Goblin King was targeting him. However, the Goblin King was hit by the Dagger of Obstruction, and his mobility was greatly reduced by the Frost Shield. He could not catch up with Chao Xing at all. At the same time, Dubai, whose health had returned to 8,500, directly activated the Furious Charge, and rushed over like a tank. Boom! Boom! The truck rushed over like crazy. The Goblin King seemed to know that he could no longer catch up with the human. Bang! He thrust his sword into the floor. The next moment, Chao Xing felt a tremor under his feet. At the same time, two earth element puppets, nearly 3 meters tall and made of mud, suddenly appeared. These two puppets were both elite creatures of the 3rd level. Chao Xing had no time to check their properties, and directly ordered, Andrew, Assam, each of you, hold these two earth elements tightly. Others, continue to attack the Goblin King with all your strength. With the last 1,700 health points, Chao Xing would kill it no matter what. The recruited creatures obeyed Chao Xing's instructions. Assam and Andrew each rushed towards an earth element. Although these earth elements were 3rd level elites, more than twice as strong as them. But under Chao Xing's command, they did not show any fear. Roar! Moo! Dubai was struggling to hold back the Goblin King, and Sarah, Renis, Blot were all doing their best. One by one, the damage numbers appeared above the Goblin King's head. At this moment, the Goblin King was under siege, and could no longer rush over to kill Chao Xing. In a rage, he swung his great sword and slashed at Dubai. Dubai also raised his elephant hoof high, and the two sides once again launched a head-on collision. Boom! Minus 2,543. Minus 544. This time, the Goblin King was not stunned. However, his health was only 1,200 left. A figure flashed by like a ghost, and slashed the Goblin King's face. Minus 263. Renis, who was standing by, had been aiming for a long time, and the arrow in her hand shot out instantly. Wind Chaser Arrow. Swoosh. Minus 272. At this moment, the Goblin King had only 600 health left. It also knew that its situation had reached an extremely dangerous level. Roar! Roar! The beast-like mouth kept roaring, and it directly inserted the long sword into the ground. The next moment, the whole palace began to shake violently. Dense cracks appeared, and bursts of fragments were still erupting from these cracks, attacking everyone. Puff puff puff. Minus 257. Minus 248. Minus 233. Minus 254. All the recruited creatures had 3-digit damages constantly appearing on their heads, and their blood volume was pouring down like water. The 3 robots, and one of the centaurs, had already been slashed by the Goblin King. Now, the health that had finally recovered began to drop rapidly, and casualties were about to occur. At this moment, Chao Xing, who had been aiming for a long time, suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Minus 464. Armor break. Critical hit. Double damage. However, the Goblin King was still alive. The Goblin King was still holding the long sword, firmly stuck in the ground. Boom! The health of all the recruited creatures began to drop sharply. The durability of the drill robot and the forklift robot has been reduced to 0. And a puff of black smoke came out of their heads. So far, the first casualty has finally occurred. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Chao Xing shouted a warning. All the recruited creatures began to retreat frantically, trying to avoid the range of the Goblin King's ultimate move. At this time, the Goblin King had only 201 points of health left. However, Barrett had a 2-second attack interval and could not shoot continuously. At this moment, Chao Xing and Blot raised their staffs at the same time. Puff! Brink gathered a ball of black smoke and blasted it towards the Goblin King. Minus 131. He only had 60 HP left. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes focused, and 3 ice cones shot out. Swish! 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 The ice cones all hit the Goblin King's face. Minus 24. Minus 27. Minus 25. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the Goblin King's HP completely dropped to 0. At this moment, the Goblin King released the 2 hands holding down the long sword, and the vibration of the ground disappeared, including the two earth elements that were frantically attacking Assam and Andrew. They also stopped their actions. At the same time, the beast-like face of the Goblin King seemed to close its eyes. It turned its head with difficulty and restored its old face. There was still a look of relief on its face. It looked at Chao Xing gratefully and said the last words with all its strength. "Thank you." The voice dissipated, and the Goblin King's body fell down. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the Goblin King. Nam Earthquake LV25, level 3 boss level creature, killed a monster above the level, gained experience points. 2500 * 300%, gained experience points 7500. Congratulations. Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill a boss level creature, get the first kill reward, Aurora Shield Skill Book, Gold, *1. Although he did not upgrade, his experience bar soared directly to 87% of level 9. There is only 1000 or so experience points left to directly upgrade to level 10. Fuck. So many experience points, and the Aurora Shield Skill Book. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. However, the reward prompt is not over yet. Chapter 87 Epic Items, Shining Throne. Reward prompts continue to appear. Obtain loot, intermediate power heart *1. Obtain bright leader soul, gold, *1. Obtain King's Blade, gold, *1. Obtain King's Altar Construction Blueprint, gold, *1. Obtain Iron Wall Rune, gold, *1. Obtain Corrupted Heart *1. A large number of golden items appear. You have discovered the reason for the Goblin King's fall, reputation plus 500. At this moment, Chao Xing was hit by a huge surprise. Too fierce. What is a big explosion? This is a real big explosion. For golden items, plus a first kill reward. Sure enough, every time you kill these powerful creatures for the first time, you can get extremely high returns. This is commensurate with the difficulty of killing the Goblin King. In fact, Chao Xing and his team did not fight the Goblin King in his strongest state. The Goblin King in his prime had a full 60,000 HP. But because he was corrupted, his HP was reduced by 20,000. And he was stabbed by himself. And his HP was reduced by another 20,000. So this time, Chao Xing was lucky. Just when Chao Xing was still in ecstasy. In the chat channel, because of his terrifying upgrade progress, there was already an uproar. Zhang Ping, fuck. Fuck. What did Chao Xing do again? How did he reach such a high level all of a sudden? Hong Shizha, it's outrageous. I've been watching the rankings, and I saw Chao Xing's level soar from level 8 to level 9. Now he's almost reaching level 10. Miziwei, indeed, I feel that Chao Xing's leveling is completely different from ours. His experience increases in chunks, while we climb up bit by bit. Li Yang, I've just reached level 3, and Chao Xing is almost 7 levels ahead of me. Shirchongbing, isn't it said that the later you get, the harder it is to level up? Why does it feel like Chao Xing's leveling is getting faster and faster? Chao Xing's soaring level attracted everyone's attention. It's because his leveling speed is too outrageous. You can see it from the current rankings. Level ranking of District 174. First place, Chao Xing. Level 9. 87%. Second place, Lu Muxua. Level 8. 11%. Third place, Zhou Bo. Level 5. 43%. Fourth place, Fang Long. Level 5. 26%. Fifth place, Wu Xinghu. Level 5. 19%. Sixth place, Ji Xinhua. Level 5. 11%. Almost all the top 10 are survivors above level 5. But Chao Xing is leading by a huge margin. In addition, other careful survivors also noticed that Lu Muxua's experience also increased a lot. Jiangyan, brothers, have you noticed that? The experience of Goddess Muxua and Boss Chao Xing almost increased together. Do you think it is possible that they are actually together? Pang Laming, that makes sense. It's okay that Goddess Muxua is beautiful, but if she is also so powerful after upgrading, it would be too jealous. Chu He, indeed, if Goddess Muxua is with Boss Chao Xing, it wouldn't be strange. Yuan, I envy Lu Muxua so much, she can team up with Boss Chao Xing. Sinyering, I don't know if Boss Chao Xing still needs leg accessories. I also want to join his territory. At this moment, Fang Long, who had already suffered a blow, saw Chao Xing's level. And his face was even more gloomy. He knew that it was almost certain that Chao Xing would take the first place. By then, he would have consumed all the rewards from the leaderboard, and Fan Long would have no chance to deal with him. More importantly, the novice protection period would be lifted. If Chao Xing wanted to deal with the Three Heroes Association, they would probably suffer a lot of losses. At this moment, Fan Long was gradually feeling desperate. At this moment, Chao Xing was not paying attention to the chat channel because the system prompt appeared in his ears again. Because you commanded this battle properly, you have demonstrated excellent leadership. Territory member, Andrew's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty has reached the maximum value. Andrew will put your orders first. Territory member, Sarah Blade Dance's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty has reached the maximum value. Now you can give her any order. Territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 92. Your territory member, Brent Brimstone's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 89. Your territory member. The loyalty of all members has skyrocketed. Including the two centaurs, all have increased to above 80. And the most important thing is that Andrew and Sarah's loyalty has reached the maximum value. Great. Chao Xing looked at the territory members on the field. They were all injured at this time, and green numbers were floating. Their precarious blood volume was recovering rapidly. Lu Muxue was constantly performing purification to recover their injuries. Chao Xing said solemnly, "You are all the bravest warriors, and I am proud of you." Hearing Chao Xing's praise, the faces of these territory members showed touched expressions. No, it was thanks to the Lord's excellent command ability that we won a difficult battle. Lord, your command ability is even comparable to the Khan of our centaur tribe. The words of this centaur were recognized by other recruited creatures. After a wave of commercial praise, Chao Xing came to the two robots emitting black smoke. Drilling robot detected. The durability of the forklift robot has been reset, and the parts in the body have been damaged. Do you want to use materials to repair it? Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, these robots can be repaired. Otherwise, losing two generals at once would be a pain even for Chao Xing. Fortunately, the robot was the one that was damaged. Otherwise, if it was another member of the territory, they would have died. Chao Xing used materials to repair the two robots as usual. After a while, the two robots started to turn with a creaking sound. Repaired successfully, the robot stood up again and made a mechanical sound. Master, I just fell asleep. Chao Xing nodded. The buffs on these repaired robots have been cleared, which is equivalent to a factory reset. After thinking about it, it seems normal. After all, if the buffs do not disappear after death, other lords only need to obtain damaged robots from him. After repairing them, they will be recruited creatures with permanent buff bonuses. Chao Xing reperformed the status on the two robots, and then let them recover slowly on the side. At the same time, outside the hall, a white-skinned tree spirit cautiously poked his head out. When he just entered the hall, Chao Xing felt the danger inside, so he asked Juliet to hide outside the hall first and not come in. Now that the battle was over, Juliet came to Chao Xing's side with a little fear. The fierce battle in the hall made her heart tighten again and again. Chao Xing said, "Don't be nervous, the battle is over." Juliet nodded gently, looking at the man in front of her, with admiration in her eyes. He actually led his men to defeat such a powerful goblin king. Chao Xing looked at this magnificent palace, and excitement appeared in his eyes. Next, it was an exciting moment. Everyone, get ready to work. Take away everything you can see. Hearing this, Renis and Blot were still a little confused, and Andrew and Assam had already started to act. They took down the crystal chandeliers, gilded candlesticks, golden-laid murals, and even floor tiles, piece by piece. And Sarah began to search the entire palace skillfully, to see if there were any hidden compartments or the like. Blot, Brimstone, and Rennies opened their mouths and stared at their actions. As for Chao Xing, he walked straight to the throne. His eyes were completely attracted by the various gems inlaid on it. Wow! So many gems! They can be sold for a lot of money. Right? However, when Chao Xing saw the properties of this throne, he immediately extinguished this idea. Shining throne, special item, orange. Quality, epic. Attached special effect 1. Charm gem, after binding the throne, charm plus 50. Attached special effect 2. Lucky gem, placed in the territory, it can increase the luck value of the lord bound to the throne by 10 points, requires level 2 lord mansion to activate. Attached special effect 3. King's blessing, placed in the territory, It can increase the attack power and armor of all friendly units in the territory by 30%. Requires level 3 Lord Mansion to activate. Attached Special Effect 4. Shining Star. Epic Special Effect. Every 7 natural days, can release a Shining Star. Find an area with precious resources for the Lord. Requires a level 4 Lord's Mansion to activate. Item Introduction. The Goblin spent most of the resources of the treasury, commissioned the Dwarf Forging Master, to create a throne with weak divine power. Orange. Epic Equipment. This throne, it's actually an epic equipment. At this moment, Chaoxing only felt his breath stagnate. From the previous transaction with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, it can be seen that a piece of golden equipment is enough to make the natives of this world covet it. The more powerful epic level equipment is probably enough to drive them crazy. The value of this shining throne is already inestimable. However, Chaoxing will definitely not sell this throne for money. He will put it in his own territory to maximize the effect of this epic item. So cool! Chaoxing couldn't help but marvel at the appearance of the gorgeous throne in front of him. He even imagined that he would put the throne in his own territory in the future and sit on it when he had nothing to do. It must be very impressive. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Found an unowned epic equipment, Shining Throne. Do you want to bind it? As long as you bind it, you can increase 50 points of charm, which is more than the charm added by 2 black diamonds. There is no need to consider this at all. Chaoxing directly clicked to bind. Chapter 88 Golden Blueprint, Heroic Altar. Binding successful. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, from the throne, on one of the eyeball-sized gems, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Then it fell directly on Chaoxing. Renice and Blot, as well as the 2 centaurs, are all looking at Chaoxing with curiosity. Centaur's Cantor said puzzledly, "Can't tell, have you noticed that? The Lord seems to have some different changes?" Cantel nodded and said, "Cantel, you are right. The Lord looked weak before, but now, I feel that the Lord is as strong as the chief." At this moment Chaoxing, who had put the shining throne into his backpack, heard the conversation between the 2 centaurs, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that this was the effect of the throne's charm plus 50, and their loyalty reaching 80 or above. Otherwise, strangers would only think that Chaoxing was a human with good temperament. At the same time, Assam and Andrew had already dismantled everything that could be dismantled in the palace. Chaoxing followed them, and put all the things into his backpack. Get 5 glazed hanging lamps. Get 17 gilded candlesticks. Get 673 black crystal floor. Get 4 silk curtains. Chaoxing looked at the properties of the floor. Black crystal floor, special material. Made of pure black crystal, it has excellent insulation, can slow down the loss of heat, isolate the dampness and coldness of the ground, and increase the temperature inside the building. Oh my god, a floor that can increase the indoor temperature, what a good thing. At the current stage, the most important problem for the survivors of Blue Star is to resist the cold. Even with the Lord's hut and the big bonfire, the indoor temperature is still not ideal. Obviously, this floor can increase the indoor temperature and improve comfort. More than 600 floors. That is, more than 600 square meters. Which is enough for me to cover the entire Lord's hut. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Sarah suddenly appeared. "Dear Lord, I didn't find the treasure chest, but I found a passage to the outside world." Since the loyalty was raised to 100, Sarah called Chaoxing with a respectful title. Chaoxing nodded. It was within his expectation that there was no treasure chest. After all, it was introduced in Shining Throne that this group of goblins consumed a lot of resources from the entire treasury in order to build this throne. Gather. Prepare to return. Hearing Chaoxing's order, the recruited creatures came over one after another. Then, they followed Sarah and came to a hidden passage in the corner of the palace. Passing through the long passage, a few minutes later, they came out from the other side of the unknown mountain. They came to the snow-covered valley in front of them, and gusts of cold wind whistled past. Chaoxing glanced at the map. They were still at the edge of the Borlees Mountains, and had not reached the depths of the mountains. In other words, not many people had really gone deep into the Borlees Mountains. Inside this huge mountain range, there are an astonishing number of monsters hidden. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters become. Even the caravan only walks along the edge of the Borlees Mountains. According to Assam, only experts above level 4 can pass through this dangerous area. On the map, Chaoxing found another path down the mountain nearby. If you go down from here, You can leave the Borlis Mountains faster. Chao Xing ordered. Everyone. We will go southwest. There is a path down the mountain. Assam. You continue to open the way. Assam nodded respectfully, then controlled the Frust wolf and went directly into the woods next to it. A group of people followed behind Assam. Chao Xing glanced at the time above his head. Due to nightfall, 3:17. Current temperature, -55°C. It took an hour to travel, and it took almost another hour to find Juliet, plus exploring the Goblin Palace. Chao Xing's time out this time, almost 3 hours have passed. Very good, there is still plenty of time, it is enough for me to return to the camp. Chao Xing nodded secretly, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Next, we need to check the spoils that exploded from the Goblin King. With excitement, Chao Xing began to check the properties of those items. The first one was a palm-sized, deeper red crystal. Intermediate power heart, advanced item. It allows survivors or recruited creatures at level 20 to break through to level 3 powerhouses, increasing all attributes by 100%. Chao Xing was immediately delighted. Great! The first intermediate power heart finally exploded for me. Because in this way, he could let Sarah complete the level 3 advancement, and her strength would increase significantly again. He continued to check. And the second item was a soul. Bright Leader Soul Gold. Can be used on a leader creature below level 3, making it evolve into a leader creature with a high probability, with a success rate of 45% to 75%. Leader Soul. Chao Xing's face showed surprise again. He had experienced how powerful a leader creature was. As long as he used this soul, Chao Xing would have a high probability of having his own leader creature. However, this soul has limitations, and it can only be used by a leader creature. Dubai, Sarah, and Assam are all candidates. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing decided to give this soul to Sarah as well. Sarah has always been the strongest and most damaging person in the team. Chao Xing decided to train Sarah into his trump card. A real killer. It is conceivable that Sarah, who has broken through the 3rd level and advanced to the leader level, will be so powerful. Chao Xing shouted. Sarah. After he finished speaking, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the shadows next to him. Dear Lord. Since entering the state of hurrying, Sarah disappeared from everyone's sight. Chao Xing only needs to shout, and Sarah will appear at any time, as if she has always been guarding Chao Xing. Since the loyalty reached 100, Chao Xing felt that the dark elf's eyes looking at him were getting more and more wrong. It was a kind of oppressive, fiery gaze. Chao Xing said, Sarah Blade Dance, you have always been one of the best performers in my territory. Now, I will let you complete the transformation. After saying that, he threw the intermediate power heart in his hand and the leader level soul to Sarah. Sarah took it subconsciously, holding the red crystal in her hand and the bright soul. Her body was trembling slightly. Chao Xing could clearly feel that Sarah's eyes looking at him became more and more fiery. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, moved by your generosity, further increased her loyalty. Because her loyalty is full, triggering a special effect, Die Hard. Die Hard, always keep your loyalty at full value, and will not be affected by any effect. Chao Xing showed joy at the corner of his mouth. Very good, Sarah has also become her loyal fan. At this moment, this dark elf woman put the shadow blade on her chest, bent down slightly, and performed a solemn ceremony. Dear Lord, your glory and the shadow temple shine on me. Sarah's lines changed, even putting Chao Xing in front of the shadow temple. This shows that she has regarded Chao Xing as her faith in her heart. Even Lu Mushua, who was standing by, can see that when Sarah looked at Chao Xing, she had a look that was about to swallow him up. However, Lu Mushua didn't seem to mind, and a strange smile appeared on her lips. Ahem. Chao Xing coughed twice, and then said, use it. Sarah Blade Dance, let me see your transformation. Sarah nodded. Then, she used the intermediate power heart without hesitation. This thing has no probability of failure. As long as the level is reached, it can be advanced 100%. Crack! As the crystal shattered, a powerful force was absorbed by Sarah. Everyone could feel the strong aura emanating from this dark elf woman. However, the next moment, all these auras were restrained. It was as if she had lost all sense of existence. Even if she stood in front of everyone, they would deliberately ignore this woman. This is also a necessary factor for a powerful assassin. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance has completed the 3rd level advancement, and all attributes have been improved by 100%. Note, the attribute improvement after advancement is the improvement of basic attributes, and the additional attributes of equipment cannot be increased. Sarah opened her eyes. Like a poisonous snake in the dark waking up from hibernation, it gave people a cold, deadly, and irresistible feeling. Then, she did not hesitate, and once again slapped the bright leader's soul into her chest. Chaoxing looked at her nervously. Although the success rate of this bright soul was very high, but because Andrew had failed once before when he transformed into a leader, therefore, Chaoxing could not help but worry. However, the transformation from a leader to a leader also takes a certain amount of time. Chaoxing could only suppress his anxiety and began to check other items in his backpack. In his hand, a golden blueprint appeared out of thin air, with a pattern similar to an altar. King's Altar Construction Blueprint, Gold Special Building. Building effect. A king's altar can be built in the territory, and the souls of fallen heroes will be recorded in the altar. Spending souls of the same level, and a large amount of resources, can revive them again. Materials required for construction. Level 3 Lord's Hut. Wood * 10,000. Stone * 5,000. Mithril * 1,000. Eternal Gold Ingot * 100. Magic Pattern Stone * 50. Note, the same hero can be resurrected up to 3 times. Blueprint Introduction. Soul Returns. There is a price for the resurrection of the dead. No one can play with the god of death. Chapter 89 Sarah's Transformation. Her strength skyrocketed. Hey, there's a resurrection altar? Seeing the introduction on the blueprint, Chaoxing was overjoyed. From today's battle, if we encounter some powerful enemies later, it is inevitable that 1 or 2 heroes will be killed. Even if there are recruitment scrolls, the newly recruited creatures must cultivate their loyalty again. With the king's altar, Chaoxing can be more at ease. Of course, the cost of resurrection is also very high, and there is a limit on the number of times. Looking at the construction requirements above, Chaoxing thought to himself, this thing requires a lot of materials. Thousands of mithril, and 50 magic pattern stones. I only have 15 magic pattern stones in total. And as for the eternal gold ingot, I don't have even one. Seeing these materials, Chaoxing knew that this was not something that could be built in the short term. He continued to check the next thing. Iron Wall Rune Gold can be used on a 2nd level or higher recruited creature to increase its armor by 25 to 35 points. Not bad. 1 rune is almost as good as a piece of equipment. Chaoxing nodded. Aurora Holy Shield Skill Book. Gold Aurora Knight Exclusive Skill Book. Skill Effect. Concentrate the power of the Aurora. Add 3 layers of Holy Shield to a friendly creature. Each layer of Holy Shield can completely resist 1 attack, shattered after being attacked. Cooling time 120 seconds. What the hell? Holy Shield Skill Book? Can you stack 3 layers directly? Doesn't this make me invincible? Chaoxing was shocked. And soon, he gradually got the following prompts. Each layer of Holy Shield can resist 1 attack, which means that the shield will be broken after 3 attacks. But despite this, it is also very strong. Chaoxing was very excited, and at the same time, his thoughts gradually became active. Completely block an attack. Can it block any attack? He threw the skill book to Lu Muxue. Mushu, learn it first, and then release a holy shield on me and see. Lu Muxue also saw the introduction of the skill book in her hand. Her mouth slightly opened, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. After all, this is a golden skill book, which is so powerful that it is terrifying. Lu Muxue clicked to learn. Then, she sang softly, there are people in the world who become Aurora Knights because of God's favor. I feel the revelation of the gods. May the holy shield protect you. The next moment, a ball of golden light fell on Chaoxing. The system prompt appears. Survivor, Lu Muxue, I successfully cast the skill Holy Shield. On you, the talent Eternal Power has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. It has indeed become permanent. Chaoxing was delighted, and he also saw that 3 layers of light golden shields appeared around his body. He thought, however, 3 layers of Holy Shield can resist 3 attacks. If the Holy Shield is broken, what will happen? So, Chaoxing looked at Lu Muxue. Muxue, try to attack me continuously. Lu Muxue knew what Chaoxing meant, and raised the long sword in her hand, and gently stabbed him a few times. Crack! Crack! The golden holy shield on his body broke layer by layer. Chaoxing nodded suddenly. It was indeed a shield that would break no matter what attack it received. It could withstand the attack of the gods, but it could also be easily broken by the attack of a level 1 monster. At the same time, Chaoxing noticed that the broken holy shield did not appear immediately, but was gathering a golden force. After about 60 seconds, 3 thin layers of golden shields appeared on Chaoxing's body. 60 seconds of recovery time? Compared to Lu Mushua's 120-second CD, it's already very good. Because in this way, it means that every 60 seconds, he has 3 invincible states. And most importantly, these states can also bless the subordinates. And the survival ability of all members will increase dramatically, especially when dealing with a strong and irrational creature like the Goblin King. As long as they take turns to fight, they can grind him to death. Chaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. Then a snow-white heart suddenly appeared in his hand. This heart has stopped beating at this time. And the strange thing is that on the heart, the shape of facial features can be revealed. It is very similar to the beast's face on the back of the Goblin King's head that they saw at that time. Heart of Corruption, Special Item. Item Effect 1. If you parasitize it in your body, you can change your job to a hidden job, Corrupted Believer. All attributes will be increased by 100%. And you will learn skills such as Corruption Spread and Corrupted Scales. After becoming a Corrupted Believer, you will lose your mind. Please use with caution. Item Effect 2. Go to the Borlees Mountains, coordinates 53647, 3549, 24671, there is a hidden altar. Place the Heart of Corruption on it, and the corrupted mountain god will be summoned. After defeating it, you can become the new mountain god, or make other choices. Note: the corrupted mountain god is extremely powerful. Before your level reaches level 60, don't approach it easily. Chaoxing frowned. This thing seems to be related to a powerful existence, the mountain god. However, this mountain god seemed to have some problems, and added the prefix of fallen. Mission props? Obviously, this is not a mission that Chaoxing can perform now. In any world, the existence with the word God has unimaginable power. As for the first option, Chaoxing did not consider it at all. He would have to be crazy to choose to parasitize this thing in his body. So, Chaoxing threw the heart directly into his backpack. At this point, the items that exploded from the Goblin King were almost all checked. Chaoxing still had the last golden item in his hand, which was the golden sword. King's Blade Gold was the weapon that the Goblin King had before. However, because there was a level limit, it had to be level 20 to use it. So Chaoxing threw it into his backpack first. After he checked these items, Sarah's transformation was almost over. As the others hurried on their way, they also watched Sarah. After a moment, Sarah's aura changed again in a strange way. She also restrained the cold and deadly feeling, becoming more restrained. It was like the feeling that if she didn't attack, it would be fine. But if she did, it would definitely be stained with blood. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, has completed the transformation. Has advanced to a leader-level creature. All attributes have increased by 30%. And learned a new skill, Shadow Bloom. Shadow Bloom. Enter the deep phantom invisible state. The movement speed is greatly increased. And the next 3 attacks will not be released from the hidden state. And each attack will add 1 layer of shadow mark effect. After 3 attacks, detonate all shadow marks, causing full damage. Cooling time, 300 seconds. Skill introduction. A life destined to be hidden in darkness forever, like a night blooming cereus in the silent night, blooming in an instant, like a bloody flower in full bloom. Chaoxing's eyes condensed, and he exclaimed, "What a powerful skill!" This newly acquired skill can be said to have brought Sarah's assassin nature to its extreme. Deep phantom invisibility is equivalent to strengthening her hiding ability. Even the same level of leader-level creatures, it is difficult to discover her existence. After 3 attacks, it can also detonate full damage. And the instantaneous explosion is extremely terrifying. I looked at her attributes. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance. Race, Dark Elf. Level 231024/100000. Level 3 leader-level creature. Detailed attributes, click to expand. Strong. Unprecedentedly strong. 18,000 vitality. Plus more than 2,000 attack power. Almost 1 knife to kill a kid. Even a leader-level relic like Dubai can only last less than 30 seconds under Sarah's hands. Too abnormal. Chaoxing sighed, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Because the stronger Sarah is, the more he can rest assured. Even if the novice protection period ends, there is no need to worry. Sarah, congratulations. Chao Xing encouraged as usual. Sarah nodded gently. Thank you, respected Lord. My power will always be driven by you. The team continued to extend the forest path and walk down the mountain. After about 10 minutes, they had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. Juliet, a tree spirit, sat in the bucket of the forklift robot, with a look of having survived a disaster on her face. During the time when she was captured by the cave dwellers, she really thought that she was dead. She would never see her sister and her people again. But unexpectedly, a strange lord suddenly came and saved her. Juliet looked at the figure on the tracked robot with gratitude. This Lord Chao Xing has great power and cares about his subordinates. Little Nifu is lucky to be accepted by such a lord. As for the other tribesmen, I believe they should be able to live a good life in this lord's territory. Juliet gradually relaxed, and her gem-like blue pupils began to look around curiously. At this moment, she seemed to notice that something special was growing on the edge of a high mountain cliff next to her. Lord, Juliet said timidly. Chao Xing turned his head and asked in confusion, Juliet, what's wrong? Juliet pointed at the cliff carefully. There are some magical plants there. Hearing this, the other recruited creatures also cast their eyes there. On the steep cliff, there were a few blue petals growing, surrounded by bare stone walls, with a lonely beauty. Andrew on the side asked in confusion, it seems that they are just some ordinary ice orchids, not magical plants. Juliet shook her head. Mr. Guardian, those are not ice orchids. They are moonflowers. The rhizomes of ice orchids are relatively thick and can absorb nutrients better. The rhizomes of moonflowers are slightly thinner and can only survive by absorbing some magic power. So their survival rate is very low, and they are rarely seen. Seeing that Juliet was so sure, Chao Xing believed it halfway. Although I don't know what the moon condensation flower does. Since it is a magical plant, it must have its special effects. The previous mutated thorn vine seed proved this point. However, this cliff is a bit steep, and it is a bit difficult to get down. If you fall down accidentally, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. It seems that he has seen the problem Chao Xing is facing. The centaur Cantel volunteered and said, Lord, let Cantel help you take it down. Chao Xing asked doubtfully, such a steep place. Are you sure it's okay? Cantel patted his chest and responded, no problem. Respected Lord, centaurs must learn to climb mountains from a young age. Centaurs who can't climb mountains would have been turned into centaurs long ago. Kanar on the side also nodded and said, that's right. Lord, we centaurs like to climb mountains and hate centaurs. Chao Xing nodded. Then you go. Cantel, remember to be careful. Cantel saluted, and then stepped on the horse's hoof and rushed towards the cliff. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of horse hooves rang out. He leaped a few times, quickly stepped onto a protruding rock on the edge of the cliff, and then took advantage of the momentum to leap again, and directly jumped 3 or 4 meters high. The centaur's movements were extremely flexible, like a dancer on the edge of a cliff. With a few steps, he climbed hundreds of meters high, and then came to the blue petals. Under the gaze of everyone, Cantel reached out his hand and carefully picked it off. Then he leaped a few more times, and came down steadily. He came to Chao Xing respectfully, and handed the blue flower in his hand to him with both hands. I have done my duty, Lord. Chao Xing nodded and said, well done, Warrior Cantel. He took it, and the system prompt appeared. Obtain moon condensation flower, blue, *4. It was indeed moon condensation flower. Chao Xing glanced at Juliet next to him, and could not help but admire. As expected of a person with the title of botanist, this pair of sisters are both rare talents. Moon condensation flower, blue magic plant. Effect 1, planted in the territory. Every 24 hours. It can condense a drop of moon condensation flower dew. Effect 2, when taken for the first time, it can increase 5 points of spirit. Chao Xing asked, Juliet, what is moon condensation flower dew? What is its effect? Juliet replied softly, Lord, moon condensation flower dew is a kind of magic dew. It is said to help magicians quickly restore their spirit. Chao Xing nodded suddenly. Got it. This thing is a magic value recovery item, which allows him to cast various magics continuously without feeling mental overdraft. But in order to obtain the moon condensation flower dew, you must first plant the moon condensation flower. Chaoxing asked, "Is there a way to plant this kind of moon condensation flower in our territory?" Juliet thought for a moment. The growth conditions of moon condensation flower are relatively harsh, and it needs to take root in some extremely cold places, but with magic fluctuations. However, if there are a lot of ice crystal stones, you can simulate the growth environment of moon condensation flower, and then through some small tricks I have mastered, there is a high probability that the transplant will be successful. Chaoxing's eyes suddenly lit up. That's no problem. Although he didn't have much ice crystal stones, it might not be able to simulate the growth environment of moon condensation flower. But the entire 174th area must have a lot of ice crystals. At that time, Chaoxing can use the materials in his hands to trade for a batch. Juliet, you are a tree spirit full of wisdom. After receiving Chaoxing's praise, Juliet lowered her head a little embarrassedly. But she still said, softly. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. And the team continued to move forward. After a while, they arrived at an unfamiliar mountain forest. The system prompt appeared. You have discovered a special area, Evil Rabbit Mountain. Map introduction. This is a dangerous area in the Borlees Mountains. There is a group of ice hockey bomb rabbits here. They will attack passing merchants and rob their goods and food. They are notorious. Please pass carefully. Seeing the above introduction, Chaoxing was happy. In this heavy snow, rabbits can become bandits? Chapter 90, number 1 on the ranking list, the dust has settled. In this snowy day, a rabbit can be a bandit? Chaoxing laughed. Lu Muxua looked silly, seemingly not understanding what Chaoxing meant. And at this moment, everyone noticed that. In the woods ahead, a large white figure appeared on the branches. Erect ears, sharp teeth, obviously, this is what the system prompts, ice hockey bomb rabbits. They stand up, and are 70 to 80 centimeters tall, and are plump, almost as big as a piglet. And at this moment, one of the rabbits raised his arm, a ball of ice gathered above his head, and then suddenly hit everyone. Lord, be careful. Assam drew out his sword and came to Chaoxing to protect him. Bang! -78. The ice ball hit Dubai, causing double-digit damage. Dubai instantly raised his trunk and angrily looked at the rabbits on the branches. Chaoxing also saw the properties of these big rabbits. Ice ball throwing rabbit LV11. Race beast. Level, 2nd level common creature. HP, 2140/2140. Attack power, 244 to 251. Skills, snowball throwing, condenses a group of snowballs, causes 110% of attack power damage to the enemy. Flexible jumping, can quickly move from one tree to another. Talent, 1. Cold resistance. Talent, 2. Rabbit group, when the number of ice and snow bombing rabbits acting at the same time reaches more than 10, the attack power increases by 15%. When more than 50, the attack power increases by 20%. When more than 100. When on, attack power increased by 30%. Activated. Frost Bomber Rabbit LV12. Race Beast. Level, 2nd level elite creature. HP, 3360/3360. Attack power, 351 to 359. Skills, enhanced snowball throwing, flexible jumping, fast running. Talent, 1. Cold resistance. Talent, 2. Rabbit group, activated. Good guy, this group of bomber rabbits, the number is at least more than 300. She. These big fat rabbits made threatening sounds, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Chaoxing looked at Lu Muxua next to him, and chuckled. Muxua, should we change our taste? Ah? Lu Muxua still had a silly look on her face. But Chaoxing smiled and said, go. Kill all these big rabbits for me. I want to eat spicy rabbit heads tonight. After receiving Chaoxing's order, 7 recruited creatures, plus the big white, have already rushed towards the woods. Chi. The eyes of the group of bomb rabbits suddenly turned red. They raised their arms, and then suddenly threw the big ice balls in their hands towards Assam and Andrew. Bang bang bang. -67. -54. -59. Since Lu Muxua had not yet cast the Aurora Holy Shield on all of his subordinates, many double-digit damage numbers appeared above Dubai and Andrew's heads. The attacks of these rabbits were quite good, but Chaoxing's recruited creatures, each of them had multiple defense buffs, and their damage was greatly reduced. Even without the Holy Shield, these rabbits could not cause much damage to them. And immediately, many +46 green numbers appeared above their heads, and their health rose rapidly. At the same time, Blot threw out the black smoke totem, which disturbed the vision of the evil rabbits. And Rennies directly activated the hunting eye effect and began to pull the bowstring frantically. In this state, Rennies had a nearly 100% critical hit rate. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 634. Minus 625. Minus 633. One by one, the grenade-throwing rabbits were hit, and then screamed and fell off the branches. At this time, they will be attacked by Assam and others. These monsters of more than 10 levels can no longer pose any threat to them. One of the elite-level frost bomber rabbits condensed a large ice ball, and was about to smash it towards the centaur. At this moment, a venomous snake-like breath instantly locked onto the frost bomber rabbit. Swish. Minus 3,794. A terrifying critical damage number appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the frost bomber rabbit LV-12 and gained 200 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 100 points. The frost bomber rabbit was killed instantly. Sarah's attack was so powerful that it was terrifying. The next moment, Sarah jumped up flexibly. Then she used Arc Flash. In the air. Swish. This skill, she used it as a means of displacement, quickly and fiercely. Minus 2,374. Minus 2,263. Minus 3,891. Instantly, all the bomb rabbits cut by her attack were killed. A lot of experience acquisition prompts appeared. Sarah, the third-level leader, was so powerful that it was terrifying. Chao Xing did not use Barrett. He was afraid that the gunshots would be too loud and attract some powerful creatures in the mountains. Instead, he raised his staff and condensed ice arrow rain. Dozens of ice arrows appeared out of thin air above the heads of the group of bomb rabbits. Crash! Waves of ice arrows fell, knocking the group of bomb rabbits down from the tree. After a while, the number of dead bomb rabbits exceeded 50. Chao Xing's experience value was also increasing wildly. At this moment, many survivors in Area 174 were staring at the leaderboard. Since they saw Chao Xing's experience bar start to move again, they knew that perhaps today, Chao Xing could directly take the first place. They all wanted to witness this moment. First place, Chao Xing. Level 9. 91%. Level 9. 92%. Level 9. 93%. Every few seconds, Chao Xing's experience points were rising. The chat channel of Area 174 has sparked a heated discussion. Xia Yinji, Big Boss Chao Xing is so awesome, he's going to reach level 10 soon. Tian Chuan, I really don't know how did Chao Xing do it. Why does it seem as easy for him to level up as eating and drinking? I have a hard time even killing a rabbit. Xue Fei, I just took a look at the world channel. Now there are nearly 200 areas in the world. It seems that only less than 10 areas have the first place, who have reached level 9. Hearing this, the other survivors were shocked. Shin Peng, oh my god. Boss Chao Xing has such an outrageous upgrade speed. Is there anyone in other regions who can catch up with him? Xue Fei replied, that's for sure. There are billions of people in the world. With such a large population base, isn't it normal for a few monsters to appear? Other survivors also echoed, indeed. I heard that Kazmu in District 67 has a level 10 boss creature under his command. With this level 10 boss, Kazmu is far ahead in their region. Muhammad in District 53 found a turret. He invested all his resources in this turret, looking for monsters everywhere, leading them to the vicinity of the territory, and then using it to use the turret to destroy these monsters, and then go out to finish off the enemies. Your level will increase rapidly. Tetsuya Yamagami in District 11 seems to be very powerful. It is said that he chose the mechanic profession, and now he can mass-produce self-destructing robots. Salman Khan in District 17 is said to have built a soldier training barracks. He directly gave up the development of the territory, trained all the polar people and other civilians into soldiers, and began to invade the territories of the indigenous peoples everywhere, and the troops were crazy, and the development speed was very terrifying. Go away. Asen. After their discussion, everyone found that there were indeed many capable people in each district, and they all had different ways of development. Some put all their resources into themselves, taking the personal route. Others put their resources into the territory, taking the defensive route. And some directly gave up the development of the territory, taking the route of massing troops. At this time, a survivor named Su Yongxin said, No wonder the boss Gong Sun Ming in District 1 once said, there is more than one way to develop in this world, and it is the best to find the one that suits you. The survivors in the chat channel nodded one after another. Shenpeng continued, however, although there are many strong people in each district, but the boss Chaoxing should be the first one in the whole server to reach level 10. Right? Since there is no specific understanding of the situation in other districts, no one can answer this question. At this time, another survivor said, look, Chaoxing's level has reached 99%, and he will be promoted to level 10 soon. Hearing this, everyone looked at the ranking list. Within 5 seconds, the ranking list changed. Level ranking list of District 174. First place, Chaoxing level 10 0%, reward has been received, and the subsequent upgrade progress will not be updated. Second place, Lu Muxua level 8 72%. Third place, Zhou Bo level 5 93%. Fourth place, Fang Long level 5 73%. Fifth place. In the chat channel, other survivors saw that the first place had been settled, and they immediately let out a long sigh. Sure enough, it's still Chaoxing who took first place. Yeah, there's really no suspense, the gap is too big. The survivor named Ji Xinue chuckled. Hee, I seem to see that Fang Long is still using the elite recruitment scroll to offer a reward for Chaoxing's position. The three heroes will see Chaoxing take first place soon. They must be very anxious, but they can't do anything. They can only watch the gap between Chaoxing and them get bigger and bigger. After hearing this, the other survivors also laughed meaningfully. At this moment, the chat channel of the Three Heroes Association fell silent, because no one could refute Ji Xinue's words. And just as they were discussing, a white light rose from Chaoxing's body. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 10. This upgrade gains, strength plus 3, agility plus 1, spirit plus 4, constitution plus 2. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in Area 174 to reach level 10, get ranking rewards. Beast Meat * 200, Medical Kit * 10, Medium Resource Pack * 10, Silver Treasure Box * 1, Second Level Leader Level Creature Recruitment Scroll, Gold, * 1, Primary Heart of Strength * 1. After the system prompt ended, Chaoxing looked at the Silver Treasure Box in his backpack, and a Golden Recruitment Scroll, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Great, with this scroll, I can recruit another leader-level existence. After Sarah transformed into a leader-level existence, her powerful strength was obvious to all. Although this is a second-level leader, it must not be weak. Chaoxing was full of expectations. Chapter 91 Decomposing the Rabbit Corpses, a Large Harvest. Chaoxing was full of expectations, but the most important thing now was to deal with the current battle. The formation of the bomb rabbits had collapsed. They were jumping around everywhere, trying to escape from here. But Chaoxing was waiting for a wave of food. How could he let them escape easily? Renice, Sarah, stop them for me. Assam, Andrew, kill the bomb rabbits on the ground. As Chaoxing gave the order, the recruited creatures began to show a more fierce offensive. Swish, swish, swish. The fleeing bomb rabbits were hit by Renice on the spot. At this time, Blot Sulfur Stone also set off a black smoke storm, killing a large number of bomb rabbits. Chirp, chirp. The ice hockey bomb rabbits no longer had the arrogance and banditry they had before, and they tried to find a place to hide everywhere. They even wanted to get into the mouse holes on the ground. But because they were too fat, most of their butts were exposed. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing's mouth curled up. Then, he directly condensed a few ice cones and shot them over instantly. A few minutes later, the battle was over. Most of the ice hockey bomb rabbits were killed, and some of the other rabbits managed to escape because of Debai's huge body. After starting Furious Charge, it broke many silver fir trees. In addition, Chaoxing's Ice Arrow Rain and Blot's Black Smoke Storm were group attack damage. A mess appeared in the forest. Chaoxing noticed that there were some bird nests on the broken branches. He walked over and collected everything in the bird nests. Obtained bird eggs *6. Obtained feathers *37. Obtained bird eggs *6. Obtained feathers *37. Lu Muxua was also collecting them nearby, and then asked curiously, Ah Xing, are these feathers useful? Of course they are useful. Chaoxing turned around and replied, feathers are needed to make arrows. In the future, the militia we will train will need to make a lot of arrows. And these arrows will consume a lot of materials, so we can save as much as possible. I see. Lu Mushua's eyes showed a look of realization. Then, she also started to collect more diligently. She collected all the bird eggs and feathers on the ground. Total, eggs * 72. Feathers * 342. Then, these were the bodies of the bombing rabbits. After Chaoxing approached, the system prompt appeared. The body of the ice hockey bombing rabbit, decomposable. Chaoxing directly clicked on the decomposition. A burst of white light appeared on the fat rabbit body. Then a rabbit skin, a pile of fresh rabbit meat, and 2 blue stones appeared on the spot. Chaoxing took a look at the properties of these things. Worn snow bomb rabbit skin, white, *1. Although slightly worn, the thick fur has good warmth retention, and can be made into cold-proof clothing. It can also be sold in the town, and can be sold for a good price. Bomb rabbit meat, green, *16. Rabbit meat with weak magical fluctuations. 1 piece of rabbit meat equals 5 food. The first time it is taken, it can increase the agility attribute by 1 point. Hard rabbit teeth, green, *2. Hard rabbit teeth, after sharpening, can be used to make gun heads, or sold to merchants in the city. Ice crystal stone, green, *1. Green grade rabbit meat. This is not bad. A snow bomb rabbit can provide more than a dozen pieces of rabbit meat, which is about 10 kilograms. Although they couldn't sell it at a high price like snow bear meat. They killed a lot of rabbits. Just now, they killed at least 200 rabbits. And after they were all decapitated, they could harvest a lot of rabbit meat and rabbit skin. Chaoxing had a look of joy in his eyes. Mushu, start decapitating the rabbits. Lu Mushua also had the joy of harvest on her face, and nodded excitedly. Yeah. After this wave, the food harvested would be enough for the residents of the territory to survive for half a month. Successfully decompose the body of the ice hockey bomb rabbit. Successfully decompose the body of the frost bomb rabbit. Successfully decomposed. System prompts kept appearing. Lu Mushua traded all the resources she had just harvested to Chaoxing, saving space in her backpack. Chaoxing counted the harvest, total acquisition, worn ice hockey bomb rabbit skin, white, *154. Worn frost bomb rabbit skin, green, *5. No way, there were too many rabbits just now, it was a chaos, so there was hardly a complete rabbit skin. In addition, some rabbit meat and rabbit teeth were also obtained. Ice hockey bomb rabbit meat, green, *2310. Frost bomb rabbit meat, blue, *112. The meat from elite bomb rabbits is tender and fresh. When taken for the first time, it can increase spirit by 2 points and physical fitness by 2 points. Hard rabbit teeth, green, *297. Ice crystal stone, green, *75. Primary element crystal *24. The harvest can be said to be quite rich. The most important thing is that a lot of blue rabbit meat was also exploded from those elite rabbits. The price of this thing is almost the same as that of the snow bear meat. Chaoxing was delighted, because this way, he would have something new to trade with other survivors. Moreover, now that the resources are sufficient, the snow bear meat in stock can be traded. The daily food of the people can be replaced with other foods to maximize the benefits. Thinking of this, Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. After making sure that there was nothing missing around, he announced, "Keep going down the mountain." Dong dong dong. Dabai took a step and moved forward along the mountain road. Next, there were no more accidents. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, and then left the Borlis Mountains directly. In the vast snowfield, they left different footprints. Chaoxing glanced at the time above his head. Due to nightfall, 2 hours and 17 minutes. Current temperature, -57°C. There are more than 2 hours left, which is enough for me to return to the territory. The team followed another route, and moved towards the camp. As usual, Sarah disappeared into the shadows, and explored the way ahead. Since she became a third-level leader, Sarah's movement speed was terrifyingly fast. Even in the snow, she was completely unable to delay the Dark Elf's ability to move. After advancing about 5 kilometers, Sarah appeared silently beside Chaoxing again and reported, "Dear Lord, a village was found ahead." Village? Hearing this, Chaoxing had some doubts in his eyes. He opened the map and took a look. At his location, about 1 kilometer away in the northwest direction, there is a village called Hog Village. Looking in the direction of the map, you can faintly see a low building covered with snow. These buildings can be seen from such a distance, which means that this is a village of considerable size. Chaoxing thought, If there is a village, there should also be grocery stores, food stores, and other stores. Right? Can I deal with the sundries in my hands, and then find these natives to exchange for other resources? Thinking of this, Chao Xing made up his mind. Let's go and have a look. Chao Xing led the team, approaching Hog Village in a mighty manner. After approaching, everyone found that the scale of this village was really large. There were at least hundreds of houses of all sizes, which were almost as large as the area of a town. A frozen river passed along the edge of the village. Next to it, there were cultivated square farmlands, which were covered with greenhouses to protect against wind and snow. Not only that, Chao Xing also saw many sheepfolds and cattle sheds near the village. There were a group of sheep and cattle with lush hair inside. So many cattle and sheep! Chao Xing's eyes lit up. If all of them were slaughtered, how much beef and mutton would it be broken down into? Lu Mushua whispered, axing, those seem to be yaks, which can produce milk. Hearing this, Chao Xing became even more excited. Milk is a good thing. Not only can it restore blood volume, but also increase satiety. Chao Xing made up his mind, if possible, see if he could buy a few cows from these indigenous people and take them back to raise them himself. Let's go to this village and take a look. Dong, dong, dong. The group of people moved towards the village with great momentum. After getting closer, Chao Xing found that, in addition to these agricultural and animal husbandry developments, Hog Village also had good defenses. Around the village, every 200 or 300 meters, there was a watchtower, several tens of meters high, with 2 archers standing on it, and their sharp eyes constantly patrolled the surroundings. However, Hog Village seemed to have encountered some accidents recently. It seemed that several areas outside the village were hit by something, and houses collapsed in large numbers. A group of villagers were using ladders and hammers to repair the structure. There were some bloodstains on the ground, and it was obvious that some fighting had taken place here not long ago. Looking at the ice fragments on the ground, Chao Xing seemed to understand something. A group of armed militiamen rushed out of the village quickly. They noticed from a distance that Chao Xing and his group were walking in the snow. However, the combination of Chao Xing's team was hard not to attract attention. There were 3 3-meter-high machines, and a nearly 5-meter-high mammoth was following them. Then, there are the centaurs and the chars, which are creatures that are hard to see in the snowy plains. Boom, boom, boom. Every step the mammoth takes causes a strong vibration, which even causes the snow on the eaves of several houses near the village to collapse. When the militia approached, they immediately exclaimed, "Gods! What do I see? It looks like a mammoth. Oh my God! How could the sacred mammoth come to our Hog Village?" A group of militiamen looked at Chao Xing, and others with shock and vigilance in their eyes. Chao Xing glanced at the attributes of this group of militia. Hog Village Militia, Arno LV-10. Affiliation, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level, First Level Ordinary Militia. HP, 940. Attack Power, 114 to 117. Armor, 16 to 19. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, trained in the barracks. Learn Basic Swordsmanship, // quickly send 2 slashes forward, causing 2 stages of attack power * 66% damage to the enemy. Current status, neutral. Chapter 92 Discovering the Aboriginal Village, Buying Food. There are a total of 18 militiamen here, including an elite militia captain. Chao Xing took a glance. These are all first-level creatures, which pose no threat to him. At this moment, one of the militia captains looked at Assam and asked, "This night, sir, what are you doing in Hog Village?" He mistakenly thought that Assam, who was riding a frost wolf, was the leader of this team. And Assam waved his hand and said, "Please talk to my lord." After hearing this, the militiamen all looked at the 2 people sitting on the back of the crawler robot. They were instantly attracted by Lu Mushua's beauty, and exclaimed, "What a beautiful lady! Is this a noble from the Ice Crystal Kingdom?" Then, the militiamen looked at Chao Xing next to them, and asked tentatively, "Hey, this, lord, may I ask what you have to do in our Hog Village?" Chao Xing replied, "Nothing. I just passed by your village to see if I can purchase some supplies or do some business." Hearing this, the militiamen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, the militia captain, who was about 30 years old, stood up. "My lord, we welcome wanderers and merchants from all over the world in Hog Village. But your mounts and these mechanical creatures, I'm afraid you can't enter the village. They will scare the villagers, As if afraid that Chao Xing would be angry, the militia captain hurriedly said, "But please rest assured, sir, we will arrange your mounts in the shed outside the village, and won't let them be attacked by wind and snow." Hearing this, Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, these are my companions. They are all very obedient." The militia captain breathed a sigh of relief, and then led Chao Xing and others to a shed nearby. Although it was only a temporary shelter, it was still clean. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Mu Shui, Assam, Sarah, follow me into the village. Andrew, Renis, take good care of our companions." Since he was only going to the village to buy some supplies, he did not need to bring too many people. And with Sarah, a third-level leader, even if he encountered any danger, it could be easily solved. Renis and Andrew saluted respectfully. "We will obey your orders, Lord." After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing saw the tree spirits in the corner. "Juliet, you should come with us." Juliet looked confused, but she subconsciously jumped off the bucket of the excavator and walked to Chao Xing. Then, the five of them left the shed and walked towards the village. However, as soon as Sarah came out, she went into hiding. This was her habit, never exposing herself to the public. Chao Xing didn't care. Soon, they entered the village. "You have entered the neutral area, Hog Village. There are many houses in this village, and every household has a stove burning. On the street, there are many vendors pushing carts, pulling some vegetables, and fuel such as wood and coal, selling along the street." Seeing Assam in knight armor, and Juliet with pale skin, these villagers all looked at him with a hint of fear and curiosity. Chao Xing didn't care, but looked at the buildings on both sides of the street. Blacksmith shop level 2. Sewing shop level 2. Or processing plant level 3. In these shops, they sell some basic equipment and simple cold-resistant clothing. However, it is indeed difficult for such a village to produce some skilled blacksmiths or sewing masters. Chao Xing had no intention of going in. His purpose was to buy a batch of food, and then see if he could buy some cows or sheep to raise them himself. At this time, Lu Muxue pulled Chao Xing's sleeve and pointed to the corner of a house. Following the direction Lu Muxue pointed, Chao Xing saw a thin young man wearing a cotton hat, looking at them with a scrutinizing look. Chao Xing took a look at his attributes. Hog Village Villager, Danny LV2. After thinking for a moment, he took out a coin from his backpack and tossed it in the air. The young man named Danny seemed to understand something and walked over nervously. "Sir, may I ask how I can help you?" Chao Xing asked. "I want to buy a batch of food, and I need you to lead the way for us." After hearing this, the villager Danny's childish face flashed a hint of adult shrewdness. In this day and age, those who can afford to buy food are all rich people. Villager Danny said hurriedly, "Sir, you can go to the grain store to buy food. I know the owner of the grain store. If the transaction volume is large, you can get a discount." Chao Xing was happy. This young man is quite capable. He can even hook up with the owner of the grain store. He was so happy that he threw 10 crowns directly. Villager Danny took it happily and kept thanking him. Chao Xing asked again at this time, "How long can you use a crown like this?" Because he didn't know the prices in this world. In order to avoid being ripped off when buying food, Chao Xing had to ask in advance. After Danny, a villager, received the money, he happily replied, "Sir, 1 crown can buy a piece of black bread in our village, and 3 crowns for white bread." As if he knew what Chao Xing meant, Danny continued, "Sir, according to the grain prices in our village, for example, unpeeled wheat is 10 crowns per caddy, peeled wheat is 15 crowns, and ground flour is 30 crowns per caddy." After Danny finished speaking, Chao Xing nodded. It seems that the purchasing power of money in this world is still quite high. Before Chao Xing went out, he had 35,000 kronor in his hand. On the way, he met an unlucky chamber of commerce and picked up more than 40,000 kronor. Adding up, it was more than 80,000 kronor. This is a huge sum of money, which should be enough to buy a lot of food. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt confident. At this time, Danny, a villager, added, "Sir, the price of these foods is quite affordable. But if you want to enjoy yourself, the consumption may be a bit high. Any glass of wine in Juan Tavern starts at 30 kronor. And the most beautiful and coquettish woman there even costs 400 kronor a night." Hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Damn, this little guy is not very old, but he knows a lot. Juliet and Lu Muxue beside him blushed, turned their heads away, and were too embarrassed to listen. "Stop talking nonsense," take us to the grain store," Xiaoxing said speechlessly. "Okay, this, sir." Villager Danny led Xiaoxing and the other four forward. As they walked, they also saw various vendors shouting. A small detection robot from the Frost Iron Kingdom. It can lead you to find all kinds of precious metals, a must-have for gold diggers, and only costs 1,800 crowns. The Frost Heart Lotus produced in the Borlease Mountains has the effect of improving eyesight and calming the mind, and is sold for 3,000 crowns. A group of snow wolves appeared near the falling snow lake, and now we are recruiting 5 strong men above level 1 to drive away the snow wolves, and each person will be rewarded 400 crowns. Baron Selden will start the night trial in the near future, and warriors with strength above level 1 can sign up and participate in the trial. Hog Hunter's Hut purchases a large number of magical creature furs and other materials at preferential prices. Ruth Tavern needs a batch of materials. Amid shouting along the way, Xiaoxing and others came to the grain store in Hog Village. Pushing open the door, a burst of warmth came from inside instantly. There were stoves burning on both sides of the hut, and the fire was blazing, making a crackling sound. I checked the temperature. Current temperature, 7°C. It was not negative. It was really warm inside the grain store. At this moment, a woman who looked to be about 40 years old, with a curvy figure and a mature charm, was lazily lying in front of the counter. When she saw Xiaoxing and others coming in, the mature woman's eyes suddenly lit up. As a businessman with many years of experience, she knew that this was a big deal when she saw the dress and outstanding temperament of Xiaoxing and others. "Hey, adults, are you here to buy grain?" "Yes," Xiaoxing said directly. The owner of the grain store noticed Danny next to her and knew that they had already understood the price. So she asked, "Adults, how many kilograms of grain do you need to buy? And do you want it peeled or not?" Little Danny should have told you that if you buy more than 300 kilograms of grain, our grain store can give you a 10% discount. Xiaoxing thought to himself. A 10% discount is not bad. If he buys a large quantity, he can save a lot of money. So, Xiaoxing asked, "Besides wheat, do you have other food here? Such as rice?" As an Oriental, Xiaoxing is more accustomed to eating rice. After hearing this, the owner of the grain store looked at Xiaoxing with her narrow and long phoenix eyes, and chuckled, "Of course. But the rice reserves are not large, and I can give it to you at the price of 10 kroner per caddy." Xiaoxing nodded, and he had already made a decision in his heart. He said directly, "I want 1,000 caddies of peeled wheat, 500 caddies of rice, and 300 caddies of flour." As Xiaoxing reported the numbers one by one, the joy in the eyes of the owner of the grain store became stronger, and even her breathing became a little rapid. She almost forgot how long it had been since she had done such a big business. The proprietress asked tentatively, "Sir, are you sure you really want so much food?" "Yes." After getting Xiaoxing's personal confirmation, the proprietress's breathing suddenly stagnated. She looked at Xiaoxing with a strong sense of favor. Then, the proprietress smiled and said, "Dear guests, let me introduce myself again. My name is Elena Green. Thank you very much for taking care of my business." Elena Green said, bent down slightly, bowed to Xiaoxing, revealing the white patch on her chest, and a very full ravine. Xiaoxing didn't have any idea, but just nodded lightly. Danny, a villager standing beside him, swallowed his saliva when he saw it. Elena straightened up again, and then said seriously, "According to the food you need, a total of 35,000 crowns are needed. I will give you a discount, 15% off, and then round off the decimals, which is 29,000 crowns. After that, she looked at Xiaoxing with a gentle gaze. "Sir, are you satisfied?" Xiaoxing nodded. "Yes, but I don't have a carriage or a horse to pull the goods, so you can sell me one." Hearing this, Elena chuckled. "No problem. Then I will charge you 30,000 crowns. How about it?" "Deal." Xiaoxing agreed readily, and then took out a pile of coins, a total of 30,000 crowns, and handed them to Elena. Seeing so many crowns, Elena's eyes were full of charm. Danny, the villager next to her, almost popped his eyes out. This was the first time he had seen so much money in his life. Elena chuckled again and said, "Well, please wait a moment. I will arrange for someone to load the truck for you." Xiaoxing nodded and said, "Okay, let's go around the village and come back to get the food." "Okay, sir. Please rest assured, I will never give you less weight. I promise you." Elena patted her full chest. Chao Xing nodded. Then he led villagers Danny and Assam and others out of the grain store. He was not worried that Elena would steal his money. He had roughly figured out the defense strength of Hog Village. With the power he had now, it was enough to flatten the village directly. In this world, force is everything. Axing, are we going to buy cows now? Lu Mushua asked softly. Chao Xing nodded. Yes. Having just spent 30,000 on buying food, Chao Xing still had about 50,000 crowns in his hand, which should be enough to buy a lot of yaks and sheep. So, Chao Xing asked Danny, if you want to buy cattle and sheep in your hog village, what procedures do you need to follow? Cattle and sheep like these are the assets of a village. If outsiders like them want to buy them, they may need to go through some troublesome procedures. After Chao Xing finished speaking, he took out another 10 crowns from his backpack and handed them to Danny. Danny saw that there were another 10 crowns and immediately took them with a smile. Sir, there is no need for any procedures to buy cattle and sheep. You just need to find those farmers, negotiate the price with them, and then get the approval of the village chief. I know several farmers. Jeffrey, Mel, Hardin. They all raise a large number of yaks, alpine sheep, bighorn cows. If you need it, I can take you there. Chao Xing nodded. Take us over to have a look. Okay. This Danny seemed even more enthusiastic. Since he met Chao Xing, he has earned 20 kronor, which is almost the weekly income of these ordinary villagers. Under the leadership of villager Danny, Chao Xing and his party soon came to a 3-story building that was more luxurious than other houses. Knock. 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 Danny knocked on the door. After a while, a voice came from inside. Who is it? Mr. Jeffrey. I am Danny. And there are several adults from outside who want to buy a batch of yaks and sheep from you. There was silence for a moment. Then the door opened, and a middle-aged man with a big beard and wearing loose clothes and no belt walked out. Looking behind him, a woman in her early 30s with a high nose was hiding behind the door of the room, looking at Chao Xing and others curiously. The middle-aged man with a big beard also looked impatient. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. They seem to come at the wrong time? You guys want to buy cattle and sheep? The middle-aged man with a big beard said impatiently. Chao Xing nodded. Yes. However, the bearded middle-aged man waved his hand and said, Sorry. No business today. The guy waved his hand to drive people away, as if he was in a hurry to go back and continue fighting. At this moment, his eyes caught Lu Mushua and Juliet next to him. Their stunning appearance and tall figure immediately attracted the attention of the bearded middle-aged man. He looked at Lu Mushua and Juliet with an aggressive look. The two girls were obviously a little uncomfortable when he looked at them. At this time, Chao Xing took Lu Mushua and Juliet's hands and pulled them behind him. Lu Mushua was fine, but Juliet seemed to be held by a strange man for the first time and lowered her head shyly. Chao Xing smiled and said, I advise you not to look around, otherwise you may suffer a lot. His tone was slightly threatening. The bearded man was instantly angry. What did you say? Chapter 93 I bought you too. What did you say? The bearded middle-aged man was angry and was about to explode. At this moment, Assam drew out his sword instantly. Kung! The cold sword was aimed at the bearded middle-aged man. In the corner next to him, Sarah had already locked onto him silently. At this moment, the bearded man felt as if he was being stared at by a 1,000-year-old poisonous snake. It seemed that in the next second, he would be swallowed by the poisonous snake. Assam and Sarah, the breath on their bodies alone, made him unable to bear it. After seeing the armor on Assam, he seemed to finally wake up at this time. The bearded middle-aged man turned pale, and then collapsed to the ground in fear. He knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Sir, spare my life. Sir, spare my life. I was too reckless and offended you. Jeffrey begs for your forgiveness. Hearing the beards begging for mercy, many villagers passing by in the village looked over here. However, because the aura emanating from Assam was too strong, these villagers did not dare to approach at all. The bearded man continued to kneel on the ground, his face pressed directly into the snow, his whole body trembling. However, after about 10 seconds, Chao Xing still did not speak. For the bearded man kneeling on the ground, almost every second was a complete torture. He was afraid that if the young man was unhappy, he would directly order the knight next to him to chop off his head with a sword. The bearded man could see that with the strength of this knight, none of the militiamen in the entire village could be his opponent. In other words, even if this knight killed him, Hog Village couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, the bearded man was already filled with fear. However, Chao Xing didn't do anything to him, but said to Danny, "Next one." Danny was also shocked by the strong aura of Assam. At this time, he came to his senses and said quickly, "Okay. Okay." Then, he led Chao Xing and others to the depths of the village. Assam put away his sword, and Sarah hid her aura again. The middle-aged man with a big beard was left shivering in the cold wind. After Chao Xing and the others had gone far away, the middle-aged man suddenly stood up from the ground. He did not dare to stay for a moment, turned back to his room. After a bang, he slammed the door shut. Danny continued to lead the way. Since seeing Assam's strength, the villager Danny showed more enthusiasm and kept explaining to Chao Xing along the way. Soon, they came to another building with 2 floors. Danny smiled charmingly. "Sir, this is Master Mel's home. He is easy to talk to. And Master Mel's daughter Elisa is very beautiful. Her face is as clean as the pebbles in the river. All the young people in our hog village want to marry her." Chao Xing was speechless. His daughter is beautiful. What does it have to do with me? Danny smiled and took the initiative to knock on the door. Knock. 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 This time, an old man with a sad face came out, who was about 50 years old. His deep gaze swept over Chao Xing and the others. Chao Xing also took a look at his attributes. Hog Villager, Mel Varan LV7. Affiliated Force, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level, First Level Ordinary. HP, 540. Skills, Intermediate Raising Techniques, raising various livestock all year round. The habits of livestock have been mastered in the mind, and better livestock can be raised. Talent, none. Current status, neutral. After seeing Mel's skills, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. He actually has intermediate life skills. He is a talent in animal husbandry. At this time, villager Danny stepped forward and explained to the old Mel why Chao Xing and his friends came. Old Mel nodded. He seemed very polite. "Dear guests, I already know your purpose. If you want to buy my cows, then follow the market price. 5,000 crowns for an adult yak, 2,000 crowns for a sheep, and 3,500 crowns for a bighorn cow. What do you think?" Chao Xing's mouth twitched after hearing this. This price was a little beyond his expectations. One yak could even buy 5 slaves. But it was normal after thinking about it. After all, yaks and sheep are creatures that can produce resources continuously. In this world, livestock are indeed more valuable than people. "Mr. Mel, how many yaks, sheep, and bighorn cows are there in your ranch?" Hearing this question, a thoughtful look appeared in the eyes of old Mel. "However," he replied, "Hog Village is just a small village. There are not many resources for me to raise a large number of livestock. Currently, there are 11 yaks, 15 sheep, and 11 bighorn cows in Mel's farm." Hearing this, Chao Xing thought for a moment. These cattle and sheep are worth more than 100,000 kronor. No wonder Danny calls these farmers masters. They are all local rich people. Chao Xing seemed to have made some kind of decision at this time. He said directly, "Mr. Mel, I will buy all the cattle and sheep on your farm. In addition, I will pay another 20,000 kronor to buy you as well. What do you think?" All these add up to about 150,000 kronor. Although Chao Xing does not have so much money now, he still has a lot of precious things in his backpack. Amber pebbles, moon gems, and silk fabrics can all be sold at extremely high prices. Old Mel thought he had heard wrongly. He scratched his ears and asked in confusion, "Sir, what did you say?" Chao Xing repeated, "I said, I will buy you too." This time, not only Mel, but also Danny beside him was stunned. They have seen many people buying cattle and sheep, but this is the first time they have seen people buying people together. Looking at their confused faces, Chao Xing explained, "To be honest, I am a lord, and I have a territory not far from Hog Village. These cattle and sheep need professional people to raise them after they are bought back. I think you are suitable." Old Mel wanted to refuse, but he looked at Assam next to him. In fact, when Assam threatened the bearded man just now, Old Mel had already seen it, and he couldn't help but be surprised at the strength of this tall man. This is a powerful knight, even stronger than some second-level knights. But he didn't expect that they would find him in the blink of an eye. Old Mel suddenly thought, if I am in the territory guarded by this knight, I don't have to worry about my personal safety. Right? He asked tentatively. My lord, in your territory, don't you have to worry about the invasion of snow demons at night? Chao Xing was stunned, then smiled. Of course. My territory is absolutely safe. Assam on the side also said, My lord is right. Our territory has a very strong defense force. Even I am not the strongest in the territory. My lord has many companions who are stronger than me, and their defense force is much stronger than your village. Assam finished speaking. At this moment, Old Mel was really moved. Hog Village, as defense force, is not strong. In this icy and snowy land, there are always some hungry creatures that will rush into the village and attack the villagers. At night, some terrible creatures would invade. Especially today. They saw with their own eyes that several meteors suddenly hit the village. Those meteors turned into ice nests, and a group of monsters with ice spikes emerged from them. Many villagers died in the mouths of those monsters, and even many militiamen died. This made Old Mel even more unwilling to stay in Hog Village. He hesitated to speak, and seemed to want to agree. However, after a struggle, Old Mel sighed, My lord, I am willing to go to your territory, but I cannot leave Hog Village now. Oh, why? Because I am waiting for my daughter to come back. Hearing this, Chao Xing asked in confusion, Is your daughter out? Old Mel sighed, Yes. Elisa has been lively since she was a child. This time, she insisted that she found a group of cloud yaks in Luoxua Lake, and said that she would tame them and bring them back for me to raise. Alas, but the colorful yaks are sacred creatures that have not appeared in the snowy plains for many years. How could Elisa possibly find such a creature? But she didn't listen to my advice, and went to the Snowfall Lake alone. This trip took 2 days. Chao Xing frowned. Didn't you send out militia to look for it? Old Mel shook his head. The Snowfall Lake is dozens of kilometers away from the village. The militia in the village are too weak. They don't want to go too far. At this point, Old Mel looked at Assam beside Chao Xing, and suddenly thought of something. My lord, those militiamen dare not go so far. But with your strength, you should be able to reach Luoxua Lake. If you can bring my daughter back, I am willing to join your territory without charging any fees, with all my assets. At this point, Old Mel knelt down. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Hog Village, Mel issues a commission task to you. Task content, go to the vicinity of Luoxua Lake, find his daughter Elisa, and bring her back to Old Mel. Task reward, Mel joins your territory. Do you accept? Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing did not accept it immediately, but first glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 1 hour and 31 minutes. He opened the map again, and found the location of Luoxua Lake on it. After a glance, it was 40 to 50 kilometers away from Hog Village. I don't know how Old Mel's daughter found such a far place. And the remaining time is not enough to go to Luoxua Lake. Chao Xing said, Mr. Mel, I can help find your daughter's whereabouts, but it's getting late now, and your daughter has been out for 2 days, I'm afraid. Chapter 94 Magical Creatures, Clues to the Cloud Yak. Actually, Chao Xing really wanted to say, a little girl stayed outside alone for 2 days. There was a heavy snowfall the night before yesterday. I'm afraid Elisa has been frozen into a figurine by now. Old Mel sighed and said, I understand what the Lord means. The snowfield at night is too dangerous. The temperature is not something that ordinary people can survive. But Elisa has been very smart since she was a child. She has gone out alone before, and spent the night outside the village. There were several times when I thought she would not come back. And a few days later, the little girl came out from nowhere again. She seems to have her own survival skills, but when I asked her, she didn't say anything. So I think little Elisa should still be alive. Chao Xing thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Mel. After dawn tomorrow, I will go to the area near the falling snow lake you mentioned to find your daughter's whereabouts. Do you think it's okay? After hearing this, Old Mel was immediately grateful. Yes, as long as the Lord can go to find my daughter, it doesn't matter if it's tomorrow. Chao Xing nodded, then accepted the task. Successfully accepted the task. Mel's commission, favorability has been improved. Chao Xing helped Old Mel up. After asking some details of the task, Chao Xing turned and left. With Old Mel watching, Chao Xing and others disappeared on the street, preparing to go to the grain store to pick up the grain he bought. On the way to the grain store, Chao Xing thought helplessly, I just want to buy a few cows, and now I have accepted a task. Shaking his head. Forget it, Let's go to Luoshua Lake tomorrow to see if we can find old Mel's daughter. Axing, is Luoshua Lake dangerous? Lu Mushua asked tentatively. Chaoxing shook his head. Not sure. But there is no X on the map. Which means there is no great danger. Lu Mushua nodded slightly. And felt a little relieved. Danny, a villager at the side, said, Sir, I just heard from Grandpa Mel that Elisa discovered the cloud yak. This is an extremely sacred and rare creature. If it is true, you may get rich. Hearing this, Chaoxing became interested. Oh, what does the cloud yak look like? What is special about it? When Danny, a villager, heard this question, he touched his head embarrassedly. I haven't seen a cloud yak either. But I heard from the adults that the cloud yak is just like its name. And its hair is like cloud silk, with a very soft texture. And it has strong warmth retention. And it can even generate heat by itself. Those noble grandfathers in big cities are willing to spend a huge price to buy a piece of cloud yak fur. Hearing this, Chaoxing's eyes showed surprise. Fur that can generate heat by itself, this is the first time he has heard of it. In this kind of icy and snowy place, this kind of fur is even comparable to the effect of a golden equipment. If the cloud yak is really so magical, wouldn't those mercenaries have captured it to death? It seems that he saw the doubt in Chaoxing's heart. Villager Danny explained happily, Sir, cloud yaks are extremely rare, and it is difficult to see them at ordinary times, and their haunting places are not fixed. It is possible that you saw a group of cloud yaks the day before, and they disappeared directly the next day. It can be said that it is hard to find. At this point, Villager Danny paused. Moreover, I also heard that the milk produced by cloud yaks has magical powers, which can not only beautify the skin, but also enhance people's physical fitness. Chaoxing was stunned after hearing this, and Danny meant that the milk of cloud yaks can enhance physical fitness. For the survivors, this is a precious resource. Chaoxing became more determined to go to Luoshua Lake tomorrow. Danny, this is good information. Chaoxing directly took out 20 crowns and gave them to Danny. Seeing Chaoxing take out so much money at once, Danny's eyes were wide open. He stretched out his hands, took it tremblingly, and kept thanking him. Chaoxing waved his hand. Then, they came to the door of the grain store. The proprietress Elena had been waiting there. At this moment, Elena leaned lazily against the door, wrapped in a wolfskin coat, but still could not hide the mature charm. Every movement seemed to make people fall. Seeing the figures of Chaoxing and others, Elena's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey sir, you are finally here. Chaoxing nodded. Are all the things ready? Elena hurriedly said, Of course it's ready. All the food has been loaded into the carriage for you, sir. Would you like to weigh it? Chaoxing glanced at the simple carriage at the door, which was full of various food bags, and in front of the carriage, there was also a black and brown Jansky horse. He shook his head and said, No, thank you, Madam Boss. Hearing Chaoxing's thanks, Elena immediately covered her face and laughed. Her magnificent chest trembled with laughter, and Danny next to her stared at her. Elena said with satisfaction and charm, Sir, you are so polite. Next time you come to our hog village, I will invite you to have a drink at Chulan Tavern, and talk about life together in the evening. Her words were suggestive. However, Lu Mushua next to her heard the latter sentence, and immediately realized something. She subconsciously took Chaoxing's hand, and looked at Elena with a vigilant look. Seeing this, Elena laughed again. Chaoxing coughed awkwardly twice, and then said, Boss, we'll leave first. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Gentlemen, take care. Chaoxing nodded. Assam came to the carriage skillfully, took the reins, and walked out of the village, under the watchful eyes of a group of militiamen. Chaoxing and others walked out of Hog Village, and just as Chaoxing and his men left, on the street, in a tavern, a young man wearing black iron armor on the upper body and jeans on the lower body came out, looking a bit out of place. He stared at Chaoxing's back, with complex expressions flashing in his eyes. If Chaoxing was here, he would definitely find that this man was also a survivor from Blue Star. His name is Shin Jinbing. Shin Jinbing sighed at this time. I didn't expect that this man was Chaoxing, the focus of the chat channel, the number one in the ranking of District 174. I actually met him. What a powerful existence. He actually has a level 13 leader under him. No wonder he can upgrade so quickly. At present, Shin Jinbing only saw Assam's information, and did not notice Sarah in the shadow. At this time, a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Now Fan Long offered a high reward for Chao Xing's location, which was known to everyone. A level 10 elite creature recruitment scroll was enough to increase the strength of most survivors, and made them feel excited. However, Shen Jinbing was afraid that if he told the Three Heroes Association about this information, it would lead to Chao Xing's revenge. After hesitating for a while, Shen Jinbing opened a private chat and sent a message. I have the information you want, but make sure you don't expose me. In the snow, a group of people advanced against the dim sky. Sitting on the tracked robot, Chao Xing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 32 minutes. Current temperature, -56°C. In the last half hour, I finally got back before dark. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the map. It was only a few hundred meters away from the camp. In the snow in the distance, there was a bright red color, reflecting the silhouettes of many houses. It was like a small world isolated in the ice and snow. When he got closer, Chao Xing saw that the group of polar people, the tree spirits, and the human Chao Yi were still working hard. Collect supplies, upgrade houses, and build new buildings. The entire territory is in a state of hot development. Outside the territory, there are 2 railroad tracks that extend to the mine outside the snow, and the mine carts on them carry a lot of ore. Lu Mushua's beautiful eyes are full of surprise, and she said in surprise, axing, our territory has changed a lot. Chao Xing also noticed that compared to when they went out, the current territory can be said to have ushered in huge changes. First, the bonfire in the center of the territory has changed from a big bonfire to a large furnace nearly 3 meters high and more than 1 meter in diameter. The scope of the territory has also expanded a lot. The radius reached 500 meters, and the campfire covered a kilometer. This area is already quite large, and it is not a problem to grow crops and raise cattle and sheep in it. In addition, Chao Xing also saw 7 buildings more than 10 meters high. 3 of them are primary element arrow towers, and 2 are primary sentry towers. As for the other 2, they are lighthouses. There are many more buildings in the territory. De Zhuang, Chao Yi, and others also noticed the mighty figures in the snow from a distance. Compared to before they went out, they had 4 more people, and the team became stronger. Not only that, Chao Xing also brought back a carriage of supplies. They all stopped their work, looked at the approaching figure with hope. When they saw the tall mammoth, they exclaimed, it's the Lord! The Lord is back! Everyone, come out to greet these brave warriors! Hearing De Zhuang shout, dozens of people in the territory came over in a crowd. Under their gaze, Chao Xing and his party walked straight into the territory. Suddenly, a warm current came. Everyone felt comfortable. Centaur Kandal said excitedly, what a warm territory. It's much more comfortable than our Centaur tribe. Kandal also echoed, yes. Kandal? Centaurs like it here, including the black smoke shaman next to him. He was also surprised. After all, this was their first time entering the survivors' territory. And bonfire. This magical thing is unique to survivors. Chao Xing also looked at the thermometer in confusion. Current temperature, -21°C. Chapter 95 The Survivors' Cool Moves. Can the temperature be so high outdoors? Doesn't this mean that the furnace has at least increased the temperature of the territory by more than 30 degrees? Chao Xing's eyes were filled with joy, because this means that the temperature indoors will be even higher. At this time, all the people in the territory shouted loudly, welcome back, Lord. They all bent down and saluted respectfully. 3 people of different races were mixed together, among whom was Xia Yani, who was tall and plump. She also had a look of joy in her eyes, like a wife welcoming her husband home. Chao Xing nodded. At this time, Juliet, sitting on the bucket of the forklift robot, looked at this territory curiously. She also discovered the magic of this territory, and the people in the territory all had happy smiles on their faces. Juliet even saw the long-lost ease on the faces of her own people. This was an expression that had never appeared on the faces of the tree spirits since the pale sacred tree was destroyed. At the same time, Juliet looked at Neve in the crowd. The next moment, both women had a look of surprise in their eyes. Sister! Little Neve. Juliet jumped down from the bucket excitedly and rushed to Neve's side. The 2 tree spirits hugged each other immediately. Wow! Great! Sister is finally back. Neve thought she would never see her sister again. It was Lord Chao Xing who saved me. Little Neve, you are awesome. They all had tears of emotion on their faces. And the people next to them all had complicated expressions on their faces. because they knew Chao Xing succeeded. Their lord really brought Ni's sister back from the dangerous Borlis Mountains. Everyone looked at Chao Xing with deep respect, especially the group of tree spirits. They were moved beyond words. Then, they all knelt down. Thank you, kind lord. The tree spirits will always remember your kindness, including little Neve, who knelt down with Juliet. At the same time, a lot of system prompts appeared in Chao Xing's ears. Members of your territory, Neve has been touched by your actions. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 93. Members of your territory, Valerie has been touched by your actions. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 85. Members of your territory. This wave directly raised the loyalty of all tree spirits to above 85. It's almost surpassing Dahua and the others. Chao Xing felt happy and waved his hand and said, "Get up. As I said before, if you join my territory, you are one of us, and your family is also my family. As long as everyone contributes their own strength and develops the territory wholeheartedly, you can rest assured about other things." Chao Xing's words were very concise, but in the ears of these people, it was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, making everyone feel safe. In this world, if you don't live in those big cities, a sense of security is really a luxury. Chao Yi, a citizen on the side, took the lead and said, "Praise the benevolent Lord, your great power protects us." Other citizens also shouted, "Praise the benevolent Lord." Chao Xing nodded. Then, he looked at the properties of the big furnace in the territory. Furnace, level 11. Furnace effect can increase the temperature of an area with a diameter of 1,000 meters by 25 to 35 degrees. Consumption, 60 minutes/120 wood or 60 minutes/30 coal. Materials required for the next level: stone * 500, wood 300, iron * 120, copper * 30, primary element crystal * 10. Introduction: a furnace that can provide a large amount of heat source. With it, you have the ability to survive in this extremely cold world. Chao Xing was delighted. Okay. The next step is to upgrade it to level 16 to become a large furnace, level 21 to become an energy station, level 26 to become a super energy station. By then, even if there is a blizzard, my territory will be as warm as spring. The upgrade of the furnace is a qualitative change. For the development prospects of the territory, I am even more full of expectations. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then said, "De Zhuang, report today's progress." De Zhuang walked over excitedly and said, "Lord, according to your request, we have upgraded the campfire to a furnace and built an elemental arrow tower, a sentry tower and a lighthouse. In addition, we have also built a tavern, but there are no staff arranged yet. And the Frost Archer training barracks you ordered has also been built." De Zhuang finished in one breath. Chao Xing was also very satisfied. Then the Lord Chao Yi also reported, "Lord, the railroad track has been laid in the mine 2 kilometers away, and the iron ore you asked me to sort has been sorted." Chao Xing nodded. "Well done, Chao Yi. Tomorrow you will take people to upgrade the ore processing plant, the blacksmith shop, and the sewing shop to level 2. If we want to develop our territory, we need more advanced materials." "Yes, respected Lord." Chao Xing looked at the group of tree spirits again. Valerie, the mature-looking tree spirit woman, came over. "Lord, please give your orders." Chao Xing said, "We have new members. Build a new shelter for them. And the Jansky horse, please take it to the robot's room first." "Yes, respected Lord." Valerie walked over and took the horse away. The polar man San Zhuang, who was standing by, had already noticed the things covered with black cloth on the carriage. He asked curiously, "My lord, what is on the carriage behind you?" Chao Xing smiled mysteriously. "Go and have a look." San Zhuang. After hearing this, San Zhuang immediately ran over with his short legs. Then, he lifted the black cloth and exclaimed, "Oh my God! It's food! A whole cart of food!" Hearing this, the other polar men were also shocked and gathered around. Si Zhuang said with surprise in his eyes, "This is the best wheat and ground wheat flour. This is rice. A lot. Mother Earth Goddess, I have never seen so much food in my life. This is enough for us polar people to eat for a year." As soon as Si Zhuang finished speaking, he was slapped by San Zhuang. "Si Zhuang, don't talk nonsense. This is the food of the Lord. Only he has the right to distribute it." Si Zhuang also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Lord." Si Zhuang said the wrong thing. Please punish Si Zhuang. The other polar people also knelt down one after another. Terrified, Chao Xing laughed and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay. We bought these foods for our own people. 3 strong men. For strong men, move these grains into the basement and store them all." Seeing that Chao Xing did not punish them, but asked them to move the food, the polar people looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. "Yes, respected lord." The 8 polar people stood up immediately and got busy. Seeing the polar people carrying bags of food into the cellar, the others also realized how much supplies Chao Xing and his men had brought back this time. Not to mention the aboriginals, even if other survivors saw it, they would rush over excitedly and grab it frantically. The tree spirits put their hands together as if they were praying. As the sky was getting darker, Chao Xing called Dahua over again. Then he gave all the goat milk, ceviche, and yak meat, as well as some ordinary meat, to Dahua. Chao Xing said directly, "Use these things to make dinner for our members, and let Dazhuang send people to move the remaining ingredients to the cellar for storage." Dahua looked at the dazzling array of various foods that were rarely seen in her arms, and her eyes showed strong surprise. She found that her lord was omnipotent. Every time he went out, he could bring back a lot of supplies. "Lord, you are like a squirrel in the snow. The goddess of luck favors you." Chao Xing was happy. What kind of strange metaphor is this? He smiled and asked Dahua to prepare dinner. Then, he looked at Xia Yani and Tong Chu Chu, who were wearing wolfskin coats. At this moment, Xia Yani's tall and voluptuous legs were tightly pressed together. Every time she looked at Chao Xing, she would lower her head in embarrassment. Compared to the fiery enthusiasm of the boss lady Elena, Xia Yani is more like a red rose hidden among the flowers, waiting for others to discover her charm. "Let's go. I have something to tell you." After that, they entered the sewing shop. Together, under the gaze of the mother and daughter, Chao Xing took out a large amount of rabbit skin from his backpack. Hundreds of ice and snow bomb rabbit skins were piled up into a small mountain. Then, Chao Xing took out the cloth, snow wolf skin, and deer skin he picked up during the day from his backpack. Dozens of rolled cloths, each about 20 meters long, were piled up into a small hill again. Xia Yani opened her mouth slightly. "Surprised? So much?" Chao Xing nodded. "Well, keep those precious silk cloths for now. I will use them when I find more advanced furs in the future. Those linen and wool cloths can be made into base clothes and sewn together with rabbit skins, which can provide better warmth. There are more and more members in our territory, and we also need to make some quilts and sheets for them. I may have to trouble you these days." Hearing this, Xia Yani hurriedly shook her head and said, "No. It's okay. We don't have much to do in the territory. We all feel a little guilty." Chao Xing nodded. "I will make a storage box later. Let Dazhuang move in, and then you can put all these furs and cloths into the storage box." Xia Yani said softly. At this time, Chao Xing seemed to remember something. "By the way, what professions did you and Chu Chu choose?" Although Chao Xing did not plan to let them participate in the battle, because of the talent eternal power, as long as they can bless everyone, they can level up even if they lie at home. In this game, each profession has 1 or 2 buff skills, although there are not as many as the Aurora Knight. Before Xia Yani answered, Tong Chu Chu on the side said, "Big brother, I chose the profession of cold iron mechanic, and my mother is a snow hunter." Chao Xing nodded. The snow hunter class has a hunter's perception in the early stage, which can increase accuracy by 10%. The frost iron mechanic is a bit troublesome, as it will not have a mechanical spirit possession skill until the later stage. There is only 1 firepower amplification in the early stage, which can increase the attack power and range of the friendly party. But this skill is very rare, and Chao Xing is not sure whether it can be found in the market. "Okay, I understand," Chao Xing said, leaving 2 bottles of yak milk, and then left the sewing shop. At night, under the light of the lighthouse, Chao Xing's territory was still bright. At this time, Dahua was still preparing dinner, and it would take some time before dinner. Chao Xing thought, "Next, I will go to the market to trade some supplies. Today, we have harvested a lot of resources, which are urgently needed by many current players. Chao Xing can make huge profits from them." He first checked the world channel. LV Tao, woohoo! "Brothers, today I found a village in the wild, the village chief invited me to his house for dinner as a result. At the dinner table, his daughter fell in love with me, but I liked the village chief more. What should I do? Nairobi. A group of wandering merchants came to my territory. He asked me what goods I could trade, and said he would take anything. I sold the group of polar people directly, and exchanged for hundreds of units of food, enough for our family to eat for many days. Ha ha ha. Fujikawa Shuinma. The method above is good. Today a group of refugees came to my territory, and asked me to take them in. I happened to be short of food in my territory, so I killed them all, and used them as reserve food. Jean Sanyu. Shit. Which bastard said that we can further develop with the people in the territory? Today I was going to visit a refugee I took in, but before I could do anything, that woman started yelling, called all the other refugees over, and took up weapons, prepared to deal with me together, this bunch of unruly people. I was so mad. Roasting. Everyone, our territory seems to be a very rare thing in the eyes of those natives. I sold the territory directly, and bought a house in Ihue City. Ha ha. I don't have to worry about the food of those polar people anymore. And I don't have to worry about the territory being invaded by monsters. Seeing the World Channel, the various operations of those survivors, Chao Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's a bit too outrageous. However, it can be seen that everyone has integrated into this world, and they have also discovered that these aborigines are living people, and they all have their own joys and sorrows. Shaking his head, Chao Xing opened the 174 area channel. The chat here is much more normal. Tan Zagong. Sorry for the trouble. Brothers. I just upgraded the polar man's hut to level 2 today, and summoned 8 polar men in one go. I didn't expect these guys to eat so much. Each person eats 5 foods a day, and 8 people eat 40. Our family is almost out of food. Where can we get food for them? Chapter 96 Trading, harvesting a large amount of resources. Seeing the above comments, other survivors immediately responded. Sure Weiqing, the above, you are taking too big a step. Look at me, I don't even recruit a polar person, my brother, and I went out hunting, and the food we got was enough for our family to eat for many days. Ing Yahweh. Woo woo woo. I summoned an orc warrior yesterday, but he ate 20 foods in one meal, and the food in my territory was eaten up by him in 2 days. Now there is no food to feed him. This orc started to rummage through his own boxes, and he is also smashing my house. What should I do now? Foodly, it's broken. 2 ice nests appeared outside my territory. I didn't care about it, but in a blink of an eye, hundreds of ice nest monsters appeared outside the territory, and now these monsters have surrounded my territory. I can't even get out. Once the novice protection period ends tomorrow, I'm screwed. Chun Yongong. Ha ha. You guys are so miserable. I'm happy today. I'll tell you a quick way to level up. Aren't there ice nest monsters everywhere now? You can lure those ice nest monsters here, and then use long-range attacks to kill them. Anyway, it's the novice protection period now. Those monsters can't get in, and they're stupid, and they won't run away even if their health is at the bottom. As long as you're brave enough, and you lure enough monsters, you can keep killing them, and your experience will increase. I've already reached level 5 using this method. After listening to Qin Yongyang sharing, the other survivors suddenly realized something. Fuck. This method seems to really work. Thank you for sharing your experience. Good things will happen to good people. I wish you will have 8 babies. The survivors were very surprised. They went to the territory to check overnight to see if there were any ice nest monsters that could be lured over. Especially the survivor who was surrounded by thousands of ice nest monsters. He was saved from a desperate situation. Chao Xing nodded secretly. This Qin Yongyang is indeed quite capable. The expansion pack, Dragon Awakens, seems to be a disaster. But for some survivors, it is also an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to find so many low-level monsters to upgrade near the territory. In addition, there are many survivors posting trading information. Lu Dong, green quality deadwood staff for a green quality greatsword. Just the greatsword. Wang Qingyang, 20 pieces of iron for 5 food. Any food will do. Lan Song, 10 black bread for 1 piece of meat. Are there any brothers who want to trade? I've been eating black bread for several days in a row, and I'm about to vomit. Guanhe, I put bird meat on the trading channel, which requires a lot of resources and equipment. Pre-order as soon as possible. Looking at their trading information, Chao Xing thought for a moment. The survivors now have some resources, but meat is still in short supply. Occasionally, 1 or 2 survivors sell meat, and they sell it at a very high price. Then, Chao Xing also posted the transaction information. Consignment items. Ice Hockey Bomb Rabbit Meat, green. Inventory reserve, 1500. Required items. Ice Crystal Stone. Glacier Flakes. Ice Dragon Mark. Primary Element Crystal. Mithril. Etc. Seller's note. A large amount of rabbit meat that can increase attributes. And rabbit skin that can be made into cold-proof clothing are for sale. Various drawings. Skill books. Materials. And props are required. Chao Xing plans to sell a batch of green rabbit meat in his hands first, in exchange for some materials, drawings, skill books, and so on. However, even though it was only a part, there were still 1,500 pieces of rabbit meat, which could be traded in 100G portions, or even 15,000 portions, enough to have a huge impact on the market of the 174th channel. At this moment, some survivors who were paying attention to the market also saw what Chao Xing had put on the shelves. Huh? Bomb rabbit meat, which can increase 1 point of energy when eaten for the first time. This is a good thing. When they saw the name of the consignor, they were shocked. It's Chao Xing. Boss. I thought who could sell such a large amount of rabbit meat with added attributes at once. At the same time, someone shouted in the chat channel. Brothers, Boss Chao Xing has put up good stuff again. This time it's rabbit meat with added attributes. The price is cheaper than others. Hurry up. Seeing this man's joy, many survivors' faces changed, and they also opened the market. Fuck. It's green rabbit meat that increases spirit. Let me see the price. 1 ice crystal can be exchanged for 100G rabbit meat, which means 10 can be exchanged for a whole piece of rabbit meat. Glacier flakes and ice dragon marks can also be exchanged. 3 materials can be exchanged for 100G rabbit meat, and 30 materials can be exchanged for a whole piece of rabbit meat. There are other materials, primary element crystals, mithril, pet contracts, etc. Boss Chao Xing will take them all. After hearing this, the other survivors were surprised and said, Great. Boss Chao Xing's price is still so affordable, although it's a little expensive, but it's much better than others. Great. I have some mithril and ice crystals on hand. Now there is no place to use these materials. They can be exchanged for meat with added attributes. This wave is not a loss. I also have a pet contract, but it only has a 5% success rate. I don't know if Chao Xing is willing to accept it. Hurry up. Brothers, limited to 1,500 yuan. If you go too late, it will be gone. At this time, a survivor named Gong Zhongerwei said, Remind everyone, the new expansion pack is about to be released. Glacial flakes and ice dragon marks can be used to exchange things. I suggest you keep them for yourself. Another survivor named Qian Jishan retorted, Then keep them for yourself? I'll add the attributes first. Others also echoed, That's right. The truth is to get through the difficulties in front of you first. For a while, a large number of survivors opened the market, and then traded with Chao Xing. Transaction successful, you get Glacier Slice. Asterisk 60, you lose Ice Hockey Bomb Rabbit Meat. Asterisk 2. Transaction successful, you get Primary Element Crystal. Asterisk 10, you lose Ice Hockey Bomb Rabbit Meat. Asterisk 1. Transaction successful, you get Mithril. Asterisk 20, you lose Ice Hockey Bomb Rabbit Meat. Asterisk 1. Transaction successful, you get Primary Pet Contract. Asterisk 1, you lose Ice Hockey Bomb Rabbit Meat. Asterisk 1. Transaction successful. The system prompts the screen frantically. This time, Chao Xing obtained more than 2,000 pieces of rabbit meat, which means he could sell them in more than 20,000 portions. However, he only sold 1,500 pieces, and kept some of the rest as reserves. Green rabbit meat is very popular. After a while, Chao Xing sold all 1,500 portions of rabbit meat. Looking at the pile of materials in his backpack, Chao Xing showed a strong joy. He took a look at the harvest. The total amount obtained was Glacier Flakes. Asterisk 7780 Ice Dragon Mark. Asterisk 15440 Ice Crystal, green. Asterisk 1184 Primary Element Crystal. Asterisk 354 Mithril. Asterisk 484 pieces Primary Pet Contract. Asterisk 51 pieces. As well as some other miscellaneous materials, which can be said to be quite abundant. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I received a lot of Ice Dragon Marks and Glacial Flakes this time. Although I don't know, after the new expansion is launched, how many Ice Dragon Marks will be needed to exchange, but with the reserves I have, it should be enough to exchange for a lot of good things. Since today is the first day of the expansion preheating, There are not many ice nests in various places. And the two materials Chaoxing has in his hands, it can be said that at least 70% of the reserves of the entire 174th area. Unfortunately, Chaoxing didn't get any skill books or blueprints. This is because Ice Hockey Bomb Rabbit Meat is only green grade, which only adds one spiritual attribute. So it can attract the survivors who have blueprints and skill books. Everyone has developed to this point and understands the importance of these items, so they won't trade them easily. But it doesn't matter. Green grade rabbit meat can't attract them. Chaoxing still has higher grade blue elite rabbit meat. This thing can directly add 2 points of spirit and 2 points of physique, is a precious beast meat of the same level as violent bear meat. So, he put up a transaction information again. Consignment item, Frost Bomb Rabbit Meat, blue. Stock reserve, 100 pieces. Required items, skill book, territory construction blueprint, magic plant. Seller's note, blue rabbit meat, plus 2 points of spirit and physique, only skill book and blueprint are needed. If you have something special, you can also private message me. Consigner, Chaoxing. Blue quality rabbit meat has just been put on the shelf. Because the trading heat of green rabbit meat has not dissipated. It instantly attracted the attention of a large number of survivors. Oh my god! Brothers, there is even more powerful Frost Bomb Rabbit Meat, which directly increases 2 points of spirit and constitution. And the magic profession is blessed. Yes, although the previous violent bear meat was not bad. It was only the best for strength players. I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye. Chaoxing would put rabbit meat for magic professions on the shelves. But it's a pity that it can't be exchanged with other materials. I still have a lot of mithril. Ha ha ha. I need territory construction drawings. I have a first level city wall drawing here. I don't know if Chaoxing wants it. I also have a heating pipeline construction drawing here. I don't know if Chaoxing wants it. I'll go and ask. At the same time, Chaoxing also received a large number of private chat messages. Those survivors posted the information of the blueprints in the chat channel one after another, and Chaoxing gave the price according to the rarity of the blueprints. Among them, Chaoxing really found many good things, such as Basic Wall Construction Blueprint, Bakery Construction Blueprint, Kaoshi Construction Blueprint, etc. In addition, there are some skills that make him excited. Ice Wall Technique, Big Ice Spear, Holy Healing Technique. Even, he saw a copy of Hunter Perception, of the Snow Hunter, and Firepower Amplification, of the Mechanic. Chaoxing was delighted. Sure enough, as long as you bring out something that is exciting enough for these survivors, there is no need to worry that they will not bring out the good things. In this way, Xia Yani and Tong Chuchu can upgrade at home. Excited, Chaoxing began to send prices one by one, and then negotiate. Chapter 97 Advancement, Second Level Frost Mage. Chaoxing began to negotiate one by one. After almost half an hour of arguing, finally, all the prices were finalized. Transaction successful. You obtained Basic Wall Construction Blueprint. You lost Frost Bomb Rabbit Meat, blue. Asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You obtained Intermediate Wall Construction Blueprint. You lost Frost Bomb Rabbit Meat, blue. Asterisk 8. Transaction successful. You obtained Basic Kaoshi Construction Blueprint. You lost Frost Bomb Rabbit Meat, blue. Asterisk 1. Transaction successful. After more than a dozen system prompts, Chaoxing used 120 pieces of blue rabbit meat to exchange all these things. This wave can be said to be a great harvest. Just the construction blueprints, I got 9. Plus 6 skill books. Except for the blueprints of Kaoshi. Bakery. Intermediate Furnace. Vegetable Greenhouse, these blueprints whose names can tell their functions. Chaoxing still has 5 special blueprints in his hand. At this time, the survivors in the chat channel seemed to be still a little unsatisfied. But at the current stage, they didn't have much in their hands that could make Chaoxing excited. After all, their level is too low. So he is selling bear meat. When rabbit meat, the price is not fixed. Chaoxing nodded secretly. While earning a lot of benefits, let more people live, it is the long-term strategy. After the level of these survivors is raised, I can bring me more precious resources. After the transaction is over, Chaoxing directly closed the chat channel. Then with excitement, Chaoxing began to view those drawings he got. Basic Wall Construction Blueprint. Armor, 40. Durability, 1200. Area, 10m long asterisk 3m high asterisk 40 centimeters wide, can be bent. Material required for construction, Level 1 Lord's Hut, stones asterisk 30, wood asterisk 20. Time required, 0 hours 24 minutes. Item description, basic stone wall, you can use the blueprint to upgrade it to an intermediate wall. Intermediate wall construction blueprint. Armor, 120. Durability, 5000. Area, 10m long asterisk 4m high asterisk 60 centimeters wide. Required for upgrade, level 2 Lord's Hut, primary city wall, stone asterisk 100, wood asterisk 50, iron asterisk 10. Time required, 4 hours and 32 minutes. Item description, a more solid level 2 city wall, you can use the blueprint to upgrade it to a high-level city wall. Obviously, these two blueprints are matching. First build the basic wall. Then upgrade to the intermediate wall. Chao Xing clapped his hands and clicked on the two drawings to study. Then he continued to check. Heating pipe construction drawing. Attribute, multiple pipes can be laid in the territory to transport the heat from the furnace to the room to increase the temperature. Durability, 100. Length, 1 meter. Materials required for construction, level 11 furnace, iron asterisk 5, copper asterisk 1. Tools that can improve the happiness of the people, it is recommended that you build it as soon as possible. Intermediate territory storage box construction drawings. Capacity, 80. Materials required for upgrade, primary territory storage box, wood asterisk 30, mithril asterisk 10, primary element crystals asterisk 5. Intermediate storage box, more storage. Primary iron gate drawings. Armor, 100. Durability, 3000. Area, 3 meters wide asterisk 3 meters high asterisk 10 centimeters thick. Materials required for construction, level 1 Lord's Hut, wood asterisk 50, stone asterisk 30, iron asterisk 20, copper asterisk 5. Keep an eye on your gate. 3 drawings, all pretty good. Moreover, after the novice protection period is lifted, these blueprints can greatly increase the security of the territory. Chao Xing clapped his hands and clicked to learn. Then, it was the 6 skill books he was most looking forward to, excluding the firepower amplification and hunter perception, prepared for Xia Yani and Tong Chu Chu. The remaining 2 books were his and Lu Mushua's skill books. 2 for each. Chao Xing took the lead in checking his 2 skill books. Ice Wall, concentrate magic power. Create a 3m high asterisk 2m wide asterisk 50 centimeters wide ice wall in the 50m area ahead to block the enemy's attack. Ice wall durability, spirit asterisk 10. Maximum existence time, 5 minutes. Skill cooldown time, 60 seconds. Not bad, my current spirit power is almost 60,600 points of durability, can block a lot of attack damage. And I will soon be able to advance to the 2nd level, and my spirit power will be greatly improved. When the time comes, with the special effects of the Snow Mountain Robe, maybe I can directly summon 2 ice walls. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and continued to check the next skill book. Big Ice Spear. Consumes a certain amount of spirit, condenses a big ice spear, causes magic damage of attack power asterisk 188 to the enemy, 70% chance of causing a freezing effect of 1 to 3 seconds, cooling time, 30 seconds. This big ice spear should be an enhanced version of the ice cone technique. The lethality and attack distance have been greatly improved, and the freezing probability has also been improved. Chao Xing was delighted. Not bad. Not bad. Both skills are very good. He clapped his hands, and directly learned all of them. Skills successfully learned, Ice Wall. Big Ice Spear. Then, a red crystal appeared in his hand, which was the primary power crystal. It would allow him to advance to a 2nd level creature after reaching level 10, and his attributes would be greatly improved. This thing doesn't seem to have a chance of failure. It just so happens that my level has reached that point, so I'll just break through. Chao Xing clicked to use it. The next moment, a pure force appeared in his body. Chao Xing only felt that. His whole body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, and an incomparable sense of pleasure surged in his heart. System prompts appeared. Advanced successfully. You have become a mid-level Frost Mage. All attributes increased by 100%. Note, all attribute increases are basic attribute increases. Equipment additional attributes will not be affected by the advanced bonus. Powerful improvement. Basic attributes doubled, allowing his vision, physical strength, reaction ability, mental power to all be greatly improved. Each advancement, for any creature, is a qualitative transformation. Chao Xing first put on the Snow Mountain Robe, and his mental power increased by 10 points again. He looked at his attributes. Name, Chao-Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 1075/10000, Level 2. Detailed attributes, click to view. Very good, Ice Healing can restore 75 HP per second. Ice Armor can also increase armor by more than 50 points. Now, when dealing with monsters below level 1, I can't die even if I want to. Chao-Xing was delighted. At this time, he seemed to remember something. I remember that the rose wine of Metina I picked up on the mountain during the day can increase the spiritual attribute by 10 points. And another kind of strong liquor can also increase the strength by 10 points. Drink 2 glasses when I eat later, it should be good. Then, there are 2 other skilled books of Aurora Knight. Holy Healing Technique. Concentrate the power of the Aurora. Instantly restore the health of friendly units equal to Spirit *3, cooling time 30 seconds. Chao-Xing thought to himself. Mu Shui's spirit should be around 50 points now. Triple is 160, although not high, it's better than nothing. The second book is called Shield Slam. Shield Slam. Hold the shield and hit the target violently, causing 91% damage, and 80% will make the enemy fall into a dizzy state for 2 to 5 seconds, cooling time 120 seconds. This is a good control and survival skill. If used well, it can achieve a chain control effect. So far, Chao-Xing has almost finished processing the gains from this transaction. It can be said to be a great harvest. At this time, Dahua came to Chao-Xing and said respectfully, "Lord, dinner is ready. Shall I take the food to your hut first?" Chao-Xing shook his head. "No, we will also go to the cafeteria to eat today. By the way, Dahua, prepare a cup for everyone." Through taking the secret vitality elixir. Before, Chao-Xing already knew that. Taking these props with buff effects can also receive the bonus of eternal power. Chao-Xing wanted to use the red wine and liquor he picked up today to increase the attributes of all members of the territory. Soon, Chao-Xing brought Lu Muxue to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is currently only level 1, and the area is not large. It is also crowded with creatures from different races, which makes people dizzy. Snake people, char people, tree spirits, centaurs, etc. Chao-Xing thought to himself, it seems that the upgrade of the cafeteria should also be put on the agenda. Otherwise, there will not be enough places for everyone to eat. Seeing Chao-Xing and Lu Muxue come in, all the people in the territory had respectful expressions on their faces. The chieftain Chao Yi began his speech, which was nothing more than praising Chao-Xing's contribution to the entire territory and the bravery of other warriors. While he was speaking, Dahua and Erhua each held a bottle of red wine and poured it into everyone's glass. The sweet aroma of wine mixed with the aroma of food spread instantly. Everyone couldn't help but smell it, especially the 2 centaurs, whose eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, Father Motor, such a mellow wine aroma. This is a good red wine. Canar, we can also taste such delicious red wine, including the resolute Knight Assam." There was a smile on his face. Chao-Xing smiled, then raised his glass and said, "Let's toast to today's efforts, and to our new members." In the cafeteria, all members raised their glasses and shouted excitedly, "Cheers!" Chao-Xing drank the red wine in his hand. After a while, the system prompt appeared, successfully taking Metina Rose Wine. Mental attribute plus 10. Talent Eternal Power has taken effect, and this state has become permanent. Not only Chao-Xing, but all the people on the field, including those polar people and the Tree Spirit clan, all received attribute upgrades. They all stared at each other with their eyes wide open. But the next moment, everyone understood something. Praise the Lord. Your power is as amazing as ever. Praise the Lord. Chao-Xing smiled. Everyone, there is a second cup. This one is strong liquor. Be careful not to get drunk. Chapter 98 Land of Hope. Xia Yanni's midnight request. Everyone, be careful not to get drunk. Chao-Xing reminded. Hearing this, the 2 centaurs and the polar people patted their chests and promised, "Don't worry, Lord. The centaurs will not get drunk." Dahua and Erhua on the side also took up 2 barrels of strong liquor and poured them into everyone's glasses. There were so many people on the field, and if each person poured a glass, it would consume almost 3 bottles of wine. However, in exchange for so many permanent attribute improvements, it is obviously worth it. Everyone drank the liquor in their hands. After taking the Zima champion liquor, Chao-Xing also increased his strength by 10 points as he wished, and these people also got the same improvement. Some of them quickly fell into a drunken state, talking nonsense one by one. Then it was the dinner stage. 2 centaurs took the initiative to sing, and their hoarse voices made everyone cover their ears. The polar people devoured the food at the table. Most of the tree spirits were drunk and lay directly on the ground. The cafeteria soon became a mess. However, everyone here had a happy smile on their faces. A system prompt appeared. You arranged a sumptuous dinner, which made all the people in the territory feel happy and belonging. Your territory has obtained a special title, Land of Hope. Land of Hope, a territory full of hope, which increases the probability of attracting merchants or refugees by 30% and the probability of attracting high-level talents by 5%. Title Introduction. It allows people from different races and different beliefs to feel the hope of life here again. You are an amazing lord. Chao Xing was stunned. Title of Land of Hope. It can also increase the probability of attracting high-level talents? This thing is good? He was happy. He didn't expect that holding a dinner party would bring unexpected gains. Chao Xing laughed loudly, and then took Lu Muxua out of the cafeteria. He asked Lu Muxua to go back to the Lord's cabin to rest first. Then, he went straight to the tavern. He put the remaining Matina rose wine, the Zima champion liquor, and Eva rose wine on the wine cabinet. Dozens of precious bottles of red wine and liquor made the empty shelves full. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Next, as long as we find a bartender, we can get the tavern running and attract more talents. Of course, the premise is that my territory is strong enough. So far, today's harvest has almost been dealt with. Next, we have to wait until tomorrow and let Dazhuang and the others build a wall to prepare for the end of the novice protection period. Without the system protection, if he encounters a group of monsters and disperses his territory buildings, Chao Xing will be heartbroken. After doing this, Chao Xing clapped his hands and then went straight into the Lord's hut. An even stronger warmth came over him. The 2 stoves inside emitted bright flames, providing heat for the entire room. Chao Xing looked at the temperature above his head. Current temperature, 7°C. Great, the indoor temperature is finally not negative. Next, connect the heating pipes, and the indoor temperature can rise again. At that time, it will be more comfortable than turning on the air conditioner in winter. Chao Xing thought happily. At this time, Lu Muxua had just come out of the shower room, with only a wolf's skin on her body. The door of the Lord's hut, only he and Lu Muxua have the authority to open, so no one else can enter without permission. After seeing Chao Xing coming in, Lu Muxua's face suddenly turned red. However, in Chao Xing's surprised eyes, Lu Muxua's wolf skin slid down her shoulders. The next moment, a jade-like body appeared in front of him. At this moment, she was naked, with her arms around, dragging the shape and size of her chest. Under her waistline, there were long legs, gently put together, as if because of nervousness. Her legs were rubbing back and forth, like a perfect work of art. She completely presented herself to Chao Xing. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing could not help but feel his blood boiling. Before Chao Xing could react, Lu Muxua whispered, "Ah Xing, hold me." This sentence made Chao Xing lose his mind. He walked over quickly, picked up Lu Muxua's knee with his right hand, and carried her like a princess. With the beauty in his arms, he could not even feel her weight, which was less than 100 pounds. Chao Xing carried her, and came from the first floor of the Lord's hut to the second floor. This was their resting area. The 2 small wooden beds had become a large double bed. There was a soft wool blanket at the bottom, and a large bear skin on top. Finally, the bed was no longer hard. Chao Xing gently put Lu Muxua on the bed. The beauty's eyes flickered, and she seemed a little embarrassed to look at Chao Xing. Chao Xing's face gradually got closer, and Lu Muxua grabbed a corner of the bed sheet with both hands, and her breathing inevitably became rapid. Immediately, the 2 figures got into the bed together. The night was burning quietly. The temperature outside was getting lower and lower, but Chao Xing and the others were getting hotter and hotter in their bed. After a long time, the 2 figures gradually separated. Lu Muxua gently leaned against Chao Xing, with a satisfied flush on her face. Her smooth right hand kept caressing Chao Xing's chest, and her heart couldn't help but tremble when she thought of the man's wild actions just now. "Muxua, it's time to rest," Chao Xing said. Lu Muxua responded softly. Just when the 2 were about to fall asleep in each other's arms, there were knocks on the door of the Lord's hut. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks on the door were a little hurried. Chao Xing asked in confusion, Who? It was late at night, which was the coldest time of the day. The only people who could knock on the door at this time were his own subjects. A soft voice came from outside the door. My lord, I am Yanni. I am sorry to bother you so late. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue looked at each other, and then asked, Nothing, what's the matter? Xia Yanni said quickly, My lord, it's Chu Chu. Chu Chu seems to have a high fever, and fainted half an hour ago. I tried many ways, but Chu Chu's temperature still couldn't be lowered. I really have no choice. I can only ask for help from you. When she said the last part, Xia Yanni's tone was already crying. It can be seen that she was really anxious. After hearing this, Chao Xing also frowned slightly. Having a high fever in the snow is indeed a very troublesome thing. But fortunately, he has a medical kit, and more than one. So Chao Xing said, I know. I will come out right away. Hearing the response, Xia Yanni outside the door seemed to see hope. Chao Xing climbed up from the bed, and then quickly put on his clothes. Lu Muxue, who was leaning on the bed, said worriedly, asking, Can I go with you? Chao Xing shook his head and said, No. You should rest well. It's just a high fever. It's not a big problem. Lu Muxue nodded obediently. Then, Chao Xing came to the first floor and pushed open the door of the lord's hut. Huh? The cold wind of the night blew over, making people shrink their necks. Xia Yanni's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Her whole body was shaking unnaturally, and she looked extremely fragile. She was really anxious. In this world, Tong Chu Chu was everything in her life. If something happened to Tong Chu Chu, Xia Yanni would probably not have the courage to live anymore. Chao Xing said, Let's go. Take me there. Yes. Xia Yanni nodded quickly, turned around quickly, and walked towards the sewing shop. Chao Xing followed her. When he opened the door of the sewing shop, he found that it had been transformed into 2 rooms. One was a studio, and the other was a lounge. It seemed that this woman had remembered Chao Xing's previous commission, and was ready to work hard in the sewing shop for a long time. But she didn't expect that Tong Chu Chu would suddenly have a high fever. Where is Chu Chu? Chao Xing asked as he came in. Xia Yanni pushed open the door of the lounge. At this moment, Tong Chu Chu was lying on a small wooden bed, covered with a thick quilt, and her body was shaking constantly. With pale lips, she was still calling for her mother. This scene made Xia Yanni burst into tears. She knelt down beside Chao Xing, and begged in a voice like a cuckoo crying blood, Sir, please save Chu Chu. Chao Xing glanced at the girl's attribute panel. Leader, Tong Chu Chu LV1. Health value, 63/100. Status, coma, weak, high fever. Chao Xing grabbed Xia Yanni's soft arm, and gently lifted her up. Get up. Don't worry too much. I will save her. Hearing Chao Xing's promise, Xia Yanni's tears gradually stopped. Under his gaze, Chao Xing directly took out a medical kit. Medical kit, white, can be used to treat injuries or common diseases, and restore 100 health points. Note, a simple medical kit. After use, it can restore some common symptoms caused by weather, such as colds, fevers, frostbite, etc. Note 2. During the novice protection period, it can be used directly. After the protection period ends, it needs to be treated by someone with medical skills. Chao Xing was happy. Fortunately, fever is within the treatment range of the medical kit. However, after the novice protection period ends, it will not be so convenient to treat these diseases. Regarding medical talents, we must also find a way to recruit some. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the medical kit on the subject, Tong Chu Chu? Yes. The next moment, the medical kit in Chao Xing's hand disappeared. At this moment, Tong Chu Chu seemed to feel a strange energy. Her body gradually calmed down. The tightly frowned brows gradually dissipated, and a trace of blood gradually appeared on her pale lips. This scene made Xia Yanni next to her seem to see some hope, and her body was trembling with excitement. Chao Xing glanced at Tong Chu Chu's condition. Condition, coma, weak, high fever, recovering. Chao Xing nodded, and then ordered, Chu Chu is recovering, but the symptoms of the high fever will not subside so quickly. She still needs to rest for a while, and she will recover almost tomorrow. Thank you, thank you. Xia Yanni's face, full of mature charm, was full of gratitude. Chao Xing smiled and said, You're welcome. I'm glad Chu Chu is fine. After that, he took out 3 medical kits from his backpack and placed them on the bedside. He also took out 2 skill books. These 3 medical kits. If Choo-Choo has any symptoms, remember to use them as soon as possible. For the other 2 skill books, you and Choo-Choo study together, and I will help you level up. Xia Yanni looked at the skill books, and a strong sense of gratitude appeared in her eyes again. She knew that Chao Xing was taking care of him, and a warm current passed through her heart, making her tears burst out. Thank you, sir. Xia Yanni took the skill book, and then bowed solemnly to Chao Xing. However, this woman didn't even button up her wolfskin coat because she was too anxious. At this angle, the magnificent scale was fully presented in front of Chao Xing. A piece of white and greasy snow meat. This scene directly caught Chao Xing's sight, and even his breathing became a little hurried. Seeing that Chao Xing didn't speak, Xia Yanni raised her head tentatively, and then noticed his fiery gaze and her loose collar. Suddenly, a strong sense of shame surged into her heart. Xia Yanni wanted to cover her collar subconsciously, but she didn't know what she thought of. She didn't make any other movements, but kept this posture, allowing Chao Xing to appreciate it quietly. After a while, Xia Yanni asked, "Is it good?" "Good looking." Chao Xing nodded subconsciously. "Good looking." Xia Yanni suddenly became more shy. She seemed to have mustered up the courage, took the initiative to step forward, and gently grabbed Chao Xing's right hand. Her palm was warm, and then she put it into her collar. Chao Xing didn't expect that she would take the initiative to do this. Instantly, he felt like he was falling into the clouds, and subconsciously exerted some force on his right hand. Xia Yanni gasped charmingly. Then she raised her head, with a charming look in her eyes, and stared at Chao Xing. On her body, every movement seemed to carry the charm of a mature woman. This directly stimulated Chao Xing to use more force. Xia Yanni only felt that there was a strong hand, holding her heart. The beautiful woman's breath was as fragrant as orchid, and she kept making suppressed and fascinating sounds. Her fleshy thighs were trembling slightly, as if she was about to lose her balance. Xia Yanni's beautiful eyes widened. She tightly grasped Chao Xing's arm, and her whole body was trembling violently. As Chao Xing continued to stimulate, something seemed to be ignited in the hearts of the two. At this time, Xia Yanni saw Tong Choo-Choo sleeping soundly on the small wooden bed. She almost suppressed the heat in her heart, and whispered, "Master, master, go to the next room." Under the leadership of Xia Yanni, the two came to the next workshop. As Xia Yanni gently closed the door, she came to Chao Xing with a trembling body. In Chao Xing's surprised eyes, Xia Yanni knelt down. 10 minutes later, Xia Yanni stood up, gently took off her wolfskin coat, took off her white t-shirt, and then presented her plump figure to Chao Xing. Before, through the clothes, Chao Xing only knew how magnificent Xia Yanni's size was. In this state, he was even more surprised by the exaggerated size and roundness. Without Chao Xing saying anything, the beautiful woman knelt down, holding her white breasts with both hands, and gently served Chao Xing. Warm, smooth, soft, waves of strong stimulation were touching Chao Xing's nerves. "Do you like it, sir?" Xia Yanni asked tentatively. Chao Xing nodded. "Very good." After hearing this, the beautiful woman was shy, but also a little happy. "As long as sir likes it. If you need it, you can come to me anytime." Hearing the latter sentence, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. In the following time, he completely sank into the land of tenderness. He didn't need to do anything at all. Xia Yanni would take the initiative to make him fall into the strong stimulation. A few minutes later, the temperature gradually became hot. The beautiful woman also felt her legs getting wet. Before the two of them could take the next step, Chao Xing suddenly heard a dull roar coming from the territory, which was extremely penetrating. Roar! The two of them changed their faces at the same time. Chapter 99: The Devil in the Snow. Roar! The roar resounded throughout the snowy plain, waking up all the people in the territory in the middle of the night. At the same time, several primary elemental arrow towers built in the territory automatically launched attacks. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows breaking through the air came. Xia Yanni was still serving Chao Xing at this time. When she heard the roar, she was frightened and her face turned pale. "My lord, what happened outside?" Chao Xing gently helped her up, and then put on her clothes. "I'll go and see. You stay inside with Choo-Choo and don't go out. Don't worry, it'll be fine." When Xia Yanni heard the last sentence, It was like a warning to her family. Sweet juice rose in her heart. She nodded heavily and said, "Yes." Chao Xing quickly walked out of the sewing shop. At the same time, the people in the territory also walked out. Assam rushed out of the room as soon as the roar appeared. After seeing Chao Xing at this time, Assam quickly warned, "Lord, be careful. That is the cry of the snow demon." "Snow demon?" Assam nodded and said, "Yes. It is an evil creature that only appears at night. It is said that the snow demon is a combination of the resentful spirits of the dead in the snow, and likes to sneak into the vicinity of the villagers' houses, and then disguised as a human and knock on the door. If you open the door at this time, the snow demon will dig out your heart." Chao Xing was stunned. "What if I don't open the door?" Assam shook his head and said, "If you don't open the door, they will break in and eat the hearts of everyone in the room." Chao Xing felt speechless. As long as he was targeted by the snow demon, he would die no matter what. Assam continued, "It seemed to want to attack our territory, but was stopped by an invisible force." Chao Xing nodded. The benefits of the novice protection period are reflected here. Even if a monster invades at night, there is no need to worry. Accompanied by Assam, Chao Xing quickly came to the edge of the territory. At this moment, the lights of the two lighthouses were shining on the snow outside the territory. A monster with a grayish-white body, 4 limbs on the ground, and antlers on its head was reflected. At this moment, the monster was full of arrows shot from the elemental arrow tower, and blood was constantly oozing from its body, dyeing the entire snow red. However, the green number plus 313 continued to appear on its head, and the damage of the elemental arrow tower seemed to be offset by it. Roar! Roar! The snow demon roared. Seeing so many people in the territory, the monster with deer horns suddenly stood up, with a body more than 3 meters tall, looking like a devil in the snow. Not only that, it also showed a human form, stretched out a front hoof, and made a knocking gesture towards the air in front of it. Even more bizarre, they actually heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The dull knock on the door reverberated in everyone's ears, like a death-threatening drumbeat. This scene stunned everyone. At this moment, the snow demon still stood alone, looking at everyone in the territory, and slowly opened its big black mouth. It seemed to be saying, "I'm targeting you." This frightened the group of polar people so much that they trembled like chaff. Assam explained, "Lord, this snow demon has set its sights on us, which may cause some trouble." Is the snow demon strong? Not too strong. But the snow demon is a creature that is difficult to kill. They have strong survival ability in the snow, and are extremely difficult to deal with. Assam said, even if the creature they target escapes on the first night, they will come back on the second night, until they devour the target's heart. Chao Xing also frowned after hearing this. If that's the case, it's really a bit troublesome. After all, no one wants to have such a monster appear outside their house every night. Chao Xing took a look at the attributes of this guy. Snow Devil LV-15. Race, unknown. Level, 2nd level boss level creature. HP, 6520/6530. Attack power, 335 to 374. Skills, Body of Wraith, immune to 50% of physical damage. Elemental Body, immune to 50% of magical damage. Heart Snatching Tongue, extends a long tongue, attacks the heart of an enemy 10 meters away, causes 230% damage, with a certain chance of causing instant death. Snow God, when HP drops below 30%, dodge probability increases by 50%, and can transform into an elemental body, melt into the snow and quickly escape. When in the Snow God state, immune to all control skills. Talent, Snowfield Body, in the snow, recover 5% of HP per second. Good guy. This snow demon is not that strong, but its survivability is terrifyingly strong. Immune to 50% physical and magic damage, which directly makes its survivability more terrifying than the boss monster of the same level. In addition, it recovers 5% of its health per second, and has an escape skill. No wonder Assam said, the snow demon is a creature that is difficult to kill. It would be strange if it could be killed. At this time, the snow demon still stood up. Under its antlers, a pair of dark eyes stared at everyone in the territory, which made people shudder. Chao Xing fell into a state of thinking. Then the territory shield will be lifted. If you are always stared at by such a difficult guy, it is not a solution. If it is true as Assam said, this monster appears every night. Will Chaoxing still sleep? So the best way is to kill this snow demon directly. To deal with this kind of creature with abnormal recovery ability and survival ability, you can only crush it with powerful force and kill it with one blow. Chaoxing evaluated the power in the territory and made a decision in his heart. He led Assam to the edge of the territory, only about 15 meters away from the snow demon. At this moment, the snow demon looked at Chaoxing. Black liquid flowed from the corner of its mouth, and its eyes were fixed on his heart. Chaoxing felt a sharp pain in his chest, but he was not afraid, and took the initiative to speak. "You want to eat my heart?" Chaoxing pointed to his chest. The snow demon seemed to understand human words, and nodded slowly, with a look of desire in his eyes. Chaoxing did not feel much fear. In this magical world, it was not strange to see strange creatures. He continued to speak, attracting the attention of the snow demon. Not only that, Blot Brimstone and Rennies also stood beside Chaoxing. Gradually, more and more people stood beside Chaoxing. They all burst out with their aura, and the snow demon was not only not scared, but became more eager because of the strong vitality shown by everyone. At the same time, Sarah and Andrew, as well as 2 centaurs, had sneaked out from the other side of the territory. They began to surround the snow demon from different directions. Not long after, Chaoxing noticed that 4 figures appeared behind the snow demon. A slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chaoxing ordered, "Get ready." At this moment, Rennies pulled the bowstring, and Blot was also gathering the power of black smoke. Assam also raised his sword high, ready to release the Frost Wolf sword chi at any time. Chaoxing, on the other hand, took out Barret directly. He wanted to kill the snow demon with the force of thunder. At this time, the snow demon also saw the attack that the creatures in the camp were brewing, but it did not seem to be afraid, and it scanned everyone with empty eyes. The snow demon was extremely confident in its ability to survive. It did not think that the people in front of it could pose a threat to its life. Seeing that Sarah and Andrew were already in position, Chaoxing ordered, "Attack with all your strength. Kill it." The moment the words fell, a wind-chasing arrow was shot out instantly. At the same time, in the area of 15 meters near the snow demon, a storm of black smoke was instantly set off. Chaoxing's Barret also fired bullets at this moment. The Frost Wolf Knight on the side swept across with a sword. Instantly, the area where the snow demon was located was covered by various attacks, with dense damage numbers. -131, -134, -254, -256, -357, -331. Although everyone's attacks were greatly weakened, but in one wave, the snow demon's health was nearly 1700. Chaoxing's eyes lit up instantly. There's hope. The snow demon didn't seem to expect that these people's attacks would be so fierce. Roar! Roar! A series of angry roars appeared. A green number plus 326 appeared above its head. At this moment, 2 arrow towers attacked, reducing its restored health. The snow demon was about to escape, but the black smoke storm raged, greatly slowing down the snow demon's movements. Chaoxing directly ordered, "Go in, and do your best to kill it." Assam was the first to respond. He raised his sword high, and the terrifying sword energy condensed. "In the name of justice, kill all evil." The next moment, the Frost Wolf led him into the black smoke. Shwa shwa shwa. For terrifying sword energy swept past. -194, -211, -237, -258. The snow demon's HP dropped by another 1000, and its defense value also dropped sharply. What was even more terrifying was that Andrew and Sarah had also rushed into the black smoke storm. Sarah directly entered the shadow bloom. State. The shadow blade in his hand slashed across instantly. -1164. This knife directly cut the snow demon's aorta, reducing its health to below 4000. At this time, the druid slapped it. -224. Although the damage was not high, it made a bear paw mark appear on the snow demon's head. The snow demon's defense power dropped again. At the same time, Sarah's second knife slashed out. -1243. Another horrible damage. The blood volume of the snow demon dropped directly below 3000. Roar! The snow demon was completely panicked. It began to ignore the injuries on its body, and madly fled outside on all fours. However, Assam and Andrew held the snow demon tightly and resisted a lot of damage. At the same time, Sarah's third knife also slashed down. Minus 1,241. The snow demon still had a little over 2,000 blood volume. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Explode. Explode quickly. At this moment, all the members of the territory launched a terrifying attack. And Chao Xing also pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Chapter 100 Killing the Snow Demon. Bang! After a gunshot, the bullet flew past instantly. Minus 541. Minus 214. Minus 144. Minus 135. Minus 67. This wave of concentrated fire directly took away 1100 HP of the snow demon. Roar! The snow demon roared angrily. Its HP had dropped below 30%. Before it could make the next move, Chao Xing ordered, "Can't tell, cast your skills to control it." The centaur canter on the side directly threw the blunt weapon in his hand. Bang! Minus 109. The damage was not high, but it made the snow demon fall into a dizzy state. Chao Xing was immediately delighted. This wave was stable. Kill it in 1 second. After saying that, everyone started the second round of concentrated fire. And Chao Xing also fired the second shot. This wave of concentrated fire will definitely kill the snow demon on the spot. And at this moment, the snow demon, in a dizzy state, actually let out a strange roar. Woo! The next moment, its body melted directly, actually forced itself out of the dizzy state, and then quickly disappeared in the snow. Bang! Boom! All the attacks landed in the air, splattering snowflakes all over the ground. And the snow demon actually disappeared out of thin air. Run away? Chao Xing was incredulous. Fuck, this is too outrageous. I can even forcefully remove the dizziness state. Chao Xing knew that this was the effect of the snow demon's skill Snow God, which was really abnormal. And at this moment, Chao Xing noticed that in the snow in the distance, a green number of plus 325 suddenly appeared. He realized instantly that it was a snow demon. A glimmer of hope appeared on Chao Xing's face again. There. At this moment, all the recruited creatures reacted and launched various long-range attacks. However, in the snow demon's Snow God state, it did not cause any damage. Seeing that the snow demon was about to escape, Chao Xing's face showed a trace of helplessness. There was no way. He really tried his best. This snow demon was too difficult to kill. No wonder Assam said that few people could kill the snow demon. And after this time, the snow demon knew Chao Xing's method. And it would be even more troublesome to deal with it next time. At this moment, Sarah suddenly appeared in the darkness. She snapped her fingers. Pop! A burst of explosion suddenly appeared on the snow 100 meters away. Bang! Not only that, Chao Xing also saw a big damage number floating up. Minus 4,848. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the snow demon LV-15, a second-level boss creature, and gained 1,000 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 500. Not only Chao Xing, but everyone on the field widened their eyes. Fuck. Chao Xing was shocked. He also understood that this was the effect of Sarah's skill Shadow Blossom. Each attack left a layer of shadow mark, which could then be detonated instantly. This explosion directly killed the snow demon on the spot. Chao Xing was overjoyed. He gave Sarah a thumbs up. Sarah, you are awesome. After receiving Chao Xing's praise, Sarah pursed her thin lips into a smile, and then nodded slightly. Chao Xing also led people directly to the body of the snow demon outside. After the death of the snow demon, it was shattered into a pile of ice debris. In this pile of ice debris, Chao Xing saw a red heart and some other materials. Get snow demon heart *1. Get snow demon tongue *1. Get fallen soul *1. Get brass ancient coin *2. Get intermediate element crystal *5. Not bad. A lot of things exploded. Chao Xing took a look at the properties of these new materials. Snow demon heart. Effect 1. Can be eaten. Increase the upper limit of life by 500 points. Life recovery speed plus 5%. Can be effective once at most. Effect 2. Allow magic plants to absorb the vitality contained in it. Accelerate the growth cycle. The still beating snow demon heart contains strong vitality. Chao Xing looked at the beating heart in his hand and couldn't help but complain, this thing. Can it be eaten? He couldn't get over it at once. So he put the snow demon heart into his backpack and checked the second thing. Snow demon tongue. A tongue that has pierced and tasted the hearts of many creatures. With a strong smell of blood. Effect, made into bait. It can attract some special beings. It is said that among the nobles of the empire, the snow demon tongue is an extremely rare ingredient, and many royal families are eager to taste this delicacy. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Damn, these nobles are quite gluttonous, they even eat this thing. He looked at the next thing speechlessly. Fallen soul. The soul of the guardian of an ancient country, now polluted by the evil breath of a mysterious existence and degenerated into a dirty snow demon. If you can find the sacred altar and purify the fallen soul, you will gain the friendship and special gifts of that ancient country. Ancient brass coin. An extremely ancient coin, now no longer in circulation on the continent, with a mark of space magic on it. After collecting 100 ancient brass coins, you can exchange them for one ancient treasure chest, which can be used to open ancient weapons, production drawings, or some other extinct items. The first 3 items are all parts of the snow demon, and Chao Xing directly put them into his backpack. As for the last brass coin, after seeing the introduction above, Chao Xing thought, it can be exchanged for ancient weapons, similar to the barret in my hand? I remember, there is also the prefix of ancient weapons in front of the name of this thing. You need to collect 100 to exchange. According to the ratio of 1 snow demon to 2, Chao Xing must kill at least 50 snow demons to exchange for an ancient treasure chest. Obviously, this is not something he can do now. He shook his head and put all these things away. Under Assam's protection, Chao Xing walked back to the territory. The noise just now woke up all the people in the territory from their sleep, including Lu Muxue, who came out of the hut. They were all nervous, watching the battle outside the territory. The ferocity of the snow demon frightened the people in the territory. Fortunately, the powerful lord and his men killed the snow demon. Looking at their fiery eyes, Chao Xing clapped his hands and said, "Okay. It's okay now. Go back and rest. We still have to work early tomorrow morning." The resident Chao immediately took the lead and said, "Yes, Lord. Your power protects us, allowing us to spend a peaceful night. Praise the great Lord." Then, all the people in the territory went into their warm shelters. Chao Xing also took Lu Muxue back to the Lord's hut. When passing by the sewing shop, he saw Xia Yani leaning against the door. Chao Xing nodded, indicating that she was fine. Xia Yani smiled with relief on her face, and then nodded gently. After returning to the Lord's hut, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue fell asleep in each other's arms. Nothing special happened in the second half of the night. The next day, just as the sky was getting light, a system prompt appeared. "Attention survivors. You have spent the 5th night of the Frozen Age. Today will be the last day of the Novice Protection Period. After tonight, the game content will change. Please be prepared. The remaining time of the Novice Protection Period, 22 hours. Weather forecast, light breeze, humid and cold temperature, suitable to go out and develop the territory." Chao Xing and Lu Muxue both woke up. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing pondered, is it the last day of the Novice Protection Period? According to the danger level of this world, once the Novice Protection Period is over, it is estimated that many people will die. After hearing this, Lu Muxue's eyes also showed worry. The experience of the snow demon invasion last night made her realize that the snowfield is not safe at night. In addition to the snow demon, there is also the upcoming expansion pack, Dragon Resurrection. A large number of ice nest monsters will appear in every corner of this world, in addition to the wild beasts wandering in the snowfield, those crazy hunters, and the army of white walkers that have not yet been encountered. Danger can be said to be everywhere. These monsters can take away the lives of a large number of survivors. However, when she thought about the strength of the territory she was in, the worries in her heart gradually dissipated. As for the life and death of others, Lu Muxue didn't have any thoughts to consider. This can't be blamed on her. In this world, it is not easy to protect yourself. Chao Xing said, "Get up. Muxue, wash up. We are going out to arrange work for the people." "Yeah." Lu Muxue responded softly, but before getting up, she put her arms around Chao Xing's neck and kissed him. Chao Xing smiled. A few minutes later, the two walked out of the Lord's hut. At this time, a large group of people were standing in the open space outside the door. When they saw Chao Xing coming out, their eyes instantly lit up, and a group of them greeted him. "Respected Lord, good morning, I wish you good health." "Beautiful Lady Lord, good morning, I wish you will always be as beautiful as a delicate flower. Chao Xing was happy. These aborigines, they all have some eloquence, and the greetings are different every morning. De Zhuang. Hearing Chao Xing calling him, the polar man De Zhuang immediately stepped forward and said seriously, Lord, please give me your orders. Chao Xing said, today you will suspend the mining of the copper mine, and collect our rails and mine carts first, so as not to be destroyed by those monsters. Then you will take all the polar people, go around the territory, and start to build the initial city wall with all your strength. Try to surround our territory within 1 day. Now the diameter of Chao Xing's territory is 1 kilometer, and it takes more than 3,000 meters to build a circle of city walls. According to the calculation that it takes 24 minutes to build a wall. If 8 polar people work hard and build a wall at the same time, they can almost enclose the entire territory before dark. This is the advantage of having a large number of people. As long as there are enough workers, a defensive fortification can be built in 1 day. De Zhuang immediately shouted, Got it, Lord. Chao Xing looked at an old man next to him. Chao Yi, your tasks today are also quite complicated. You have to upgrade the sewing shop, the blacksmith shop, the canteen, and all the shelters to the intermediate level. Then build the bakery, the cowshed, and these buildings. Chapter 101 Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Blood Kiss. Chao Xing continued, in addition, make several hundred meters of pipes, and install heating in every building in our territory. Also, build a few iron gates, and install them after De Zhuang and the others build the wall. This requires a lot of manpower, so I will let you command the Tree Spirit clan. Any questions? Leader Chao listened, and carefully recorded every task Chao Xing ordered. No problem, Lord. I promise to complete the task. Lord Chao Yi also led a group of people to arrange the work. At this time, Dahua and Sanhua each held a wooden food box and came over. Lord, this is the secret rabbit meat you ordered. It was just out of the oven this morning and is still hot. We added golden honey to it. It should taste good. Across the box, you can smell a rich meaty aroma, which makes people salivate. Chao Xing had a happy look on his face. He asked Dahua and the others to make this last night, because they had to go out to explore and collect resources during the day. They might have to be outside for a long time. Chao Xing didn't want to just eat bread and dry food, so he asked Dahua and the others to prepare cooked food in advance. Anyway, he had a storage backpack, and in the storage space, the calories of these cooked foods could be preserved for at least 3 days. Dahua, you did a good job. He put away all the food boxes. Obtain roasted rabbit meat *30. There were 15 rabbits in each of the 2 food boxes, enough for them and their men to eat outside for 2 days. After finishing all this, Chao Xing looked at his population again. Current population, 60 out of 100. There is still a population limit of 40. Today, he will see if he can bring back another batch of people. After all, having more people means stronger productivity. And productivity represents the speed of development. If he has 20 more people at this time, he can even upgrade all the primary city walls to intermediate city walls within 1 day. Chao Xing thought, I remember that there seems to be a Zhuolan tavern in Hog Village. I wonder if I can recruit some hero units or civilians to work in the tavern. Just as he was thinking about this, Neve and Juliet of the Tree Spirit clan looked at each other, and the 2 women, who looked as delicate as figurines, walked towards Chao Xing. The 2 women knelt down gently. Chao Xing was stunned. What are you doing? Neve whispered, Respected Lord, you saved my sister. As agreed, I will give you the pale seed. After that, Neve stretched out her white hands, holding a white seed, and raised it above her head. Chao Xing also reacted, then nodded and put the seed away. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Task, Neve's commission has been completed. And the reward is, Pale Seed *1. Pale Seed, Orange Magic Plant. Quality, Epic. Effect 1, planted in the territory. After the pale seed grows, it can bless the entire territory. Increase the maximum health value by 10% and the life recovery effect by 10%. For every year of growth, the blessing effect will increase by 1%. And the upper limit is 100%. Effect 2, after the pale seed enters the growth period, it will automatically absorb the energy between heaven and earth, improve the soil around the territory, and speed up the growth rate of plants in the territory by 5%. For every year of growth, It will speed up the growth rate by 1%. And the upper limit is 50%. After reading the introduction of Pale Seed, Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Is it really an epic magic plant? It can actually increase the upper limit of life and recovery speed by 100%. Not only that, it can also speed up the growth rate of all plants by 50%. With this pale tree, as long as Chao Xing finds enough magic plants, he can make a fortune just by farming. The premise is that this pale tree can live for 100 years. Chao Xing helped Neve and Juliet up, and then asked, the growth cycle of the pale seed is too long. Do you have any way to speed up its growth? The two women looked at each other. And then Juliet whispered, yes. If you can find some items with pure vitality, you can speed up the growth of the pale tree. The flower of iris, the pearl of Moor, the heart of the tree of life, etc. can all speed up the growth of the pale tree. But the most effective one is the condensation of the pale holy tree. Unfortunately, the pale holy tree has been destroyed. At this point, Juliet and Eve both had sadness on their faces. Chao Xing looked at them and said, Juliet, your sister should have told you that the sufferings you experienced in the past are not terrible. The most important thing is to have the courage to start over again. In my territory, you tree spirits will be treated fairly. Then, are you willing to join us and build a territory full of happiness together? This was the first time that Chao Xing formally invited this tree spirit woman. After hearing this, Juliet wiped away the tears from her eyes. She glanced at Neve next to her, and little Neve nodded, looking expectant. A smile appeared on Juliet's face, like a blooming moonflower. Very beautiful, she whispered. I am honored to join your territory. Respected Lord, tree spirits, Juliet has joined your territory. And the territory population +1. Chao Xing also smiled. Then he looked at Juliet's attributes. And what surprised Chao Xing was that Juliet's loyalty had reached 90 as soon as she joined. This might be related to Chao Xing saving her. At this time, Chao Xing seemed to remember something, and a beating heart suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the heart of the snow demon. The system introduced that this thing had extremely strong vitality and could be used to accelerate the growth of some plants. But Chao Xing was not sure whether it could be used on the pale seed. So he asked, Juliet, this heart, can it be used to accelerate the growth of the pale seed? Juliet looked at the bright red heart in Chao Xing's hand, with a little fear on her delicate features. But she also felt the extremely vigorous vitality on it. Juliet nodded gently. Lord, yes, the vitality contained in this heart can accelerate the growth cycle of the pale seed by 3 years. Hearing her reply, Chao Xing was immediately happy. It really works. Then there is something to say. If one snow demon heart accelerates for 3 years, then he only needs to kill more than 30 snow demons. Wouldn't it be possible to make the pale tree grow completely? Seemingly seeing Chao Xing's thoughts, Juliet said softly, Lord, the same thing cannot repeatedly accelerate the growth of the pale tree. If it is the second heart, it may only accelerate for 2 years, the third heart will continue to weaken, and the fourth heart will have no effect. Chao Xing nodded after hearing this. This result was within his expectations. So, Chao Xing first gave the pale seed and snow demon heart to Juliet. He also gave her the 4 moon condensation flowers and mutated thorn vine seeds that he picked yesterday. Juliet, this pale seed is for you to plant in your territory. In addition, these moon condensation flowers and mutated thorn vine also need to be replanted. The required ice crystals are in the storage box. Take as much as you need. You are a wise woman. Now use your knowledge to make our territory more prosperous. After hearing Chao Xing's solemn instructions, Juliet said with emotion, Lord, thank you very much for your recognition and respect. Juliet will do what you ask. After that, she took little Neve to work together. All the people in the territory started their day's work. Chao Xing nodded. I also want to prepare and go out to explore. He didn't forget what he promised to old Mel yesterday. To go to Luoshua Lake to find his daughter Elisa, and try to see if he can find the legendary Cloud Yak. But before setting off, he still had to make some preparations. He was going to put the shining throne he got yesterday in the Lord's mansion. This is an epic item. Although the 2 strongest special effects at the back require a level 4 Lord's mansion to activate. But the charm +50 and luck +10 attributes at the front are also good. When he arrived at the Lord's mansion, Chao Xing directly took out the shining throne. Do you want to bind the shining throne to your territory? Yes. Bind successfully. Lucky gem special effects have been activated. Luck value +10. Chao Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction, looking at the throne in front of him, which is 1.5 meters wide, nearly 2 meters high, and exudes a gorgeous atmosphere. It is out of tune with this low building, but Chao Xing believes that in the near future, he will be able to upgrade the Lord's hut to a more advanced Lord's mansion, or even a castle, or even a palace. At that time, he will sit on this throne and issue various orders to his subordinates. Just thinking about it, Chao Xing is looking forward to it. Then, he walked out of the Lord's hut again and headed towards the edge of the territory. Along the way, the people of the territory were busy. The sound of dingling dang dang was heard. Dazhuang and his team, in accordance with Chao Xing's order, began to build the first batch of city walls at the edge of the territory. 8 people worked together, which was equivalent to building 8 city walls at the same time. Moreover, because of the coverage of the furnace, there was no need to plan when building the city wall, and it could be built directly along the edge of the territory. At the same time, Assam, Andrew and others were also ready to go. They looked at Chao Xing with respect. "Lord, we are ready for battle and await your orders at any time." Chao Xing nodded, but before setting off, he still had one thing to do. That is, use the leader-level recruitment scroll rewarded by the system yesterday. Leader-level recruitment scroll, Gold used this scroll to summon a powerful level 10 first-order leader-level creature. Note, this recruitment scroll is a system reward, and the recruited creatures are of random types, random races, and random occupations. Random? Chao Xing thought secretly. As long as they don't summon some weird creatures for me, it's fine. Then, he clicked to use it directly. As the scroll in his hand dissipated, a strong smell of blood and stench floated throughout the camp. Chao Xing was stunned. "Oh my god, I just said not to give me any weird things, and now you do this to me? This luck value plus 10, it seems to be in vain." A gust of cold wind. A cloud of blood mist appeared in front of Chao Xing. In the blood mist, a huge figure about 2.5 meters tall could be seen faintly. The next moment, the blood mist dissipated. The figure inside moved slowly. Then, 8 slender limbs first came into view. Looking up, there was a bulging belly, covered with blood-like lines. This was a big spider, and on its spider-like body, there was a human female body with revealing clothes and cream-colored skin, delicate facial features, narrow eyes, a touch of black eyeshadow with a natural smoky feeling. And the most terrifying thing was the 8 eyes on her forehead. It gave people a terrifying beauty. She just looked at Chao Xing, sticking out her black and purple tongue, licking her lips. The atmosphere was a bit depressing for a while. Chao Xing was the first to speak. "What's your name, this spider lady?" A terrifying smile appeared on the corner of the other party's black and purple mouth, and then she said, "Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Bloodkiss, are you the lord I want to be loyal to?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes, I am Lord Chao Xing." The other party laughed softly again. She looked around, looked at the buildings behind Chao Xing, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face. "TSK. A very weak territory, it looks like it can be destroyed at will, and this lord is so weak. How about, I swallow you and turn you into nutrients?" Hearing this, all the recruited creatures on the field changed their faces. Sarah appeared in front of her silently, and threatened in a cold tone, "Respect my lord. Otherwise, I don't mind cutting off your head." What did you say?" Facing Sarah's threat, Zierda, who was only at the first level of strength, was not afraid at all. The Blood Spider Queen Zierda instantly burst out with a terrifying momentum. At this moment, Assam, Andrew, including Rennies and others, all drew their weapons. Swish, swish, swish. They all aimed their attacks at the Blood Spider Queen. However, facing so many beings stronger than her, Blood Spider Queen Hilda did not show weakness. Her limbs bent slightly, ready to pounce on others at any time. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing couldn't help but have a headache. He didn't expect that this newly summoned member was so arrogant. His territory and personal strength were the best among the survivors. However, in the eyes of this blood spider, it was evaluated as crude, and his own strength was also evaluated as weak. However, when I think of her prefix, Blood Spider Queen, I think this terrifying creature must have been a very high-ranking being before being summoned. However, no matter how high her status is, if she doesn't obey, it's useless for Chao Xing to have her. So Chao Xing asked, "Zilda, are you willing to be loyal to me?" At this time, the Blood Spider Queen looked around, and saw the beings from different races around her, all looking at her seriously. The atmosphere became a little tense. Chapter 102: The Powerful Blood Spider Queen. TSK. The Blood Spider Queen still had a proud look on her face, but she seemed to have compromised a little. You seem to have a group of loyal subordinates. Even the arrogant dark elves can be so obedient to you, it seems that you, the Lord, must be a little special. In that case, then I, Zierda, will temporarily pledge my loyalty to you, which is not a bad idea. Hearing her response, Chao Xing nodded. Very good. Then he looked at the others and said, put down your weapons. None of these subordinates had a loyalty level lower than 80, and they basically obeyed his orders. They all put away their weapons. Chao Xing looked at the terrifying and charming Spider Queen, and then said, then, welcome to join my territory, Zierda. The Blood Spider Queen bent down slightly, and then saluted Chao Xing, as a response to his invitation. He looked at Zierda's attributes. Blood Spider Queen, Zierda Blood Kiss. Race, Blood Spider. Level 101533/10000. First Order Leader Level Creature, not Advanced. Health, 3720/3720. Attack Power, 311 to 323. Attributes, Strength 115, Agility 121, Spirit 146, Constitution 124. Skills, Hatching Blood Spiders. Hatches a large number of ordinary blood spiders of the same level from the body. The blood spider will attack the enemy crazily. After the blood volume is cleared, it will self-destruct, causing one layer of blood poison effect to all nearby enemies. Up to 10 layers can be stacked. 10-minute cooling time. Blood Kiss. Spray a spider silk, drag the enemy to the side, then inject burning blood poison. Cause attack power *133% damage. The enemy will be swallowed by the Blood Spider Queen after melting. Restore 30% of the blood volume. The maximum attack distance is agility *0.1 meters. Cooling time 10 minutes. Queen's Will. The Blood Spider Queen transmits the offensive will, makes all friendly units enter the rampage state, increases the movement speed by 50%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. Cooling time 5 minutes. Spider Web Spray. Release a large spider web. Drag the enemy trapped in a net. Control it for 3 to 10 seconds. Cooling time 3 minutes. Fear Scream. Emits a soul-shaking scream. Makes all enemy creatures within 50 meters fall into a state of fear for 5 to 20 seconds. In the state of fear, the enemy's attack power decreases by 30%. Used on weak creatures, it will put them in a state of mental shock for a long time. Cooling time 10 minutes. Talent 1. Blood Poison. Contains a lot of blood poison in the body. Adds blood poison effect to the enemy when attacking. Continuously burns its skin. Each layer of blood poison causes 10% of the attack power damage, and cause great pain to the enemy. Talent 2. Queen's Domain. Centered on herself. All friendly units' movement speed increases by 20%. Attack speed increases by 20%. Satisfaction 63. Loyalty 57. This is a powerful Blood Spider Queen, who once led the Blood Spider Army, destroyed an ancient race, and converted all of it into nutrients for the Blood Spider clan. If you can raise the Blood Spider Queen's rank to the commander level, she will usher in a stronger transformation. After seeing the skills of this Blood Spider Queen, Chao Xing was surprised. Should we say that she is worthy of being a leader-level creature? It is only a level 10 First-Order creature, but its attributes are even stronger than the Second-Order Elite Rennies. 5 major skills, 2 major talents. Both her combat power and survivability have been improved to a terrifying level. Whether it is a group attack or a single fight, the performance of the Blood Spider Queen can be said to be impeccable. And what is even more terrifying is that she has a Queen's Will skill, which can increase the movement speed by 50%, and with Chao Xing's eternal power, it is equivalent to a permanent increase of 50% in the movement speed of all members. Adding the bonus of Queen's Domain, it means a 70% bonus to the movement speed of all members. This is a huge improvement. The team's current speed in the snow is 40 km per hour. With the addition of Hilda, the speed can reach 70 km per hour. Whether it is combat or mobility, it is a qualitative change. These 2 skills are really good. There is also a hint in the introduction of this Blood Spider Queen that upgrading her to a commander-level creature can usher in a stronger transformation. Chao Xing pondered, above the leader level. Is it the commander level? However, this is not something to consider now, because so far, Chao Xing has not encountered a commander-level creature. Although the Blood Spider Queen is powerful, her loyalty is also the lowest among the creatures summoned by Chao Xing. Only 57 points. Not even up to the passing level. At this time, Chao Xing directly took out a primary power heart and handed it to her. Zierda looked at the red crystal in Chao Xing's hand, and finally a glimmer of light appeared in her narrow eyes. Zilda, use it. The Blood Spider Queen did not speak, but nodded her head, then took the heart of power and crushed it. A powerful force instantly erupted in her body. Her advancement speed was extremely fast, without any delay at all, and she evolved successfully directly. Zierda's purple lips moved slightly. I feel that my strength is gradually returning. Your territory member, Zierda Bloodkiss, has successfully advanced, and all attributes have increased by 100%. Zierda's strength has increased again. However, even after accepting Chao Xing's heart of power, Zierda's loyalty did not improve at all. Chao Xing frowned. However, who cares? As long as she is willing to obey orders and fight. Loyalty can also be cultivated slowly. Thinking of this, Chao Xing called Eilina over. Then he, Lu Muxue, and Eilina cast a spell together. A series of buffs hit Zierda. At this moment, Zierda's face with a cold expression finally changed. She looked at Chao Xing in surprise. This kind of power. Even before I entered the summoning space, I had never seen it before. Is this what makes you special? Chao Xing nodded. There was a slight shock in Zierda's eyes, but she immediately returned to that arrogant look. TSK. So it seems that you are a pretty good lord, not so useless. Chao Xing was speechless, and before he could say anything more, a system prompt appeared. You helped the territory member, Zierda Bloodkiss, improve his strength. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 62. Chao Xing was happy, finally increased his loyalty by 5 points. Sure enough. Eternal power. This talent is really useful. It can handle such a proud woman. Then, he called Xia Yani over as well. At this moment, Xia Yani held Tong Chuchu's little hand, and timidly approached Chao Xing and others. Especially Xia Yani, she seemed to think of what happened last night, with a strong sense of shame on her face. At the same time, there was a tingling sense of anticipation. Sir, you called us? Chao Xing nodded. Well, did you learn the 2 skill books I gave you yesterday? Xia Yani nodded gently. I have learned it. Okay, then you can bless us now. And Chuchu, you can bless us too. Tong Chuchu nodded with an innocent smile. Okay, big brother Chao Xing. She had heard from her mother that it was Chao Xing who came to help her cure her high fever last night. The little girl looked at Chao Xing with a look of gratitude. The two of them gathered strength at the same time and began to give Chao Xing a talent. Territory member, Xia Yani successfully cast Hunter's Perception on you, and the hit rate increased by 10%. The talent Eternal Power has taken effect. Territory member, Tong Chuchu successfully cast Firepower Amplification on you, and the attack distance increased by 10%, and the attack power increased by 10%. The talent Eternal Power has taken effect. Chao Xing nodded, and then asked them to add buffs to other recruited creatures. The 2 girls did as they were told. While they were applying the buff, Chao Xing walked to the mammoth, took out the special pet rations, and fed it a few. Dabai chewed the rations like a bean, crunching and swallowed all of them. A system prompt appeared. You fed the pet, Dabai, successfully. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. Unlock new function. Mount system. Moo. Dabai raised his trunk, making a happy sound. Chao Xing also laughed. And then he said, Dabai, squat down. Dabai obediently bit its front hooves. And then Chao Xing stepped on the base of Dabai's legs and jumped up directly. Then, Chao Xing looked at Lu Muxue next to him and said, Muxue, you also come up. Lu Muxue's eyes were full of curiosity. She came to Dabai, and then stepped gently on the base of its legs, as if she was afraid of hurting Dabai. However, what she didn't know was that the combined weight of the 2 of them was as easy for Dabai as eating and drinking water. As Dabai stood up, his sight instantly rose. Ah! Lu Muxue cried softly, and subconsciously hugged Chao Xing's waist. At this time, Chao Xing, sitting on Dabai's broad back, felt that his vision was wide. Dabai's 5-meter height was enough to take in everything in front of him. Woohoo! What a great view! Chao Xing was excited. I've made it. I'm riding a mammoth. After experiencing the function of the mount, Chao Xing began to raise his staff to refresh the status of everyone. Since Chao Xing's spirit was greatly improved. Ice healing technique. An ice armor technique had to be reapplied. It took about 20 minutes. And the status of all the members of the territory had reached a peak. Everyone's faces were full of fighting spirit. However, this time, Chao Xing did not send all his men out. Instead, he left 2 centaurs and several robots to help guard the territory. To avoid the lack of combat power in the territory when the ice nest monster appeared. Only one Ilena was left, which was still a bit weak. Chao Xing ordered Cantel, Candao, guard our territory. If you see an ice nest descending near the territory, don't rush to destroy it. Just squat nearby and kill the ice nest monster as soon as you see it come out. Then collect the things dropped by the ice nest monster. Chapter 103 Ji Xinua's request for help, Ascalon's undead. The 2 centaurs immediately straightened their bodies, saluted and replied, "Received, respected lord." At this time, Chao Xing looked at the blood spider queen next to him, and said, "Zilda, use your queen's will, increase our speed." After experiencing the initial shock, Zilda's face has regained a proud expression. After hearing Chao Xing's order, she said impatiently, "TSK, you actually want this queen to bless you personally. But since you have helped me improve my strength, I will reluctantly let you feel this queen's power." After the words fell, a stream of red energy emanated from her body, and then fell on everyone. At this moment, a hint of blood appeared in everyone's pupils. A crazy will filled everyone's mind. Go invade. Go kill. Go crush everything. They only felt that there was a manic force driving them. Fortunately, those crazy thoughts quickly faded, and only a burning force remained in the body, which greatly increased their movement speed. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, used Queen's Will successfully, and the talent Eternal Power has taken effect. This skill has become permanent. Chao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. With this skill, his movement speed is even more terrifying than some assassins of the same level. If someone comes to assassinate me, I will run away. At that time, those assassins will see a mage who runs faster than them, and they will probably doubt their lives. Chao Xing laughed. Everything is ready. Chao Xing brought Assam, Andrew, Sarah Blade Dance, Rennie's Hawkeye, Blot Brimstone, Hilda Blood Kiss, and the big white under his feet. A total of 7 powerful creatures walked out of the territory. Compared to yesterday, there are fewer people, but the strength has been greatly improved. Chao Xing opened the map and looked at the location of Falling Snow Lake. It is about 60 kilometers away from his territory. If you hurry, it will take about an hour. Chao Xing put away the map and pointed to the southeast and said, "Dubai. Go full speed. Others, remember to keep up." Boom, boom, boom. Dubai took 4 sturdy elephant hooves, and in the snowfield, every step he took left a huge footprint, especially after being enhanced by Queen's Will and Queen's Domain. It was like a giant beast running wildly. Boom, boom. The ground kept shaking. Chao Xing, who was on Dubai's back, unexpectedly did not feel the bumps. The mammoth is so big that it can run very steadily. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue both showed joy on their faces. There was a whistling wind in their ears. A frost wolf and a druid were running beside them. The newly joined blood spider queen moved her 8 long legs, and her movement speed in the snow was not weak at all. In the vast snowfield, the group moved very fast. In less than half an hour, they had advanced 30 kilometers. It's worthy of being a mammoth. It's really fast and stable. Chao Xing had a happy face and patted Dubai's head. Dubai ran, turning his head and responding happily. At their speed, it would take more than 20 minutes to reach the Washua Lake. It was a bit boring on the road. So, Chao Xing opened his chat function and prepared to clear a wave of private messages. Now he is also a celebrity in District 174, and he receives all kinds of strange private messages every day. At this time, he saw that his unread private messages had reached 99 plus. He clicked on a few of them to check. Wu Ziyuan, Boss Chao Xing. Please give me 2 pieces of meat. Our family is almost starving. I will definitely pay you back in the future. Zhu Weidong, Boss Chao Xing. Does your territory need manpower? I can bring my whole family to join you. By the way, I have a sister who studies dance. She is 176 centimeters tall and can do splits. I don't mean anything else. I just want her to get to know you. Shin Ryu, brother. Can you let me join your territory? I can chat with you when you are lonely at night and discuss life together. If you want to do something else, It's not impossible. Yin Tai, hello Chao Xing. I am from the Tiandao Society. Our boss Zhou Bo said he wants to talk to you and hopes to discuss cooperation. Qinshen boy. You have guts. Will our 3 heroes let you go? Among them, there are those who seek help and those who want to join Chao Xing. There are also some fools in the 3 heroes society. For the last few people, Chao Xing usually chose to block them directly. Just when he was about to clear these private messages with one click, a private message from a survivor named Ji Xinhua suddenly caught his attention. This name, Chao Xing had some impression. Before, when the 3 heroes society mocked her in the chat channel, she also spoke for Chao Xing several times. So, Chao Xing clicked on the private message. Ji Xinhua, Boss Chao Xing. I'm sorry to bother you. Because I've been in some trouble recently, and I want to seek your help. The cause of the incident is that I accepted a strange task, which requires me to do something very difficult. And as time goes by, this task becomes more and more strange. And it also pesters me, urging me to do this task as soon as possible every day. Originally, I didn't want to bother you, but I felt that I couldn't complete it with my strength. After thinking about it, I thought of you. You are the strongest survivor in our 174th district, and only you can help me. If you see the private chat, please reply to me if you are interested. If you don't want to bother, just delete it. After reading the private chat, Chao Xing asked in confusion, strange task? Very difficult? He became interested. Chao Xing thought for a moment and replied, I saw your private message. What is the specific task? Not long after the message was sent, Ji Xinhua replied, Boss Chao Xing. You actually replied? Chao Xing was happy. I am a living person. Isn't it normal to reply? The other party also realized that there was something wrong with his words, and quickly explained, Sorry. I was too excited. Then, let me explain the details of this task to you. Ji Xinhua is also a decisive person. I didn't communicate with Chao Xing much. Nor did I try to get close to him because of his status as the number 1 in District 174. I got straight to the point. It's like this. 3 days ago, I accidentally found an underground passage. It looked like a palace, but the system said it was called the Tomb of Ascalon. There were open coffins everywhere, and I also encountered the undead of Ascalon warriors. Their level was very high, all undead monsters of level 10 or 20. But they didn't hurt me. They also gave me a few recruitment scrolls for Ascalon warriors. And then I took a task inexplicably. The task is called, Expel the Demons in the Palace. Chao Xing asked in confusion, Demons in the underground palace? This task sounds very difficult. Ji Xinhua quickly replied, Yes. I think so too. So I kept dragging this task on. Then I relied on the few recruitment scrolls they gave me to summon a few Ascalon soldiers, who helped me obtain a lot of resources. But the good times didn't last long. Within 2 days, the soldiers began to urge me to expel the demons in the underground palace as soon as possible. But I suppressed them with the Lord's contract. The soldiers couldn't do anything to me. But what I didn't expect was that the undead actually found my territory. They appeared like a group of lonely ghosts every night and wandered around my territory. My family and I were scared to death. We didn't dare to go out to the toilet at night. Hearing this, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. But it's really scary to think about it. Just imagine in this icy and snowy place, a group of undead appear at night to surround your territory, watching you sleep, eat, and even go to the toilet. It's really scary to think about it. Chao Xing continued to ask, What happened later? Ji Xinhua replied, Later. Because I kept dragging it out, the loyalty of the recruited Ascalon warriors was constantly decreasing, and 2 warriors have already left me. The group of Ascalon soldiers told me that if I could help expel the demons from this underground palace, they would give me a whole army of Ascalon warriors, and if I could find someone with the royal blood of Ascalon, they could even take me to open the treasure of the palace. But I know that, with my current strength, carrying out this mission is no different from seeking death. Now the novice protection period is about to end, I have no choice, so I can only find you. Ji Xinhua said this in one breath, and Chao Xing roughly understood her experience. Ji Xinhua relied on the recruitment scrolls given by the undead to successfully establish an advantage in the early stage. On the ranking list, she was also in the top 10. However, because of this, she got into trouble. As expected, you can't just accept gifts from strangers, especially those are a group of undead. Chao Xing also noticed the information she said at the end. Completing the task will give you an army of Ascalon warriors. And you can also open the palace treasure, provided that you can find someone with royal blood. Chaoxing sent a message. Wait a minute. I'll ask. He looked at Rennies, who was following the team. Rennies, do you have the blood of the Ascalon royal family? Rennies heard this question, with some doubts on her face. But she still shook her head. Dear Lord, I am not from the Ascalon royal family. Chaoxing nodded. And then he sent a message, replying, Do you know what the strength of the demon those undeads are talking about is? Ji Xinyu replied, I vaguely heard them mention it. It seems that it is a powerful existence, with a strength of more than level 3, and it is naturally restrained against undead like them. And it can also summon a creature called Soul Eater. As for what level it is, I don't know. Chapter 104 Legendary Weapons. Clues to the Sword of the Lady of the Lake. Chaoxing fell into thought again after hearing this. Third-level creatures also have strengths and weaknesses. For example, the gap between third-level elites and third-level leaders is too big. The Goblin King is a third-level leader-level creature. In his weak state, they all had a hard time fighting. If it was a third-level leader in its prime, with Chaoxing's current strength, he could only barely contend. What worried him even more was, if it was not a leader, but a more advanced creature, then he would be killed. Ji Xinyu did not urge him, but waited silently. After a moment, Chaoxing replied, I know. Please send me the camp coordinates first, and I will see how far it is. If it is too far, there is nothing I can do. Hearing this, Ji Xinyu set a coordinate without hesitation. Looking at the map, it was almost 200 kilometers away from his current location. Chaoxing said helplessly, You are too far away from me, and I will not be able to get there in time at my current speed. Hearing this, Ji Xinyu on the opposite side panicked. She said with a trembling voice, Then, what should I do? The novice protection period will be lifted tomorrow. I am so worried that the group of undead will rush into my territory. Chaoxing did not reply, because he had no choice. And he did not need to worry about the life and death of a stranger. After a moment of silence on the other side, the message came back, I know, thank you for replying to my message. Mr. Chaoxing, I will wait and see tomorrow. The group of undead still needs my help, and they should not attack me. If there is nothing tomorrow, I will contact Mr. Chaoxing again, and then see if you can take the time to take me to do this task. Is it okay? Ji Xinyu's attitude was very good, and she was not angry because Chaoxing refused her help. You know, when a person is in despair, he finally grabs the last straw. However, that straw abandons her, and she will collapse at this time. Chaoxing thought for a moment and replied, Okay. Wait for me to see the situation tomorrow. If I have time, I will go to your territory. After receiving Chaoxing's reply, Ji Xinyu replied gratefully, Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaoxing. The two hung up the private chat. At this time, Chaoxing also fell into thought. To be honest, he was also very interested in the mission of the Sunken Palace, after all. It was related to the palace's treasure. You know, Chaoxing obtained an epic item in the Goblin Treasury, and also obtained many precious gems. The lost treasure of this kingdom must not be too bad. Let's see the situation tomorrow. If Ji Xinyu is not torn to pieces by the group of undead, then he will go there and complete this mission. The team is still walking in the vast ice field. 20 minutes later, Chaoxing and his team arrived at a plain. Ahead, they could vaguely see a frozen lake. It was a truly large lake, with a water width of at least hundreds of kilometers, occupying a large area on the map. Beside the lake, there were patches of forests covered in snow, and it was hard to tell what species they were. Several groups of figures could be vaguely seen on the frozen lake, which looked like wandering wild creatures. Chaoxing saw white-feathered chocobos, a group of wild sheep with lush hair, and next to the sheep, there were a few snow wolves waiting for their chance. Chaoxing nodded secretly and said, There are quite a lot of resources here, so many wild monsters. At this time, the sharp-eyed Lu Muxia whispered, Axing, there seems to be someone there. Looking in the direction she pointed, Chaoxing also saw a figure wearing a gray cotton coat on the ice. It looked like an old man, wearing a fisherman's hat, and his back looked a little vicissitudes. And there was a small bench sitting under his buttocks, seemingly doing ice fishing. Wow, there are fishermen everywhere. Chaoxing smiled, and then scanned the entire ice surface. Except for this fisherman, no other figures were seen. At that moment, he had an idea. Let's go. find this fisherman to get some information. After saying that, he approached the figure. Dong dong dong. Dubai took steps with his elephant legs and quickly stepped onto the lake. However, with its several tons of weight, it did not step on the ice to create a crack. This is enough to show that the ice here is really thick. At this moment, the figure with a somewhat old back, after sensing the approach of Chao Xing and his group, remained unmoved. He took his fishing rod and threw it into the bottomless ice cave. Chao Xing glanced at his information. Champion fighter, Shinan Dutra. Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level? Attributes? Skills? Talent? Relationship, cold. Chao Xing's pupils shrank. Good guy. Except for the name. Everything else is question marks. This means that the gap between the opponent's level and his own is at least 20 levels. This is the strongest aboriginal he has ever met. Above level 3? Chao Xing secretly became alert. Fortunately, Chao Xing did not feel hostility from this old man. So, he let Lu Muxue continue to sit on the back of Dubai. And he jumped off and came to the side of the old man. Chao Xing got straight to the point. Hello, old man. Have you seen a lady passing by here these 2 days? She has left the village for a few days. Her father is very worried and asked us to come and look for this lady. Hearing this, the old man with unfathomable strength glanced at him lightly, and then continued to look at the fish float in front of him. Chao Xing was left standing there in a bit of embarrassment. After about half a minute, Chao Xing took a look at the old man's fishing process. This ice cave was at least 7 or 8 meters deep and seemed bottomless. However, after he advanced to a second-level creature, his physical fitness improved, and his vision was greatly enhanced. Chao Xing could see that the old man's fishing float had not moved for a long time, and the small wooden barrel next to him was also empty. Chao Xing was stunned. Is it really the norm for fishermen to catch nothing? Such a powerful NPC didn't catch a single fish. Ahem. Chao Xing cleared his throat and asked, Respected Sir Qiong, are you fishing? The old man finally looked at Chao Xing seriously when he heard him call out his name. Do you know me? Yes. Sir Qiong's title of champion fighter resounds throughout the snowstorm plains, and I have great respect for him. Chao Xing talked nonsense without blushing or beating his heart. In fact, he relied on the survivor's own system to know this information. However, the old man did not seem to doubt it. He shook his head and said, What champion fighter? That was many years ago. Now, I am just a retired old man. Then, Qiong said seriously, Since you know me, I will answer your question. I am indeed fishing. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. What he wanted to ask was Elisa's whereabouts. Not this question. But he still followed the old man's words and said, Sir Qiong, what kind of fish are you fishing for? The old man said lightly, Salmon. There are many kinds of salmon in Luoxua Lake. Gray salmon, red salmon, silver salmon. These salmon are tender and fresh. And it is said that silver salmon can even keep your face forever. My wife likes the wild salmon in Luoxua Lake. Alas, in order to satisfy her, I can only come here to fish myself. Hearing this, Chao Xing was happy. This is a good man, Qiong said here, and said with some regret, It's a pity that I don't know how to fish. I only know about this from hearsay. I have been fishing for a few days, but I haven't caught a salmon. Chao Xing thought for a while, and then asked, Sir Qiong, can you let me see what bait you use? Qiong nodded and lifted the fishing rod. Chao Xing saw that there was a fat worm hanging on the hook, which had been half-eaten. This is a worm I dug up from the ground. There are no fishermen in this snowstorm, so there is no research on this aspect. Chao Xing nodded. If you want to fish, good bait is naturally important. Then, Chao Xing took out a special pet food from his pocket. Sir Qiong, try this and see if it works. Chao Xing remembered that there was an introduction on the special pet food, which said that it was made from a mixture of the internal organs of various animals, and was very attractive to various creatures. The fish in the water liked these strong-smelling things the most. Qiong saw the black meatball in Chao Xing's hand, which exuded a very strong pungent smell. Even the nearby ice wolves looked over here, but they were afraid of the breath of the people behind them, and they didn't dare to get close for a while. Qiong also understood the value of the black meatball in Chao Xing's hand. I'll try. Qiong was not vague, and directly hung the special pet food on the bait, and then threw it into the ice cave. Everyone waited silently. 1 minute later, Qinong suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand sink. At this moment, his slightly cloudy eyes showed a strong joy. It was hooked so quickly. Qinong was very surprised. He saw the right moment, and then quickly raised it. A salmon with a silvery white glow all over its body, which was nearly 40 centimeters long, was caught by him. Qinong quickly put it into the bucket, and said in surprise, "This is a silver salmon, weighing at least 3 pounds, and worth 30,000 kronor. Young man, we are rich this time." Qiaoxing smiled. 30,000 kronor is indeed a huge sum of money. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You gave Shinon Dutra bait. The other party's attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, stranger. From indifference to stranger, okay. Qiaoxing looked at the silver salmon in the bucket. Silver salmon, magical creature. Level 6. Effect, after cooking. It can increase the upper limit of life by 300 points, and increase the upper limit of the territory by 3 population, can take effect up to 3 times. Qiaoxing was stunned. Magical creatures? Can eating them increase the upper limit of life and population? Good boy. This is something he had never expected. Even the natives of this world probably don't know that eating silver salmon can increase the upper limit of population, because they don't have the concept of population at all. They just mistakenly think that the increased vitality of silver salmon can beautify the skin. Qinong saw the shock in Qiaoxing's eyes, and chuckled. The meat of silver salmon is very tender, and many nobles and landlords are willing to pay a high price to buy it. The old man said with some regret, however, it's a pity that it's not a golden salmon. A 3-pound golden salmon will cost dozens of times more. And it is said that this Luoxua lake also has the legendary king salmon. Qiaoxing was also aroused by curiosity. If the effect of silver salmon is so powerful, then how magical will the effect of golden salmon and king salmon be? What are golden salmon and king salmon? Qinong explained. Golden salmon contains powerful vitality. Even an old man like me can live a few more years with it. It is a rare opportunity. As for the king salmon, it is a legendary creature, but it is not for eating. After catching the king salmon, release it. It will lead you to find the treasure that fell at the bottom of the lake, the sword of the Lady of the Lake Arendet. Sword of the Lady of the Lake? Qiaoxing was full of confusion. Qinong nodded. This is a legendary weapon. The knights of the Ice Crystal Kingdom have all wanted it. It is said that the knights who are recognized by the sword of the Lake Lady will become the strongest knights in the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Hearing about the legendary weapon, Qiaoxing suddenly became more interested. You know, he has 2 epic items in his hands, both of which have extremely magical effects. And a more advanced legendary item, or a weapon, must have great power. Qinong actually said that there is a legendary holy sword in this lake. How could Qiaoxing not be excited? This is important information, the kind that is priceless. Speaking of this, Qinong shook his head with some regret and said, however, no one has ever seen anyone catch a king salmon, the so-called sword of the Lady of the Lake, and it has really become a legend. Hearing this, Qiaoxing was puzzled. Oh? No one has seen it with their own eyes. Then this legend can't be false? Qinong was silent for a moment, then slowly said, it's true. A powerful warrior of the Ice Crystal Kingdom once had this weapon, and he is one of my best friends. Qiaoxing's eyes suddenly opened. Kong shrank slightly. His eyes showed. You mean? This legendary weapon is in the hands of your friend? Kainan shook his head. It was there before. But then he died, and the weapon sank to the bottom of the lake again. On the night he was about to die, he seemed to have a premonition of something, and told me an unknown news. He said that in order to catch the king salmon, you need an extremely rare and special bait. Qiaoxing was completely interested in him, and continued to ask, what bait? Kainan thought for a moment, and seemed to be a little hesitant. Then, he looked at the silver salmon in the bucket again, and sighed, forget it. Since you helped me catch a silver salmon, I will tell you. To catch the king salmon, you need the tongue of the snow demon. Chapter 105, Champion Fighter's Gratitude and Deal. Qinong whispered, if you want to catch the king salmon, you need the tongue of the snow demon. Hearing this, Qiaoxing was suddenly shocked. Shit! He just killed a snow demon last night, and even separated its tongue. Now this old man actually told him that he could use the tongue of the snow demon to catch the legendary weapon. You can imagine how shocked Qiaoxing was at this time. But Qiaoxing did not show it, but silently kept this information in his heart. Qinong added, however, the tongue of the snow demon is not 100% able to catch king salmon. It is possible that it will also catch some strange creatures. And the stronger the tongue of the snow demon, the higher the chance of catching King Salmon. Chaoxing nodded suddenly. It seems that the snow demon tongue in his backpack is nothing. There should be strong people who have tried before, but they did not catch King Salmon. Therefore, he needs more snow demon tongues to increase the probability of success. At this time, Lu Mushuel on the side reminded, axing, Alisa. Hearing this name, Chaoxing also suddenly remembered this. Damn. I came here to find someone. How come I talked about fishing with this Qinong? So, Chaoxing asked again, Mr. Qiong, we are here to find a little girl named Alisa. She hasn't returned for a few days, and her family is very worried. Excuse me, do you know any relevant clues? It may be because the other party has changed from being cold to being unfamiliar. This time, Qiong nodded directly. 2 days ago, I did see a little girl appear near Luoxua Lake. However, she didn't communicate with me much, and I'm not sure if she is the person you are looking for. Hearing this, Chaoxing turned around and looked at Lu Muxua. Both of them showed joy in their eyes. In this icy and snowy Luoxua Lake, where there are few people, there are basically not many humans coming here. This little girl is most likely Alisa. Chaoxing asked, Sir Qinong, excuse me. Did you see where she went? Qinong nodded, and then pointed to a forest next to the lakeshore. The little girl finally entered the forest, and never came out again. Chaoxing nodded, and then said with a serious expression, Lord Qinong, I am a lord nearby, named Chaoxing, and I am very grateful for your information. Qinong also straightened up, clenched his right fist and replied, Qiong Dutra, a retired old man, and thank you for your bait. Chaoxing nodded, and was about to lead his men away. Qinong said at this time, wait a minute. Lord Chaoxing, do you still have this kind of bait? Chaoxing nodded with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Yes, I do, but there are not many. Qinong looked thoughtful, and then said, how about this? You give me all the remaining bait. You go find the little girl, and I will fish here. When you come back, we will split the salmon we catch 40% and 60%. I'll take 40% and you 60%. Hearing this, Chaoxing was stunned. After thinking about it, he didn't think he would lose money on this deal. So, Chaoxing agreed directly, okay. He handed all the remaining 6 special pet rations in his backpack to Qinong. As for whether he would regret taking his things, Chaoxing was not too worried. After all, for a strong man of Qinong's level, there was no need to ruin his character for such a small thing. In addition, the other party also told him a piece of information of inestimable value. Even if he gave him all the pet rations, it would not be a loss. Due to your gift, Qiong Dutra's favorability towards you has increased, and his attitude has changed to friendly. Chaoxing was delighted, and his favorability increased again. It was still very good to have a good relationship with such a powerful aboriginal. Qiong started fishing again. Chaoxing also led people to the forest he pointed to. Boom boom boom. Dubai ran all the way with Chaoxing and Lu Muxua. After running along the lake for about a few kilometers at a high speed, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the forest. Here grows an unknown tree, with luxuriant branches and leaves, but covered by thick snow. The snow on the ground is very thick, and there are traces of various animals around. It should be possible to find clues to Alisa through these traces. Chaoxing directly ordered, look around. Focus on human footprints. The men obeyed the order and began to move around. Only the aloof Zierda still followed Chaoxing, seeming to disdain to do such things. Chaoxing frowned. He was really troubled by this kind of recruited creature that selectively obeyed orders. Fortunately, Zierda was still willing to execute other orders. This was related to Zierda's current loyalty and her arrogant personality. As the queen of a tribe, she had her own pride. Forget it, I'll find a way to improve her loyalty later. Shaking his head, Chaoxing sat on the back of the mammoth and headed towards the woods. Along the way, whenever they saw a bird's nest on a tree, they would let Dubai stick out his nose and take out the eggs inside. After a while, they had collected 17 eggs and 57 feathers. Lu Muxua behind them couldn't help laughing, and she was used to Chaoxing's style of plucking feathers from passing geese. A few minutes later, Knight Assam came to report, Lord, human footprints were found not far ahead, and it seems to lead to the depths of the woods. After hearing this, Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. He shouted, come back. Hearing Chaoxing's voice, his men regrouped, Then everyone came to the place where Assam found the footprints. Following the footprints, they began to move forward into the depths of the woods. After winding along the woods for almost 2 kilometers, Chao Xing suddenly found that there were more footprints nearby. In addition to human footprints, there were also cow hoof footprints. Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Could it be that this little girl really found the legendary cloud yak? According to the villager Danny, the cloud yak is an extremely rare creature with amazing value. If Chao Xing could catch 2 cloud yaks this time, he would make a fortune. With excitement, Chao Xing followed the footprints all the way. After about 300 meters, the clue was broken again. There was only a piece of cow hoof footprints here, which looked messy and disorderly, as if it was frightened by something. The snow on the trees next to it collapsed, which made the search more difficult. Seeing this scene, the archer Rennies also directly activated the hunting eye skill. After this skill was made permanent by eternal power, Rennies could keep it all the time, or activate it all the time, which was a good way to find clues. At this moment, her hawk-like eyes swept around again. Not long after, she locked onto an area in the northwest. Lord, I sense that there is a group of creatures emitting a breath over there. Hearing this, Chao Xing nodded, and then led the team directly to the forest area. At this moment, Rennie suddenly reminded him. Someone. Everyone's attention was drawn instantly. Chao Xing also saw a figure wrapped in a white wool coat, wool gloves, and a hat next to a giant tree in front of him. She looked like a lamb, with white hair, blending into the snow. Chao Xing scanned her information. Hog Villager, Elisa LV5. Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level, First Level Ordinary Creature. HP, 240/240. Skills, none. Talent, none. It's her. Chao Xing was relieved. He didn't expect that Elisa actually lived alone in this icy and snowy land for so many days. He led his men directly over. However, the figure quickly emerged from the shelter of a huge tree next to him after seeing Chao Xing and the others approaching. She raised her hands above her head and kept signaling Chao Xing and the others not to come over. Chao Xing thought for a moment and shouted, "Stop!" The team stopped, and the figure on the opposite side seemed to be relieved, and then came to Chao Xing carefully. At the same time, Chao Xing also saw her face clearly. It was a fair, somewhat chubby little face, delicate features, and 2 ponytails. The most striking thing is her pair of eyes as bright as sapphires, her long eyelashes fluttering constantly, and her whole body exudes a youthful and lively aura. As Danny said, her skin is very good, and it looks as clean as pebbles. At this moment, the little girl Elisa looked at Chao Xing and his group, and there was no fear in her eyes, but curiosity. Without waiting for her to speak, Chao Xing said directly, "Elisa, I was entrusted by your father Mel to come here to find you. You haven't been home for a few days, and he has been very anxious." Hearing this, Elisa's eyes flashed with guilt, and then she pouted again. "Oh, I told my father not to come to me. Moon God. He actually invited you powerful warriors to come so far to Luoxua Lake." She seemed to remember something, and asked tentatively, excuse me, how many crowns did my father spend to invite you here?" Chao Xing shook his head. "No, we didn't take his crowns." Hearing this, Elisa breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed the little tiger teeth at the corner of her mouth. "Then you are a good person." Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. Old Mel didn't pay, but he sold himself to Chao Xing. Lu Muxue beside him also whispered, "Hello, Elisa." Elisa noticed Lu Muxue behind Chao Xing and exclaimed, "Moon Goddess, what did I see? A woman with a divine beauty. Excuse me, are you the princess from the Ice Crystal Kingdom?" She looked at Lu Muxue excitedly with starry eyes. Lu Muxue smiled, then shook her head slowly and said, "Elisa, I am not the princess of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. We are the lords nearby. Now, come back to Hog Village with us. Your father is still waiting for you." Chapter 106 Cloud Yak appears. "Come back with us, your father is still waiting for you." Lu Muxue's gentle voice sounded in her ears, making the little girl Elisa almost fall for her. Okay. She subconsciously wanted to agree, and then immediately shook her head and said, No. "Well, why?" Lu Muxue asked. After hearing this question, Elisa seemed a little embarrassed, as if a child was hiding a secret. However, Chao Xing on the side seemed to understand something. Chao Xing pointed out directly, You didn't really find the cloud yak, did you? Hearing this, the oval-faced girl's eyes widened. You, how did you know? Chao Xing smiled. Because your father told me that you came out this time because you found a group of cloud yaks. After hearing this, Elisa's eyes suddenly showed a look of loss. Why did my father tell you everything? In a blink of an eye, Elisa's eyes showed vigilance again. You didn't want to take advantage of this group of cloud yaks, did you? Chao Xing did not deny it. Elisa quickly shook her head and said, Don't even think about it. Cloud yak is a magical creature that only lives in nature. Even if you are strong, you will not catch it easily. Besides, I found this group of yaks first, and I will not take you to find it. Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned. He was about to speak, but Lu Muxua beside him pulled his sleeve. Chao Xing understood and asked Lu Muxua to continue communicating with this girl. Lu Muxua whispered again, Elisa, can you tell us about the cloud yaks? When little Elisa heard Lu Muxua's voice, her eyes suddenly sparkled again. If it is the request of this beautiful lady, I can tell you. Chao Xing rolled his eyes again. He had the charm plus 50 of Shining Throne, but he felt that his charm was not as good as Lu Muxua's. However, he didn't care. Charm, a hidden attribute, had different effects on different NPCs, so it was normal that it didn't work on Elisa. Elisa said slowly, I found a group of cloud yaks in Tak Valley. I followed their trails through the snowfield, forest, and finally found them in the falling snow lake. But because cloud yaks are a group of highly alert creatures, I didn't dare to get close. I could only observe their habits from a distance to see if I could find an opportunity. Lu Muxua nodded gently and continued to ask, Did little Elisa observe anything? She spoke softly, as if coaxing a child. Elisa shook her head in frustration. No. Cloud yaks are extremely difficult to tame. I followed them for 2 days, and didn't find any chance. As long as I make a little noise, they will be alert and ready to escape at any time. So far, there has been no progress at all. After Elisa finished speaking, everyone's eyes suddenly became clear. Andrew on the side also added, I have heard that cloud yaks are very alert and almost never appear in front of people. And they are also very good at escaping. Chao Xing nodded after hearing this, and then gestured to Lu Muxua next to him. Lu Muxua understood what Chao Xing meant, and continued to smile gently. Elisa, can you take us to see the group of cloud yaks? Elisa was a little hesitant, but in the end, she nodded and said, Okay, I'll take you there. After that, she turned around and walked carefully in the direction they had just come from. Everyone followed her, slowing down their pace. And Elisa also reminded them, Remember to keep your footsteps down, don't disturb the group of cloud yaks. If you scare them away, it will be difficult to find them again. Chao Xing nodded, and Lu Muxua jumped off Dabai's back, and then asked Dabai to stay where he was and wait. After all, it was so big that every step it took made a heavy sound. Then, Chao Xing led his other men, and approached the location Elisa mentioned. 5 minutes later, they came to several towering silver fir trees. In the wide forest area ahead, a group of yaks with 2-color hair appeared. They had 4 sturdy hooves, were about 2 meters high, and were nearly 3 meters long. Their blue and white hair really looked like moving clouds. Chao Xing also took a look at the attributes of the yaks. Cloud yak, magical creature. Level 11. HP, 3360/3360. Attack power, 115 to 127. Attributes, Strength 122, Agility 116, Spirit 124, Constitution 154. Skills, Natural Perception, able to keenly perceive the danger from the surroundings, and quickly escape. Cloud Rush, when the cloud yak senses the danger, it will stimulate the magic power in its body, which will greatly increase the movement speed and dodge probability until it is out of danger. Natural Shelter, when the cloud yak is injured, it will absorb the power of nature to recover, recovering 5% of its HP every second. Talent 1. Heat Absorption, storing the absorbed heat in the hair, can survive longer in extreme environments. Talent 2. Crisis Perception, having a keen sense of the hunter's various traps, and a high probability of avoiding trap damage. Introduction, a group of magical creatures, with extremely strong survival ability, difficult to tame. Chao Xing was surprised. Oh my, 3 skills, 2 talents are survival skills. No wonder Elisa said, Cloud yak is difficult to tame, it would be strange if it could be caught. However, When Xiaoxing noticed the first talent of Cloud Yak heat absorption, he also understood something. It turns out that it is not their hair that generates heat on its own, but that absorbs heat energy and stores it in the hair. So it gives people the illusion of heat. But this does not negate the value of the Cloud Yak. In this extremely cold world, having a piece of clothing that can store heat energy is so precious. I would not even trade it for a piece of purple equipment. Xiaoxing then asked, has anyone successfully tamed this kind of yak? Elisa nodded. Yes. There is a trainer in Dwuluan Lake City who successfully tamed 3 Cloud Yaks. With the hair of these yaks, he bought a house in Dwuluan Lake City and also has his own farm. Trainer? Xiaoxing fell into thought. He currently has no means to tame wild beasts. So, are there any other ways to tame these wild creatures? After thinking for a while, he noticed the more than 50 primary pet contracts in his backpack. According to the description above, as long as the contract is signed successfully, no matter what kind of creature the other party is, they will obey Xiaoxing's orders. As long as the group of Cloud Yaks are trapped by force, and then the pet contracts are continuously thrown to them, even if the luck is bad, 1 or 2 should be successful. Right? This is the method Xiaoxing has thought of to tame these Cloud Yaks. The only drawback is that these Cloud Yaks will occupy my own population. After thinking for a while, Xiaoxing shook his head and said, it doesn't matter if they occupy some population. I can cancel the contract with the pets at any time. Just bring these Cloud Yaks back to the camp and keep them in captivity first. I can cancel the contract later and still release my population. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing has made a decision in his heart. However, there is still a problem. That is, the success rate of primary pet contract is too low. There is only a 5% success rate. And the current situation is different from the contract with Dubai at that time. These Cloud Yaks are not in danger of life. This time Xiaoxing plans to force them to tame, which will definitely cause them to resist fiercely. Although he has more than 50 copies in stock, he may not be able to tame 2 Cloud Yaks. Xiaoxing sighed. Who cares? Let alone 2, even if we can tame 1. It will be a profit. You know, the hair of Cloud Yaks can regenerate after being cut. This is a resource that brings sustainable benefits. Just as Xiaoxing was about to take action, he saw the Blood Spider Queen next to him. He remembered that Zilda had a skill called Soul Scream, which had a characteristic that could put weak creatures into a state of mental shock. According to Xiaoxing's understanding of this game, creatures in a state of mental shock would jump around like headless flies and be in a state of fear, which could increase the probability of various control skills. In this state, can we increase the success rate of the pet contract? Xiaoxing decided to give it a try. At present, the premise is that Zierda is willing to cooperate. However, if she is unwilling to obey even such an order, Xiaoxing can only give up this recruitment creature, even if she is very strong and has great potential. But Xiaoxing does not want a disobedient recruitment creature, no matter how strong it is. So, Xiaoxing looked at the Blood Spider Queen and said with a serious expression, Zierda, I need you to cooperate with me. I will use the Soul Scream on this group of Cloud Yaks. Is there any problem? Hearing this order, the Blood Spider Queen turned her head slightly, looked at the Cloud Yaks in the distance, and her eyes flashed with the look of looking at ants. TSK. Hilda's face was full of disgust, and she made a disdainful sound. Seeing that she didn't answer, Xiaoxing's face gradually darkened. And at this moment, the Blood Spider Queen nodded and said, Okay, I'll cooperate with you. Xiaoxing nodded. Then, he began to give orders. Andrew, you druids are naturally close to these wild creatures, so I need you to go over and attract the attention of this group of Cloud Yaks. This is not deception, I won't hurt them, I just want to take them back to the territory. You should know that. In our territory, these yaks can live a better life. Andrew heard the latter sentence and nodded. I will obey your orders, respected Lord. Chapter 107 Lord. You are rich. After arranging the task for Andrew, Xiaoxing looked at the Blood Spider Queen again. Zierda, you slowly walk to the back of the group of Cloud Yaks. When you see that the group of yaks have signs of escaping, use the Soul Scream directly. Others, follow me from different directions. Slowly approach the group of Cloud Yaks and surround them. Special methods are used for special situations. This group of Cloud Yaks can bring a lot of benefits to Xiaoxing, so he doesn't want to let it go. After hearing Xiaoxing's order, Sarah, Rennies and others all started to move. Andrew waited until Xiaoxing and others were in place, then gradually walked out of the woods, and then slowly approached the group of Cloud Yaks. He tried to make his steps calm. The group of cloud yaks noticed the moment Andrew approached them. And suddenly, the herd became a little uneasy. As Elisa said, the cloud yaks are extremely vigilant creatures, and they will run away as soon as they see humans. Andrew slowly stretched out his 2 bare paws and comforted them. Children, relax, relax. As he uttered syllables, the group of cloud yaks seemed to feel some familiarity from Andrew. The restlessness of the herd gradually subsided. They stared at Andrew with curious eyes, and remained vigilant. When Andrew was still 100 meters away from them, the herd became restless again. According to the habits of cloud yaks, they rarely let other creatures get so close to them. Andrew turned into a bear, and kept talking, attracting the attention of the group of cloud yaks. At the same time, the Blood Spider Queen and Chao Xing and others carefully surrounded the group of cloud yaks from different positions. Andrew's white bear appearance attracted the attention of the group of cloud yaks again. It was not until Chao Xing and his group approached 70 or 80 meters that the group of cloud yaks suddenly noticed. Moo! Moo! The herd of cattle became agitated, and more than 30 cloud yaks had a layer of strange energy between their 4 hooves. They all began to run at full speed. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently. The herd seemed to be out of control. However, when they saw people everywhere, they didn't know where to break out. At this moment, the Blood Spider Queen moved her 8 long legs and quickly approached the group of cloud yaks. Then, she slowly opened her dark purple lips and let out a soul-shaking cry. Ah! This cry was like the wailing of wronged souls, as if it was a combination of all the pain in the world, filled with endless resentment. Lu Mushua's face turned pale in another direction. Even Chao Xing, who was dozens of meters away, felt frightened when he heard it. This was because they were friendly, and had not suffered any real damage. The group of cloud yaks were like headless flies at this time, and began to run around. They also withdrew from the cloud rush state at this time, and their mobility was greatly reduced. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Everyone, block the gap, and do your best to hold back the group of yaks. Mushua, drive all the yaks to one area. Lu Mushua took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Then he raised his shield with his left hand, and rushed towards the lone cloud yaks. Chao Xing quickly came to one of the cloud yaks that was running around, and used the primary pet contract. On it, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the primary pet contract on the cloud yak level 12? Yes. A stream of light fell over, and the cloud yak was in a moment of stagnation. And then it shook its head, and started running again. Contract failed. A failed system prompt appeared. But Chao Xing was not discouraged. Anyway, he still had more than 50 contracts in his backpack. As long as he could catch a few, it would be worth it. Boom! Boom! This forest was constantly shaking because of the running cattle. The snow on the branches fell madly, and Assam and his frost wolf guarded 2 positions. Sarah and Rennies and Blot each occupied a position. They kept attacking, driving back the yaks that rushed over one by one. And the Blood Spider Queen didn't even need to move. Just standing there, the bloody smell on her body made the group of cloud yaks afraid to approach. Chao Xing's eyes showed joy. At the same time, he glanced at the status of the group of yaks. Status: Mind Shock, Extreme Fear, Unable to use Skills, 55 seconds remaining. Very good. Soul Scream still has nearly 1 minute of control time. Chao Xing quickly caught up with another cloud yak, and used primary pet contract. On it, a beam of white light hit it. This time, there was finally a change. Contract successful. Magic Creature, Cloud Yak LV11, has become your pet. Territory population +1. Chao Xing showed ecstasy on his face, exclaimed, "It's done." Because this showed a signal, pet contract, can really forcefully subdue these cloud yaks. Chao Xing only felt a flood of wealth was pouring towards him. He rushed to the second cloud yak and continued to use the pet contract on it. This time it went smoothly, and it succeeded the first time. Contract successful. Magic Creature, Cloud Yak LV12, has become your pet. Territory population +1. Chao Xing showed strong joy on his face. He continued to chase the third cloud yak. He did the same thing. After a failure, he immediately threw out the second pet contract, until he succeeded. In just 30 seconds, he had subdued 12 cloud yaks. At this time, the icons above the heads of these yaks began to flicker, as if they were about to be released from the mind shock state. Chao Xing became a little impatient. So far, he had only subdued less than half of the cloud yaks on the field. Once their mind shock state was released, he could use the cloud rush skill to escape. Unless Chao Xing kills all the yaks now. But after weighing it in his mind, Chao Xing still didn't do it. The last 20 seconds. Chao Xing didn't dare to delay for a second. He used pet contracts on these cloud yaks crazily. Finally, he successfully contracted 5 more cloud yaks. The remaining dozen cloud yaks have also completely recovered. Moo. They directly entered the cloud rush state. At this moment, Chao Xing saw, what is a running cloud? The speed of the cloud yak suddenly increased, turning into a cloud riding the wind. Even the third level Sarah couldn't catch up. You know, Sarah has gone through several movement speed bonuses. It was too outrageous that they still couldn't catch up with this group of cloud yaks. At this moment, Zirda's belly flicked, and a ball of red spider web instantly spewed out, trapping one of the cloud yaks. Lu Muxiua also used the shield slam skill when one of the cloud yaks rushed towards her. Bang! After a dull sound, the cloud yak was directly knocked away. Not only that, a stun mark appeared on its head. Chao Xing's eyes lit up, and he gave Lu Muxiua a thumbs up. Mushu. Great. Lu Muxiua also showed joy on her face. Then Chao Xing quickly came to the cloud yak and used the pet contract on it crazily. After the 4th pet contract was invested, a system prompt appeared. Contract successful. Magical creature, Cloud Yak LV10, has become your pet. Territory population +1. Then, Chao Xing rushed over again and took the cloud yak controlled by the Zirda spider web under his command. At the same time, the chaotic scene on the field finally subsided. More than a dozen cloud yaks ran away. However, Chao Xing successfully contracted 19 cloud yaks. At this moment, these 19 cloud yaks stood quietly by the side under the constraints of the pet contract. Alisa rushed over quickly. She looked at Chao Xing's back with shock as if she had seen a ghost, and exclaimed, Moon God, you actually succeeded, and caught so many cloud yaks at once. Oh my God! You know, even the trainer in Dwelluan Lake City only caught 3 cloud yaks. How did you do it? Is this the legendary miracle? Or, are you a legendary trainer? The little girl widened her eyes, and you can imagine how surprised she was. Chao Xing smiled. This woman certainly didn't know that he had such a magical thing as a pet contract. Seeing that Chao Xing didn't answer, Alisa didn't care, but exclaimed, Lord, you've really made a fortune this time. The nobles of the Ice Crystal Kingdom are willing to spend a lot of money to buy a piece of clothing made of cloud yak hair. You have 19 cloud yaks. If you are willing to offer them to the Duke, he will even reward you with a noble position. Chao Xing shook his head and said, Alisa, I won't give this batch of cloud yaks to others. I want to keep them in captivity. Hearing this, Alisa nodded quickly and said, Oh, right. This kind of sacred yak, of course, must be kept in captivity. According to their 50-day hair growth cycle, you will have a steady income. With these yaks, it won't be long before you can buy houses in those big towns. This is what I have always dreamed of. Alisa seemed extremely excited. At this time, Alisa said seriously, however, Lord, although you have caught so many cloud yaks, I have to tell you that feeding cloud yaks is a very troublesome thing. Their living environment, temperature changes, and daily food are all different from those of ordinary yaks in captivity. You have to pay more attention. If you are not careful, this sacred yak may die of illness or other symptoms. Chao Xing nodded and said, Your father should know how to feed it. Right? Alisa was stunned, and then nodded. That's fine. Anyway, your father will join my territory next, and this batch of cloud yaks will be handed over to him. Hearing this, Alisa's pupils suddenly widened. She asked in disbelief, what are you talking about? Chao Xing smiled and said, To tell you the truth, the reason I am willing to come to find you this time is that your father promised me that as long as I take you back, he will join my territory. Oh, by the way, and his yaks and sheep? Alisa was struck by lightning. She murmured to herself, You mean? My father sold himself and his yaks to you in order to find me? Chao Xing nodded. Theoretically, that's right. Alisa held her head and collapsed. Oh my God! What did you do? Father? We have accumulated our family property with great difficulty. Our cattle and sheep. And you just gave them to others. Ah! Father! Are you getting old and confused? Alisa seemed to suddenly remember something. and hurriedly said, "No. Father did this because of me. Whoa. It's all my fault. Moon God, please punish me." Seeing the little girls collapse, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. At this time, Lu Mushu walked over and took little Elisa's hand. "Elisa, it's not that your father gave all his property to us, but that your father is going to join our territory with his cattle and sheep. He just moved to a different place to live. In our territory, your father and his cattle and sheep will not be disturbed by those snow demons and hunters. That's the safest place." Hearing this, Elisa gradually stopped her expression of collapse. She raised her head and looked at Lu Mushu blankly. "My beautiful lady, are you telling the truth? In your territory, can my father's safety be guaranteed?" Lu Mushu nodded gently. "Yes. As you can see, we have a group of powerful companions who can guarantee the safety of the people in the territory." Elisa had believed Lu Mushu's words at this time, and nodded. "If that's the case, that's not bad. My father is old, and I also want him to move to a safe place. So I came out to track the cloud yaks. I originally wanted to catch one and sell it, and then use the money to take my father to Dwelin Lake City, which is one of the largest cities in the Snowstorm Plains, and the place with the best public security." Hearing Dwelin Lake City, Chao Xing's mouth twitched. This little girl had just evacuated from the wolf's den, and in the blink of an eye, she entered the Devil's Cave. Chao Xing said, "I advise you not to get close to Dwelin Lake City." "Why?" "Because it's not safe there, and soon, a big crisis may break out there." "Crisis? What crisis?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "It's related to the hunters. Those guys seem to be planning to attack Dwelin Lake City." Hearing this, Elisa was shocked, and then said with anger on her face, "It's that group of crazy cultists again. They are simply the rat shit of the entire Western continent. They spread the so-called Church of Light everywhere. No one is willing to join, so they forcibly go to those villages and towns to capture people and brainwash the villagers. Our hog village has suffered several invasions by hunters." Speaking of this, Elisa was puzzled. But with the defense power of Dwelin Lake City, can the hunters really attack this town? Chapter 108 Mission completed. Return to Hog Village. Elisa asked doubtfully, "With the defense power of Dwelin Lake City, can the hunters really attack this town?" Chao Xing spread his hands. "I don't know about that, but you better not get close." Looking at Chao Xing's serious look, and thinking about their strength, Elisa nodded. "Okay then. I won't go to Dwelin Lake City. But if I don't go to Dwelin Lake City, where can I go? My father was taken away by you. Do I have to live alone in Hog Village? Woo-woo." At this moment, not only Chao Xing, but even Lu Mushu beside him laughed. She held Elisa's hand and said, "Elisa, you can go back with us." Elisa looked up. Really? Can I join your territory?" Lu Mushu smiled and nodded. Elisa cried with joy. A few minutes later, the team was reorganized. They were divided into two groups. 19 cloud yaks stood quietly together. Although they were forcibly tamed, the loyalty of these cloud yaks was only over 60. But at least, they would not disobey Chao Xing's orders. Chao Xing secretly thought about the next plan in his heart. Next, they will take Elisa back to Hog Village, and then take Old Mel and his cattle back to the territory. Because the journey is long, they need to escort these cloud yaks back to the territory first. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens on the road, Chao Xing will be heartbroken. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Andrew next to him. "Andrew, I need you to take these yaks back to our territory first. Try to avoid people and wild animals on the road, and ensure a safe arrival." Andrew was comforting the cattle, and heard this. He said with a gentle smile in his eyes, "Okay, respected lord." Chao Xing nodded. Andrew is now a level 16 elite creature, and he shouldn't encounter any trouble along the way. But Chao Xing is still a little worried. After all, the Cloud Yak is a rare magical creature, and its value is too high. For safety reasons, he looked at the black smoke shaman next to him. "Blot, you follow Andrew and ensure the safety of these Cloud Yaks. This is the property of our territory, and we must not lose it." Blot Sulphur Stone bowed slightly. "I will obey your orders, respected lord. I will take care of them like the children of the Shar tribe. With the addition of this leader-level shaman, there shouldn't be any problems along the way. Well, Andrew, Blot, I wish you a safe journey." The two men saluted Chao Xing. "The glory of the Lord protects us. The goddess of luck is with you." After that, they set off with the 19 Cloud Yaks. Chao Xing, on the other hand, took the other recruited creatures, and returned to the falling snow lake. Now, he was going to find the powerful old man and take back his share. Qinong Durant did not break his promise, and was still waiting on the ice. Seeing Chao Xing coming over, Qinong's face showed joy. Young lord, we are lucky. This time I caught 6 salmon, 3 gray salmon, 1 red salmon, and 2 silver salmon. But it's a pity that we didn't catch any golden salmon this time. Maybe we need more stimulating bait. Chao Xing nodded. This time the harvest was already good, including the first one. There are 3 silver salmon in total. He can get 2 of them. This way, he can increase the upper limit of life by 600 points and the population by 6. As for the red salmon, Chao Xing took a look. It also has a good effect, can increase the upper limit of life by 100 points, but it does not increase the population. Qinong had a faint smile on his face, seemingly happy about today's catch. Of course, it may also be because his wife will be happy to taste her favorite fish soup soon. Lord Chao Xing, as agreed, you get 6 and I get 4, you can choose 2 silver salmon. Of course, you can also choose 1 silver salmon and the remaining red salmon. After hearing this, Chao Xing said without hesitation, I want 2 silver salmon. Qinong did not say anything more because Chao Xing took advantage of him, but nodded generously. Okay. He handed the 2 silver salmon in the bucket to Chao Xing. Get 3 kg * 1 silver salmon. Get 4 kg * 1 silver salmon. After the transaction was completed, the two parties separated. Chao Xing also remembered this lake in his heart. After all, there might be a legendary weapon here, the sword of the lake girl. When he has a chance in the future, he will definitely come again. At the same time, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue returned to Dubai's back. Elisa looked at the sacred mammoth curiously, as if she was surprised that they could tame such a creature. But when she thought about it, this lord had tamed 19 cloud yaks in front of her. It was not surprising that he could tame a mammoth. Chao Xing said to Lu Muxue behind him, Muxue, let her come up too. Little Elisa was just an ordinary person at level 5. At her speed, it would take at least 10 hours to get to Hog Village. I don't know how this little girl came to Luoxua Lake so far away by herself. Lu Muxue had asked tentatively before. However, this little girl was reluctant to say it, as if she had a secret. Chao Xing did not ask any more questions. Anyway, she would soon be included in his territory. By then, these secrets would soon be exposed. At Lu Muxue's invitation, Elisa carefully climbed onto the back of the mammoth. Then, the two girls sat behind Chao Xing. Now, Dubai was carrying 3 people at once. But with the weight of Lu Muxue and Elisa, the combined weight was no more than 180 pounds, which was not a burden for Dubai at all. Chao Xing ordered, okay. Now start moving towards Hog Village. Moo. Boom boom boom. The mammoth swung its trunk, and then took a big step with its hooves. The group advanced at high speed on the ice. Due to the absence of Andrew and Blot, the team was a little smaller than when they came. But the fighting force was still strong. They quickly stepped onto the snowfield, and ran all the way to the coordinates of Hog Village. A red energy was added between the 4 hooves of the mammoth, like a running train. Hilda's Queen's Domain, plus Queen's Will, made everyone's movement speed soar. On the back of the mammoth, Elisa kept exclaiming, so fast. Oh my god, so amazing. Too fast, I can't breathe. Chao Xing turned around helplessly, looking at the little girl who was shouting. And Lu Muxue seemed to realize that Elisa's words were a bit strange, and lowered her head shyly. Elisa was completely unaware, and the experience of riding a mammoth for the first time was very novel. After all, mammoths, like cloud yaks, are also extremely rare creatures. Half an hour later, they had advanced more than 30 kilometers. It was about 20 kilometers away from Hog Village. The map showed that they had come to a village called Zawada Village. Another indigenous village? Chao Xing was delighted. In front of them, there was a village with infrastructure similar to Hog Village. There were also patrolling militias and sentries in the village. However, there were relatively few villagers, only a few people wandering around. And there were no cattle, sheep or fields around, so the agricultural and animal husbandry development was not as good as Hog Village. Chao Xing thought, it seems that there is a tavern in the village. And I want to recruit a group of new people recently. How about going in and taking a look? Elisa said, this is Zawada Village. And I have an uncle who lives here. I can take you to my uncle's house for dinner. Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled. Free food? I like it. Then let's go to this Zawada village and take a look. However, just as Chao Xing was about to go to the village, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The militiamen standing guard on the sentry tower at the entrance of the village had been staring at them with a fierce look. Compared to the militiamen in Hog Village, they all had a fearful look when they saw their subordinates. The militiamen in Zawada village were actually fearless. This was a bit strange. Stop! Chao Xing gave the order directly. The team stopped about 700 to 800 meters away from Zawada village. Alisa and Lu Mushua looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Ah Xing? Chao Xing did not speak, but took out the snowstorm plain map from his backpack. This is a map found in a hunter camp. According to the location on the map, Chao Xing saw that there was a dazzling sun sign where Zawada village was located. At this moment, Chao Xing glanced at the village calmly. He immediately noticed more things wrong. The patrolling militia gradually gathered at the entrance of the village. Even the villagers who were walking back and forth were looking outside intentionally or unintentionally, and seemed to notice Chao Xing and others. Chao Xing thought secretly, it seems that this village has already fallen and has been used as a hunter base. They used this village as a disguise to attract more refugees and turn them into cultists. And if we go in now, we will inevitably fight with the group of hunters. Although, Chao Xing is confident in his own strength. But for this kind of battle without prior investigation and without knowing the opponent's background, it is best to avoid it as much as possible. Thinking of this, Chao Xing said directly, let's go. Send Alisa to her father first. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not ask more questions, but turned around and changed direction. Before leaving, Chao Xing silently memorized this place. At the same time, the militiamen in Zawada village, after seeing Chao Xing and others did not enter the village, had a look of regret in their eyes. At this time, a figure wearing a black robe and a mask appeared silently. All the militiamen knelt down, with fanaticism in their eyes. God of Light, I pay my respects to the priest. The black-robed priest nodded. A militiaman reported, Priest, that group of people did not come in. The leader seems to be a lord from another world. The black-robed priest looked thoughtful. Recently, there are more and more lords from another world appearing in the snowy plains. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now it seems that the growth rate of these lords from another world is very scary. The plan in Dwelin Lake City will be implemented soon. We must not make trouble at this time. It seems that we should also learn more about the situation of these lords from another world. He looked at the militiaman next to him with deep eyes and asked, Are the lords from another world captured last time still alive? The militiaman nodded immediately and said, Still alive. Give them some food every day to keep them alive. The black-robed priest nodded. Very good. Take me to see them. 20 minutes later, Chao Xing and others have appeared at the entrance of Hog Village. The militiamen were shocked to see 3 figures sitting on the tall mammoth. The spider-like body and human upper body of Hilda next to them made the villagers of Hog Village feel even more afraid. Fortunately, living in this bizarre world, they have seen strange creatures. The leading militia captain recognized Chao Xing and said in a trembling voice, Sir, you are here again. Chao Xing nodded. He knew the rules. Hog Village does not allow mounts and strange creatures to enter the village. So, Chao Xing asked Dabai and Zierda to wait in the shed next to the village. After Zierda entered the shed, she immediately looked disgusted. TSK. You actually let me, the queen, stay here where the beasts stay. Chao Xing looked at her helplessly. If you don't like it, you can stay outside in the snow. We will be back soon after we finish our work. Don't cause trouble for me. Understand? After hearing this, the blood spider queen still looked disgusted. But she did not disobey Chao Xing's order. Then, Chao Xing led Assam and Rennies, Lu Mushua and Alisa into Hog Village. As for Sarah, she habitually went into hiding. The 5 of them walked on the streets of Hog Village. Compared to the previous village, this place seemed much more lively. The pedestrians coming and going, and the vendors hawking along the street, made the village have the atmosphere of fireworks. Most of the vendors' eyes stayed on Lu Mushua and Rennies. Alisa was also the village beauty of Hog Village. The 3 girls stood together, like 3 beautiful flowers, attracting everyone's attention. However, because of the tall Assam next to them and the sharp temperament of Rennies, these vendors only dared to look. Under the gaze of the villagers, they soon crossed the first street. When passing by a tavern next to the street, Chao Xing seemed to feel that some hostile eyes were fixed on him. These looks somewhat resembled the looks that the militia had given him in Zawada village before. Chao Xing stopped and looked into the tavern. However, he only saw a few drunkards sitting at the door of the tavern. Assam asked in confusion, "Lord, what's wrong?" Chao Xing shook his head. "It's okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, this is Hog Village, and the group of hunters should not have infiltrated this place yet." Chao Xing continued to take Elisa with him. They came straight to Old Mel's house. Knock. 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 The door opened and a thin old man walked out. It was Old Mel. He also saw Chao Xing and Elisa behind him. At this moment, Old Mel's cloudy eyes sparkled. "Elisa! Father!" Elisa rushed out instantly and threw herself into Old Mel's arms. The father and daughter reunited, hugged and cried, which should have been a touching scene. And at this moment, Old Mel raised his right hand and hit Elisa's head twice. The little girl was hit so hard that she covered her head with tears in her eyes. "Father, why did you hit me?" Old Mel said angrily. "You still ask me why I hit you? I told you to run around. I told you to run around. If you run around again next time, I will break your legs." Elisa was hit while begging for mercy. "Father, I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive Elisa this time." This scene made Chao Xing and Lu Muxua laugh again. At this time, Lu Muxua came to Elisa's rescue and said, "Mr. Mel, don't blame Elisa. She wanted to catch a cloud yak and sell it, and then take you to live in a big city." Elisa was also out of filial piety. Hearing this, Old Mel stopped hitting Elisa's head and asked in confusion, "This beautiful lady, are you telling the truth?" Elisa nodded with a face full of grievance. Old Mel's heart softened, and a look of pity appeared in his eyes. He rubbed Elisa's head and sighed, "Alas! Don't do such stupid things next time." At the same time, Old Mel also looked over and said to Chao Xing gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Chao Xing, for sending my daughter back from such a far place." Chao Xing nodded. "Mr. Mel, you are too polite. From now on, you will be a member of our territory, and your family will naturally be our family." Hearing this, Old Mel's expression immediately straightened. "You are right, Your Honor. Respectful Lord Chao Xing. Then, as agreed yesterday, you bring back Elisa, I will take my cattle and sheep, and go to your territory together." Chao Xing smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Mel, one day in the future, you will be glad for your decision." Old Mel also said seriously, "I believe you will. The potential you have shown has surpassed any lord I have ever seen." Elisa, who was standing aside, looked at the conversation between her father and Chao Xing with watery eyes. She interrupted and said, "Father, didn't we say that if the villagers of Hog Village want to move to other places, they need the approval of the village chief?" Hearing this, Chao Xing asked in confusion, "Is there such a procedure?" Old Mel nodded. "Yes. Hog Village does not belong to the jurisdiction of a certain lord or noble, so the villagers' stay or leave is entirely decided by the village chief. If this is the power of a certain lord, the defense force is not so weak." Chao Xing nodded, and then asked, "Where is the village chief?" Old Mel looked at the center of the village. The only 3-story building. "There is the village chief's home. You can go there to find him." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Okay, I will go with you to find the village chief for approval." Chapter 109 Incident, The Powerful Chao Xing. Old Mel nodded. Then he closed the door and took Elisa to the center of the village. The villagers on the road, when they saw Old Mel, would greet him enthusiastically. After hearing that Old Mel was going to leave with Chao Xing, the villagers were surprised. "Oh, Mr. Mel, are you going to leave Hog Village and live somewhere else? What a pity, my 2 children both grew up drinking your milk." "Yes, the other 2 cattle farmers in the village both set the price of milk too high. If Mr. Mel leaves, where can I buy cheap and fresh milk?" The villagers looked worried. Soon, he was surrounded by a group of women. It was obvious that Old Mel was very prestigious. He also said goodbye to every villager who knew him with a peaceful smile. When the villagers heard that Old Mel was going to leave with Chao Xing, many people showed envy on their faces. "I really envy Mr. Mel for being favored by such a powerful lord. Yes, he has such powerful knights as his subordinates. His territory must be extremely safe. I also want to be favored by this lord." Chao Xing chuckled. "Elisa, your father seems to be very popular with the women in the village." Elisa also showed her little tiger teeth and smiled. "Of course, my father is very friendly to the villagers and neighbors." in the whole hog village. Except for the village chief, the second most prestigious person is my father. Chao Xing shook his head. It will take a while for your father to reminisce with these women. Let's go first and wait for him at the village chief's house. Everyone followed Chao Xing and walked forward. As he passed by the tavern, Chao Xing suddenly frowned. The feeling of being watched reappeared. He looked around and wondered, what on earth is this? At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. On the roof of the building next to him, 3 black shadows appeared silently. Their movements were extremely decisive and swift. The moment they saw Chao Xing, they threw out the 3 hidden weapons in their hands. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. At this moment, Chao Xing only felt a huge crisis instantly enveloped him. Time became extremely slow. He saw 3 daggers with green light enlarged in his pupils. Sarah, who turned into a black shadow, rushed over at the first moment with a look of shock and anger on her face. When the dagger was about to touch Han Xing's face, it suddenly activated a layer of golden shield. Crack! With a cracking sound, the holy shield on Chao Xing's body then broke, and he was not hurt at all. Then, the other 2 daggers also flew over. Crack! Crack! The 3 layers of holy shields on Chao Xing's body were all broken. Not only that, the 3 assassins threw 2 more daggers. They wanted to kill Chao Xing once and for all. At the same time, Sarah flashed by quickly. The shadow blade in her hand slashed down fiercely. Ding ding! After 2 crisp sounds, Sarah blocked the other 2 flying daggers. The first wave of crisis was resolved, and Chao Xing broke out in a cold sweat. This layer of holy shield can be said to be life-saving. Although I don't know what the strength of the assassin who attacked me is. I can see from the fierce attack that it must be very terrifying. At the same time, Assam and Rennies also reacted in an instant. Damn it! Someone attacked the Lord. Unforgivable. Assam and Rennies were extremely angry. They drew their weapons immediately, and came to Chao Xing's side. The assassins seemed to know that their actions had been exposed. They rushed down from the roof, and rushed towards Chao Xing at lightning speed. 3 daggers flashing with cold light rushed towards Chao Xing and others. Not only that, Chao Xing also saw that behind the houses on both sides, several hunters wearing red vortex masks and holding long swords quickly emerged. At this moment, Chao Xing understood the identity of the assassins. It's actually this group of guys. At this moment, the 3 assassins have already rushed up. Sarah, with murderous intent on her face, said coldly, "You lowly bugs, dare to offend the Lord, I will cut off your heads." Sarah rushed out instantly. After the bonus of Queen's Will, her movement speed can be said to be terrifyingly fast, completely surpassing the 3 assassins. At this moment, the shadow blade came into contact with the 3 daggers. Ding ding ding. After 3 metal intersecting sounds, the 3 shadows instantly retreated. There was surprise in their eyes. What a strong assassin. Didn't they say that this person only had a 2nd level leader level knight by his side? Damn it! The information is wrong. At the same time, Sarah had already pounced on them like a tigress, with fierce movements, as if she was going to tear the 3 assassins into pieces. These assassins were suppressed by Sarah and had no power to fight back. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I almost peed myself. Fortunately, I have the holy shield on me. At this time, Lu Muxua also raised her shield, concentrated her attention, and guarded Chao Xing. The assassination just now scared her too. In fact, with Chao Xing's current health and buffs, even if Sarah didn't show up, he could probably barely block the remaining 2 attacks. However, he would be in a very dangerous situation at that time. At the same time, Chao Xing glanced at the hunters rushing from both sides of the street. They were all ordinary 2nd level strongmen of more than 10 levels. Although there were many people, they were not to be feared. So, Chao Xing directly ordered, Assam, kill them all. Assam raised his long sword directly, and the terrifying sword energy condensed. In the name of justice, wipe everything out. Cut! Swish. 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 The dense numbers of damage floated up. These crazy cultists were instantly swept away in large numbers, and the houses on both sides of the street were knocked down. Boom! The group of hunters who were swept away immediately exclaimed, "What a strong knight! Hold him, and some people, hold the archer next to him. The target is the Lord of the other world, all of us kill him together." The goal of these hunters is very clear: hold the recruited creatures around Chao Xing, and then decapitate them. Chao Xing frowned. What he didn't understand was why this group of hunters would target him. And they seemed to know him. You know. Even though he had destroyed 2 hunter camps before and made enemies with these cultists. His actions were very clean. He basically cut the grass and rooted it out, leaving no trouble. So it was impossible for him to be targeted by this group of hunters so quickly. Soon, Xiaoxing knew how he was exposed. These dozen hunters were suppressed by Assam and Rinnies in all aspects. And they couldn't get close to Xiaoxing at all. One of the hunters shouted, "We need support, come out." The next moment, more than a dozen hunters emerged from the houses on both sides. Not only that, from the previous tavern, a large group of survivors with names on their heads also rushed out quickly. "Kill him! This kid is Xiaoxing, who Boss Fan Long wants to kill. Boy, dare to offend our 3 heroes society, you are dead this time." At the same time, in addition to this group of survivors, they also brought a total of more than a dozen recruited creatures. At this moment, together with a group of hunters, at least 70 or 80 people besieged Xiaoxing at the same time. Xiaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. And he understood who was trying to assassinate him. The 3 heroes. These guys actually found his coordinates. And they were waiting for him in this place, ambushing him. However, what Xiaoxing did not expect was that they could actually join forces with the hunters to deal with him. The sudden scene not only puzzled Xiaoxing, but also made the villagers and militiamen of Hog Village flee the battlefield frantically, and did not dare to approach at all. Dozens of survivors rushed towards Xiaoxing. There were men, women, old and young. It seemed that they had gathered all the members of the 3 heroes society in this area, along with their families. A survivor named Wang Yachuan laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Boy, you finally fell into our hands today. Didn't you? This time, I'll see how you run. This is the fate of you offending our 3 heroes society." And Xiaoxing just glanced at him lightly, and said with a look of looking at a fool, "You don't think you can deal with me with a bunch of level 3 or 4 trash? Do you? Please. This is a different world. And fighting doesn't rely on numbers alone." Wang Yachuan was stunned. And then sneered, "Who said numbers are useless? There are so many of us. And one attack from each of us can overwhelm you. And kill your recruited creatures in seconds. All long-range attacks. Throw them all at me. Kill him." The survivors of the 3 Heroes Association gathered their forces to attack. Xiaoxing casually raised a staff. The next moment, an ice wall appeared in front of him. The ranged attacks of those survivors came crackling. However, Xiaoxing's mental power has now exceeded 100, and the durability of this ice wall is as high as 1040. -7. -14. -8. -11. The dense attacks fell, splashing a bunch of single-digit, or even more than 10 points of damage. The concentrated fire of the survivors only knocked down half of the durability of Xiaoxing's ice wall. Seeing this scene, the survivors' hearts suddenly sank. Wang Yachuan ordered, "Damn! Such a thick ice wall. Let the recruited creatures attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, the Imperial warriors and mage apprentices they summoned gathered various attacks and attacked Xiaoxing. Crack! The ice wall broke. The attack of these recruited creatures was much higher. The survivors of the 3 Heroes Society showed ecstasy in their eyes. "Ha ha! The ice wall is broken. Bastard. Let's see how you can stop our attack. Let's go together and kill him." In an instant, dozens of survivors rushed towards Xiaoxing. At this moment, Rinnies and Assam were both held back by a large number of hunters. Sarah was fighting 3 powerful assassins alone. Seeing this, Sarah and Assam, 2 recruited creatures with a loyalty of 100, shouted angrily, "Don't even think about hurting the Lord." They abandoned the enemy in front of them, risking the cost of the attack, and rushed towards Xiaoxing. Damage numbers popped up above their heads. However, Xiaoxing saw this scene and waved his hand and said, "You guys focus on dealing with the opponent in front of you. I can handle this." Hearing this, Assam and Sarah wanted to continue rushing over. But Xiaoxing said, "This is an order." The 2 heard the seriousness and confidence in Xiaoxing's words. Then, they turned around without hesitation and fought with their opponents. At this moment, Xiaoxing raised his staff again. And while he was chanting magic, Lu Mushua raised her shield and blocked him. Bang bang bang. -11. -15. -8. -17. One after another. Magic attacks and arrows hit Lu Mushua's shield. After the 3 layers of golden holy shield were broken, a large number of damages were caused. This wave of concentrated firepower almost knocked off 200 points of Lu Mushua's health, nearly 1/6 of her health. The next moment, a plus 83 recovery number appeared above Lu Mushua's head, and her health increased again. Seeing this scene, the group of survivors of the Three Heroes Association was shocked. Fuck. This woman has such high defense, my wizard's men can only attack so little. My Imperial Archer is the same, her armor is too high. Don't talk nonsense, keep grinding her health. At this time, the benefit of having an Aurora Night Guard beside Chaoxing was reflected. After a lot of buffs and equipment, Lu Mushua's armor far exceeded that of the survivors of level 3 to level 5. It was difficult for them to break through Lu Mushua's defense and hurt Chaoxing behind her. At this moment, the survivors of the Three Heroes ordered, everyone rush up. Let's kill Chaoxing. He's just a mage. He'll be finished if we surround him. The next moment, the survivors of the Three Heroes rushed over. At the same time, Chaoxing's magic was also ready. Looking at this group of survivors, Chaoxing chuckled, who still relies on numbers to win a fight now. My lord, times have changed. Now it's the age of magic. A rain of ice arrows emitting cold air appeared. Not only that, this attack also triggered the special effect of the robed shadow of the snow mountain. The rain of ice arrows turned into two. Crash! Dense ice arrows fell. Minus 247. Minus 258. Minus 334. Minus 271. Chaoxing is a second-level mage, with a full set of equipment and buffs. It can be said that he is a crushing blow to these survivors. Dense numbers of damage floated up, and several level 3 and 4 humans were killed by Chaoxing in an instant. The system prompt appeared. Kill survivors, Gan Jiong LV4. Kill survivors, Lu Yinrong LV3. Kill survivors. There were 7 or 8 more bodies pierced by ice arrows on the ground. Seeing this scene, the survivors of the Three Heroes Society felt a chill on their backs. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Don't enter his attack range. Retreat quickly! Chaoxing's 2 rains of ice arrows completely blocked the street. Puff! 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 After a few flesh sounds, a few more unlucky people who didn't have time to evacuate were pierced on the spot and died. Hiss! This scene made the survivors of the Three Heroes Society feel cold. Fuck! This guy has such a high attack power, he has already advanced. The commander of the Three Heroes Society said again. Don't confront him head-on, send a few people, attack him from behind. After receiving his order, the survivors quickly dispersed, preparing to besiege Chaoxing from all sides. Lu Mushua raised her shield, her face serious. She was ready to fight these guys to the death. Soon, more than 20 figures appeared around Chaoxing, surrounding him. Wang Yachuan also circled behind Chaoxing, with a look of shock in his eyes. You are worthy of being the number 1 on the list, with such strong attack power. But it's over. All your recruited creatures have been held back by us, and you have no other helpers. You and this woman can never be our opponent. Chaoxing glanced at the entrance of the village, and a figure running wildly was approaching quickly. Chaoxing smiled and said, Who said I don't have other helpers? Hearing this, Wang Yachuan's face changed slightly. He instinctively realized that something was wrong and quickly gave an order. Go! Kill this guy first. At this moment, Chaoxing shouted, Dabai, come and save me! After Chaoxing finished speaking, a deafening sound suddenly rang out at the entrance of the village. Moo! The terrifying sound waves echoed in everyone's ears like a substance. Boom boom boom! It seemed as if some huge monster was rushing at a high speed. The group of survivors looked up at the entrance of the village with shocked eyes. The next moment, a mammoth, followed by a frost wolf, and a woman with a spider lower body and a human body suddenly appeared. As soon as Chaoxing was besieged, he sent a message through the connection between pets and owners. Dabai also rushed out of the shed as soon as possible, including Hilda and the frost wolf. After seeing Dabai rushing out, they also realized that something might have happened in the village. So, they rushed over together. From hundreds of meters away, Dabai saw at a glance the group of guys who were besieging Chaoxing, and his pupils suddenly widened, and his anger burned. Moo! Dabai directly activated Furious Charge, and the already terrifying movement speed was increased by 200% again. Boom! The ground shook wildly, and the terrifying power almost made the survivors feel unable to resist. Damn! What is that? Go and stop it! However, these survivors, who were at most level 4 or 5, wanted to stop Dubai. This was like a few porcelain dolls trying to stop a dump truck. At the moment of contact, an unimaginable force appeared. Bang, bang, bang. The survivors who rushed over felt their bones all broken in an instant. Then they flew out. A terrifying number appeared above their heads. -1,354. -1,406. -1,274. The survivors who flew out were dead after landing. They were killed instantly. This scene made the survivors on the scene tingle, and a chill ran down their backs. Damn it, didn't they say that there was a leader-level knight next to Chao-Xing? Where did this monster come from? The survivors of the Three Heroes Society had intense fear in their eyes. However, at this time, Dubai had already started a killing spree. With a loyalty of 100, Dubai even considered Chao-Xing's life more important than his own. And these guys actually besieged Chao-Xing when he was away, which made Dubai extremely angry. Moo. Dubai rushed out like a violent beast. Chapter 110 Killing, Coordinates of Fang Long's Camp. Bang bang. Dubai rushed forward. The huge nose swung wildly. Puff puff puff. A series of fleshy sounds appeared. The survivors of the Three Heroes Association were swept away in pieces. Not only that, Dubai also rushed directly to the side of the group of hunters, helping Rennies and Assam to deal with the enemies in front of him. At the same time, Blood Spider Queen Hilda and Frost Wolf also joined the battle. Hilda licked her dark purple lips. Just after coming out, can you start killing people? I like it. The next moment, the Blood Spider Queen swung her belly directly, and suddenly a group of blood spiders, as big as heads and blood red all over appeared. These blood spiders moved very fast, and there were as many as 20 or 30 of them. In a very short time, they rushed to the battlefield. They also crawled onto the survivors and the recruited creatures. Ah! What the hell is this? Get these damn spiders off me. They attacked the blood spiders on their bodies frantically. However, the moment the blood spiders' blood volume was reduced to 0, their stomachs suddenly bulged. Puff puff puff. Balls of blood exploded. The blood stained the skin of the survivors, and immediately made a hissing sound. After a while, their skin and flesh melted, revealing the white bones inside. The horrible pain corroded the nerves of the survivors. Ah! It hurts. Heal me quickly. Heal me quickly. Knight. Where is the knight? Cast a holy healing spell on me. Although the blood poisoning state can be expelled by the purification spell, there are too many self-destructing spiders. Not only that, the blood spider queen on the side raised her belly again. Puff. 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 3 balls of corrosive blood spurted out in succession, and several survivors were immediately stained with this blood, which was more terrifying than concentrated sulfuric acid. Ah! The screams that made people's scalps numb were endless. Even the militiamen and villagers of Hog Village, who were watching the battle from a distance, turned pale. With the addition of Dubai and Zierda, the situation began to be a one-sided slaughter. This time, the number of survivors, their recruited creatures, and hunters added up to hundreds. However, such a powerful force was easily resolved by Chao-Xing. The crisis on Chao-Xing's side was resolved. Lu Mushua's tense body gradually relaxed. Her legs trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. Chao-Xing encouraged, Mushua, you did a good job just now. Lu Mushua also nodded gently. She didn't have time to think about anything just now. There was only one thought in her mind, which was to block the attacks of those people for Chao-Xing. Looking back now, Lu Mushua couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. After this time, she also grew up a lot. At this time, Chao-Xing glanced at the battlefield in other areas. Sarah's battle was also coming to an end. The health of the 3 assassins had been reduced to less than 1/5. It was these 3 assassins who launched the attack first. Chao-Xing took a look at their attributes. Hunter Assassin Captain LV-22. Level 3 Elite Creature. HP 3341/13780. Attack Power 794 to 841. Skills: Backstab, Eviscerate, Steal, Knife Throwing. Talent: None. Hunter Assassin LV-21. Level 3 Common Creature. HP 1674/10260. Attack Power 633 to 651. Skills: Backstab, Steal, Knife Throwing. Talent: None. Goodfellow, 3 level 3 assassins. One of them is a level 3 elite. How did Fang Long convince these hunters to deal with me? This made Chao Xing very curious. He planned to leave a few people alive to interrogate them. At this time, Sarah also showed the horror of a third-level leader assassin. A black shadow, with a cold light, passed by. Arc flash. Swish. Minus 1,754. Minus 2,141. Minus 3,375. 3 terrifying damage numbers appeared. One of the ordinary third-level killers was killed on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the hunter-killer LV-22 and gained experience points, 880. Combatants gained experience points, 440. At the same time, Assam and Rennies, cooperating with Dubai, were also bursting out crazily, killing the rangers one by one. Your territory member, Assam, killed the ranger scout LV-16, gained 180 experience points. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, killed the ranger axeman LV-15, gained 150 experience points. Your pet, Dubai, killed the ranger scout LV-17, gained experience points. Kill prompts appeared one after another. Most of the hunters had been killed, including the group of survivors. There were already dozens of corpses on this street. Chao Xing said quickly, "Don't kill all the recruited creatures, just beat them half to death." Hearing this, Assam and others who were killing continuously slowed down their attack rhythm. When the hunters saw their companions die, the remaining 2 hunter-killers realized that today's operation had failed. Under the mask of the elite killer, a hoarse female voice came out. The operation failed. Retreat. Hearing her order, the remaining hunters on the field were ready to give up the opponent in front of them. But Chao Xing would never let them go. Leave these hunters behind. Don't let any of them go. Zilda. You soul scream. Hilton on the side obeyed the order and directly released the crowd control skill. Ah! A terrifying scream turned into an invisible sound wave and spread throughout the street. The enemies who heard the scream suddenly showed a look of fear in their eyes. They seemed to see the scene of their own death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sarah slashed at another third-level killer next to her without hesitation. Poof! Minus 2,144. A blood mark suddenly appeared on the killer's neck, and then he died on the spot. At this time, Chao Xing also raised his staff and continued to kill the group of survivors. He used the big ice spear, ice cone, and ice ball alternately. Chao Xing is now a second-level frost mage, and he has a lot of equipment on him. With his current attack power, at most 2 skills, he can take away one person's life. Kill the survivor, Zhong Zongjiang LV4. Kill the survivor, Niezeng LV5. Kill the survivor. Ah! Don't kill me! I was wrong. Please let me go! Mercy! Mercy! The screams continued. On the ground, there were more cold corpses. This was not a game world, but real death. For these guys, Chao Xing had no mercy. They were here to kill him, if Chao Xing was not so strong. The corpse lying on the ground now is him. As the screams became weaker and weaker, the battle here was drawing to a close. There were fewer and fewer people standing. There were only a few Imperial warriors and archers left, and a few mage apprentices trembling. Their master had already been killed by Chao Xing's men. And seeing Zirda and Dubai showing their power, they dared not make any moves. Sarah's eyes were cold, and she had been entangled with this elite killer. The other party was covered with bloodstains, and his health had dropped below 1,000. Sarah was ready to swing the last knife to end the opponent's life. The killer also had a death wish in his eyes. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly said, "Sarah, stop. Leave him alive." Sarah stopped her movements instantly. However, at this time, the hunter-killer who thought he was dead suddenly saw Sarah stop and thought he had hope of survival again. She was about to run away. Zilda, trap her. The blood spider queen was full of disgust. TSK. My spider web is not used to trap these ants. After she finished speaking, she threw a spider web directly, completely covering the killer. Chao Xing rolled his eyes at the queen, who said one thing and meant another. The third-level elite killer was trapped in the spider web and wanted to use a dagger to cut through Hilda's spider web. At this moment, Chao Xing said, "If you make any more moves, I will kill you on the spot." Hearing the threat, the killer gradually stopped his moves. Chao Xing also looked at the battle behind him. Only a few hunters were left on the field. On the other side of the 3 heroes, there were only the last 7 or 8 survivors. They kept raising their weapons, trying to hurt everyone with their pitiful attack power. Then they hit Dubai and Zirda. causing only single-digit damage. And sometimes they didn't break the defense. Only then did they realize how big the gap was between them and Chao Xing. One of the survivors collapsed and said, "Damn it! Fan Long asked us to deal with Chao Xing. Why didn't he figure out his strength in advance? Why did he ask us to deal with this monster? The gap is too big. Even if we call 100 people, we can't take him down. We can't be his opponent at all. Fan Long is so confused. My whole family was killed. Fan Long, I hate you." There was resentment in the eyes of these survivors. Either they resented Fan Long, or they resented Chao Xing. But for Chao Xing, there was no fluctuation in his heart. It was their fault. They followed the wrong person. At this moment, one of the survivors dropped his weapon, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Master Chao Xing, we were blind and did not know the real man. And we wanted to deal with you without knowing our own strength. Please let us go this time. We will definitely withdraw from the Three Heroes Association when we go back this time. And we will change our ways from now on." Another survivor also begged Chao Xing, "You have killed my wife. And I have 2 children in my territory. Please let me go. Let me go back to take care of my children. Master Chao Xing, please let us go." The remaining survivors also kept begging for mercy. However, Chao Xing gave a direct order, leave only 2 alive, and kill all the others. After hearing Chao Xing's order, Assam and Rennies did not hesitate at all. Before entering the summoning space, they were already experienced warriors, and had seen many such scenes. Therefore, they did not show any mercy. Puff puff puff. Blood flowers flew up. The hunters were almost wiped out. And the survivors and their recruited creatures were basically killed. In the end, only 2 guys were left lying in a pool of blood. Trembling, Assam, Rennies, tie these 2 guys up. If you see their mouths or fingers moving, kill them immediately. Chao Xing wanted to prevent them from contacting Fan Long and spreading the news here. Hearing this, Assam immediately put the long sword on their necks. And Rennies also pulled the bowstring, ready to kill them at any time. The 2 survivors, at this time, had no time to move, and huddled on the ground without daring to move. Chao Xing, on the other hand, came directly to the side of the 3rd-level elite assassin and asked, "Who asked you to kill me?" The assassin remained silent, and seemed to be completely unprepared to compromise. "Sarah, cut off her mask for me." Swish. Sarah swung the shadow blade without hesitation. The mask was cut off, revealing the face of a Western woman who looked to be in her 20s, with fairly regular features. There was a cold look in her eyes. Chao Xing continued, "I'll ask you again, who asked you to kill me?" However, this elite assassin still refused to speak, and Zierda on the side came over and said, "Do you want me to try?" Chao Xing looked at Hilton, who looked eager to try. Chao Xing nodded. The next moment, Zierda chuckled and stretched out her finger, and a ball of blood poison liquid spurted out. The blood fell on the abdomen of the elite assassin, and her clothes were corroded immediately, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. Sizzle. Not only that, this drop of blood quickly burned her skin, and burned her flesh and blood until it festered. The elite assassin frowned tightly, as if she was enduring an unimaginable pain. Her head kept popping up -10. -10. Damage. Just a drop of blood has such a strong corrosive effect. It is conceivable how painful it is for those who are infected by the blood poison. As time goes by, the pain felt by this assassin becomes more and more intense. His lips turn white, and cold sweat oozes from his forehead. Chao Xing asked again, still unwilling to speak. However, this elite assassin still clenched his teeth and let the blood poison corrode her skin. Zierda sneered, "TSK? It seems that you are very stubborn? However, you'd better keep stubborn. Next, I will apply the blood poison to your face, then your eyes, and finally your heart. I hope you can hold on to the last link." The blood spider queen showed an intoxicated expression on her face. She seemed to enjoy this torturous scene. Hearing this, not only this elite assassin, including the 7 or 8 recruited creatures captured behind, and the 2 survivors, all felt a tremor all over their bodies. The elite killer showed a hesitant look on her face, but she still tilted her head to one side, showing a determination to die rather than obey. And the blood spider queen naturally did not hesitate at all. She directly dropped 2 drops of blood, and they fell on the woman's face. Swish, swish. After a while, the skin on her face was corroded, revealing scarlet flesh. Ugh! The horrible pain made her moan in pain. The blood spider queen had an intoxicated expression on her face. As she dripped out drops of blood one after another, they fell on the elite killer. The female killer began to tremble all over because of the severe pain. And just as the blood spider queen was about to burn her eyes, the female killer had a crazy expression on her face. "Kill me, I won't tell you anything. You pagans, when the god of light comes back to the world, all of you will be punished by the gods." Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chao Xing frowned, seeing that the elite assassin was completely eroded by the blood poison. His health had dropped to the lowest level. He also knew that the other party would not say anything. So, Chao Xing condensed a large ice spear and stabbed it directly. Poof! -113. The opponent's defense was reduced, but it still caused good damage. The opponent's health was reset to 0. Successfully killed the hunter-killer, a level 22 elite creature. Killed a monster above the level. And gained experience points, 1,320 by 200%. The combatants gained half of the experience points. At this moment, with the death of this elite assassin, Chao Xing came to the other two survivors. He took a look at the information above their heads. One was called Qi Xiaoliang, and the other was called Du Baichuan. Chao Xing asked directly, "You two, do you want to live or die?" The two survivors, who had seen the horrific scene of the blood spider queen torturing people, nodded their heads like pounding garlic. "I want to live. I want to live." They were afraid that the blood spider queen would use the same method on them. That would be worse than death. Chao Xing nodded. "Then now I ask you answer. Did Fan Long send you here?" "Yes. Yes." The two survivors replied hurriedly. Chao Xing continued to ask, "Do you know what happened to these guys?" Among them, the survivor named Qi Xiaoliang said, "Yes, it seems that Fan Long asked them to come." Chao Xing was stunned. This Fan Long has such great power, and can he let such a high-level hunter come to kill me? Qi Xiaoliang hurriedly said, "I don't know the details. I only know that Fan Long seems to have made a deal with a group of hunters. I also saw that the group of hunters entered Fan Long's territory, and came and went freely." Hearing this, Chao Xing was thoughtful. Trade? What does Fan Long have that makes these hunters excited? Could it be that he gave his territory to those hunters? Chao Xing's heart moved. This is very likely. Through the development during this period of time, he has learned that in the eyes of the Aborigines, their territory is a magical thing. If Fan Long gives his territory to those cultists, maybe he can really ask the hunters to kill him. Chao Xing nodded. One last question. Do you know the coordinates of Fan Long's territory? Hearing this question, the two survivors looked at each other again. They seemed to realize something. Fan Long might be in trouble. Qi Xiaoliang asked hesitantly, "We told you, so can you let us go?" Chao Xing nodded. "I can consider it. But you have to answer together. If I find that your coordinates are wrong, I will kill you both without hesitation." Through the fake coordinates, Chao Xing tricked Fan Long. Of course, he would not be fooled here. The two of them showed strong joy on their faces. They said in unison, and quickly reported the same coordinates. Chao Xing nodded, and then opened the map to check according to the coordinates. He found that the distance from his location was not too far. About 70 kilometers. And the distance from his own territory was 100 kilometers. At his current speed, he could arrive in more than 2 hours. Chao Xing already had a plan in mind. It just so happened that the novice protection period was about to end. Then tomorrow, he would go to push Fan Long's territory. It was not comfortable to be remembered by such a vengeful guy. Chapter 111 Recruiting New People and the Friendship of Hog Village. At this time, the two survivors asked, Boss Chao Xing, we have told you what you want to know, can you let us go?" Chao Xing nodded. "Okay." The two survivors showed strong joy in their eyes. And at this moment, a flash of cold light flashed across their necks. -2054. -2175. The two men tilted their heads and died directly. Chao Xing looked at the pile of corpses on the street, and several Imperial soldiers, who were beaten half to death next to them, Imperial archers. Blood dyed the ground red, and several houses on both sides were destroyed. Fortunately, no casualties were caused to the ordinary villagers. Chao Xing said, "Assam. Rennies, clean up the battlefield." A few minutes ago, in a snowy field dozens of kilometers away from Hog Village, there was a camp of survivors. Fan Long and his family, in the hut of the territory, looked respectfully at a hunter in black robes and a mask on his face. His attitude was very humble. Fan Long said with a big smile on his face, "My lord priest, you have also seen my territory. What do you think?" The black-robed priest nodded. "Not bad. You are worthy of being the chosen lord. This is a good hiding place. The soldiers of those kingdoms basically won't enter here to search. Then, as agreed, I will send my assassins to deal with that kid. And your territory will serve as a base for our Church of Light to ensure that our position will not be exposed." At this point, the black-robed priest's tone became a little cold and said, "If you dare to betray the Church of Light, I think you should know the consequences. At that time, you will ask me to kill you." Hearing the last sentence, Fan Long and his family trembled all over. But he quickly put on a smile, nodded respectfully, and said, "Don't worry, Master Priest. Since I have joined the Church of Light, I will definitely serve the Church wholeheartedly." The black-robed priest nodded. "Then, you can leave. This hut will be our temporary base in the future." "Okay, Master Priest." Fan Long took his family and respectfully left the Lord's hut. I guess no one could have thought that this group of hunters would be so cunning that they actually thought of using the survivor's territory as a hiding place. However, before they were about to leave, the black-robed priest stopped his gaze on the beautiful woman next to Fan Long. This woman was Fan Long's wife, Lan Qianqian, in Xiangjiang City. She was one of the more famous beauties. Although her beauty was not as good as Lu Muxue, Yin Jingwei and other 10 goddesses, she was also a very eye-catching existence among ordinary people. At this time, Lan Qianqian had 2 ponytails, light makeup on her face, and her big eyes looked very pure. Under the wolfskin coat, there is a pair of beautiful legs and fishnet stockings. It gives people a pure and sexy style. For these natives, this is a woman they have never seen before. The black-robed priest suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Fan Long and others stopped. "What's wrong, priest? Is this woman your wife?" Fan Long nodded. "Yes, sir." The black-robed priest did not speak, but looked at Lan Qianqian with a scrutinizing look, his eyes revealing an interested look. Lan Qianqian felt a little uncomfortable under his naked gaze. Fan Long didn't dare to breathe for a while. After a while, the black-robed priest chuckled and said, "It's okay, you go first." Fan Long and others felt relieved. At the same time, Fan Long had brought his family to the shelter nearby. The beautiful woman next to him asked softly, "Brother Long, do we really have to give the territory to these guys? I heard that they are all a group of cultists, and the whole kingdom is looking for them. If we are exposed, will we be implicated?" Fan Long chuckled. "Qianqian, you don't understand. After today, we will be released from the novice protection mode, and the development in the future will be much more difficult than now. Although this group of hunters is crazy and evil, they are strong enough, and their members are spread all over the Ice Crystal Kingdom. We can use their strength first to develop the territory quickly. Then use our advantages to harvest other players, and after reaching a certain strength, we will report these guys to the Ice Crystal Kingdom, which is equivalent to eating from both ends." Hearing this, Fan Long's parents and the beautiful woman next to him all had a look of realization in their eyes. The eyes looking at Fan Long were also full of admiration. "Brother Long, you are amazing. You can actually think of this method." The middle-aged man next to him also praised, "You are worthy of being my son." Fan Long had a smile on his face, and he seemed to enjoy the praise of his family very much. The beautiful woman continued to whisper, "Brother Long, I heard that you sent someone to kill Chao Xing today. He is already the highest level person in District 174. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" Fan Long smiled and said, "What can go wrong?" This time, in order to show their sincerity and cooperation, the group of hunters actually sent out more than a dozen second-level hunters at once, and 3 third-level killers. TSK, I am really jealous. It would be great if this power was mine. With this force, when the novice protection period ends tomorrow, I can push down all the survivor camps within dozens of kilometers nearby and force them to join our 3 Heroes Association. Then use this to expand continuously. It won't be long before I have the final say in the entire District 174. Fan Long's eyes were filled with strong yearning, but he soon shook his head. He also knew that this was not very realistic. But this time, that brat will definitely not be able to escape. He is dead. His family members looked at each other, and a look of relief appeared on their faces. The beautiful woman also nodded. Then she said hesitantly, "Brother Long, although these hunters are very strong, I always feel that they have some bad intentions. And, That black-robed priest. The way he looked at me was also strange. Fan Long's face froze. He also saw the naked look in the black-robed priest's eyes when he looked at Lan Qianqian. But now they still have to rely on other strength. And they dare not attack. Fan Long reluctantly comforted Lan Qianqian with a few words, telling her not to worry. Then he waited silently. A few minutes later, Fan Long received a message. Boss, the target has appeared. It is Chao Xing. There is an elite second-level archer beside him. Fan Long's expression suddenly brightened. And he quickly replied, very good. It's just an elite archer. It's not a big problem. Next, you cooperate with the group of hunters. Don't worry about it. Go all out to kill him directly. The other side replied, received. Boss, we will act immediately. After closing the private chat, Fan Long had an expectant expression on his face. Then he and his family waited for good news. However, not long after, Fan Long noticed again that the avatars in the friend list dimmed. Fan Long's expression changed immediately. Damn, isn't it going to be a problem again this time? After thinking about it, Fan Long breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only a few people died. That kid is very strong. It's normal to have some casualties. Fan Long comforted himself in this way. However, not long after, when he saw the avatars in the friend list dimmed one after another, most of the survivors he sent out have died. At this moment, Fan Long felt a chill rushing to his head. Damn it! What's going on? With so many people going to assassinate Chao Xing, how could they fail? Fan Long's family also noticed that something was wrong with him. His mother asked, Xiaolong, what happened? Fan Long didn't say anything, but his face became even more gloomy when he saw that the people he sent out were completely wiped out. He clenched his fists even harder. At this moment, Fan Long walked out of the shelter, came straight to the Lord's hut, and pushed open the door. Seeing Fan Long coming in, the black-robed priest looked impatient. Didn't I tell you? This place will be our temporary office in the future. You have to understand the rules. However, Fan Long said with a sullen face, the assassination failed, and our people were wiped out. Hearing this, the black-robed priest's face changed. What did you say? At the same time, Chao Xing also cleaned up the battlefield. He picked up all the things that exploded from the bodies of the hunters and the survivors. Chao Xing obtained a total of coins. Asterisk 2723 primary power heart. Asterisk 3 dark knight dagger, blue. Standard machete, green. Asterisk 7 standard iron bow, green. Asterisk 4 damaged wool coat. Asterisk 4 damaged linen clothes. Asterisk 7 dirty hat. Asterisk 8 dry food. Asterisk 241. In addition to the green weapons and 3 primary power hearts that exploded from the group of hunters, those survivors were all poor. They just took off a few tattered clothes. Of course, this might be because they put all their resources in the storage boxes of their territories. Unless we find their territories later and rob their storage boxes. At this time, Chao Xing remembered something. These guys came with their families to kill me. After I wiped them out, many territories no longer have a lord and are in a state of being ownerless. If I can find the territories of these guys, I can not only plunder their territories for supplies, but also bring all their polar people here to increase my manpower. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and came up with an idea. So, Chao Xing looked at the several recruited creatures lying on the ground. Originally, 8 people were left, but due to excessive blood loss, 2 more died. The remaining 6 were also in a dying state. 3 imperial soldiers, a wild boar warrior, and 2 female mage apprentices. Their levels were between 5 and 8. Chao Xing walked over and said directly, You just tried to assassinate this lord. So according to the rules, I will kill you and hang your bodies in this lord's territory to warn those restless guys. Hearing this, the imperial soldiers were fine. The 2 female mages lying in a pool of blood raised their heads with difficulty and asked, Will you take off our clothes before hanging our bodies? They saw Chao Xing's actions just now. He was really a cruel lord who didn't even let go of the corpses. Chao Xing nodded. Of course, this is the rule. Hearing this, the 2 female mages were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they were about to cry out of grievance. They were just apprentices of the Milando Mage Association, and they were not very old before entering the summoning space. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Then he said, But I know that you attacked me because you were driven by your lord. and I am a kind lord. So now, I am willing to give you a choice. To submit to me, or to die. Hearing this, the 6 recruited creatures lying on the ground looked at each other. And then, they replied without hesitation, "We are willing to submit to you, this powerful lord." They are just some ordinary creatures. And these survivors do not have much chance. Unlike Chao Xing, who trained a psalm from an ordinary creature to the leader level. Therefore, their loyalty is not high. You know, even if the loyalty reaches 100. As long as the lord dies, the recruited creatures under his command will succumb for survival. Unless they are like a psalm, who is extremely loyal. In this way, even if the lord dies, a psalm will fight to the end for the territory. Chao Xing sent recruitment invitations to all of them. The system prompt appears. Can the Empire Soldier, Jan Toro Rakid Yusef, joined your territory, territory population +3. Wild Boar Tribe Warrior, Blitz Reiner, joined your territory, territory population +1. Melando Mage Association, Sylvia/Ailey, joined your territory, territory population +2. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then said to Lu Muxue, "Muxue, give them the holy healing spell." Lu Muxue came over, raised the silver sword, and shot a stream of holy light energy. At the same time, Chao Xing also raised his staff and cast ice healing spells on them one by one. These dying recruited creatures gradually recovered. At the same time, the militiamen of Hog Village, after seeing the battle here ended, came over cautiously. "Sir? What happened?" The militia captain looked at Chao Xing and asked cautiously. Chao Xing turned around, cleared his throat, and then said righteously, "Everyone, you all saw that these are hunters. Those crazy guys. The others are also heretics of the Church of Light. They tried to assassinate this lord, but were all killed by my powerful men. This kind of evil church. Everyone can kill it." Chao Xing seemed very indignant. No matter what the reason behind the incident is, it is always right to classify yourself on the side of justice. The villagers naturally knew the fierce reputation of the hunters. They also saw the iconic masks of the guys on the ground. The villagers recovered from their previous panic one by one, and their faces were full of excitement. The hunters that had frightened them before were actually killed by this lord. This shows how powerful the opponent is. "Lord, your power is comparable to the Earth Knights of the Empire. Yes, you are eliminating harm for the people. The goddess of order will bless you." When the militia looked at Chao Xing, their faces were also full of admiration. A system prompt appeared. "You killed a group of hunters. The villagers of Hog Village witnessed your heroic deeds. The favorability of Hog Village has been improved. Current status, friendly. Note, after improving the favorability between forces, you will have a greater chance of triggering the special tasks of the force. When recruiting in the tavern, you will also have a higher chance of recruiting special personnel." Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing was delighted. I didn't expect that this could also improve the favorability of the force. These villagers didn't know the truth behind it. They only knew that it was this young lord who killed those crazy guys. Of course, if Chao Xing hadn't said that, it might have ended without any result. And it might even have caused the villagers to fear him. This world seems to be getting more and more interesting, and it can bring different effects because of his different actions. Chao Xing raised his lips. At the same time, an old man who looked about the same age as Old Mel walked over quickly. He looked very prestigious. And the villagers and militiamen who were watching actually took the initiative to make a path for him. Chao Xing took a look at his attributes. Hog Village Chief, Maldo Shack LV5. Level, first level common creature. HP, 280/280. Attack power, 24 to 27. Skills, elementary management, erudite. Talent, none. This is the village chief. When the battle started, he was already alarmed. But because the battle scene of Chao Xing and others was too terrifying, this village chief, who was only level 5, didn't dare to get close. It was not until the battle was over that the village chief dared to come to Chao Xing. He also heard what Chao Xing said. So he whispered, "This lord? How did this group of crazy cultists target you?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "It's a long story. It's probably because I saved a few innocent people from their hands. So they are thinking about me." He made up an excuse. The village chief of Hog Village had a look of realization on his face. "So that's it. This lord looks so young. But he has a kind heart and strong strength. Your reputation will spread throughout the Snowstorm Plain in the near future." At this moment, all the militiamen in Hog Village looked at Chao Xing with respect. However, The two female mages behind Chao Xing curled their lips. In their impression, Chao Xing was not merciful at all. He killed so many people in one breath without blinking an eye. He also stripped off their clothes and hung their bodies on pillars. Too cruel. Chao Xing smiled. And then said, "Village chief, I'll trouble you to deal with these bodies." The village chief of Hog Village waved his hand and said, "No trouble. No trouble. If it weren't for this warrior, we wouldn't know that so many hunters had sneaked into Hog Village. It's just a piece of cake. If you have anything else, our Hog Village will definitely help you to the best of our ability." Chao Xing thought for a moment, and then nodded. "Speaking of which, I do need the village chief's help with something." Chapter 112. Ailey, do you want it? Speaking of which, I do need the village chief's help with something. The village chief was stunned. He just mentioned it casually, but the young lord actually spoke. What is it?" Chao Xing pointed at old Mel and his daughter Elisa next to him. When the battle started, Elisa was shocked to death following Chao Xing. But fortunately, the hunter's target was Chao Xing. After the initial shock, Elisa quickly got out of the crowd and joined old Mel. Then the two of them hid in the corner and dared not come out. Chao Xing said, "Old Mel and her daughter will join my territory. They will leave Hog Village with their cattle and sheep, but I heard that the villagers of Hog Village need to obtain the approval of the village chief to leave, so..." Hearing this, the village chief showed hesitation in his eyes. He turned his head, looked at old Mel beside him and asked, "Mel, do you really want to follow this lord to his territory?" Old Mel nodded. "Yes, village chief Maldo." The village chief sighed. "You are the most experienced cattle farmer in our village, and you are very familiar with the habits of these livestock. When other villagers have any problems with their cattle and sheep, they all ask you to solve them. To be honest, I really don't want you to leave. But if it's this powerful lord, it's not a bad idea. Hog Village is indeed too weak, and you can live more safely in his territory." "This respected Lord Chao Xing, I agree. The village chief of Hog Village has agreed to your recruitment application. Mel, Elisa, joined your territory, and the territory population +2. Chao Xing's eyes showed joy. I didn't expect the village chief to agree so readily. However, this may also be related to the great strength he showed. The village chief was shocked. He looked at old Mel next to him and said, "Very good. In this way, you are my people. Now, go pack up. We are going back to the territory." Chao Xing acted decisively. Old Mel nodded, turned around and took Elisa back to pack his luggage. Chao Xing also walked out of Hog Village and waited at the entrance of the village. Hog Village will deal with the bodies on this ground. As for how to deal with it, that was not his concern. Half an hour later, old Mel and Elisa, leading a dozen yaks, sheep, and bighorn cows, came out in a mighty procession. The yaks were still carrying large and small bags, which looked like gifts from old Mel's family. In addition, Chao Xing also saw several ox carts, which were fully loaded with goods. Old Mel said apologetically, "Sorry, Lord, it took a little time to pack up. Those ox carts are loaded with hay, which is food for yaks and sheep." Chao Xing nodded. "It doesn't matter, let's return to the territory now." The group, plus dozens of cattle and sheep, left Hog Village in a mighty procession. This time, although Chao Xing did not recruit new people in the village tavern, he also recruited 6 combat-capable people from the 3 heroes. He took a look at the attributes of these new members. Kanshan Empire Soldier, Racket, Level 8 2243/7000, Second Order Ordinary Creature, HP 780/780, Attack Power 65 to 67, Weapon Bonus, Armor 24 to 28. Skills, Empire Basic Swordsmanship, when using sword weapons to fight. Attack Power plus 15%. Attack Speed plus 10%. 3-stage slash, 3 consecutive attacks, causing 91%, 87%, 77% physical damage respectively. Cooling down for 60 seconds. Talent, none. Satisfaction, 66. Loyalty, 52. Evaluation, well-trained Imperial Soldier, able to execute battlefield orders well. Melando Mage Apprentice, Ailey. Level 74491/6000. HP, 520/520. Attack Power, 63 to 65. Skills, Primary Water Coordination, control the water element energy in the air, affected by the world environment, transformed into controlling the ice element. Water Bomb, condense a group of water bombs, affected by the world environment, it turns into an ice bomb, causing 122% explosion damage to the enemy, and has a chance to freeze it, with a cooling time of 30 seconds. Talent. Magic affinity. Only humans who are naturally sensitive to magic fluctuations can grow into magicians. Satisfaction. 53. Loyalty. 51. Evaluation. A delicate mage apprentice, she seems to be frightened. Wild Boar Tribe Warrior. Blitz Reiner. Level 73913/6000. HP 820/820. Attack power 55 to 58. Skills: Dual Blades, able to use two weapons at the same time. Pig Rush, instantly dashes forward a certain distance, causing 112%*2 piercing damage to the enemy, cooling time 100 seconds. Talent: Beast Bloodline, HP plus 10%. Satisfaction 61. Loyalty 55. Evaluation: a warrior from a mysterious tribe, with good combat ability. Chaoxing nodded. They were all ordinary recruited creatures. At the same level, the Wild Boar Warriors were the strongest. Chaoxing did not give them more buffs. Because these newcomers were forcibly subdued by him, their loyalty was too low. Chaoxing was afraid that they would rebel, so he waited for these guys to adapt first. The team was larger than before they set out. In the snow, it looked like a large caravan. Since they had to bring yaks, their speed was not fast. According to estimates, it would take at least 3 hours to get back to the territory. By then, it would be almost dark. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and decided to make use of these few hours. He first thought of the territory of the three heroes. So, Chaoxing looked at the two new mages and called them over. Ailey. Hearing Chaoxing calling her, one of the female mages trembled. She walked over carefully. Lord, you called me? Chaoxing nodded. Tell me about the situation of the territory you stayed in before. Ailey replied cautiously. The territory I stayed in before was okay. But the former lord was a weak human. And there were not many resources in the territory. But he was pretty good. He would share the food with me and the polar people. But because we didn't go out much, after a few days, our food was exhausted. This time, the former lord took me out of the territory and told us that after this, we would have food for the next week. So, Chaoxing glared. So you followed a guide to besiege this lord? Ailey was so scared that her face turned pale. Tears filled her eyes. I didn't mean it. Woo. You can hit me. Punish me. But don't take my clothes off. Okay. Before Chaoxing could speak, Lu Muxua next to him puffed. A laugh came out. He was speechless. Who the hell wants to take off your clothes? Tell me, have all the people in your former master's territory come out? Ailey stopped being frightened and nodded cautiously. For this operation, he brought his family out, and then, you killed them all. Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. All dead? This means that there is no controller in that territory anymore, and he can enter at any time, and he will not even be blocked by the novice protection mechanism. Chaoxing continued to ask, do you know the location of the territory? Ailey nodded again. Yes, it's about 10 kilometers away from here. Chaoxing's eyes suddenly lit up. Very good, then you take us there. Ailey seemed a little embarrassed, and then hesitated. The previous lord said that you can't take other people to the vicinity of the territory casually. Chaoxing was happy. This female mage is quite loyal. The previous lord is dead, but she still remembers his instructions. But for these recruited creatures, Chaoxing naturally has a way to make them give in. So, he took out a piece of roasted rabbit meat from his backpack. Instantly, the rich aroma of meat spread throughout the team. He had long noticed that these recruited creatures were all very low in satiety. It was obvious that the former lord who followed them could not even eat enough. Looking at the rabbit meat in Chaoxing's hand, the 6 new members swallowed their saliva at the same time. A sound of swallowing saliva appeared in the team. Looking at Ailey's eager eyes, Chaoxing smiled and asked, do you want to eat? Ailey nodded repeatedly, and then immediately shook her head. At this moment, the Wild Boar Warrior Blitz next to him responded first. Lord, I know the location of the former lord's territory, and can take you there. The former lord also brought all his family members out this time. Now there is no one in that territory except the polar people. Chaoxing smiled and nodded. Blitz, you are very good. After that, Chaoxing directly handed him half a roasted rabbit. The Wild Boar Warrior Blitz hurried forward and saluted respectfully. Thank you for the food. You are a generous lord. Blitz took the barbecue. And then in front of everyone, He took the first bite. Suddenly, Wild Blitz's pupils widened. And he exclaimed, "This is not ordinary barbecue. I tasted salt, honey, and even milk in it. Not only that, I also feel that my strength has been improved. Peace God. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious, magical barbecue." When the other newcomers heard Blitz's description, their saliva was secreted crazily. Meat that can increase attributes is also extremely rare for them. What's more, it's so delicious. The desire in their eyes can hardly be concealed. A system prompt came out. Your territory member, Blitz Rider, tasted the delicious roasted rabbit meat, and his attributes were improved. His loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 65. All of a sudden, Blitz's loyalty increased by nearly 10 points. The power of secret rabbit meat is really too great. Chao Xing smiled. Blitz, this is just the basic living standard of our territory. Follow me, and you can enjoy this delicious food every day. Hearing this, not only Blitz, but also the 3 Imperial soldiers and the 2 female mages next to him all had their pupils widened. Under their previous lord, they could not even eat dry bread every day, let alone meat. But the new lord told them that as long as they followed him, they could eat this precious meat every day. Blitz said gratefully, "Thank you for your gift, powerful and generous lord. Blitzreiner, I am willing to be loyal to you." After saying that, he began to devour the half-rabbit. The other 5 people watched his actions and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. In less than half a minute, Blitz finished eating half of the rabbit meat in his hand, and even gnawed the bones. His satiety increased to 70 points, and he seemed more energetic. "Lord, I will take you there now." Chao Xing waved his hand, indicating that he should not be in a hurry. At this time, Chao Xing took out another half of the secret rabbit, looked at the apprentice wizard Aili and said, "Aili, do you want it?" Aili seemed very hesitant. Before she could speak, Zilyaweya next to her said first, "Lord, I know the location of the former lord's territory, which is about 20 kilometers away from us now. If you are willing to give me this half-rabbit, I will be happy to take you there." Compared with Aili, Zilyaweya is also from the Malanda Wizard Association, but she is more mature, with a few freckles on her face. She looked like a big sister next door. Chao Xing smiled and gave the other half of the rabbit to Sylvia. Sylvia took it as if she had found a treasure, and then she also began to wolf it down, chewing with big mouthfuls, completely ignoring the so-called ladylike image. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sylvia, tasted the delicious roasted rabbit meat, and her attributes were improved. Her loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 62. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Sylvia's loyalty has almost reached the passing level, so there is no need to worry about her rebellion. At the same time, Chao Xing looked at the other 3 Imperial swordsmen, and their eyes were also filled with desire. Then, he took out 2 rabbits from his backpack, and each of them took half. The 3 soldiers took them tremblingly. "Thank you, respected lord." Under the temptation of delicious food, their loyalty increased to more than 60. They also told Chao Xing the location of their former territory, including the development of their territory. After listening to them, Chao Xing nodded secretly, except for one of the Imperial soldiers, who said that there were still survivors in his former territory. The other territories were basically in a state of being ownerless. If he could occupy all 4 territories, he could bring back at least 16 polar people, not counting other resources. For Chao Xing, who needed a lot of manpower, this was a great fortune. At this moment, the last mage apprentice, Aili, was left, and she insisted on not revealing the territory of her former master. Sylvia was also persuading her. Chao Xing held the last half piece of rabbit meat in his hand, and looked at her, with a mysterious smile on his face. Finally, Aili compromised. She knelt respectfully in front of Chao Xing. "Lord, please give Aili some food. Aili is willing to take you to the former lord's territory." Chao Xing smiled. "You made the right choice, Aili." Then, he also gave Aili half a rabbit. Aili took it carefully, and then took the first bite directly. Like everyone else, all the stubbornness disappeared the moment she tasted the delicious rabbit meat. In her eyes, there were even little stars. Your territory member, Aili, tasted the delicious roasted rabbit meat. Attributes were improved. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 63. Lu Muxua behind him also had a relieved smile on her face. Then, From Aili, Chao Xing learned the location of the last territory. And based on the location given by these 6 newcomers, Chao Xing roughly calculated the location in his mind. Chao Xing frowned and said, "The distance seems a bit far. The distance between each territory is more than 10 or 20 kilometers. Even if the route is planned, if you go all the way, it will take 2 or 3 hours to get back to the territory. And because you have to take the cattle and sheep, this time will be greatly extended, and you can't even go back before dark." Thinking for a moment, Chao Xing had an idea in his mind. He called Assam over. "Knight Assam, you escort Mr. Mel and his cattle and sheep back to the territory first. I will let Rinnies go with you, to ensure everything goes well." Assam and Rinnies saluted at the same time. "Your order is my mission. I will never let Mr. Mel and the cattle have any accidents." Rinnies also tightened her weapon. "My arrows will protect the safety of the cattle." Chao Xing nodded. "Very good, then you go back first. I wish you a safe journey." Assam nodded heavily, then led the cattle to the territory. The team split up. Chao Xing led Sarah, Zierda, Lu Mushua, and 6 newcomers, and headed in another direction. In this way, the 3 strongest fighters, Dabai, Sarah, Zierda, were still on his side. At least they were safe. As for Assam, it was not too far from the territory, and with his and Rennie's strength, they were able to deal with many dangers. At this time, the mage apprentice Sylvia took the lead and said, "Lord, the former Lord's location is only 15 kilometers away from us. Let me take you there." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, Zierda, you lead the way." "Zierda, add the Queen's will to all these newcomers, speed up our actions." The Blood Spider Queen came over, and the strong smell of blood made the 6 newcomers on the field stagnate. They seemed to be very afraid of Zierda. Zierda had an impatient look on her face, then slowly raised her 2 slender arms, and her dark purple lips slightly opened. "I call on you in the name of the Queen, to charge for me." In an instant, the 6 new members only felt an irresistible will descending on their minds, as if they wanted to rush to the battlefield right now, and fight the enemy. At the same time, a strange energy was bestowed on them, making their ability to move soar. Aili said with a face, "What? Such a terrible power." The other 3 Imperial soldiers were even more shocked. If it was on the battlefield, the power of this blood spider lady could even determine the outcome of a war. Chao Xing smiled, and then he and Lu Mushua bestowed various states on them respectively. Chapter 113. Trampling the territory, robbing their polar people. With the blessing of a lot of buffs, the strength of these newcomers has been greatly improved. At the same time, a series of loyalty improvement system prompts appeared. Their loyalty all increased to more than 70. Looking at Chao Xing with fanaticism, 3 Imperial soldiers took the lead in kneeling on one knee. "You are the Lord with the most magical power I have ever seen. Even the former King of Canada, there is no Lord as powerful as you under his command." The wild boar warrior raised his 2 swords, looking at the various multiple shields on his body, and various blessings. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. "This feeling is really good. I am full of strength." Chao Xing nodded. "Then now, the team will move forward at full speed. Go collect some interest from those who dare to offend me. Plunder their supplies, and take away their polar people." Wild Boar Warrior Blitz responded first. "Flatten the territory, and take away their polar people." Listening to Chao Xing's bandit-like speech, Lu Mushua couldn't help laughing behind him. "Moo!" Dabai spread his legs and began to run wildly in the snow. At their current marching speed of nearly 60 kilometers, it only takes more than 10 minutes to reach the nearest territory. Boom! 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 The surrounding scene quickly retreated. The branches, boulders, and even traps buried deep in the snow were crushed by Dabai's foot. Especially those hunting traps. After being stepped on by Dabai, they only broke a layer of its holy shield. Then, they were ruthlessly crushed by Dabai. The other recruited creatures followed behind, and they had a smooth journey. 10 minutes later, Chao Xing soon saw the location of one of the camps. There were only a few scattered buildings there, including the Lord's hut, the Polar Man's hut. They were processing plant, etc. Even the campfire was less than level 5. The 4 polar men were still working hard. From a distance, the polar men also saw Chao Xing and the Blood Spider Queen running towards them. Sylvia said, "Here we are, Lord. This is the territory of my former master." Chao Xing nodded. Then, when they were about to enter the territory, the team stopped. Chao Xing turned over and jumped off the mammoth's back. In the territory, the polar people stopped their work and looked at Chao Xing and others in confusion. However, these polar people did not seem to be afraid, but started talking to each other. Abido, this man seems to be another chosen lord. He looks much stronger than our lord. He even has a sacred mammoth as a mount. Following such a lord, you will definitely live a good life. The polar man next to him slapped him. Don't talk nonsense. We can only be loyal to Lord Zhongwei and his family. Do you want to violate the lord's contract? The polar man was hit, holding his head, said a little aggrievedly, I'm just talking, of course I know I have to be loyal to Lord Zhongwei. Just then, another polar man said, Stop arguing, look, does this chosen lord want to come in? Hearing this, the other polar men also looked at Chao Xing's actions, and then said in surprise, Oh, this chosen lord must have a brain problem. Doesn't he know that the territories of other chosen lords are sacred and inviolable? Within the range of the campfire, even the gods cannot enter. The other polar men nodded and said, That's right. The gods cannot enter Lord Zhongwei's territory. These polar men did not know that their lord had been killed by Chao Xing, and this territory is now ownerless. In the shocked eyes of the polar people, Chao Xing stepped into the campfire without any hindrance. This scene directly overturned the cognition of the polar people. The 4 polar people exclaimed in amazement. Mother Earth Goddess. What did I see? This chosen lord entered the territory. Oh my god! Has the protection of the territory become invalid? Not only that, as the Blood Spider Queen also entered the territory. The strong smell of blood frightened the polar people so much that their faces turned pale, and they began to run wildly. Seeing them running around, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. Then, he said directly, I am Chao Xing, the lord of the neighborhood. If you don't want to die, be quiet. Listening to Chao Xing's serious words, the 4 polar people running around in the territory stopped. They looked at Chao Xing with horror. Chao Xing continued, Your lord led people to assassinate me today. But because he was too weak, I killed him. Now, his territory and property belong to me, including you polar people. It also belongs to me now. The 4 polar people looked at each other when they heard this. Mother Earth Goddess. Lord Zhongwei is dead. I was wondering if my eyelids would twitch this morning. Sure enough, something happened. Is Lord Zhongwei crazy? He dared to provoke such a powerful lord. It's like an ant trying to challenge a dragon. Chao Xing didn't need to say anything. All 4 polar men knelt down. This powerful lord. We are willing to work for you. Chao Xing nodded. Very good. You just wait outside. Then, he passed these polar men and went straight into the level 1 lord's hut. After searching inside, Chao Xing indeed found a storage box. The system prompt appeared. Found the relic box of Lord Zhongwei. Do you want to open it? Chao Xing directly clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtained wood asterisk 793. Obtained stones asterisk 341. Obtained coal asterisk 54. Obtained food asterisk 42. Obtained primary sled production drawings asterisk 1. Obtained primary element crystals asterisk 12. Obtained ice crystals asterisk 8. Obtained the rotten flesh of unknown creatures asterisk 6. These are all the resources in Zhongwei's territory. Compared to the supplies in Chao Xing's territory that almost filled up 2 storage boxes. This little bit of stuff is not even a fraction of his. However, that basic sled manufacturing blueprint is still good. I guess Zhongwei wanted to exchange it for some resources. Before he could trade, he was killed by Chao Xing. After receiving the resources of the territory, a system prompt appeared. Found an unowned territory, whether to occupy it and make it your second territory. The second territory also has construction permissions. You can also abandon it at any time. Second territory? Although Chao Xing didn't have this idea at the moment, but who cares, occupy it first. Occupation successful. You can now upgrade the bonfire in this area and build new buildings. Chao Xing walked out of the Lord's hut. Then he asked Hilda to bless the 4 polar men with Queen's will. He rode on the mammoth again and announced, Keep going, the target is the second territory. Bang, bang, bang. Dubai started running again. The 4 polar men followed the mammoth and ran wildly in the snow. However, even with Hilda's Queen's will, the running speed of these polar men was only about 30 kilometers per hour. There is no other way. Chao Xing currently has no means of transportation. After returning, he will have to find a way to build a sled first. The team moved forward. And while on the way, a white light suddenly appeared on Lu Mushua's body. The two looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Lu Mushua said in surprise, Axing, I have reached level 10, and won the second prize. Chao Xing was stunned. They did not fight, and were always on the road. From this point of view, it should be that other subordinates were fighting, and brought them a lot of experience. Chao Xing opened the system interface, and scrolled through the battle information. Soon he saw a long list of kill information. Your territory member, Cantel, killed the Ice Nest monster LV5, and got 50 experience points. Combatants got 25 experience points. Your territory member, Kanar, killed the Ice Nest monster LV4, and got 40 experience points. Combatants got 20 experience points. Your Chao Xing was happy. These two centaurs did a good job, and they really found an ice nest. According to the calculation that 500 monsters can appear in an ice nest. In addition to the killers, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue, and even Zierda and others. All of them can share more than 10,000 experience points. These are all free experience points. Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. SSS level talents are really powerful. This time, I can really level up without lying down. At the same time, in the chat channel of District 174, the survivors saw that the second prize was also collected, and immediately booed. Pei Hongxiu. Sure enough, the first and second place, except for Boss Chao Xing and Goddess Mu Shui, no one can take it away. Qiu Qihong. Yes, I just reached level 5 today, barely entered the top 20, now the top 10 are all at least level 6. We have a lot of talented people in District 174, but compared with Boss Chao Xing and Goddess Mu Shui, the gap is really too big. At this time, a survivor named Wu Xinghu spoke. Everyone, I am Wu Xinghu from Tiger Hall. Today I will share with you a little trick to level up by brushing ice nest monsters. If you are in, an ice nest was found near the territory. Don't rush to destroy it. You can dig a trench near the ice nest first, and then set up some simple spike traps. Of course, you can also ask the polar people to dig a deep pit, and set up some traps at the bottom of the pit. Then attract waves of ice nest monsters, and you can kill them easily. But it should be noted that there may be level 10 elite monsters in it. At this time, I suggest you run back to the territory as soon as possible. Hearing Wu Xinghu's reminder, the other survivors thought for a moment, and then were shocked. Oh my god! This method seems to really work. If you can kill an entire ice nest of monsters, that means at least 10,000 or 20,000 experience points. No wonder Wu Xinghu reached level 7, it turns out he used this method. Thank you, Wu Xinghu. Compared to the other two forces in District 174, Wu Xinghu's reputation is much better than Zhou Bo and Fan Long. The survivors thanked him one after another. Brothers, I'm going to see if there are any ice nests outside the territory. I'm going too. It just so happens that I have 2 soldiers under my command. There's no food for them to eat. The materials dropped by killing these ice nest monsters can be exchanged for food with Chao Xing. Come on. Everyone, try to survive tomorrow. Yes, we have to work hard. Try to survive tomorrow after the novice protection period is lifted. The survivors in District 174 are full of fighting spirit. At the same time, Lu Muxue also received a system prompt, and won the second place in the ranking. A second-level random creature recruitment scroll, a primary heart of power, and a blue weapon. However, these rewards are not much of an improvement for her. And Chao Xing also gave Lu Muxue the level 10 blue weapon ice crystal sword in his backpack. Muxue, put this on, and then equip your golden shield. Then, you can directly use that heart of power to advance directly. Lu Muxue nodded excitedly, because in this way, she will also usher in a great improvement, which can be called a qualitative change. Lu Muxue first equipped the ice crystal sword, blue, and then equipped the paladin shield, gold, and all attributes increased sharply. Then, she took out the primary power heart and directly broke through. The pure power merged into her body. Not long after, Lu Muxue's aura ushered in some changes. It seemed to become more condensed and sacred. A ball of colorful aurora appeared behind her. At this moment, Lu Muxue, like a holy goddess. The polar people who were chasing the team behind were panting. When they saw Lu Muxue on the back of the mammoth, they exclaimed, "Mother Earth Goddess, I seem to have seen the real goddess coming. I saw it too. The light of this female lord is too dazzling." After a while, Lu Muxue opened her eyes, and the sacred and inviolable feeling gradually dissipated. She said with a happy smile on her face, "Success, Axing." Chao Xing also smiled and said, "Congratulations." Then, he checked Lu Muxue's attributes. Survivor, Lu Muxue. Level 10 174/10,000, Level 2. Detailed attributes. Click to view. More than 3000 HP, more than 200 armor. This is too abnormal. Qiaoxing sighed. Even with his current attack power, he couldn't cause much damage to Lu Muxue. And if it were the survivors below level 1, they could only tickle. And the more important thing is that Lu Muxue's mental strength and physical fitness have exceeded 3 digits, higher than Qiaoxing. That is to say, when she uses those amplification skills, she can bring greater improvement to Qiaoxing and his men. According to her current attributes, a blessing of courage can increase her attack power by at least 100 points, which is terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, on Lu Muxue's new equipment, the Paladin Shield, there is also a group special effect, Knight's Blessing. This special effect can add a layer of shield with 20% health value to all friendly units. That is to say, in addition to the 3 layers of Holy Shield, Qiaoxing now has an additional layer of shield with more than 600 health points. Qiaoxing was overjoyed. Lu Muxue's equipment quality is now higher than Qiaoxing's. Ah Xing, this is for you. Lu Muxue handed him the recruitment scroll in her hand. Qiaoxing did not refuse. After all, they were both from the same territory. It didn't matter who summoned. Get a random second-level creature recruitment scroll *1. Qiaoxing looked at the properties of this scroll, which can directly summon a creature above level 10. But it's just ordinary level, not that powerful. Qiaoxing put it directly into his backpack. To buy, keep going. The mammoth continued to run wildly. Not long after, a white light appeared on Qiaoxing and Zierda one after another. A system prompt appeared. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 11. This upgrade gains Strength plus 3, Agility plus 4, Spirit plus 6, Constitution plus 4. Woohoo! I have also reached level 11. Qiaoxing was overjoyed. Although after reaching level 10, each subsequent upgrade requires the experience points in units of 10,000. But Qiaoxing has SSS level talent. As long as his subordinates are fighting, he can share the experience. And after reaching level 10, each level up can gain more attribute improvements. At this time, the Blood Spider Queen also noticed that she was not doing anything. But she could feel a force constantly flowing into her body. It even allowed her to directly reach level 11. Zierda licked her dark purple lips and asked, "Is this your power?" Qiaoxing nodded. "Unimaginable power. In the near future, perhaps you can really become a great lord." Your territory members, Zierda Bloodkiss admires your power. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 67. Qiaoxing was happy. This proud queen has increased her loyalty again. Although not much, it is a good sign. This shows that even a proud person like Zierda will show loyalty to Qiaoxing. They continued to hurry on their way. About 20 minutes later, Qiaoxing arrived near the second territory. The 4 polar people were panting heavily. Who? I can't run anymore. Although the power of this blood spider lady can make us run faster, it consumes too much energy. The polar people are so hungry, they are about to collapse. After hearing this, Qiaoxing took out 2 roasted rabbits from his backpack. You have worked hard, eat something first, and replenish your energy. The 4 polar people looked at the rabbit meat in Qiaoxing's hand. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Oh! It's meat, God! What a delicious smell! I feel like eating one piece. I can run 50 kilometers directly. I can run 100 kilometers. Qiaoxing smiled, and threw the 2 rabbits to them directly. The 4 polar men devoured their food, and became full of energy again. Then, Qiaoxing began to observe the environment of the second territory. This was the former territory of the wild boar warrior Blitz. It was located in a forest, and there were several animal traps around it. It looked better developed than Zhang Wei's territory. At least here, there would be no shortage of wood resources. Moreover, in addition to the 4 polar men, the Lord also kept a level 5 Imperial Archer at home, because he didn't want to waste time. Qiaoxing rushed directly into the territory with the mammoth. Boom! Boom! The earth-shaking might came. The polar people in the territory were frightened and jumped around like headless flies. Seeing someone invading, the archer wanted to attack, but was sprayed with a spider web by Zierda, and was firmly trapped on the ground. Sarah, keep an eye on him. If he dares to resist, kill him directly. Sarah appeared silently in the darkness, and then placed the shadow blade on the neck of the Imperial Archer. Instantly, all the polar people in this territory were so frightened that they dared not move. Qiaoxing, on the other hand, walked straight into the Lord's hut in the territory. Found the relic box of the Lord, Qin Xiaoping. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained wood asterisk 2744. Obtained stone asterisk 173. Obtained iron asterisk 31. Obtained food asterisk 127. Obtained trap, green, asterisk 7. Obtained feather asterisk 312. Obtained primary heart of power asterisk 1. Obtained skill book, upward attack. Obtained primary element crystal asterisk 12. Obtained ice crystal asterisk 8. Chapter 114 Murder, and arson gold belt. After opening the relic box of Qin Xiaoping, Chao Xing nodded. As he expected, this territory has a large amount of wood reserves. In addition, there is a warrior skill book and a primary power heart. Chao Xing thought to himself, it seems that this Qin Xiaoping has developed quite well. She even prepared the power heart for breakthrough. Unfortunately, she made a wrong decision. After taking away all the resources of this territory, Chao Xing walked out of the Lord's hut, and then came to the captured Imperial archer. In the other party's confused eyes, Chao Xing directly said, as you can see, your lord tried to assassinate me, but I killed him in return. According to the rules, after her death, everything in the territory will belong to me. So, are you willing to surrender? A trace of pain flashed in the eyes of the Imperial archer. Is Qin Xiaoping still dead? Alas, she is a lord who cares about her subordinates. I fight for her during the day, and at night, she will come to my room to wash away my fatigue from a day of fighting. She also told me that I would become the strongest Imperial archer. Chao Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No wonder this archer is so loyal. He was directly slept with. What's your choice? Chao Xing asked again. The Imperial archer sighed and said, this powerful lord, although Qin Xiaoping is dead, I have sworn to be loyal to her forever. So, let me go to hell with her. After hearing this, Chao Xing did not hesitate and winked at Sarah. He knew that it would be difficult for other lords to subdue such a recruited creature whose loyalty was about to reach the maximum value. Sarah directly slashed it with a knife. Minus 2,273. The life value of this Imperial archer was reset to 0, but at the end of his life, he also had a longing smile on his face. It is normal for a lord to develop special feelings with his subordinates like this. Not only Qin Xiaoping, there are so many survivors in the world, and there are probably many similar situations. Then, Chao Xing looked at the polar people. He didn't need to say much. The group of polar people understood what he meant. They knelt down immediately. This powerful lord, we are willing to submit to you. As long as you are willing to give the polar people a little food, we can work for you. Chao Xing nodded. You go to the team first, I still have to go to a few places, and then take you back to my territory. Yes, Lord. The 4 polar people stood up and joined the other polar people. Chao Xing directly declared the territory occupied. Next, they continued to rush to the next location. The mammoths were unstoppable. It took an hour. They occupied 2 camps again. They looted all the supplies and took away the polar people in the territory. In the current team, the number of polar people has reached 16. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Now only the last territory has not been occupied. He glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 1 hour and 23 minutes. Current temperature, -54°C. Is there another hour and a half left? Enough. Chao Xing was determined. Then he led the team to rush to the area where the last territory was located. Boom, boom, boom. The mammoth ran all the way and soon arrived at the target area. This territory is located halfway up the mountain, which is easy to defend but difficult to attack. What surprised Chao Xing even more was that there was a primary elemental arrow tower in this territory. Huh? They actually built an arrow tower? It seems that this territory is developing well. In addition, Chao Xing also saw that there were 8 polar people and 2 imperial archers in this territory. Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Counting the number here, he could bring back 24 polar people this time. This also shows that the territory of this lord is well developed, and there may be some good things in the storage box. So Chao Xing directly ordered, Dubai go. Moo! The mammoth swung its trunk and rushed towards the territory. Seeing Dubai coming fiercely, the 2 imperial archers' faces suddenly changed. There is an enemy attack. Be alert. Guard our territory. However, when they saw the territory that could block everything in the past, but after being passed through by the mammoth without any hindrance, his pupils suddenly shrank. Swish. The elemental arrow tower shot out an arrow. However, the arrows hit Dubai, making a crisp sound. The first layer of Holy Shield was broken. However, Dubai still had 2 layers of Holy Shield. Attack! Attack quickly! The 2 Imperial archers shot arrows in a hurry. Swish! Dubai's 3 layers of Holy Shield were all broken. And at this moment, Dubai directly crashed into the elemental arrow tower. Boom! Minus 1074. This 15-meter-high elemental arrow tower, with 2,000 durability points, had its durability destroyed in an instant. Moo! As the big white tusk thrust upward. Boom! This elemental arrow tower was directly broken in half, and the tower body fell into the territory, and also destroyed the Polar Man's hut, and the blacksmith shop next to it. God! What a terrifying force this is. Too powerful, we can't stop such a powerful mammoth at all. The 8 Polar Men, and the 2 Imperial archers, were all shocked when they saw this scene. At the same time, Sarah's shadow blade was placed on the necks of the 2 Imperial soldiers at the same time. If they made any move, Sarah would kill them instantly. It was not until this time that Chaoxing led Zierda and the group of polar people to come slowly. This kind of battle did not require them to take action at all. The 2 Imperial archers asked in horror, You, what are you going to do? Chaoxing looked at Lu Mushua next to him. Mushua explained to them. Then, he passed the crowd and went straight into the Lord's hut. Found the relic box of Lord Tung Sanhu. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained food asterisk 244. Obtained wood asterisk 1594. Obtained stone asterisk 781. Obtained coal asterisk 142. Obtained iron asterisk 51. Obtained wolf meat asterisk 32. Obtained skill book, flying robot asterisk 1. Obtained masonry floor construction drawings. Obtained ice crystal stone asterisk 31. Obtained small communication equipment production drawings. A lot of system prompts. Haha, 2 blueprints, a skill book. This Tung Sanhu's territory, as expected, has much more resources than other territories. Chaoxing's face lit up, and he nodded with satisfaction. Then, he walked out of the Lord's hut. Outside, 8 polar people and 2 Imperial archers knelt on the ground. Through Lu Mushua's explanation, they already knew that their Lord Tung Sanhu was dead. And this lord was willing to give them a chance to pledge their loyalty. Chaoxing asked directly, What do you think? The 10 people looked at each other, and then said in unison, This powerful lord, we are willing to submit to you. Chaoxing nodded, and issued a recruitment application to the 2 Imperial archers. As for those polar people, he doesn't have enough population. After returning, upgrade the Lord's hut to level 3, and expand the population first. Imperial Archer, Gano/Wakaba joins your territory, territory population +2. Chaoxing nodded. So far, the territories of the 5 lords have all been taken over by him. Under the absolute power suppression, no accidents occurred. The harvest can be said to be quite rich. If the polar people were allowed to collect various resources, it would take at least half a month. If other lords get these, it can speed up the progress a lot. In addition, 2 skill books and 3 blueprints were also obtained. It really deserves to be the gold belt of murder and arson. Chaoxing couldn't help but sighed, looting other people's territories like this. The speed of obtaining resources is too fast. Then, he looked at the Blood Spider Queen and ordered, Zierda, speed them up. We are going to return. Zierda still had a disgusted expression. I ran with Chaoxing all day today, especially in the last 2 hours. And I hardly stopped. However, despite her disdain, Hilda still used the queen's will on the newcomer again. Chaoxing discovered that this arrogant queen, although she looked like someone who didn't want to be approached by strangers, was actually not that dangerous. Of course, this might have something to do with the lord contract between them. If any other human dared to order her like this, they would probably have been swallowed up by Hilda. Chaoxing thought to himself, I don't know what this woman likes. It's really difficult to improve her favorability. Shaking his head, he sat back on the mammoth's back and began to walk towards the territory. This place is more than 40 kilometers away from the territory. According to their speed, it will take more than an hour, and they can almost get back to the territory before dark. The team is advancing in a mighty manner. There are 24 polar people, all wearing thick cotton clothes, less than 1.5 meters tall, and look like a dwarf team. Chaoxing noticed that among the 8 polar people recruited from the last Tung Sanhu's territory, There is one who is obviously stronger, and about 1.6 meters tall. I took a look at his attributes. Polar Artificial Head, Duan LV3. HP, 240/240. Attack Power, 15 to 18. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 8, Spirit 8, Constitution 12. Skills, Basic Architecture Knowledge, speed up the construction by 20%. Talent. 1. Polar Constitution. Talent. 2. Enthusiasm and encouragement. When leading other polar people to work together, work efficiency plus 10%. Seeing Duan's attributes, Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Another talent? With this polar man leading other polar men to work, the work efficiency can be increased by 10%. Although 10% is not much, you should know that. He can have 24 polar men at his disposal, plus De Zhuang and the others. That's 32. So Chao Xing shouted. Duan, the polar man, who was running wildly after the mammoth, suddenly heard Chao Xing calling his name, and his heart trembled. The team gradually stopped. There was some uneasiness on his weathered face, but he still squeezed out a forced smile. My powerful lord. You called me? Chao Xing did not speak, but through him a whole roasted rabbit. The tempting aroma of food instantly penetrated the nose of every polar man. Although some polar men had tasted this delicacy, they still couldn't help drooling. My lord. What is this? Duan was also surprised by the aroma of rabbit meat. But he did not lose his composure like other polar men, but appeared very stable. Chao Xing said, this is rabbit meat with powerful strength, which can increase your physical fitness. It will take some time to rush back to my territory from here. You all need to recover some strength, so as not to fall in the snow. Hearing this, Duan, the polar man, immediately saluted respectfully. Thank you for your concern and gift. Lord, we will contribute our own strength to build a prosperous territory for you. After saying that, Duan gave a piece of rabbit meat to each polar man, and then he kept a piece for himself. This scene made Chao Xing nod again. The team continued on their way. After eating the rabbit meat, the physical fitness of all the polar men was greatly enhanced, and they were not as out of breath as before when running. On the way, Chao Xing checked the properties of the 4 newly obtained blueprints. Basic sled production drawings. Use the drawings to make a sled that can accommodate 4 people. The moving speed depends on the strength and moving speed of the mount. Armor, 10. Durability, 200. Material required for production, wood * 20. Iron * 5. Blacksmith shop level 1. Please drive safely. Chao Xing was delighted. It is good to be able to ride a sled for 4 people. In the future, I can catch a few horses, or tame some other beasts, and the transportation problem will be solved. However, the most convenient way is to make a technological transportation tool. This thing does not require a mount, and only consumes magic stones. But there are no such advanced drawings on the market now. We can only wait until the novice protection period ends before we can see. He began to check the second drawing. Simple toilet production blueprint. Armor, 5. Durability, 100. Area, 20 square meters. Material required for construction, wood * 50, stone * 20, iron * 5. Drawing description. With this blueprint, you can build a simple toilet in the territory, with a primary sewage treatment system, and can convert feces into fertilizer. A simple toilet, but it can also make your territory cleaner. This blueprint was found by him in the 3rd territory. Chao Xing nodded. Yes, a toilet is also a necessary building for a mature territory. And as the population of my territory grows, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating every day is a big problem. Now De Zhuang and his friends just find a piece of snow to solve the problem. But in the long run, I am afraid that my territory will be full of feces and various odors. Build must build. And build more than one. Chao Xing made up his mind, and then started the 3rd drawing. Brick and stone floor construction drawing. Area of land, 1 meter long * 1 meter wide * 30 centimeters thick. Durability, 100. Materials required for construction, stone * 2. Drawing introduction. Through this drawing, build a brick and stone floor, speed up the travel time of the people and various means of transportation, and improve the prosperity of the territory. Small communication device production drawing. Durability, 100. Maximum communication distance, 320 kilometers. Material required for production, electronic component * 1, copper * 5, mithril * 1. Drawing description. A simple communication device, which can be used to keep in touch with your subjects or subordinates. Seeing the last drawing, Chao Xing's face showed strong joy again. This thing is also a good thing. Survivors can directly contact each other through the system function, and can even use voice and video calls, which is very convenient. But with their own subjects, they can only communicate face to face. With this thing, Chao Xing can let Assam and others go out, command them remotely, and learn their dynamics. It can truly achieve upgrading at home. However, electronic components are needed to make this thing, and electronic components need to be made in a level 3 mechanical factory. Let's see when we go back, and see if we can find the drawings of the mechanical factory in the market. Chao Xing studied all 4 drawings. Time flies, and half an hour has passed. There were no accidents along the way, and they have gradually returned to the territory. Chao Xing and Lu Muxiua sat on the tall back of the mammoth. From afar, they saw a territory surrounded by towering walls on the snow in front of them. There was a bright fire burning inside, reflecting many buildings. In addition, there were more than a dozen tower buildings 15 or 16 meters high. There were 3 lighthouses, 4 sentry towers, and 6 primary element arrow towers. Through the 3-meter-high wall, one can clearly feel the power of the elemental arrow towers. At this moment, the thick iron door is tightly closed. It has already taken shape as a war fortress. People living inside can feel a full sense of security. Not bad. Not bad. De Zhuang and his team work very hard. Chao Xing was right. Although it takes 20 minutes to build a wall, this does not include the time for rest and eating. And De Zhuang and his team obviously did not have a moment's rest, except for eating something in the middle. All their time was devoted to work. Chao Xing was very satisfied with this group of hard-working polar people. The 8 newly recruited creatures, and the 24 polar people behind him, all had strong surprise in their eyes. Polar Man Duan exclaimed, "Mother Earth Goddess! Is this really the territory of this lord? It has such a vast area and thick walls." The Imperial soldiers and archers were also shocked. Racket was shocked, looking at this scale. "I even thought I had mistakenly entered a baron's territory." Polar Man Duan said respectfully, "Dear Lord, you have a prosperous territory. Thank you for letting us join your territory." The other newcomers also nodded in agreement. All the unpleasant emotions that Chao Xing had suppressed and forced them to return to the territory by force disappeared at this moment. Compared with the territory they lived in before, there were only a few small houses scattered here and there, and a barely maintained bonfire. The territory in front of them was simply an ideal place. A world of difference. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Chao Xing also showed joy at the corners of his mouth. "Let's go back to the territory." After saying that, Chao Xing led the team to the edge of the territory. The thick iron door recognized Chao Xing's identity as a lord and opened automatically. Chao Xing also gave permission to the polar people behind him and brought them in. At this moment, the 2 newly joined Imperial soldiers and the 20 polar people all looked at everything around them with curiosity and excitement in their eyes. The prototype of the war fortress. Chapter 115 Return. The prototype of the war fortress. At this moment, the group of newcomers all looked at this territory with surprise. They also felt the warmth emanating from the furnace. The group of polar people exclaimed, "What a warm territory! Oh my god, working in a place like this, I can work for 4 hours straight without rest. Yes! It's so warm here, I can even work at night." Hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the polar man who was speaking, his eyes were full of admiration. Good. He is aware. At the same time, De Zhuang and Chao Yi who were working also saw the mighty team. Chao Xing and others. De Zhuang immediately exclaimed, "The Lord is back. Everyone come to welcome the Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of polar people and the Lord Chao Yi, as well as the tree spirits, came out in a crowd. They also saw the group of polar people behind Chao Xing. De Zhuang exclaimed, "Mother Earth Goddess, the Lord has brought back so many polar people." Zhuang next to him was also full of joy. "Great! De Zhuang, we have new partners joining us." "Yes, we will have new partners." The polar people behind Chao Xing looked at each other. They could all see that De Zhuang and the others had happy expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were living well in this territory. For a moment, they were looking forward to life in the new territory. Chao Xing took a glance and found that Andrew, Blot, Assam and others were in the team. And he was relieved, because this meant that the batch of cloud yaks he caught during the day, as well as Lao Meyer's cattle and sheep, had all returned to his territory safely. Andrew, Assam, you did a good job, Chao Xing praised. They saluted at the same time, and said respectfully, the glory of the Lord protects us and makes our journey smooth. Chao Xing nodded, and then called over the citizen Chao Yi. Chao Yi, report today's work progress. The citizen Chao Yi said respectfully, Lord, according to your instructions, we have upgraded the ore processing plant, the blacksmith shop, the sewing shop, and all the residential areas to level 2. In addition, a bakery has been built. Sanhua and the others have used the wheat flour you brought back and are processing the first batch of bread. And the cowshed you specifically ordered has also been built. The batch of cloud yaks brought back by Mr. Andrew today have all entered the cowshed. At this point, the citizen Chao Yi explained, it's hard to imagine that I can actually see this legendary creature with my own eyes. The power of the Lord is really mysterious. The other citizens also nodded. After all, that is the priceless cloud yak. We have built heating pipes and stoves for the cowshed. Even at night, it can be kept at a suitable temperature. Chao Yi paused, then said a little nervously, however, I didn't expect that. The Assam Knights would bring back so many cattle and sheep later. So, we didn't have time to build so many cowsheds. The face of the resident Chao Yi was filled with guilt. Chao Xing patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't blame yourself, Chao Yi, you have done a good job. But tonight, we may have to work hard and work overtime. Then, Chao Xing looked at the others. Everyone, after tonight, some changes will occur. Our territory will no longer provide us with absolute protection. We need to rely on our own strength to guard the safety of the territory. Hearing this, all the residents' face changed. They had always thought that the protection of the territory would always exist, and that they would be absolutely safe as long as they were in the territory, and that even a giant dragon could not pose a threat to them. However, Chao Xing now told them that after tonight, the protection of the territory would disappear. Next, they would have to face the dangers of this world like everyone else in this world. For a moment, everyone felt a little uneasy. Chao Xing saw their thoughts and comforted them. Don't worry. Even if there is no invisible protection, you should have seen the power of the territory. With our current strength, we are enough to deal with many dangers. Here, it is even safer than some towns. Don't panic. Believe that your lord and his men can protect the territory. After Chao Xing finished speaking, all the people in the territory were silent for a moment. Then, the citizen Chao Yi was the first to respond. We believe in Lord. Your power is as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Even at night, it can illuminate the way forward for us. The polar man De Zhuang also raised the hammer in his hand and shouted, we also believe in Lord. You have grown our territory from a small camp to its current size in just a few days. I have witnessed this with my own eyes. I believe you can even turn it into a city-state in a short time. In addition to the great Lord, we also have a large number of powerful warriors. They can all defend our territory. De Zhuang became more and more excited, and then shouted, praise Lord. Others, including those tree spirits, shouted, praise Lord. We believe in you too. At this moment, the newly joined group of imperial soldiers and mage apprentices all looked at Chao Xing's citizens with novel eyes. It is very difficult for so many people to trust a lord unconditionally. If it were their former lord, he might be questioned by the people at this time, which would lead to a decline in loyalty. However, these people, who obviously come from different regions and different races, believe in a human so firmly. Mage Ellie looked confused. I seem to have made a mistake. I thought this new lord relied on iron-blooded means to force his subordinates to surrender by force. How come it seems now that he is not as cruel as I imagined? But the people love him very much? Sylvia next to him was also surprised. When they were forcibly captured by Chao Xing, they were ready to be exploited and even humiliated every day. After all, such lords were not uncommon. However, everything in front of them changed their impression of Chao Xing. Chao Xing didn't know what these newcomers were thinking, but looked at his subjects and said, thank you for your trust. However, with our current strength, it is enough to deal with many threats. But I want to make sure everything is foolproof. So in order to deal with the possible crisis tomorrow, we need to get off work overtime tonight. The first task is to upgrade my lord's hut to level 3, and then build more elemental arrow towers, residential areas, and cattle sheds. Chao Xing added, tomorrow I will allow you to rest for a day. Hearing this, De Zhuang said excitedly, Lord, we don't need to rest. Just work one more night. Which is not a problem for us polar people. Subject Chow Yi also echoed, that's right. If we rest, no one will do tomorrow's work. The tree spirits clenched their fists and said excitedly, we are willing to contribute all our strength for the development of the territory. All subjects were enthusiastic. Lu Muxue, who had been watching silently from behind, also had a look of relief in her eyes. Seeing Chaoxing being loved by the people, she also felt honored. The three strong polar people said, Lord, I can't wait to work. Please arrange work for us. However, Chaoxing smiled. I said let you rest. Let you rest. The most important thing is to combine work and rest. As for tomorrow's work, there will be new members to replace you. Hearing the tone of Chaoxing's tone that could not be refused, all the people did not speak. Then, Chaoxing continued to give orders. Now Chow Yi, you continue to build the cattle shed, build the heating pipes, and build new residential quarters. De Zhuang, you hurry up and upgrade my lord's hut to level 3. Tree spirits, build more elemental arrow towers. De Hua, lead Air Hua, San Hua and others, to prepare dinner for our new members. Chaoxing quickly gave various instructions. At this moment, Chaoxing's subjects collectively shouted, yes, Lord, I will complete the task. They were all enthusiastic, carrying tools and trotting to work. Chaoxing glanced at the apprentice mages and imperial soldiers behind him, and then said, Assam, Lord, I am here. Take our new members to familiarize themselves with the territory, and then assign them housing. Oh, by the way, arrange 4 people in a room for them, and 2 women in a room. His territory now has taken shape, and there are 24 intermediate residential quarters in it. An intermediate residential quarters covers an area of about 80 square meters, has 2 floors, and can accommodate 12 residents. But Chaoxing's territory is very large now, and there is still a lot of undeveloped space. So there is no need to squeeze the living environment of the people. Chaoxing always lets the polar people stay in a room with 6 people. As for these combatants, such as Assam and Sarah, they are given special treatment. Some are in a room with 2 people, and some are in a single room. Assam nodded, and then looked at the group of newcomers. You all come with me. The newly joined imperial soldiers and Ellie straightened their faces, and then followed Assam away. At this time, there were still 24 polar people left, because Chaoxing did not have enough population. No recruitment application was issued to them. For a while, they could not work and looked at each other. After seeing Chaoxing's speech and the enthusiasm of the people, several polar people looked at each other. They could all feel the development prospects of this territory. The polar person named Duan came over and said respectfully, Lord, please arrange work for us too. We also want to contribute to this prosperous territory. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and then looked at his population. Current population, 90 out of 100. With his current population limit, he can recruit 10 more polar people. So Chaoxing nodded and said, I can let some of you join the territory first. You sign up yourself? Polar Man Duan's face was delighted, and other polar people also signed up enthusiastically. They all wanted to show themselves well in front of this new lord. Then, Chaoxing picked 10 people at random and issued a recruitment application to them. Recruitment successful, polar people, Duan, Han Air, Kalas, Leo. Joined your territory, territory population plus 10. This time, Chaoxing's population was completely full. Chaoxing said, now, Duan, you take 5 people. Build 6 toilets in the territory. Remember to mark the men and women. Then, the other 4 people go to make 5 sleds. Others, go to the settlement and wait first. All the people dispersed and began to work according to Chaoxing's instructions. Although it was already night, but under the illumination of the 4 lighthouses, the territory was still very bright. And because there was a furnace to provide temperature, it would not feel too cold even at night. The people in the territory worked overtime to prepare for the end of the novice protection period tomorrow. At the same time, as night fell, a system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. There are only 12 hours left before the end of the novice protection period. After the end of the novice protection period, the game content will usher in many changes. Please be prepared. This system prompt sounded in the ears of all survivors. A large number of speeches suddenly emerged in the world channel. Xiao Tiangang, brothers. The protection period is about to end. Are you all ready? Ricardo Bumba, shit. I just provoked a group of bandits today. They chased me to the vicinity of the territory. But because they couldn't get in, they could only stare blankly outside. When the territory protection period ends tomorrow, I feel like I'm going to be finished. Yu Zhuxian. Shit! My people heard that the territory could not protect them tomorrow, and their loyalty dropped one by one. The few refugees I recruited today also ran away overnight. These bastards. Kawamura. Gongping. Yoshi. Is it finally over? My jungle spearman training camp has trained a large number of spearman soldiers. Guys in Area 65, are you ready to be conquered by me? Mahmud, very good. I found oil near my territory. As soon as the novice protection period ends, I will look for the natives of this world to help mine it, and then conquer this world with oil. As expected, some people are looking forward to the end of the protection period, and some people are troubled. But obviously, tomorrow's update will affect everyone. Chao Xing did not look at the chat in the regional channel anymore, and directly chose to close it. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves came. The centaurs Cantel and Kandar came over together. They saluted Chao Xing. Dear Lord, when we were patrolling near the territory today, we did find an ice nest. According to your instructions, we did not destroy the ice nest immediately, but waited for the ice nest monsters inside to hatch, and then killed them one by one. Hundreds of ice nest monsters appeared in it one after another. We took Ms. Eilina with us, killed all the ice nest monsters, and then destroyed the ice nest. Chao Xing nodded. During the day, he noticed the killing information. Luckily, an ice nest appeared near the territory. For other survivors, an ice nest might be an extremely dangerous thing, and they would avoid it as much as possible. But for Chao Xing, an ice nest is a lot of experience points. Then, the centaur Cantor handed all the things in his hand to Chao Xing. Lord, these are dropped by the ice nest monsters. According to your instructions, I collected them all. Chao Xing took it, and the system prompt appeared. Obtained Ice Dragon Mark *52. Obtained Glacial Flakes *34. Obtained Ice Crystal Stone *11. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Nearly 500 ice nest monsters can drop so many materials. The drop rate is already very high. Now he has more than 10,000 Ice Dragon Marks and Glacier Flakes in his hands. Chao Xing can't help but look forward to what good things he can get when the new expansion is released. Cantel, Kandao, you did a good job. Now you go to rest. However, the two centaurs looked at each other, and they said in unison, Respected Lord, we don't want to rest. We can continue to patrol the territory. Chao Xing was stunned, and then smiled. Okay, I agree. Cantel, Kandao, you go, but be careful. If you encounter a strong enemy, remember to run to the territory. The two centaurs stomped their feet at the same time. Respectfully said, Thank you for your concern, Lord. We must remember it in our hearts. After that, they moved their four hooves and walked out of the territory. Chao Xing continued to inspect his territory. First of all, what Chao Xing cared about most was, naturally, the batch of cloud yaks that he had captured today. The value of these yaks is inestimable. To Chao Xing, they were a group of hens that laid golden eggs, so he wanted to check the status of the cloud yaks. Chao Xing came to a wooden cowshed. It was about 5 meters high and covered an area of about 70 or 80 square meters. After pushing open the door of the cowshed, Chao Xing immediately smelled the smell of hay coming from inside, and it was mixed with some warmth, very warm. He immediately noticed that it was the heating pipes laid underground that continuously provided heat to the cowshed. Chao Xing glanced at the temperature. Current temperature, 13°C. Yes, with the heating pipes, the indoor temperature has been greatly improved. The cloud yaks gathered in the corner of the cowshed also seemed very happy. They stayed together quietly, and from time to time, they would nod their heads to their companions. Like a group of soft clouds, they were full of warmth just by looking at them. Old Mel and Elisa were pouring fodder into the trough. However, because it was just a primary cowshed, the facilities inside were still very simple. Seeing Chao Xing coming in, Old Mel and Elisa saluted respectfully. My lord, I wish you good health. My lord, good evening. Although Elisa was lively, she still had the proper etiquette. Chao Xing nodded, and then asked, Mr. Mel, how are these cloud yaks? Old Mel smiled and replied, These are all adult cloud yaks. In addition to their hair being able to generate heat, the milk they produce is also more nutritious than ordinary milk. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe that someone could catch this legendary creature. And caught so many at once. Until now. I still feel a little unreal. Chaoxing also smiled. Mr. Mel, if nothing unexpected happens in the future, the cloud yaks in our territory will be. There will be more and more magical creatures. And I will trouble you when the time comes. Old Mel waved his hand and said, No trouble, respected lord. On the contrary, for raising these magical creatures, this is my first time, which can increase my experience, and I have learned a lot of new knowledge. I wonder how many farmers can't dream of this opportunity. Chaoxing nodded. As long as Mr. Mel likes it. After a pause, Chaoxing continued to ask. Then according to Mr. Mel's experience, how long will it take to cut the first batch of hair? Old Mel thought for a moment. Cloud yak is a wild animal. It has just arrived in a new environment and needs some time to adapt. In about 4 or 5 days, the first batch of hair can be cut. Chaoxing nodded. This time is okay. In another 4 or 5 days, he will have the first batch of magic fur that can store heat. To be honest, even if Chaoxing and his friends go out now, they all wear thick wolf fur coats. But the weather in this world is too extreme. Even with wolf fur coats, they can't keep out the horrible low temperature. They have to endure the coldness every moment. In the words of a certain scholar in this world, as long as they are in the wild, it is a confrontation between human will and nature. Therefore, humans who can move around in the wild in this world are all determined. With clothes made of the hair of cloud yaks, they can greatly reduce the erosion of will by the severe cold. At this time, Old Mel said with a somewhat sad face, however, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Mr. Mel, please go ahead. It is like this, Lord. The cloud yak is a sacred creature, although it can also survive by eating these hays. But if you want to ensure their sacredness and the heating function of their hair, they also need to eat Moses grass regularly. What is Moses grass? Old Mel explained, this is also a magical plant, which is relatively rare. It only grows in places where few people go, and the terrain is relatively steep. If Moses grass is not used for a long time, the cloud yak will lose its magic power. The hair will fall off by itself, and it will not be able to heat up. And this is why the cloud yak often migrates. They need to often appear on the edge of those high mountain cliffs, looking for Moses grass to eat. After hearing what Old Mel said, Chaoxing nodded suddenly. At the same time, he was somewhat thankful that he had brought back Old Mel to help him raise cattle. If it weren't for the knowledge Mel had, even if Chaoxing caught the cloud yak, it would probably be raised into an ordinary yak in no time. I understand. Mr. Mel, I will find a way to deal with the Moses grass. Old Mel nodded. Just as Chaoxing was about to leave, Elisa on the side suddenly said, Lord, please wait a moment. Chapter 116 Another Trade and a Huge Harvest. Lord, please wait a moment. Chaoxing turned around and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Elisa said excitedly, I saw a training camp in our territory. Can you train me into a fighter? I also want to be a strong warrior. She looked at Chaoxing expectantly, with desire in her eyes. Chaoxing nodded. Of course. I can, but... He glanced at Old Mel. After all, I promised Old Mel that I would raise cattle and sheep when I took them here. But I didn't say that they had to fight. And fighting would involve the risk of injury, or even death. This is why Chaoxing gave preferential treatment to those fighters. Old Mel chuckled and said, Lord, Elisa has been lively since she was a child. She wanted to sign up for the militia of Hog Village. But I beat her up, and she stopped. But through what happened before, I almost know that this girl can't sit still, and she might run away again one day. If you can let her learn some fighting skills, she will have the power to protect herself even if she is alone in the wild. So, since she asked you to train her as a fighter, it may not be a bad thing. Hearing her father's agreement, Elisa jumped up excitedly. Father, I love you. Chaoxing also smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll get some training books and train Elisa into an archer, in order to train ordinary people in the territory into combat soldiers. In addition to the barracks, training books are also needed. The most common ones at present are those first-level soldier training books. Although there are relatively few training books for ice archers, they are not very precious. They should be available in the market. Elisa said excitedly, Thank you, generous and handsome lord. Hearing what Elisa said, Chaoxing couldn't help but give this little girl a thumbs up. Good vision. At the same time, A system prompt appeared. You agreed to Elisa's request, territory member. Elisa's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 77. Chao Xing was happy. This little girl's loyalty increased quite quickly. Shaking his head, Chao Xing left the cowsheet and began to think about the next thing. His current territory, although it is powerful, most of the combat power will be taken out during the day. The current territory defense mainly relies on the primary element arrow tower. Chao Xing thought to himself, so, for the safety of the territory, in addition to building more elemental arrow towers, I also need a group of combatants to stay in the territory. The newly recruited Imperial soldiers and mage apprentices today are good. With the various buffs I have applied, it is not a problem to deal with the ice nest. But in addition to this, I also need to train a group of ice archers to stand on the sentry tower to guard the territory. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing has already thought about which personnel to train as ice archers. That is the Tree Spirit tribe. This tribe has lived in the jungle since childhood, and is very agile, and has a talent for guardians. When the time comes, when Chao Xing's pale tree grows out, they can activate their talent even in the territory. Chao Xing walked in thought as he passed by a vegetable shed. Inside, the Lord Luhua was planting the carrot seeds and beet seeds. Chao Xing did not disturb her, but continued to move forward. Before he knew it, he arrived near the Lord's hut. De Zhuang was leading 3 polar people, working hard to build the Lord's hut. After seeing Chao Xing, they saluted at the same time and said, "My lord, I wish you good health." Chao Xing waved his hand, indicating that they should continue to work. At the same time, he also noticed the upgrade progress of the Lord's hut, and was secretly happy. Very good, the upgrade time of the level 3 Lord's hut would have been 16 hours, but with 4 polar people together, it can be shortened to 4 hours. According to the estimate, it will be completed around 10 o'clock in the evening. Chao Xing was very excited. The Lord's hut is like a campfire. It changes every 5 levels, but it is much more difficult to upgrade than a campfire. When it reaches level 6, it will become a Lord's mansion, and when it reaches level 11, it will become a Lord's castle. The further you go, the more materials you need. Now, it's time to do some trading. Chao Xing came to the market, as usual, and then opened the consignment interface. He first put a batch of green rabbit meat on the shelf. But this time the quantity was reduced, only 500 yuan, which means 5,000 portions. Not long after Chao Xing put rabbit meat on the shelves, it immediately attracted the attention of the survivors. Yao Yin, brothers. Boss Chao Xing finally put rabbit meat on the shelves. This time, it's only 500 yuan. If you go too late, it will be gone. Wei Xinglu, damn it. I've been waiting for Boss Chao Xing's rabbit meat for a whole day. Yan Chong, don't grab it from me. I finally got a dozen ice dragon marks today. I'm waiting to exchange them for food with Boss Chao Xing. Yu Huiliang, brothers. Hurry up. A large number of survivors opened the market and found Chao Xing's consignment information. After seeing the price of rabbit meat above, which was about the same as yesterday, everyone rushed to click on the transaction. At the same time, Chao Xing's ears were again filled with transaction reminders. 500 pieces of rabbit meat, in less than 3 minutes, were all traded out. Chao Xing also obtained Glacier Flakes, * 2380 Ice Dragon Mark, * 6320 Ice Crystal Stone Green, * 431 Primary Element Crystal Stone, * 114 Mithril, * 176 Primary Pet Contract, * 12 Ice Archer Training Manual, * 6 Book, Foreman Baron's Diary. The transaction reminders that kept flashing on the screen gradually stopped. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This wave of harvest is good. We have received a large number of Glacier Flakes and Ice Dragon Marks. Looking at his reserves of these two materials. Glacier Flakes. * 10432 Ice Dragon Mark. * 21971. Very good. With so many materials, I should be able to exchange for a lot of good things. But after these two transactions, I don't have much meat left with attributes. Tomorrow I will see if I can go hunting outside and bring back some meat. The salmon in Luoxua Lake are good, but it's a pity that special bait is needed to catch them. Shaking his head, Chao Xing put these thoughts behind him and continued to put them on the shelves. The next transaction is the highlight. Consignment items: Frost Bomb Rabbit Meat, blue. Snowstorm Bear Meat, blue. Stock reserve, 100 each. Required items: Skill Book, Territory Construction Blueprint, Magic Plant. Seller's note: 2 kinds of blue quality meat, various magic plant seeds, construction blueprints, etc. are required. You can send the item information to me to determine the price. Consigner, Chao Xing. The blue quality beast meat has indeed attracted a lot of attention in the chat channel again. However, this time, Chao Xing did not receive much valuable things. This is because other survivors did have a lot of blueprints, but most of them were duplicates. The quality of the props in those players' hands was not high. Moreover, Chao Xing had basically collected the basic skills of the Frost Mage and the Aurora Knight through the previous transactions. With the current strength of the players, there is no way to obtain more advanced skills. Chao Xing thought, it seems that I have to nurture the market, wait for the players to develop for a while, and then harvest new things. Thinking of this, Chao Xing cancelled the consignment information of the blue beast meat. However, this time, he still received a few good things, including primary Frost Arrow Tower construction drawings, primary Spike Barrier construction drawings, heroic longbow production drawings, green, beast bone light armor production drawings, green. These things added up, costing a total of 30 blue beast meat, which can be said to be a huge profit. As for the machinery factory construction drawings, and Moses grass seeds, that he wanted to receive, he did not receive them. As usual, Chao Xing checked the properties of the newly acquired items. Basic Frost Arrow Tower Blueprint. Attack Power, 225 to 237, 30% chance of slowing down the enemy by 30% when attacking, lasts 5 seconds. Attack Interval, 3 seconds/1 time. Maximum Range, 700 meters. Armor, 20 points. Durability, 2000/4000. Size, 15 square meters. Building height, 14 meters. Construction time, 6 hours and 11 minutes. Construction requirements, wood * 1000. Stone * 500. Iron * 120. Ice crystal * 50. Mithril * 20. Drawing Introduction. Have you played Plants vs. Zombies? I think you should understand the importance of Ice Archer. Right? Not bad. The attack power and range are slightly higher than the Elemental Arrow Tower, and it also has a deceleration effect. With this arrow tower, trigger a deceleration, you can hit a few more rounds of output before the monster reaches the bottom of the city wall. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then began to check the second drawing. Essential Spike Barrier Construction Blueprint. Construction effect, blocks the enemy's path, and causes piercing damage to nearby enemies. Attack power, 175 to 188. Armor, 20. Durability, 800. Size, 3 meters wide * 1 meter high. Materials required for construction, wood * 30. Iron * 5. Construction time, 2 hours and 44 minutes. Simple Spike Barrier, but it can cause considerable trouble to the enemy. Not bad. This is also a good thing for guarding the territory. Chao Xing continued to check. Heroic Longbow Production Drawing, green. This drawing can be used to produce a level 10 heroic longbow. Production requirements, blacksmith level 2. Iron * 10. Ice crystal * 5. Animal sinew * 1. Beast bone light armor production drawing, green. This drawing can be used to produce a level 10 beast bone light armor. Production requirements, blacksmith level 2. Any beast bones, green, * 15. Element crystals * 5. Note, during the novice protection period, ordinary citizens can be assigned to work in the blacksmith shop. After the protection period ends, personnel with forging skills need to be assigned to operate the blacksmith shop. Obviously, these two pieces of equipment are matched. Chao Xing was delighted. Very good. Now the weapons and armors for the newly trained archers will be settled. However, we also need to find a way to recruit 2 blacksmiths. Chao Xing clicked on all 4 drawings to study. Then, the last new item appeared in his hand. Book, Diary of Foreman Balin. Item attribute, after reading, you can get a Strength +4 attribute improvement. Reading time, 6 hours and 20 minutes, accumulative. Click to read. Another book, not bad. When the collected books exceed 100, we will build a library, so that the people can absorb more knowledge in their spare time. So far, the transaction is almost over. At this time, Da Hua, a citizen of the territory, came over and said softly, Lord, dinner is ready. Today we have freshly baked bread, steamed rice, and broth made from bear bones and bear meat. The 2 silver salmon you ordered are also ready. Chao Xing nodded and looked at the area where the cafeteria was located. Today's cafeteria has also been upgraded to level 2. And the area has increased from 70 to 80 square meters to more than 200 square meters. It can allow all citizens to eat in it. The amount of food consumed by so many people every day is also a huge number. If Chao Xing had not been so strong and brought back a lot of food and meat, it would be impossible to feed so many people. At this moment, waves of tempting food aroma came from the cafeteria, especially De Zhuang and his friends who had worked all day. Their physical strength was greatly consumed. After smelling this aroma, their stomachs started to growl. Chao Xing knew that they were all hungry. So he shouted, De Zhuang, Chao Yi, stop your work first. Eat your fill before going back to work. Hearing Chao Xing's call, all the people stopped their work. With excited expressions, they entered the cafeteria. Without a doubt, this was the most anticipated moment of the day. Every day, Dahua would prepare a lot of nutritious and delicious food for everyone, especially dinner, which was the most abundant. Everyone entered the territory in large numbers, including the newly joined polar people and the imperial soldiers. When the newcomers entered the cafeteria, they were stunned by the rich dishes on the table. There were several tables full of food, and the variety was dazzling. Golden toasted bread, fragrant rice, and carefully cooked broth. Everything in front of them was something they had never seen in their former master's territory. The polar man Duan exclaimed, "Oh my god! What did I see? Toasted bread? Even honey and cheese. Is this really what we can enjoy?" The imperial soldiers were also shocked. "Emperor, am I dreaming?" Including the newly joined old Mel and Elisa. No one had ever thought that the living standard in this territory could reach this level. This is simply the treatment of aristocrats. For a moment, all the newcomers swallowed their saliva at the same time. Looking at their excited reactions, Chao Xing also had a smile on his face. In fact, this meal mainly consumed rice and wheat, and there was not much meat. Like the previous few days, Chao Xing and his friends had only survived by eating meat. But even so, the richness of the table had exceeded the imagination of these newcomers. Looking at the impatient expressions of the subjects, Subject Chao Yi coughed twice and began his speech again. Half a minute later, Chao Yi's speech ended. Then he said, "Let us thank the Lord for his gift again, and start to enjoy a delicious dinner." Everyone said in unison, "Thank you for the Lord's gift." The next moment, everyone picked up their bowls, or grabbed bread, and began to eat voraciously. On Chao Xing's side, dozens of system prompts suddenly sounded. Your territory member, Lajit, enjoyed a delicious dinner. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 73. Your territory member, Sylvia, enjoyed a delicious dinner. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 71. Your territory member, Duan, enjoyed a delicious dinner. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 75. Your hundreds of system prompts appeared. All the subjects increased their loyalty by 2 to 3 points. And those newcomers directly increased their loyalty by 7 to 10 points. It can be said that the loyalty of all members increased dramatically. At the same time, Chao Xing also noticed that the most difficult person, Zierda, also increased her loyalty a little. However, it seemed that she was not interested in the food, but for other reasons. Zierda looked at Chao Xing with a hint of interest in her eyes. Chao Xing shook his head, and then took Lu Muxua to a table next to him. This is their eating area. On a plate above, there were 2 silver salmon that he had obtained from the powerful aboriginal of Luoxua Lake today, weighing a total of 7 kilograms. After taking a bite, Chao Xing opened his eyes immediately, and said in surprise, "Oh my god! So smooth?" He could feel that the delicious fish meat seemed to melt directly on the tip of his tongue when it entered his mouth. It was a taste without any fishy smell, only the pure meaty aroma. No wonder that Chi Nong said that silver salmon was an extremely rare delicacy, and it was really delicious. However, the system prompt that Chao Xing expected did not appear. Until he finished eating a silver salmon in the bowl, the system prompt finally appeared. Successfully ate silver salmon, life limit plus 300, population plus 3. Chao Xing was delighted. It really increased the population. He wanted to try whether he could use a silver salmon directly, increase the population by 9. But now it seems that the system will not let Chao Xing take advantage of it. Just when he wanted to continue eating the second silver salmon, Chao Xing looked at his bulging belly. "I'm full. Muxua, you can eat this one." Lu Muxua smiled and nodded, then began to enjoy the silver salmon. Compared to Chao Xing's wolfing down, Lu Muxue chewed slowly, looking very polite. It took about 5 minutes to finish the silver salmon. Then, the system prompt appeared. Lu Muxue successfully ate the silver salmon, life limit plus 300, population plus 3. Chao Xing noticed that his population limit had become 106. However, this was not what surprised him the most. What surprised Chao Xing was that his remaining consumption times remained unchanged. The remaining number of silver salmon was still 2. That is to say, he and Lu Muxue together could eat 6 silver salmon in total, increasing the population by 18. I didn't expect that the consumption times for the two of us were calculated separately. Chao Xing was delighted, although the system did not allow him to take advantage of the loophole. Because a territory can have 2 to 4 lords. This effect can also be superimposed. After eating and drinking, Chao Xing took Lu Muxue out of the cafeteria, and then said, "Muxue, our lord's hut will not be upgraded until after 10 o'clock. Let's just find a room to rest tonight." Lu Muxue nodded gently, and said with some shyness on her face, "Well, I'll listen to you." The two came to the residential houses next door, and there were several houses that were still empty. In each residential house, there were heating pipes connected. Chao Xing pushed open a house at random, and waves of warmth came to his face. He looked at the indoor temperature. Current temperature, 14 C. Not bad. I should be able to sleep well tonight. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the ice and snow outside, their territory is simply a paradise. Chapter 117 Sarah's request. The novice protection period is officially lifted. Moreover, these medium-sized residential houses also have wooden beds and quilts. The quilt was sewn by Xia Yani overnight with rabbit skin, and it was quite warm. At this time, Chao Xing remembered what happened between him and Xia Yani last night. In his heart, something seemed to be aroused. At the same time, Lu Muxue had simply wiped her body, then sat on the edge of the bed, and gently took off her wolfskin coat. Suddenly, a body with creamy skin and perfect curves appeared in front of Chao Xing. Lu Muxue got into the bed first, covered half of her face with the quilt and said, "Ah Xing, it's cold outside. Go back to the bed to warm up for a while." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, I'll come now." He took off his coat and got into the warm bed. The next moment, a pair of slender and warm legs hooked towards him. The two looked at each other, and Lu Muxue's beautiful face was a little shy, and there was also a hint of expectation. Until an hour later, the beauty lay in Chao Xing's arms contentedly, and soon, she fell asleep peacefully. From the advent of the global to today, nearly 6 nights have passed. She has also become accustomed to the presence of the person beside her. Chao Xing held the warm body in his arms. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. It was still early, so he was not very sleepy. Almost an hour later, Chao Xing heard a system prompt. "Your lord's hut has been upgraded successfully. Current level, level 3. Population limit plus 100, reputation plus 200. Current population, 100 of 206. Blacksmith shop or processing plant, sewing shop, canteen, polar man's hut, and other territory buildings can be upgraded to level 3. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's expression suddenly lifted. Finally done. He gently placed the beauty in his arms, and then pulled his arm out. Lu Muxue slept soundly, and was not woken up by him. Chao Xing quickly put on his clothes, and came to the outside of the territory. At this moment, De Zhuang and his men stood with hammers on their waists, looking at the building in front of them with satisfaction. This was the success of their labor, and a sense of satisfaction emerged in their hearts. Chao Xing also noticed the changes in the Lord's hut. The level 3 Lord's hut was still a 2-story building, but there were more decorations on the outside. Eaves, door handles, and windows with patterns. Seeing Chao Xing coming over, De Zhuang said excitedly, "Lord, fortunately, we have completed the mission. We have successfully upgraded the Lord's hut. Please arrange more work for us." Chao Xing smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, De Zhuang, but your task today has been completed. You can go back and rest now." Then he added, "By the way, this is an order." After hearing this, several polar people looked at each other and stopped shirking. De Zhuang smiled and said, "Okay, respected lord, let's go to rest." Chao Xing nodded, and then toured the territory again. He saw that the new cowshed had been built. The yaks, sheep, and bighorn cows that used to wander around the territory now had a shelter from the cold wind and low temperatures at night. Not only that, the number of primary element arrow towers also increased from 6 to 13 in just a few hours. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then called all the people over. Everyone, today's work is over. Now I order you to go and rest. Hearing Chao Xing's voice, all the people who were working laughed. Then, they said in unison, follow the orders of the Lord. They put down their tools and went into their shelters. Then, Chao Xing sent a recruitment invitation to the remaining 14 polar people. Recruitment successful. Polar people Christu, Pao, Anielo, joined your territory. And the territory population plus 14. His population became 114 out of 206. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, everything is ready. Then we just need to wait for tomorrow's expansion pack update. Just as he was about to return to the room, Sarah appeared silently. Under the night sky, Sarah was wearing a black tights. Her tight legs were closed together, looking a little embarrassed at Chao Xing, seemingly hesitant to speak. Chao Xing asked in confusion, Sarah, what's wrong with you? Sarah said softly, Lord, I encountered something. I need to ask you for advice. Chao Xing was stunned, then said, What is it? Are you in trouble? Sarah shook her head. Her tone became softer. No, not. What is it? It's not convenient here. Let's talk somewhere else. Then, Sarah grabbed Chao Xing's wrist without saying anything, pulled him, and walked quickly towards her residence. Chao Xing was confused. But Sarah, as his second most loyal subordinate, would never harm him. Then, he was led by Sarah into her residence. After entering the room, Sarah slammed the door shut. Then she stared at Chao Xing nervously. As her breathing became more rapid, she had a strange aura. Chao Xing asked, Sarah, what happened to you? In the room, Sarah said hesitantly. I saw you and that woman in the sewing shop last night. Doing that kind of thing. Hearing the latter sentence, Chao Xing's eyes widened. And then he coughed suddenly. Cough. Cough, cough. Sarah, don't get me wrong. We have a normal relationship. We just. Speaking of the latter, even Chao Xing felt a little guilty. Sarah shook her head and said, No, that's not what I meant. I don't know what happened to me. Ever since I saw what you did with that human woman, I feel my heart beating faster when I see you. This is a taboo for us assassins. We must keep a calm mind when slashing the enemy's throat. This is the basic rule of assassins. But now, I can't do this. So, I want to know why I became like this. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and seemed to understand the reason. Dark elves, especially assassins like Sarah, have always been a race that lives in darkness and dances with death. In their lives, there is only blood and death, and they basically do not come into contact with other opposite sexes. However, no matter what, they are also a race with wisdom. As long as they are alive, they have their own emotions and impulses. After she accidentally saw what Chao Xing and Xia Yani did, it was like opening the door to a new world. So her heart could not calm down. Sarah, what do you want to do? I don't know, but my heart drives me. I want to do the same thing with you as that woman. At the end, Sarah's voice became smaller and smaller, and her slender and tight body twisted restlessly. After a moment, Chao Xing said, Sarah, do you want to try it? The cold dark elf paused, then nodded. In Chao Xing's surprised eyes, she took off her mask for the first time. The stove in the room was burning brightly. With the light of the fire, Chao Xing saw a woman with chocolate skin, delicate features, and shining eyes like gemstones. Her shining eyes were shy, and coupled with the pointed ears unique to the dark elves, she gave people a sense of exotic beauty. This made it difficult for Chao Xing to connect the exotic beauty in front of him with the shadow assassin who killed people without blinking an eye during the day. In Chao Xing's surprised eyes, Sarah slowly squatted down. Chao Xing's eyes widened instantly. A few minutes later, Sarah asked cautiously, Is that so? Chao Xing's throat moved, and then nodded. That's right. You are very smart, Sarah. After hearing this, Sarah's face suddenly flushed. 10 minutes later, the body temperatures of both of them seemed to be rising. Chao Xing could clearly feel the dark elf in front of him trembling slightly. He grabbed Sarah's shoulders and gently lifted her up. Speaking of which, Chao Xing had never been so close to Sarah before. Under Sarah's assassin leather jacket, She had a tight and curvy figure. This might be related to the brutal training she had undergone since she was a child. At this point, Sarah seemed to have no idea what to do and stood there blankly. Chaoxing said, "Sarah, take off your clothes." Hearing this, Sarah became more shy, but she did it anyway. The black leather jacket on her upper body was slowly removed. Chaoxing saw a beautiful figure with a chocolate complexion, curves and a clear waistline presented in front of him. Not only that, Chaoxing even saw that this dark elf woman was wearing a bra. A circle of white gauze tightly wrapped around her chest. But even so, it was still difficult to cover the pair of breasts that were about to come out. Chaoxing's eyes almost popped out. I didn't expect that Sarah's slender figure would have such a perfect size. This is the true fruit of slender branches, and it is also related to the blood of the dark elves. Noticing Chaoxing's fiery eyes, Sarah murmured in embarrassment. "It's too big. I think it's too much of a hindrance." Do you like it?" Chaoxing replied without hesitation. "I like it." However, while Sarah was looking at him in surprise, Chaoxing directly tore off her bra. Sarah trembled all over. As Chaoxing moved, Sarah's body was shaking constantly. Under her beautiful eyes, she stared at Chaoxing with misty water, and her legs were shaking constantly. But she still gritted her teeth, insisted on standing still, and allowed Chaoxing to move. This stubborn look further aroused some thoughts in Chaoxing's heart. Then, Chaoxing gently picked her up and put her on the bed. The night gradually burned up. This beauty of the dark elf, from the initial immaturity to the positive response later, with joy and satisfaction in her eyes. She embraced Chaoxing's neck and twisted her body. Before she fell asleep, Sarah murmured, "So, is this the reason for my inner restlessness? I think I understand." Chaoxing waited until Sarah fell asleep before leaving her room. It was late at night, and the cold wind was howling outside. Most people in the territory had fallen asleep. However, Chaoxing saw that the second-floor window of the house opposite was wide open. Elena is lying on the window, spit the scarlet letter, looking at Chaoxing with interest. Chaoxing was suddenly embarrassed. But he didn't say much, but quickly left here. Looking at Chaoxing's back, Elena laughed, seems to understand something. Then, Chaoxing returned to Lu Mushua's room. The room is still warm. The beauty on the bed is still asleep. Chaoxing carefully entered the warm quilt. At the same time, a warm arm was put on Chaoxing. Lu Mushua in sleep, it seems to smell what it smells. She opened her beautiful eyes, and then sniffed Chaoxing's neck. Sniff. Sniff. Chaoxing suddenly became a little nervous. At this time, Lu Mushua suddenly showed a sly smile. Chaoxing also knew that Lu Mushua might know something. Women's sixth sense is very accurate, he said awkwardly, "Mushua." However, Lu Mushua stretched out a finger and blocked Chaoxing's lips. The next moment, she went straight into Chaoxing's arms. After another round of passion, the woman in his arms fell asleep contentedly. On the bed, Chaoxing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Fortunately, upgrading this world will improve physical fitness. Otherwise, even I can't bear it." Nothing else happened in the second half of the night. Nearly 90% of the survivors fell asleep. However, this world was quietly changing. The next day, when the first ray of morning light appeared, a system prompt sounded in everyone's ears. "Survivors, please pay attention. You have spent the 6th night of the Frozen Age. There are only 10 minutes left before the end of the Novice Protection period. The new version will be updated soon. Please be prepared." Hearing this system prompt, Chaoxing and Lu Mushua opened their eyes at the same time. Lu Mushua wiped her hazy eyes and muttered, "The protection period is about to end." Chaoxing nodded. "Yes. Let's get up first and go outside to see what changes will happen after the update." At the same time, he glanced at the countdown above his head. Remaining time of the Novice Protection period, 0 hours, 9 minutes and 32 seconds. The last 10 minutes. Chaoxing and Lu Mushua quickly packed up and walked out of the room. Not only them. The entire continent, most of the survivors from Blue Star, walked out of their huts. Then, welcomed the arrival of the new version together. The countdown slowly passed. Everyone stared at the countdown above their heads. The remaining time of the Novice Protection period, 0 hours, 0 minutes and 12 seconds. 10 seconds later, the system prompt appeared. "All survivors, please note, the Novice Protection period has officially ended. The number of people who descended globally this time, 7.233 billion, the number of deaths, 2.144 billion, the number of remaining people, 5.089 billion, the total mortality rate, 29.64%. All the survivors who survived, congratulations, you have adapted to the cruel rules of the new world. Next, please do your best to survive in this cold world and start a new life. The first system prompt completely detonated the world channel. In 6 days, more than 2 billion people died. The mortality rate of 30% made everyone feel the cruelty of this world. These are not cold numbers, but more than 2 billion lives lost. Although the chat channel is so hot now, they are all survivors who have adapted. More people died quietly in the cold night. Even the whole family was frozen into ice. And no one knew. Lu Muxue frowned and glanced at Chao Xing. Chao Xing patted her shoulder, without saying much. At the same time, the system prompts continued to appear. New expansion pack. Dragon Resurrection has officially started. The world environment will change. The following is the update content. Update content. 1. Dragon turns over, with the activities of the ancient dragon Zoma. In the next 7 days, the frequency of ice nests will increase, and there is a greater probability of appearing next to the territories of the survivors. Please do a good job of territorial defense. Update content. 2. The dragon store has been opened, and the ice dragon mark dropped by killing the ice nest monster can be exchanged for corresponding items in the store. Update content. 3. The level of the ice nest monster will continue to increase with the revival of the dragon. Update content. 4. Reduce the probability of recruiting scrolls when killing wild creatures, increase the drop rate of training books, and the Heart of Strength. Update content. 5. Open the reputation value interface. The higher the reputation value, the higher the probability of recruiting elite talents in the tavern, and there will be more refugees and rangers joining your territory. Update content. 6. The medical kit will not be able to be used with one click. It needs to be treated by professional medical personnel, using the items in the medical kit, including sewing shops, blacksmith shops, etc. All require professional technicians to maintain operation. Update content. 7. When killing monsters without equipment, the equipment will not be dropped. Update content. 8. When attacking, added effects such as broken limbs, disability, and vital attacks. When attacking vital parts, more damage will be caused. Broken limbs will not be restored by healing. Update content. 9. Added weather changes. After the protection period ends, the impact of weather on the territory will be more obvious. If there is a blizzard, please travel with caution. Update content. 10. A new forum function has been added. All survivors can enter the forum interface, initiate topics, or communicate. More updates will be available in 7 days. Look forward to it. Chapter 118 Dragon Shop, Open. After reading the update content, Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. There are a total of 10 updates, all of which are relatively important updates. The first, second, and third are all related to the Dragon Expansion Pack. The frequency of ice nest outbreaks will increase, the Dragon Shop will open, and the level of killing ice nest monsters will gradually increase. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. An ice nest can hatch at least 500 monsters. Killing them all can gain a lot of experience points, and in addition, you can take the dropped ice dragon mark to the dragon shop to exchange for things. So, if you encounter an ice nest landing near the territory, survivors who can survive will get a lot of resources. And if you can't survive, the territory will be destroyed, and everyone will die. In addition to these, there are some updates that are closer to reality. The probability of recruitment scrolls dropping has been reduced, and the reputation interface has been opened. In other words, if the survivors want to recruit powerful subordinates, they need to have more contact with the natives of this world, and the attribute of reputation becomes more important. The higher the reputation, the greater the probability of recruiting powerful natives, or natives with special abilities, whether in the tavern in your own territory or in taverns around the world. Another way is to increase the drop rate of training books and Hearts of Strength, so that the survivors can develop towards the Legion. However, whether it is the Legion route or the Elite route, it is the same for Chao Xing. Because he has the SSS level Eternal Power talent, he is naturally much stronger than other survivors. Moreover, the more people he has under his command, the more terrifying the bonus of the Eternal Power talent will be. Then, Chao Xing took another look at the reputation value interface. Reputation value, 1100, a little famous. When launching tavern recruitment, There is a 5% plus 5% probability of attracting elite creatures. A 1% plus 5% probability of attracting leader-level creatures. And a 0.01% plus 5% probability of attracting leader-level creatures. Note, because your territory has the title of Land of Hope, the probability of recruiting strong people of all levels is increased by 5%. Seeing the notes at the end, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. The probability of recruiting strong creatures of all levels increases by 5%? Fuck. Chao Xing was extremely shocked. From the 0.01% probability of the leader-level creature, it can be seen how difficult it is to recruit such a powerful creature. However, a title directly increases the probability by 5%, and the total of all levels even exceeds 20%. That is to say, every time Chao Xing activates the tavern recruitment function next time, there is a high probability of recruiting creatures above elite. Chao Xing said happily, "This title is really powerful. It would be great if there were more of these titles." However, the territory title is a hidden function, which is triggered randomly. Even Chao Xing doesn't know how to open the next title. Therefore, if you want to increase the probability of recruiting powerful creatures, you have to work on your reputation. In Chao Xing's hand, there is a map of the snowstorm field, on which the locations of the major hunters' bases are marked. When his strength increases, he can use this map to continuously flatten the bases of the hunters and increase his reputation. For a moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but look forward to it. In addition to these, there is another update that Chao Xing is looking forward to even more. That is, the opening of the Dragon Store. This time, he collected a lot of Ice Dragon marks in advance, waiting for the new expansion to be released, hoping to exchange for some good things. The store is finally open. Let me see what's inside. With excitement, Chao Xing clicked on the Dragon Store. In an instant, a variety of goods appeared in front of Chao Xing. He took a casual look. Dragon Shop Treasure Box Exchange Interface. Coal Bronze Treasure Box. Price 200 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 100. Frost Covered Silver Treasure Box. Price 2000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 20. Gold Treasure Box with Cold Light. Price 100,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 3. Crystal Clear Moonlight Treasure Box. Price 500,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 1. Note: this series of treasure boxes are treasure boxes of the Ice Dragon Zhuama expansion pack, which can open some exclusive props. Chao Xing was stunned. Huh? What is the Moonlight Treasure Box? You know, so far, even he has never opened a gold treasure box. In the gold treasure chest, there is a high probability of opening gold equipment or gold blueprints and other items. The higher level Haoyue treasure chest. Could it be epic quality? Chao Xing was shocked. At this moment, he was a little excited, and even wanted to exchange for a Haoyue treasure chest on the spot. However, the price was also quite shocking. It actually cost 500,000 Ice Dragon Seals. You know, Chao Xing only received 20,000 Ice Dragon Seals through a large number of transactions in the past 2 days. 500,000 Ice Dragon Seals. It is estimated that no one in the whole server can exchange them. It seems that although the 20,000 Ice Dragon marks in my hand cannot be exchanged for a gold treasure chest, they can be directly exchanged for 10 silver treasure chests. Chao Xing was shocked. You know, a silver treasure chest has a high probability of opening blue excellent or purple rare quality equipment. Chao Xing's face showed joy. This wave is not a loss. 21 treasure chests. At least a few purple equipment can be opened. According to the price of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, the price of a purple equipment is more than 100,000 crowns. However, he did not exchange it immediately, but suppressed his excitement and continued to check. Dragon Shop Blueprint Exchange Interface. Primary Frost Turret Blueprint. Price 10,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Primary Snowball Turret Blueprint. Price 20,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Intermediate Frost Turret Blueprint. Price 100,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Intermediate Snowball Turret Blueprint. Price 150,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Dragon Blood Warrior Training Barracks Construction Blueprint. Price 200,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Frost Catapult Construction Blueprint. Price 300,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Advanced Frost Wall Construction Blueprint. Price 500,000 Ice Dragon Marks. After reading these blueprint rewards, Chao Xing took a breath. Even such advanced turret blueprints and catapult blueprints can be exchanged. This is too powerful. You know, so far, Chao doesn't have a mid-level arrow tower. This time, the exchange shop even released the blueprints of mid-level turrets and advanced city walls. In addition, Chao also saw some other miscellaneous exchange items. For example, the primary heart of power can be exchanged for 1,000 ice dragon marks. And the Dragon Blood Warrior training manual requires 3,000 ice dragon marks to exchange for one copy. In short, there are many things in the Dragon store, and most of them are exclusive. Just exchange 1 or 2 blueprints and build them, which is a huge improvement. After reading these updates, Chao already has a bottom line in his heart. Chapter 119 Ice Nest Monsters Attack, Arrow Towers Crush. After reading these updates, Chao already had a clue in his mind. Very good, since the rewards in the exchange shop are so rich this time, then there is no need to rush to exchange the silver treasure chests. Save up the ice dragon seals first, try to exchange for a few gold treasure chests, and then use the extra ice dragon seals to exchange for blueprints. At the same time, not only Chao, but almost all the survivors saw the game updates. The chat channel was completely in chaos. The world channel is refreshing a lot of information every moment. The same is true for Area 174 where Chao is located. Jiangwishu, fuck. The territory protection has disappeared, and all the environments have become more real, but my territory is on the top of a mountain 9,000 meters high. The wind blew, and directly overturned my lord's hut. Zhangzhentian, my condolences to the brothers upstairs, I am just as miserable. As soon as the territory protection period ended, a troll rushed into my territory and destroyed it crazily. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been smashed into a meat paste like those polar people. Lu Hongyan, oh my god. There are 2 ice nests smashing near my territory. A lot of monsters appeared, help. UN, the one above, don't just shout, report your coordinates, see if there are any brothers nearby who can save you. Gaochu, ha ha ha. The protection of the territory is finally over, Wang Ru. You bitch. Dare to cheat on me, I will kill your whole family. Xiong Tianyu, I am 176 centimeters tall, is there any good brother's territory willing to take me in? Seeing these people's words, Chao suddenly realized. Many survivors have encountered various crises due to the changes in the game. They are all asking for help from others. Chao suddenly remembered that Ji Xinyu had contacted him yesterday, saying that she was entangled by a group of evil spirits. She also asked Chao to help her with the task. Moreover, Ji Xinyue's situation seemed to be very bad. I don't know if she has been sent after a night. Thinking of this, Chao sent a private message. Are you still alive? He got straight to the point. After a moment, a voice message came. After clicking play, it was a female voice with a hint of helplessness and decadence. Boss Chao, are you really looking forward to my death? It was very soft, and the voice was quite pleasant. Chao smiled, and then replied, that's not the case. The situation you told me yesterday was too serious, which made me think you were dead today. Ji Xinyue was silent for a moment, and then replied, I don't know what happened. Those undead were still wandering in the snow late at night, and I thought I would die at dawn. Unexpectedly, those undead left at dawn, although I don't know if they will come again tonight. Fortunately, I have lived for another day. At this point, Ji Xinyue asked tentatively, Boss Chao, can you come today? There was some desire in her tone. Ji Xinyue hadn't had a good night's sleep since being haunted by this group of undead spirits. She felt like she was going to have a nervous breakdown. Chao thought for a moment. To be honest, he was really interested in this mission. After all, it was related to an ancient underground tomb, and there were treasures buried underneath. Moreover, Chao had something else to do today. That was to take advantage of the end of the novice protection period to attack Fang Long's territory. Chao thought to himself, Fang Long must be killed. But I heard from the 2 survivors that he might have traded his territory to the hunters. And the hunters are powerful, and their strength should not be underestimated. Last time, they even sent out a 3rd-level elite killer to kill me. That is to say, there may be more powerful hunters in Fang Long's territory. Although, with Chao current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter a strong man above the 3rd level, he is sure to kill him. But we are afraid of accidents. In Fang Long's territory, there are strong men above level 3, and if Chao runs into them, he is really courting death. After thinking for a while, Chao decided to go to Ji Xinyue to complete the task first, to see if he can improve his strength, and then find a way to conquer Fanglong's territory. Thinking of this, he has already made a plan for today's action. He replied directly, I know. I will come to see you today. After receiving Chao Xing's reply, Ji Xinyue was overjoyed. Great. Thank you, Mr. Chao Xing. You are the savior of my family. Chao Xing smiled. Don't be too happy too soon. You may not be able to complete the task yet. Let me make it clear first. If the demon is too powerful, I will take people away directly. After hearing Chao Xing's reply, Ji Xinyue was not angry, but said as a matter of course, that's natural. I am already grateful that Mr. Chao Xing can come. If it really doesn't work, I can only blame myself for my bad luck. She was very open-minded, and Chao Xing couldn't help but look up to this woman. After hanging up the call, Chao Xing was about to inspect the territory. At this moment, he suddenly heard two violent crashes. Boom! Boom! The entire territory was shaking. Chao Xing realized that there might be another ice nest outside his territory. Beware! With Chao Xing's warning, all the combatants in the territory rushed out of the room at the first time. They were ready for battle. Lu Muxue beside him said worriedly, Axing, what happened? Chao Xing shook his head and said, don't worry. It might be another ice nest falling down. Let's go out and take a look. The two quickly came to the edge of the territory, and then climbed up the wall along the ladder. The initial wall is 40 centimeters thick, which is more than enough for a person to stand on. And as the wall is upgraded, the width will continue to increase. Later, various turrets, catapults and other large siege equipment can be placed directly. By then, it will not be a territory, but a war fortress. At the same time, it is not just Chao Xing. Other combatants also climbed up the wall. Their eyes were locked on the snow several hundred meters away. Two nearly 2-meter-high ice nests smashed the ground into a huge pit 5 or 6 meters deep. Then, ice nest monsters with ice spikes on their bodies, shaped like hyenas, came out. They sniffed the snow, and quickly locked onto Chao Xing's territory. Woo! Roar! A series of low roars came, and more than a dozen ice nest monsters rushed towards the territory like mad hounds. At the same time, the Imperial archer standing on the watchtower had a nervous look on his face, and quickly pulled the bowstring. Lu Muxue also held the shield, and then asked, Axing, are we going to fight? Chao Xing shook his head and said, no. They are just some first-level ice nest monsters, and we don't need to do anything yet. Don't worry. They can't even get close to our territory. Hearing this, Lu Muxue gradually felt relieved. Sure enough, when those ice nest monsters approached the territory within about 600 meters, instantly, at least 7 primary elemental arrow towers sensed it. Then, arrows were shot out from the top of the elemental arrow towers. Swish, swish, swish. -247, -264, -258, -263. 7 damage numbers appeared. With the health of these ice nest monsters at over 500, 2 elemental arrow towers could instantly kill an ice nest monster with 1 wave of concentrated fire. In Chao Xing's territory, after last night's overtime work, the number of elemental arrow towers has reached 13. Although due to the distance setting, only half of the arrow towers can attack the ice nest monsters in this direction. But it is enough to crush them. Ouch! A series of screams came. In the first wave, 3 or 4 ice nest monsters were killed directly. The elemental arrow tower has a 2.5-second attack interval. According to the burst speed of these ice nest monsters, they can only sprint about 80 meters at most in this time. That is to say, if they want to get under the city wall, they have to withstand at least 4 or 5 waves of attacks from the elemental arrow towers. Obviously, before these ice nest monsters get close to the city wall, they will be annihilated by the attack of the elemental arrow towers. De Zhuang and others have already woken up. After feeling the violent vibration, they also realized that there might be monsters outside the territory. So, they climbed up the city wall carefully, and then saw the scene in front of them. De Zhuang had a look of surprise on his face, and shouted, "Come and see! Our territory is so powerful. Those monsters can't even reach the foot of the city wall." Ha ha ha! De Zhuang laughed happily. Hearing his call, more and more people crowded onto the city wall and began to watch. Chao Xing did not stop them, as he was still thinking of activating a few more hidden titles with the help of these people. They also saw this scene. The ferocious ice nest monsters were mercilessly shot by the elemental arrow tower. Even those powerful warriors and archers on the sentry tower did not need to take action. For a moment, all the people showed excitement in their eyes, and their morale soared, because what Xiaoxing said was true. In his territory, there was no need to worry about safety, including old Mel, who joined yesterday. There was a look of relief on his face. Just as Xiaoxing promised him, give him a safe environment. At present, this territory does have this strength. De Zhuang said excitedly, praise the great Lord. Others also shouted at the same time, praise the great Lord. Lu Mushu on the side also had a happy smile on her face. That's great. Axing. Xiaoxing nodded. In this way, there is no need to worry about the threat of the ice nest. The development progress of his territory has been far ahead of other survivors. The power of a dozen primary elemental arrow towers alone is enough to deal with the ice nest monsters at this stage. And soon, he can upgrade the city wall to a mid-level city wall and build more elemental arrow towers and ice arrow towers. Both the defense and attack capabilities will be greatly improved by then, let alone 2 ice nests. Even if there are monsters from 10 ice nests at the same time, Xiaoxing's territory can easily deal with them. However, the only pity is that the elemental arrow towers do not give experience for killing these monsters. So Xiaoxing directly ordered, can't tell. The 2 centaurs immediately saluted. Yes, Lord. Please give me your orders. Xiaoxing nodded and said, you will lead the newcomers who joined us yesterday, and Elena, to the snow to fight around the ice nest. Be careful, if you encounter any unexpected situation, take your people to the territory quickly. Although, because of Xiaoxing's level increase, the experience given by these ice nest monsters seems to be relatively small. But there are too many of them. In 2 ice nests, there can be thousands of ice nest monsters, and there may be elite monsters among them. Killing them all can also gain a lot of experience. Enough for these recruits to level up 1 or 2 levels. Kandao and Cantel saluted at the same time, and said loudly, follow your orders, powerful lord. Then, they rode their horses, and came to the recruits recruited yesterday, and shouted, recruits, pay attention. Candle's bell-like voice directly made everyone's face brighten. The 2 apprentice wizards, Ailey and Sylvia, were both startled. Cantel said without further ado, the Lord asked me to take you out to fight. This is a chance for you to gain experience. No matter how the Lord treats you, but in our territory, everyone must obey the Lord's orders. Since the Lord has handed you over to me, then from now on, all actions must be under my command. Do you understand? The Imperial soldiers and Imperial archers saluted at the same time, and said in unison, understood. As soldiers, they had undergone military training before entering the summoning space, and these disciplines were almost engraved in their bones. As for the 2 apprentice wizards, they also said timidly, understood. The centaur nodded, and then said, now, everyone, go out with me to kill those ice nest monsters. After the words fell, the city gate opened. The 2 centaurs were like generals going to war, and they led a group of new soldiers and rushed into the snow outside. They were going to go near the ice nest, wait for the ice nest monsters to hatch, and then kill them as soon as possible. Looking at their backs as they left, De Zhuang and others were excited. Axing, will those newcomers be okay? Lu Mushu said with some concern. Xiaoxing smiled and said, no. We have also applied various buffs to these newcomers. Their combat power is much stronger than creatures of the same level. As for their survivability, even those elite monsters are not as good as them. Lu Mushu nodded gently. Let's go. We don't need to worry about this place. After that, Xiaoxing took Lu Mushu down the city wall. At this time, he saw Juliet, who was planting mutated thorn vine seeds on the edge of the city wall, and Lil Eve, who was helping. The 2 tree spirit girls, who looked like figurines, wrapped in wolf skin, exuded a tranquil and elegant aura. They seemed not to be affected by the fighting outside. Xiaoxing walked over and asked, Juliet, how about this batch of vine seeds? Juliet and Lil Eve saluted and said respectfully, Lord, Lady Lord, I wish you good health. Then, Juliet continued, my lord, this batch of vine seeds is good, and the survival rate can basically be guaranteed. But it takes 1 or 2 days for the vines to grow. Moreover, we only have more than 30 seeds, and we cannot cover all the city walls in all aspects. So, Xiaoxing nodded. He knew this. It doesn't matter. Just plant all these seeds. It would be nice to cover part of the city wall. I'll think of a way later to see if I can get a new batch of vine seeds to surround our territory." Hearing the latter sentence, Juliet chuckled and said, "Lord, there is no need to be so troublesome. After these vines grow out, they can produce new seeds." Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned. He had never thought of this. Juliet continued, "However, because the mutant thorn vine is a magical plant, in order to make it produce new seeds, it is necessary to inject magic power into it. If the Lord can find cold spirit water and water these vines, they can grow rapidly and produce new seeds. In this way, we will soon have a large number of thorn vine seeds." "Cold spirit water?" Juliet nodded. "Where can I find it specifically? Or, is there any direction?" Juliet thought for a moment and replied, "Cold spirit water is spring water with spiritual power. No matter how low the temperature is, it will not freeze. Generally, it will appear in some high mountains or special areas. If you see that the surrounding temperature is extremely low, but there is no frozen water, it is most likely cold spirit water." Chao Xing nodded. "I see. I will pay attention to it when I go out today." At this point, Chao Xing seemed to remember something and continued to ask, "By the way, Juliet, I still need to find a magical plant called Moses grass. Do you know where to find this grass?" Moses grass. Hearing this name, Juliet's shining eyes flashed with a thoughtful look again. Then she nodded and said, "I remember. The book described that this grass absorbs a lot of water during its growth process, and generally grows in places with sufficient water sources. And its overall appearance is light purple, and it tastes sweet and delicious, and it can also be eaten by humans." After listening to her description, Chao Xing had a rough impression in his mind. "Okay, I know. Now, there are two more things to find, namely Moses grass and cold spirit water." At this time, Juliet reached her white arm into her wolfskin coat, took out a small bottle, and handed it to Chao Xing. "My lord, this is the flower dew of the moon condensation flower. 3 drops were successfully condensed this morning." Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. "Did the moon condensation flower transplant successfully? Juliet, you are awesome." After receiving Chao Xing's praise, Juliet lowered her head shyly. Then she whispered, "No, it's okay. This is what I should do." Little Neve next to her also looked at her sister with admiration. In her eyes, her sister has always been so knowledgeable, as if she knows everything. Chao Xing took the bottle, and the system prompt appeared. "Get moon condensation flower dew *3. He looked at the attributes. Moon condensation flower dew, blue. Item effect, after taking it, it can quickly restore a certain amount of mental strength. Chao Xing nodded. The effect was about the same as he expected. Then, he directly put the 3 drops of flower dew into his backpack. At this time, Elisa on the city wall had also watched the entire battle outside the territory. She was extremely envious of the power of the primary elemental arrow tower, and the strength of the 2 centaurs. She jumped down from the city wall, and quickly came to Chao Xing. Lord! Lord! Elisa was wearing a thick bear fur coat and gloves, and she looked like a cute little female bear, but her movements were extremely flexible. Seeing her excited face, Chao Xing asked, "What's wrong?" "Elisa?" Elisa said, "Can you train me into a combatant now?" She seemed to be very excited. Chao Xing was stunned. It turned out to be this matter. Then, he smiled and said, "Okay, I was just about to talk to you about this. Chapter 120 Heart is the most powerful muscle. Through last night's transaction, Chao Xing received 6 copies of Ice Archer Training Manual, which can be used to train 6 people to become combatants. In addition to Elisa, 5 more people need to be found." Then, Chao Xing came to the side of the tree spirits, and then looked at one of the mature-looking female tree spirits. Valerie. Hearing Chao Xing calling her, the female tree spirit walked over quickly, and then saluted respectfully. "Lord, please give me your orders." Chao Xing nodded and said, "I have 5 vacancies for training ice archers. See who among the tree spirits is willing to become a combatant, and ask them to sign up." Hearing this, without waiting for Valerie to speak, one of the male tree spirits excitedly said, "Lord, I am willing to become an ice archer, and I also want to have the power to defend the territory. I am willing to do so too. I want to become an archer and defend the safety of the territory." "And me!" The voices of signing up rose and fell, except for some weak female tree spirits. Almost 80% of the tree spirits raised their hands. Seeing this, Valeri smiled faintly. Lord, you see, it's better for you to choose. We, the tree spirits, are willing to contribute our strength to defend the territory. Chaoxing nodded, then pointed at 5 people at random and said, Very good. Then you 5 come with me. The 5 selected tree spirits, both men and women, showed joy on their faces at the same time. The other tree spirits, on the other hand, seemed very envious. They followed Chaoxing, crossed the territory, and stopped in front of a building that covered an area of about 200 square meters, was aqua blue, and had a bow and arrow carved on the wall. This was the training barracks. Then, Chaoxing said directly, You go in? The 5 tree spirits and Elisa entered the barracks one after another. Then, Chaoxing directly clicked on the training interface of the barracks. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the Ice Archer Training Manual *6 to train the territory members, Elisa, Yulian, Besk, into Ice Archers? Number of people to be trained at the same time, 6 out of 6. Time required for this training, 6 hours and 42 minutes. Chaoxing directly clicked. Yes. At the same time, the gate of the training barracks closed instantly, and then waves of blue magic power appeared from inside. Chaoxing nodded. Next, we only need to wait for 7 hours, and we will have 6 ice archers. At the same time, De Zhuang, a polar man, and Chao Yi, a lord, saw that Chaoxing was busy, and they also came over with their people. They said enthusiastically, Lord, please arrange today's work for us. Chaoxing glanced at these lords, then shook his head and said, No, I promised you yesterday, let you rest for a day. Go back, today's work will be taken over by the new members. However, hearing this, the eyes of all the lords showed embarrassment. Chao Yi, a citizen, said with a worried look on his face, Lord, why don't you give us a holiday? If you don't let us work, we can't even eat in peace. De Zhuang also echoed, Yes. Yes, Lord. You go out every day and provide us with rich food. If we lie at home and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, wouldn't we be useless? Polar people don't want to rest, they want to work. After hearing this, other polar people also said, That's right. Lord, polar people don't want to rest. Chaoxing was happy. These guys wouldn't even rest when asked to. And looking at this situation, it would be really boring to leave them idle. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing said, In this case, if you are really bored, go and upgrade all the city walls to intermediate city walls. It is a big project to upgrade all the primary city walls to intermediate city walls. And the materials required are also astronomical. If Chaoxing had not collected a lot of resources through market transactions, it would be impossible to build the intermediate city walls now. Hearing that Chaoxing finally gave them a task, the people looked at each other, and joy appeared on each other's faces. Great. Let's get to work now. Thank you, Lord. De Zhuang and the Lord Chao Yi both retreated excitedly and then began to upgrade the city wall. At this time, Chaoxing called another polar man, Duan. Over. Polar man Duan said respectfully, Lord, please give me your orders. Chaoxing nodded. The group of polar men I brought back yesterday, I will give you command today. Your task is to build 7 more primary elemental arrow towers and 3 primary ice arrow towers, and if there is enough time, lay a layer of brick and stone floor on the ground of our territory. Duan immediately said respectfully, No problem, respected Lord. I will do my best to complete the task you assigned. After that, he immediately took more than 20 polar men to build new arrow towers. At once, everyone had a job and started a busy day. Chaoxing looked at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 10 hours and 54 minutes. Weather forecast, in the afternoon, some areas of the snowy plain will usher in freezing rain. Please take precautions against cold and rain. Chaoxing nodded and said, It's getting late. It's time to find Jixinhua and see if we can complete the task. Then, Chaoxing came to the center of the territory and shouted, Assemble. The next moment, Assam, Andrew, Blot and other fighters came over. They all looked at Chaoxing with a firm gaze, as if waiting for him to give the task for today. Blood Spider Queen Hilda came late, with a hazy sleepiness on her face, as if she had not woken up yet. After everyone arrived, Chaoxing said, Today, we are going to a place far away. If we encounter some problems in the territory, we will not be able to rush back immediately. So, We need to leave a few strong members to guard our territory. Chao Xing's eyes swept over everyone, and then stopped at the Black Smoke Shaman. Blot, you stay? After hearing this, Blot bowed respectfully and said, Lord, although Blot would rather fight with you, if it is your order, I am willing to obey. Chao Xing nodded. He let Blot stay, naturally after consideration. As a powerful leader-level creature, also a Black Smoke Shaman, he is particularly good at dealing with defensive battles, where the few win over the many. And because his resonance totem has a bonus for everyone, even if Blot stays, he can also benefit from the combat experience of Chao Xing and others. With 2 centaurs, there are also several robots and the snake Mylena. The territory's defense ability is quite strong. The others are ready to go, but before departure, Chao Xing still has a recruitment scroll to use. That is Lu Mushua's second prize. Although it can only recruit ordinary creatures, but after Chao Xing's buff enhancement, it can also have very strong combat power. So, Chao Xing took out the blue scroll in his hand. Do you want to use the second-level creature recruitment scroll? Yes. With Chao Xing's confirmation. At the same time, in front of everyone, a 6-pointed star array with a chill appeared. Waves of icy breath emerged from the 6-pointed star array. Through the wind and snow, everyone saw a huge humanoid creature with a height of 2 meters faintly appearing inside. Then, a rough voice sounded. The heart is the most powerful muscle. Even in the coldest hell, I will show the world my strongest physique. After the words fell, the icy breath dissipated. In front of everyone, a naked upper body appeared, with exaggerated bulges of muscles all over his body and 2 bald mustaches. The blue tattoos on his body covered his whole body like pythons, and the lines of his terrifying muscles were clear. What was even more exaggerated was the weapon in his hand. It was a giant shield that was 1.8 meters tall, aqua blue, and like a door panel. Chao Xing was stunned. Is this another new special profession? It seems to be a defensive type? At the same time, the big bald man with his upper body naked said, For the glory of my hometown, Ice Shield Guard, Brown Iron Wall reports to you. Chao Xing stretched out his hand and said as usual, Welcome, Brown Iron Wall. Let us build a glorious territory together. The big bald Brown had a bright smile on his face. Although he was not wearing any clothes on his upper body, he seemed to be completely unaffected by the cold. Braun's eyes began to scan the surrounding territory buildings. At the same time, he also noticed that the aura of the companions around him was even more powerful, and each of them had a stronger strength than him. Braun's eyes showed an approving look. My lord, you have a prosperous territory and a group of powerful subordinates. Chao Xing was immediately happy after hearing this. He was hit by Zierda yesterday, and this big bald guy recruited today seems to be quite knowledgeable. Chao Xing glanced at Zierda calmly, as if he wanted to see her reaction. TSK. The proud queen made a disdainful sound, and then glanced over. Chao Xing smiled, and didn't care. Then, he looked at the attributes of the big bald Braum again. Ice Shield Guard, Braum Iron Wall. Level 11 3364/20,000, second level ordinary creature. HP, 2740/2740. Attack power, 207 to 233. Armor, 143 to 155. Shield holding state. Attributes, Strength 97, Agility 84, Spirit 88, Constitution 114. Skills, Winter's Bite, drives the ice in the shield, causes 88% damage to the enemy hit, and reduces its movement speed by 70% within 2 seconds, cooling time 20 seconds. Leap Guard, Braum quickly jumps to a friendly unit, and increases its armor by 20%, blocking the next 1 damage. Maximum jump distance is agility asterisk 0.2 meters. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Talent 1. Polar Constitution. Talent 2. Ice Blood. Every time you are attacked, the ice blood in your body will be activated. When you have been attacked 10 times in total, it will burst out with ice breath, freezing the enemy for 2 to 3 seconds. Satisfaction 73. Loyalty 70. Seeing this skill of Braum, Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Obviously, this is a frontline shield warrior in the team. The second Leap Guardian is a life-saving skill. Not bad. Not bad. Chao Xing was very satisfied with this new hero. Although Braum is just an ordinary creature, he has shown great potential. And with Chao Xing here, I believe his level will be raised soon. Braum, you have a strong body. I believe that with your protection, Our team will be much safer. Hearing Chaoxing's praise, Brown blew his mustache and said proudly, My lord, you are right. I am the most powerful warrior in our hometown. With me here, no one can hurt you. Chaoxing also smiled. Then now, let us bless you and make you stronger. Bless? The bald Brown looked puzzled. Chaoxing nodded. At the same time, he and Lu Mushua, as well as Ilena, Blot, Xia Yani, Tong Chu Chu and others beside them, all began to cast spells. Ice Healing, Ice Armor, Frost Shield, Courage Blessing, Aurora Blessing, Aurora Holy Shield, Snake Man Frenzy, Queen's Will, Balls of Energy. More than a dozen buffs hit Brown in a row. Braun only felt that. His whole body was suddenly filled with all kinds of terrible power. His defense, attack power, speed, all skyrocketed. These buffs allowed Brown to instantly compete with elite monsters of the same level and win the battle. You know, he is a shield warrior, not good at fighting. With Braum's current defense, he can even fight against the boss-level creatures of the same level. This is the horror of eternal power. It can allow an ordinary creature to fight across 2 levels directly. Moreover, as Chaoxing and Lu Mushua get more and more buffs in the future, it will no longer be a dream for an ordinary creature to be strengthened to the level of a leader by them. At that time, he will be the leader of all creatures. Chaoxing even thought about the future. When he would raise an army, they all looked like ordinary imperial soldiers. But when they fought, each of them was more ferocious than the leaders. That scene must have been very exciting. Chaoxing couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Braun interrupted his thoughts. Dear Lord, your power is as vast as the sea. Braun likes this powerful feeling. Your territory member, Braun Iron Wall, has received a powerful power increase, and his loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 81. Chaoxing nodded, and his loyalty increased by 11 points at once. He sighed again, the usefulness of the talent of eternal power. Almost all the arrogant beings, after being recruited by him, will be amazed at this powerful talent, and then increase their loyalty. After doing this, Chaoxing looked at Xia Yani next to him. Yani, the place we are going to today is quite far. If you encounter any situation in the territory, remember to contact me in time. Although, he has not yet made the small communication device. But Xia Yani is also a survivor, and can use the chat function built into the system to communicate with Chaoxing remotely. In this way, even if he was outside, Chaoxing could know the situation in the territory. Xia Yani held Tong Chuchu's hand, and her whole body was full of charming charm. Okay, sir. I will contact you as soon as possible. Chaoxing nodded, and then directly ordered, then everyone, follow me. The team began to walk towards the gate of the territory. But before leaving, Chaoxing saw something placed next to the gate of the territory. It was a sled made of 5 pieces of wood and iron, about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. There are 4 seats on it, which can accommodate 4 people at the same time. He looked at the properties. Primary sled, durability, 200. Maximum number of people, 4. Not bad. It seems that Duan has made 5 sleds according to my instructions. Then, Chaoxing put these sleds into his backpack. Yes, sleds are crafting props, which can be put into the backpack like a mine cart. When you need to use them, you can take them out, which is very convenient. And in this way, we won't encounter the situation like yesterday, where the newcomers in the team slowed down the progress. Get primary sled *4. Then, the gate opened, and under the eyes of everyone, including Chaoxing and Lu Mushua, 8 figures, a mammoth, and a frost wolf, walked out of the territory in a mighty manner and came to the snow outside. Boom, boom, boom. The team began to speed up. The big ball Braun felt the surging power in his body and said excitedly, Aha! Great! The power of this blood spider lady is so strong that it makes my running speed increase a lot. Seeing the excitement of this bald man, Chaoxing also smiled. The atmosphere of the team seemed very lively. Everyone rushed along the way. Chaoxing and Lu Mushua sat on the back of the mammoth, watching the surrounding scene quickly recede, and it was not bumpy at all. More than 20 minutes later, they had advanced almost 30 kilometers. At this time, Sarah appeared again silently. Since what happened last night, this dark elf assassin seemed to have regained her assassin's heart. In the eyes looking at Chaoxing, there was no previous passion, but with some other complicated emotions. Lord, a battle has taken place 1 kilometer ahead. And it seems to be another lord. Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned. And then thought, another lord. Chao Xing instinctively did not want to have more contact with other lords. Moreover, if they go over now, the other party might think that you want to steal monsters. Or for other purposes. So, Chao Xing was ready to order a detour. At this time, Sarah added, that territory is under siege by a large number of ice nest monsters. And the humans inside seem to be unable to hold on. Hearing this, Chao Xing thought for a moment again. Ice nest monster? It just so happens that he needs a lot of ice dragon marks to exchange for rewards. With their strength, it won't take long to deal with an ice nest. It's okay to rescue these survivors. Of course, the premise is that there are no members of the Three Heroes Association in this territory. If there are, Chao Xing will definitely not rescue them, and will even take advantage of the situation to push this territory down. So Chao Xing said, let's go and take a look. Dong dong dong. The team changed direction and sprinted forward.